Chapter 1 The Beginning Goth 36 Transformations, the Strongest Cultivation Talent. In the land of the ancient wilderness continent, at the heart of celestial state, lies the ancient realm of Chenliu, the ancestral home of the illustrious Changluochen clan. The Changluochen clan, inheritors of the blood lineage of the ancient kings known as Holy King of Chenliu, boasts an extraordinary lineage led with prodigious and formidable figures. With unfathomable depth, they have withstood the test often for over 100,000 years, thriving evermore. On this day, dong dong, their sounding in majestic Shimisoft T Baleko at a Crocillion soft miles, wily magnificent nina-colored cloud obscured the brilliancy of the sun, casting a vibrant view upon earth. After the ninth each of T bell, a colossal bronze bell, as large as the moon and surrounded by constellations, ascended gracefully from the divine city of Changlua, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Within billion sophomals, that a light faded instantly, revealing a starry night sky where a countless stars twinkled with resplendent radiance. Yet, despite such a breathtaking phenomenon, it failed to create Mako faster, for within Chenliu ancient kingdom, every Onu is securely aware of thought. This spectacle heralded he an evaluation of the direct descendants of Changluochen clan's cultivation talents. In the celestial palatial of Changlua, amidst floating heavenly abode, the solemn bell sound resonated with a particular gravy and dignified aura, enveloping the entire divine city of Changlua. Misty starlight cascaded down, illuminating everything in a dreamlike glow. Outside the heavenly palace, a group of direct descendants of Chen clan, both men and women, adorned in resplendent garments and exuding extraordinary grace, now anxious ligazed at the scene within the golden hall of the palace. Inside the golden hall of the heavenly palace, Chungkingi took a deep breath, surveying surroundings. Beside him were Rizik's children of similar age, fierce mouth assistants, some nervously clutching their garments. Including him, there were Risavin in total 4 boys and 3 girls. According to the clan rules of Changluochen clan, direct descendants Swariaket Heji of 6 were a permit to enter the floating heavenly palace, where a theclanly drindler swood assessed here cultivation talents, thus granting them access to the path of cultivation. This evaluation would significant, determinate at hof to evaluate individuals for their entire lives. Remain calm, an elder lemon with a head of white hair, dressed in a blue robe, gazed solemn liathus of children. Theclan Ledrin the etherealder shavganito the ancestral hall to retrieve the destiny jade ruler. Theses min tisabato commence. Soon, your talents and physical aptitudes will be revealed. Upon hearing this, Thegathir childronger within rank sias. In Chinkingia shart, thoughts surged. When I was born, it was said there were in us lischlamans. Last year, during the martial arts Saran assessment, I couldn't lift 1,000 in stonelock, and compared to my peers, I had no advantage. This time, it will I clib at deemed average, with nor markable performance. Tossed in doubt and drisy above, it seems a mustrally own external assistance. A this thought, adding eof sentimentality well adupe within yim. 6 years ago, had traversed into this world of cultivation as an infantin swaddling clois and awakened infinite sign system. With each signin, he was granted various mystical abilities, secret techniques, or divinity artifacts. However, these systems design a TED first signin location waste the floating heaven lapalth in the divine city of Changlu. As the fundamental stronghold of Changluochen clan, the floating heaven lapala suas typically is for Theclan leader, the supremilder, and the clan's ancestors for their excluded cultivation. Ordinary direct descendants scood no tevin gain an audience, let alone enter, much less an infant like him. Hekudenly wait quiet for an opportunity. And thighs wait lasted 6 long years. 6 years, e have finally awaiteth each in cito sesmetalan tondinter the floating heaven lapalus. This time, it must seizeth the opportunity and turn the tide. A hint of anxiety filled Chinkingia shart. If this signing could I ill dimensa benefits and showcase his brilliance, I would surely draught heaton shanaft heklansa perekelen, making gidiacy for him to return to the floating heaven lapalus versants in the future, perhaps eventually. However, if the benefits were minimal or mediocre, gaining access to the heaven lapalacia again would be difficult, ascending to the heavens. Here it comes. He took a deep breath insolent murmured, system, I wish to signin. Ding. The melodious notification sound finaler sonate after many years. The host has signed in fourth of fear Stymeth floating, heaven Lapalis. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 breath scamming technique. 1 off 36 transformation soft heavenly prowess. In an instant, as the notification faded, Chung King Yu felt high surge of mysterious information flooding his mind. Simultaneously, an immense force descended upon him, bestowing an innate ability thought him to be part of his fair being. To think it would be the renowned 36 transformation soft heavenly prowess. Chung King Urigan discomposure, his art surging with excitement. The 36 transformation soft heavenly prowess encompasses 36 forms of divine ability as from the Daoist sect, with a complex origin and widespread transmission. Tapas Esalof Tim is a standard for the Greek figure soft Daoist sect of in possessing just nigh sufficient to Marconia say figure of considerable caliber. These ways a quinto meteoricres. Moreover, the 9 breath scamming technique high say divine ability thetates in cultivation, perfect lie suited for my current stage. What incredible fortune! Did I just pull an SS run a single draw? Chung King Yu sheer brimmed with exhilaration. The 9 breath scamming technique yallos for the refined Mintoft world's vital essence set through rhythmia breathing, direct lie absorbing thesence versetas regarded as an unparalleled methodo for finding key. Each inhalation and exhalation constant to tessa breath. Thedavine ability off 9 breath scamming technique from Sasai Klee through 9 Hydmia breaths, enabling the absorption and refinement of vital essence in the body. In other words, this technique requires no deliberate activation it appears automatically as long as it maintains their breathing rhythm, refining vital essence regardless of whether on ice walking, sitting, eating, or sleeping. The ability to direct lie absorb thesin sesorsi isomarvel theta pleistoani cultivation method. Even for celestial beings, this size san immense lib beneficial divine ability, qualifying jitto part 36 transformation soft heavenly prowess. A thismament, Chung King Yu wassertain. With the acquisition of 9 breath scamming technique, regardless of fees innate cultivation talent, hued sort and precedented inks, possessing the strongest cultivation aptitude. This round is secured. Chung King Yu relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face. Now, I simply away the commencement of talent evaluation. Meanwhile, within the Golden Hall, Theodorov Jin clan remained solemnly root in place, oblivious to thieving hurrying around Chinchingu. Soon, the space before them rippled like water, and several figures materialized from thin air, traversing the void. Leading them ways amid a league Edmund clad in black robes, adorned with a purplejati crown, his countenance say exuding ganimpasing presence without anger he was no neother than the current clanly Drovchin clan, Chun Yaoguang. Greetings, clan leader. Chung King Yu and Theather children hurriedly bow in respect. Rise, Chinyeo Guang replied with a slight nod, holding Ga Ida Jada ruler intricately engraved with a mijes off to Sunan Moon in harmony, surrounded by twinkling stars. Ehave summoneth destiny, Jade ruler the talent evaluation, cano begin. Ash spoke, Hiturna this gazeta the children his left, the first in line. Chenchingha, step forward. Thena Medchild, dressed in resplendent golden reed attire, paled slightly upon hearing his name, but took a deep breath and stepped forward. Chinyeo Gameplaceth destiny, Jade ruler above Chin King's head. In an instant, Theraler trembled gently, and misty starlight poured forth, filling the entire Golden Hall. Amidst thester light, stars ignited, shining brilliantly. A thismament, Ali's Westwerexate dunth destiny, Jade ruler Reventhos outside the Golden Hall could felt buthold their breathe in anticipation. After a breath's time, 5 brilliant stars emerged from the celestial glow, then ceased to appear, and the starlight settled in ta tranquility. 5 startlant that's quintessent, Chinyea Guang remarked, shaking as Shada share attracteth destiny Jade ruler. Up in hearing this, Chin King Ha instinctively exhaled das io for leaf, beautiful flicker of disappointments and crossed his face. The destiny Jade ruler of Changluachin clan, passed down from the ancient kings, is an incredibly precise method for measuring talent, with almost no room for 19% of ordinary cultivators don't tevin qualify for ona startalent. Affaves startalent, among slight limelers act sore prestigious families, isal redianim pressivian dinvia beaptitude, enough to vershadow pierce and be designate dassen here. However, the Changluachin clan is different. Alof Tim possess a direct bloodline, flowing with the purish royal blood counting their ancestors, The are either formidable figures ruling Goveril or possessed divine ability, of plucking stars from Theski. From birth, the are bothid in Thesensiof Slischelherbs, tempered be heaven lid wanderth la milk, drinking jade nectar and feast in gon dragon liver infex gall. Afaves startlant, within the direct blood Linovchan clan, couldn't libby considered adequate, far from truly outstanding. Only fivisters? An elegant middle-leagued woman outside the Golden Hall yet out a suppressed sigh, her expression tinged with disappointment. Theo third children, observing Thistlein tan down cast Chunchingha, reacted Widhamix of escalating gangzie tine bourgeois confidence. Chunching Shan. Chinyeo Guang's gaze shifted ease child. He left, histony deepening as she commanded, step forward. The name Chunching Shan, with his scub-eye little face taut with nerves, took a step forward. In that instant, under the watchful so fall, the destiny jade ruler erupted with misty starlight, igniting Genester Aftiranother, ultimate leastabilize Ingatsic stars. 6 startlant. Chinyeo Guang CS sparkled with approval as remarked. Quite impressive. Theplumpchin Kingshan immediate le felt away Vofferleaf wash over him, his brow in it and gash retreated with a beaming smile. Next, Chunching Leo. Chinyeo Guang activated life-creating jade ruler, continuing to assess the talent soft hair remaining children. However, much to his surprise, after testing 3 individuals, 2 possessed 5 startlant Swilethella Stephen exhibit to 4 startlant. Called it Bathathasir, there is to single Savin startlant? Chinyagwang's brofuro furrowed, a sense of disappointment creeping in. At that moment, Iong Bei standing beside chinking a puffed out Thishestan declared loudly, "Rest assured, clan leader. I, Chinching Yuan, Wilshire Lippo Sessa Savin startlant, perhaps in an 8-star. His clear, youthful voice resonated within the Golden Hall, drawing the attention of full present. Chinyeo ganged to him, his gaze revialing a flicker of anticipation. Last I ear at the martial arena, Chin Kingyuan had shown extraordinary prowess, lifting at Watthouse and pound stonelock, far surpassing his spears. While less strength testing did not solely determine a talent, it could reflect, to some degree, the robustness of an innate foundation. And with that formidable innate strength, the likelihood of exceptional talent was naturally higher. Chunching Yuan, stepped forward. Chen Yaoguang, holding life-creating jade ruler, spoke gently. Yes. Chen King Yuan raised it proudly, akin to a peacock, taking a step forward. Chineo Gang placed life-creating jade ruler atop Chen Kinjiwan shed, and in an instant, vibrant starlight enveloped him, bursting forth from floating heavenly palacious sif draping the palace navel off shimmering starlight. Amidst the brilliance, numerous stars flicker red in succession. After flashing 7 times. Boom! A radiant explosion erupted from the 7 resplendent stars, coalescing into the form of Faberlianson, dazzling to behold. A small golden sun rose above the floating heavenly palace. This, a momentary cephal within the Golden Hall. Ha ha ha. Chinyeo Guang was the fierce Torig in his composure, his joyful Pobayesh laughed heartily. Excellent, 7 startlant, and a pure young sacred body. Wonderful, Archin family has gained a their extraordinary talent for the future. The numerous elders bemed with delight, whispering amongst themselves, as the atmosphere within and outside the Golden Hall transformed into an exuberance. Thegazi soft has children turned toward Chinching Yuan, their expressions growing complex, tinged with deep envy. With a Savin startling tanth pure young sacred body, the combination promised that, shu decultivitetic ni case aligned with Thesensio Phi's sacred body, his potential could have surpassed Hada Fanate startlant, marking Haimaz an unparalleled genius among millions. With such a peer among them, there's toward esteem to remain in the shadows. Ha ha ha. Outside at the Golden Hall, Adelandro bust male to the heart a laugh. Indeed, the student surpasses the master. Ching Yuan, you have not disappointed or father. Theather clan members congratulate Theman, their tonus faled with genuine envy. Inside at the Golden Hall, Chinkinjiwan stood tall, his head held high, a proud smile leaderning his face. Humph. Heckus to sit alongland seat Chunching you, shooting high map provocative eluk. This fellow Trulius. Seeing this, Chinkinya couldn't help chuckle quiet light a himself. Chunkingwan was rather petty harboring grudge over trivial disputes, He frequently sought opportunities to provoke him. However, he didn't consider it worth his while to engage with a child, choosing instead to ignore him. How infuriating! Chen Qingyuan, noticing the lack of response, felt a twinge of irritation. Chen Qingyuan. Chen Yaguang withdrew the life-creating Jade Ruler and smiled as she fervently reminded. The pure young sacred body ranks among the top 10 of various sacred bodies and divine bodies. You must diligent like cultivity in the days to come, without a trace of negligence. Yes. Chen Qingyuan immediately focused, responding with enthusiasm, his spirit soaring. Chen Qingyu. Chen Yaoguang's gaze shifted to the individual. Chen Qingyu, his expression somewhat complex paused before speaking. Step forward. Chen Qingyu complied, stepping forward with composure. Chen Yao gangantly placed life-creating Jade Ruler atop his shed. In an instant, a magnificent starlight surged upward, piercing through floating heavenly palation descending to the 9th level of tech clouds. Dong dong. The ancient bronzebelle above the heavens reacted as if struck by a powerful force, resonating, its imposing gate showing 4 million soft miles. Boundless starlight spread forth, filling the vast expanse and obscuring the nina-colored clouds of. What is this? Everyone instinctively held their breath. Their eyes swidest hegestward. 1b1, brilliant star sleep forth from the starlight, shining like an illuminating the vast cosmos. At total of 9 branch tarsaline denaro, radiating gon of nobility and timelessness. The golden halland the entirety of the capital, Chongluo, Falinto a excellence, a pindrup cold beheard. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yaoguang, initially stunned, soon erupted into laughter, genuine joy sparkling in his eyes. Nina startlant, thestrangestant world. Excellent, truly magnificent. Heaven has bestowed up in Chin Familiana theory out fulsage. Fielders within the golden hall were equally ecolated. Nina startlant. After 3,600 years, Archon family has finally produced another individual with the strongest Nina startlant. Indeed, among the many ancient sacred Bodhisandency clans, only the Sea Dragon clan and the Xinjing ancestral court had twin matchagenius with Nina startlants, and now Uruman race in it too. Yes, and I temer jest from her Chongluachin family trulliblesing from the heavens, as if he guard from more ancestors. Chinkinji usmold slightly, histaminoran phased. His possession of 9 breath scamming technique had esteemed, him to possess the strongest cultivation talent, and had long anticipated this moment. Little Qingyu, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. Chen Gang beamed, ruffling a share affectionately, speaking softly. Your future icebound lesson must never slacken your efforts and squander these incredible talent. Yes. Shinkingio chuckled in response. Asif joking. The 9 breath scamming technique enabled him to cultivate to Matacliven if you wish to be lazy, it was impossible. Outside the Golden Hall, numerous direct descendants surrounded Datin, a sitter mid-a-league Edmund, offering their congratulations. Zengxinkasin, congratulations. Indeed, Zengxinkasin, a cause for celebration. Themid Legedman, Chen Jingxing, appeared refined and handsome, dressed in a white robe with silver strand sathis temples. At that moment, he managed a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Humph. Beside him, a Lim cross a disarm sans Norted Codley. What a detestable fellow. Inside at the Golden Hall, Chen Qingyuan Sheik spuffed to tam frustration, feeling semi-one and aggrieved. He had never anticipated that Chen Qingyu, how as notive in his rival and the strengthest, would possess such formidable cultivation talent. Ananas startlant. Far surpassing his own. All right. Shinyagwang Putawave life-creating Jade Ruler, smiling Gasha stated. I am exceedingly pleased with the results of this talent assessment. This year, Archon family has not only produced a 7 startlant, with a pure young sacred body Buddleson in a startlant, thestrangestant world. Ash spoke, he paused, sweeping his gaze across his children before a fixed Sinjatu puntin. Chenching Yuan, you possess a pure yang sacred body and can cultivate the supreme sin scriptures. Yes. Chinking Yuan replied, though he seemed somewhat discontent. As for you, little Qingyu. Chinyeo gang glucadat Chinchingyu, ahin tofer grecrossing is features. Though you possess nina startlant, you have yet a walk in a sacred body or divine body. For now, y'all will train alongside the Theathers, mastering the celestial star catalog. Yes. Chinkinja responded Aswell. The Changlua Chin familia had Daklan role. Regardless of how strong an talent, Evenaphone possessed nine startlant an extraordinary constitution like. Chayas divine badironate deabody, one could not direct likeltivatethi clansultima techniques. After assessing an talent, they were required to practice the next year techniques to observe the results. If you possess astounding talent high atreme complacent, y'all would have an akancio faxising the clan shakared skills and would be surpassed those less talented than you. Remember this. Chinyeo Guang's expression Rusalam Nasha spoke he emphatically. Upon returning, go to the inheritance hall to acquire our techniques, and devote ourselves to diligent practice without a moment still. 3 years from now, you will undergo another assessment to file your cultivation. Only those who reach Blood's realm will be qualified to practice our clansultima techniques. Chapter 2 9 Breaths Calming Technique, Soaring to New Heights. Once Chinyeo Gang's voice fell, Thesavin Kildron responded to Nunizan, their expressions grave. Depart. With a wavy officiand, Chun Yaoguang, along with fielders, vanished without a trace. Let's go. Chinkinya was the fierce to step forward, heading toward Thegrandor Softa Golden Hall. Theather Chill Drensolent followed behind him, seemingly acknowledging his status. Father. Chinkinya maintained a calm demeanor, his footsteps steady as she approached Chunjingxing. Chenzeng Zinga praised him, remarking, Your nine startlant surpasses of in my own in my youth, quite commendable. Chinkinya chuckled, humbly replying, Just average, third and world. Up in hearing this, Asmala crept Tonto Chenzengxing's face. Uraquidtheki wiki one, off you go. He grasped Chinkinyu Shandan turnable of Avea's sleeve. In an instant, Avast expands of starlight surged forth, transforming into theshimmering brilliancy of the Milky Way, tearing through the golden wind's soft Hanin Foldrium, revealing the bustling metropolis below. Chinjensing appeared in the air, becoming Gastrikov starlight tashel Chinkinju in a swiftant, departing from the celestial palace. Clang! With a resonant and clear chime, the enormous bronzable, as large as Themun, gradually faded from view above the heavenly palace, taking Thestericia with it. Within 1 billion miles, the Nina-colored clouds begin to dissipate, ultimately becoming formless. Half an hour later, their salt soft thrice years evaluation of the direct bloodline had spread throughout Hedavina capital of Changlua, igniting gay new wavy off fervent discussion. After all, each year's talent assessment market themist vibrant period in Changlua, capturing the attention of countless individuals. In this year's evaluation, without a doubt, the Nina Startland Toft World's strongest, Chinchingyu, became the most sensational land Taukadabautopik. The astonishing phenomenon of Tanina stars rising in Nunazone and the resonancy of Techlance divine Uipin had finally confirmed its master. Moreover, the illustrious history of Chin clan Haduni are that the Talsof previous Nina Startlant bearers, which were discussed with great enthusiasm and fervor. As for the others, the naturally Becca Memer background figures, receiving little attention. Only Chunching Yuan, the pure young sacred body with Savinstalent, ways occasionally mentioned, Butevin, Heffelinta Theshadow Wolf Chunching Yu. No Tomleth that. The Nina Startlant signified the strongest cultivation aptitude among peers. Themergencio Feung Saj with Nina Startlant within Chinklanoff Changlo Aldun doubted lie send shockwaves across the wastelands, drawing the attention of Major Sakared place and family sausages. Meanwhile, Chinkingi Wanda's father, Chen Jingxing, returned to the residence after receiving the foundational cultivation method of Tezushin Star Constellation from the Inheritance Hall. Asterisk descendants, they reside in the heart of the Divina capital of Changlua, with an independent courtyard spanning 10 acres, attended by numerous servants. Within the courtyard, Chinjensing sat on a stone bench, gazing at the composed and dignified Chikayu before him, and slowly spoke. Since Ethijov 3, you have undergone a comprehensive cultivation education within the clan. You have become acquainted familiar with the knowledge, principles, and a Busoft cultivation path, as well as various common techniques and secret methods. The foundation of full cultivation secrets within Changlua Chin clanlies in the power of Jonan stars the foundation Alan try methods fundamentally similar, and I believe that they will pasnucklinge for you. Hepast momentara li before continuing. Go to Thequia chamber, adjust the ermand, and prepare to begin your cultivation. I shall remain here to protect you. You understand, father? Chen Qingyu student respectfully bowed to Chen Jinsing before making his way to the cultivation quiet chamber. Moments later, with a muffled sound, a heavy Hada partition descended, and as Sir Joff spiritualites had forced the formation activated, sealing the chamber. Chen Qingyu surveyed his surroundings. The quiet chamber was not large, crafted entire life romancient Jadith had endured 4 millennia, with ventilation holes allowing for airflow. A the center of the chamber lay a mat woven from calming spiritual grass, and the incense burner in the corner sensed his presence, automatically igniting the tranquil dragon's blood sandalwood. Chen Qingyu sat cross-legged on it, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. Just as his father, Chen Jingxing, had stated. Had received 3 years of foundational education, and he was already quite familiar with the cultivation path of his real Malthof had not formally practiced. His understanding of various knowledge and technique has far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners outside. These was the profound heritage of Financiant clan. As the saying goes, true transmission is encapsulate in a single phrase, while full transmission requires countless volumes. The cultivation mystery is that ordinary practitioners struggle to comprehend throughout. Here lives are among knowledge even ta 3-year-olds Winklin. The Sunand Muntraversatagather. The star saline harness the stellar power to forget Stargate. Shinkinji's breath deepened, and his art gradually found tranquilly. The profound meaning soft Jotion star constellation scriptures flowed through his mind as a mysterious characters. Within the Chinklin, Alan try methods for the profound secretarts were a fundamental ithsamy. Harness the power of testers, forget Stargate, channel stellar light to affinity body, and open the celestial martial veins, there be generating true star energy. This marks the inception of cultivation the Apenin Goft, first real move corporeal body. Upon the completion of the Apenin Goft vines, when the true energy is abundant, one reaches the real move connecting the acupoints, known as Tonch realm. Beyond the Tonch realm, when heaven and earth harmonize and the acupoints connect, when egeneratest blood sea, referred to as blood's realm. Ascending further leads to the forging Goft Golden Bridge, spanning the blood sea, known as Golden Bridge realm, also called Ethereal Moth Marshal the Master. The Forium's opening Goft veins, Tong Xiao, Blood Sea, and Golden Bridgery collectively known as the Forium's off the corporeal body, with practitioners referred to as warriors. Moments later, buzz. Chen Qingyu's consciousness jolted as a distinct lie sensed the overwhelming force surrounding his body, and astonishing boundless energy. Alof creation lay beneath the embrace of this magnificent power. This is Thepoeroth Jo Tian stars. Has suddenly grasped the concept. In mana cultivation methods, the Sunand Munaris paraded from thesters, each representing different forces. However, within the Qin clan's profound secretarts, the Sunand Munarionu with thesters, existing within onified system, both belonging to stellar power. Then Latuskamits. With a shift in thought, Chen Qingyu focused his mind and cultivate. As expected, with a solid theoretica foundation, his initial foray into cultivation progressed smooth, lying a brief moment, had successful reformed Stargate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They mince power of testers' world around Chen Qingyu, continuous life flowing into his body. This caused the light surrounding his form to again torp subtly. Countless streams of stellar energy, guided by his intent, operate according to the method, gradually earthening his body while simultaneously opening his first martial vein. However, before long, Chen Qingyu halted his cultivation, opened his eyes, and shook his head. Upon introspection, Hessa within his body, a kintith pitch black expands off space, as short light path the trezomble diminutive worm. This represented a martial vein the Thadia to be successfully opened. The opening Goth veins realm consists of 9 levels successfully opening the first martial vein signifius entrance in the first oval. Different cultivation methods sallow for varying number soft martial veins stobio pinetic level. The Jotion star constellation scripturus permit the appeaning Gofnina martial veins Seta Creel Makiving the completion of Tanina levels, resultanatio Nemar, sufficient to overshadow Wather Sanser past million sath opening Goth veins realm. Yet at this space, it will require a full 10 days to open a single martial vein. Adioni martial veins become increasing difficulto attain nearly 3 short years, wills cars lamanagatoa centothtonch. Too slow. Chinking you felt a twin job dissatisfaction within. Indeed, mitru apta to de4 cultivation likely online amounts to 4 stars quit subpar. Then it seems ze must reserto extraordinary measures. Hep pouted slight lion sang his focus on some more. Activating 9 breath breathing technique. Chunkingi you took a deep breath. In an instant, the surrounding energy is off heaven and earth transformed into torrent, drawn by a mysterious force, flooding Jinto his body. This energy, guided by the 9 breathing technique, was extraordinarily pure. Whoosh. Chinkingi maintained this breathing grithmashiks hay led this breath. Almost simultaneously, Thekion blood within him trim bled slightly, and massive mount soft puree energy word amaticlera finedent, transformed into high sown strength with ejaculation and exhalation. Heku distinct licensus significant increase in his power. This feeling. A trace of astonishment flickered in his eye isa steadied his mind, maintaining is breathing rhythm to complete the essay of 9 breaths. Afterward, introspected Donsmore, utterly astounded. This. The small light path within his body, hidden in the depths of the dark void, had grown over 10-fold and continued to expand with each breath. Estimating this, his heart raced. Completing a single psyche of 9 breaths equate storolese exercif intensa cultivation? This is utterly astonishing. Snapping back to reality, a flush of excitement spread across his face a sharapid like calculated. Each breath takes approximately 3 to 4 skins. In minute, Hekud complete about 2 cycles of 9 breaths. This meant that with Onamanu top breathing, equaled the fortsifithers with ze malardolent laborin foriful 12 hours. In a day, comprising 12 hours, that translates to 1,400 amphortime minutes. Thus, if you were redo to nothing but breathe, you would match the relental's efforts if the Soforgafidandrist for an entire 4 years. The 9 breath breathing technique surpassed his wildest expectations. Wow. A thismament, a singular thought consumption yusment. Imabauto so our town imaginable heights. Chapter 3. Achieving the realm of enlightenment in a day, continuously thriving in abundance within the tranquil chamber, Qian Xingyu gradually regained his composure as the initial excitement subsided, replaced by a sense of fatigue. He stifled a yawn and muttered, "Cultivation? What nonsense! Perhaps I should indulge in a brief slumber. After all, I am still a child in need of ample rest." The 9-breath technique, a divine method of absorption, would operate automatically as long as he continued to breathe, ceaselessly enhancing his cultivation. With the method functioning independently, what need was there for further concern? Sleep it is. Then, he adjusted his position, rolled up the mat to serve as a pillow, and contentedly drifted off. Before long, he was enveloped in dreams, his breathing deep and even. Meanwhile, in the divine city of Changluo, the other 6 children of noble lineage who had completed their talent assessments were diligently engrossed in their training. Dad, Qin Xingyuan emerged from his family's meditation chamber, his head hung low in disappointment. My cultivation speed is far too slowed. It takes me an entire day of arduous effort to open a single meridian. And it takes several months just to reach the enlightenment realm. The burly man furrowed his brow upon hearing this and scolded, "What utter nonsense! One must understand that cultivation is as arduous as moving mountains. Most martial artists spend their entire lives lingering in the meridian opening stage. Furthermore, the inferior techniques they practice allow them to open merely 1 or 2 meridians per realm, often making no progress for over a decade. Unable to open even a single meridian. Nevertheless, they do not slacken in their efforts, for persistence breaks through stone, and a saw can cut through wood. They toil day in and day out without rest." With a hint of disappointment in his tone, he continued, "And you, being a direct descendant of the esteemed Qin family of Changluo, possessing the rare 7-star talent and the pure yang sacred body, should be able to open a meridian in a single day. This is a tremendous fortune. How can you be so ungrateful? If you maintain such a mindset, what is the point of continuing your cultivation? You might as well leave Changluo and raise pigs." Chen Xingyuan shrank back slightly, murmuring, "I was just thinking about that detestable Qin Xingyu. With the world's strongest 9-star talent, he must be cultivating at a far faster rate than I am." The burly man snorted and admonished, "Your 7-star talent and pure yang sacred body, combined with the Supreme Sun's sacred technique, grant you a cultivation speed surpassing that of 8 stars. Even if he is faster than you, how much faster can he be? As long as you strive to catch up, pushing yourself daily, the moment he becomes complacent, he will be overtaken by you. However, if you lack the courage to pursue him, you will be destined to remain beneath his heel for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyuan took a deep breath, determination flickering across his youthful face. Dad, I understand. I am not that far behind him. I will definitely catch up. The burly man nodded in satisfaction. Now that sounds like my child. Go forth, cultivate diligently, and strive to open your first meridian today, officially becoming a meridian-opening martial artist. Yes, Chen Xingyuan responded. His spirit rekindled as he turned to return to his meditation chamber. After a considerable time had passed, Chen Xingyu suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body, his internal energy surging, jolting him awake. What's happening? Rubbing his eyes, he glanced around in confusion before recalling the situation and hastily turned inward to inspect his body. In the abyss of darkness, 9 luminous pathways had astonishingly extended to their terminus, intertwining and forming a complete circuit. Beyond these 9 pathways, a brand new pathway was emerging, gradually growing. Streams of faint blue, shimmering energy flowed endlessly, circulating within the 9 pathways. This is stellar true energy. I have successfully opened 9 meridians. I have entered the second layer of the meridian opening realm. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chen Xingyu regained his focus and erupted into joyous laughter, his spirits soaring. He had rested for a mere half an hour, equivalent to the months of toil that others, including that foolish Chen Xingyuan, would endure, who likely had yet to open even a single meridian, and here he was, already a practitioner of the second layer of the meridian opening realm. Indeed, the thrill of riding on the coattails of fortune is incomparable. Chen Xingyu smiled with satisfaction. The 9-breath technique afforded him a cultivation speed far surpassing that of anyone else in the world. Moreover, as one of the 36 transformations of the celestial phenomenon, its potential was unimaginably high. As his cultivation advanced, the power of this technique would similarly ascend, ensuring he would forever remain ahead of his peers, to the point they would be unable to even perceive his tail lights. Splendid. At this rate, I shall likely reach the enlightenment realm by tomorrow morning, he sighed, reflecting on the simple, monotonous life of cultivation. With a chuckle, Chen Xingyu stood and approached the door, activating the mechanism. The azure jade partition gradually ascended with a resounding rumble, and as the array's mystical light dissipated, he stepped outside the chamber. In the courtyard, Chen Zhengxing was still seated, promptly turning to him with a query. How does it feel to have cultivated for the first time? Chen Xingyu replied earnestly, It feels absolutely fantastic, however. I am rather hungry now. I don't wish to cultivate any longer. I want to eat. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing nodded. The path of cultivation requires balance. Overexerting oneself is not the correct approach. Moreover, given your youth, you require sufficient nourishment for growth. You cannot starve yourself while cultivating. He paused momentarily before inquiring, What would you like to eat? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare it for you. Chen Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the question. I want roasted dragon liver, the ribs of the blazing fire demon bull, and the 100-flower jade dew soup, along with, he enthusiastically enumerated 7 or 8 exquisite dishes, each a delicacy that could deplete a small nation's treasury. Very well, Chen Zhengxing conceded. I am also feeling hungry. Let us dine together. After enjoying their meal, the father and son parted ways. Chen Zhengxing offered a few reminders to encourage his son to focus on cultivation before retreating to his meditation chamber to engage in solitary practice. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyu stealthily made his way to the study, retrieving several novels of fantastical tales, and nestled within his meditation chamber, thoroughly engrossed in reading. As evening approached and the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Xingyu exited the chamber, dined alone, and spent another hour immersed in his books. After washing up, he retired to his small bed to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Xingyu awoke, still drowsy, and instinctively turned inward to inspect his body. In the abyss of darkness, 80 luminous pathways intricately wove into an almost complete system. The final meridian was in the process of being opened, its progress only halfway complete. The stellar true energy coursing through these 80 meridians was robust and imposing. many times more potent than when he had first opened the meridians yesterday. Excellent, he whistled in delight, brimming with joy. He swung his legs off the bed, dressed himself, and was soon attended by a servant bearing jade dew and pearl powder for his morning ablutions. As Chen Qingyu brushed his teeth with the ethereal ivory brush, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, and true energy surged forth. Upon examining his internal state, he discovered that all 81 meridians had been fully opened, forming a complete cycle, with waves of stellar true energy oscillating back and forth. With a thunderous roar, after yet another cycle of the 9-breath technique, the true energy surged and forcefully converged at the nexus of the 81 meridians. In that instant, infinite radiance erupted, illuminating the dark void as the intertwining pathways birthed a radiant, resplendent star. This was the earthly aperture. At the moment of its condensation, all true energy rushed inward, leaving not a single drop behind. Momentarily stalling before bursting forth in a torrent, with each contraction and expansion, the true energy was compressed and refined, growing even more formidable. After 9 cycles of this process, the faint blue stellar true energy had undergone a complete metamorphosis. If the true energy of the meridian opening realm was formless, then the true energy of the enlightenment realm had begun to take on a vaporous quality, resembling countless tiny droplets suspended within the energy itself. In terms of cohesion, explosive potential, and endurance, it vastly exceeded that of the meridian opening realm. Wonderful, Chen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, continuing to brush his teeth. With each breath, an abundance of primal energy surged in, coalescing into a brand new star, gradually transforming from dimness to brilliance. A quarter of an hour later, in the dining hall, the father and son were enjoying their breakfast. Chen Zhengxing was sipping porridge while Chen Qingyu savored his meal with unabashed delight, his face smeared with grease. "Slow down your eating," Chen Zhengxing remarked, exasperated. "My rest period is nearing its end. Starting tomorrow, I will be on duty in the lunar caverns, and I will not be able to accompany you for the next 2 weeks. During this time, without anyone to supervise your cultivation, you must rely on your own discipline." "Oh." Chen Qingyu mumbled around a mouthful of food. "I understand, Dad." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing set down his bowl and casually asked, "By the way, did you manage to open your first meridian after training for most of the day yesterday?" "The first meridian?" Chen Qingyu blinked, swallowing the last morsel of food with a grin. "Dad, you underestimate me. I have already broken through to the enlightenment realm." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing instinctively nodded and said, "Oh, really? You have already opened." As he spoke, a sudden sense of unease washed over him, and he widened his eyes in confusion, asking, "What did you just say? You said you have broken through to what?" "The enlightened realm." Chen Qingyu wiped his mouth and chuckled. "If you don't believe it, just take a look for yourself." Without waiting to respond, Chen Zhengxing's eyes immediately sparkled with starlight as he scrutinized Chen Qingyu's form. In that instant, Chen Zhengxing's body froze abruptly, as though struck by lightning, his expression revealing a hint of disbelief. He saw it clearly. Within Chen Qingyu's body, there resided 81 celestial martial veins, and 3 earthly apertures flickered and shone brilliantly. This was undeniably the cultivation of the enlightened realm. This? Chen Zhengxing was left in a daze. Chapter 4. The stirring of the upper echelons. The seclusion of the ancestor. This was impossible. Chen Zhengxing regained his composure, and his first reaction was one of absurdity. Achieving the enlightened realm in just 1 day. Not only had he never heard of such a thing, but even the most ancient texts bore no record of it. Even in the myths and legends of the ancient emperors and supreme beings, nothing this outrageous had ever been noted. He fell silent, his eyes shimmering with starlight as he gazed intently at Chen Qingyu. Yet, no matter how he looked, the 81 interwoven celestial martial veins and the 3 shining earthly apertures within Chen Qingyu remained irrefutably genuine. This was not a case of his eyes deceiving him or an illusion. Rather, his son had truly entered the enlightened realm after merely 1 day of training. It took Chen Zhengxing several glances to reluctantly accept this reality. His voice hoarse as he stammered, You opened 81 martial veins in just 1 day, and also activated 3 earthly apertures? How did you accomplish this?" This was the aspect he found most incomprehensible. Even with a 9-star talent, regarded as the strongest in the world, The Qin family had witnessed numerous such unparalleled prodigies over their history of over 100,000 years, and no matter how fast one cultivated, there were limits. It was utterly impossible to ascend to the enlightened realm in a single day. This was simply too exaggerated. It's quite simple. Qin Qingyu shrugged and replied casually, I just ate some food, read some books, and my cultivation naturally improved. This? Chen Zhengxing's eyes widened, filled with bewilderment. This was possible? Eating and reading could lead to self-improvement in cultivation. How could that be? He instinctively set out to refute this. But before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped, his face reflecting a trace of shock. Under his gaze, another brilliant star ignited within Chen Qingyu. This meant that, in such a brief time, in the mere moments they had been conversing, Chen Qingyu's cultivation had actually increased once more. Chen Zhengxing's complexion paled, rendering him speechless. The events transpiring within Chen Qingyu's being shattered his lifelong understanding of cultivation. He suddenly stood up and said gravely, Stay here, do not go anywhere, wait for my return. Huh? Chen Qingyu looked up in surprise and asked, Wait for your return. Where are you going, Dad? Chen Zhengxing took a deep breath, to the floating sky palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's eyes brightened, and he replied eagerly, All right, I will wait for you here. Chen Zhengxing nodded and swiftly departed the dining hall. Within the floating sky palace, Qin Yaoguang and numerous clan elders were convening in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, discussing clan affairs. The Changluo Qin family occupied the territory of the ancient Qinlu Kingdom, spanning billions of miles, with a population as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, making management exceedingly challenging. At that moment, a dazzling galaxy streaked across the sky, its radiant starlight tearing through the ninefold golden gale, landing before the floating sky palace. Qin Yaoguang and the elders sensed this spectacle, their expressions shifting slightly. Qin Zhengxing? Qin Yaoguang furrowed his brow, contemplating. What is this young man up to? Clan leader. A steady voice resonated from outside the Golden Hall. Zhengxing has urgent matters to discuss. Qin Yaoguang replied, Come in, join us in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Qin Zhengxing acknowledged and hastily stepped forward into the hall. Qin Yaoguang and the elders paused their meeting, engaging in casual conversation, speculating about the reason for Qin Zhengxing's visit. Moments later, Qin Zhengxing entered the hall, bowed respectfully to everyone and said, Greetings to the clan leader and esteemed elders. No need for such formalities. Chen Guangyao nodded, gesturing for him to continue. What urgent matter do you wish to report? Qin Zhengxing took a deep breath and stated solemnly, It concerns my son, Qin Qingyu. Qingyu? Qin Yaoguang was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing serious as he pressed further. What has happened to him? Qin Qingyu was the first direct descendant with a 9-star talent in nearly 3,000 years, which warranted significant attention. He hasn't encountered any trouble. Rather, Chen Zhengxing paused to choose his words carefully and whispered, He has already broken through to the enlightened realm. As soon as these words fell, the Hall of Supreme Harmony fell into an eerie silence. Chen Guangyao and the elders exchanged incredulous glances, unsure if they had misheard. After a brief moment, Qin Yaoguang regained his composure, his expression one of disbelief. You mean Qingyu has broken through to the enlightened realm? Are you serious? Qin Zhengxing's demeanor was solemn as he replied. I understand that the clan leader and esteemed elders may find this hard to believe, deeming it too absurd. In truth, I was also skeptical at first. However, the evidence is irrefutable. Qingyu's cultivation cannot be faked, as you all can see for yourselves. Chen Guangyao hesitated at this, recalling his understanding of Chen Zhengxing, knowing he wouldn't lie about something so easily debunked. Yet, to achieve the enlightened realm in a single day, such a feat was indeed too outrageous, challenging his capacity to accept or believe. Finally, he looked deeply at Qin Zhengxing and said, Then I shall witness this with my own eyes. With that, he focused his mind, and a powerful wave of divine consciousness surged forth like a tempest. The divine sense permeated the floating sky palace, sweeping across the entire divine capital of Changluo, swiftly locating Qin Qingyu and assessing his cultivation. In the next moment, Chen Yaoguang was shaken to his core, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was indeed real. A storm of emotions surged within him, disbelief etched across his features as he murmured, This is truly incredible. The other elders, unable to contain themselves, began to extend their divine senses, quickly freezing in place like marionettes. One elder managed to turn his stiff neck and spoke in a hoarse voice. According to clan records, the fastest to achieve the enlightened realm was the ancestor Tianqi 5,000 years ago. Right? Yes, the elder inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. The ancestor Tianqi possessed a 9-star talent and was a starborn sacred body, perfectly aligned with our Chen family's cultivation techniques, as if heaven sent. The ancestor Tianqi took half a month to break through to the enlightened realm and achieved the Blood Sea in 80 days. In our clan's history spanning over 100,000 years, no one has surpassed him. Yet now, Qingyu, he has done it in just a day. Chen Guangyao suddenly stood up, fixing an intense gaze on Chen Zhengxing. His tone grave. How many people are aware of this matter? Chen Zhengxing shook his head, responding earnestly, aside from myself, no one else knows. Excellent. Qin Yaoguang inhaled deeply, decisively stating, you must return immediately and bring Qingyu to the floating sky palace. This matter must not leak out. The implications are far too significant. We can no longer make decisions on our own. Achieving the enlightened realm in a single day may be an occurrence unseen in millennia. We must urgently summon the 9 ancestors from seclusion to deliberate on this matter. Chapter 5. The Esteemed Son of Destiny. The bestowal of the clan's secret classics. Understood. The elders, in response to Chen Yaoguang's resolution, expressed no dissent. The more powerful one's cultivation, the clearer the understanding of the terrifying significance behind achieving the enlightened realm in just one day at IT, is no exaggeration to say that this is the most monumental shift in the Chen family's legacy in over 100,000 years. They could no longer make decisions on their own. It was imperative for the ancestors who could firmly uphold the clan's foundation to intervene. Zhengxing understands. Without another word, Qin Zhengxing bowed and turned to leave, hastily departing the floating sky palace. Everyone, please wait here, Chen Yaoguang instructed before swiftly exiting the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After his departure, the elders immediately began to converse excitedly in small groups, animatedly discussing the unprecedented event. One day. Merely one day. Achieving the enlightened realm in just one day. I initially found it hard to believe, as I myself possessed an 8-star talent and took a full 3 months to reach the enlightened realm. Indeed, it took me 5 months. Qingyu's talent is simply terrifying. Terrifying? It's beyond that. Even with a 9-star talent and an innate Dao body, one could only be compared to Qingyu as a mere shoe shiner. He is no longer merely a young sage. He may well be deemed a young emperor. Could it be that in my lifetime, I might witness our Qin family give rise to an invincible emperor? Numerous elders, their faces flushed with excitement, found it difficult to contain their emotions. They seemed to foresee a radiant sun, destined to illuminate the ages, slowly ascending from the Chen lineage. Suddenly, an overwhelming force akin to a cataclysm erupted unexpectedly, causing the entire floating celestial palace to tremble slightly. An unparalleled and magnificent will descended upon the palace, accompanied by an immense surge of starlight. The 9 ancestors have awakened. The multitude of elders instantly comprehended the gravity of the moment. In the next instant, the space rippled like water, and a tall figure with long, flowing white hair materialized in the Taihao Hall. His features were unremarkable, yet his eyes appeared to contain an entire sea of stars. The aura he emanated was enough to leave the elders breathless. In contrast, Chen Guangyao, who also appeared beside him, immediately became a mere footnote. Bow before our ancestor. We pay our respects to the 9 ancestors. The many elders of the Chen family hastily rose, bowing in deep reverence. Rise, the white-haired man said with a slight nod, taking his seat in the main position and waving his sleeve. In that moment, space shifted, and time seemed to warp. Chen Zhengxing, who was hurriedly fleeing, and Chen Qingyu, who had just finished his breakfast, found themselves suddenly transported to the Taihao Hall before they could comprehend what had occurred. What? The two were momentarily stunned as they surveyed their surroundings. Zhengxing, Qingyu, Chen Guangyao spoke in a deep voice. This is the 9 ancestor, one of the revered ancestors who suppresses the foundation of the Chen clan. Chen Zhengxing's expression tightened, and he immediately bowed deeply. I am the descendant Chen Zhengxing, honored to meet our ancestor. Chen Qingyu quickly followed suit. Qingyu pays respects to our ancestor, and no need for excessive formalities. The white-haired man said, turning his gaze to Chen Qingyu, a faint smile appearing on his face as he praised. A prodigy indeed. Truly, a prodigy. Your cultivation talent is exceedingly rare, surpassing even the innate Tao body and chaos divine body. This is a great fortune for our Qin family. Qin Qingyu chuckled in response. Your praise is too much, ancestor. At this moment, Qin Zhengxing could no longer restrain himself and asked, dare I inquire, ancestor, why is my son Qingyu's talent so extraordinary yet he is merely classified as a 9-star talent? He does not even possess a special constitution. As soon as these words left his mouth, Chen Guangyao and the other elders instinctively turned their gazes towards the white-haired man, sharing their confusion. Heh, the white-haired man chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, this is quite simple. Others may have their 9-star talents measured by the life-determining Jade Ruler, but that is because they only possess 9-star talent themselves. As for Qingyu, the reason his talent is only rated as 9-star is due to the limitations of the life-determining Jade Ruler, which can only present as much. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, ancient legends speak of 3,000 types of special constitutions in the world, each with its own mysterious qualities. Yet to this day, we only know of a little over 100 types of sacred bodies. Divine bodies and Tao bodies. Much knowledge has long been lost. Qingyu must possess a special constitution, one that far surpasses the innate Tao body and chaos divine body, but the life-determining Jade Ruler is unable to detect it. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing, Chen Guangyao, and the other elders finally understood that it was not a matter of Chen Qingyu's inadequacies. Rather, the life-determining Jade Ruler could not reveal the true extent of Chen Qingyu's cultivation talent and constitution. Qingyu, the white-haired man, turned to look at Qin Qingyu, his expression turning solemn. Your talent is the greatest hope for the rise of our Qin family in the desolate lands, to reign supreme for generations to come. From this day forth, you shall be the Daozi of our Qin family. I will personally guide and protect you. At this declaration, Chen Guangyao and the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet none dared to voice dissent. Chen Zhengxing, however, felt his body stiffen, his heart trembling with trepidation. Daozi? Qin Qingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, ancestor, if I become the Daozi, will I be able to visit the floating celestial palace every day? The floating celestial palace? The white-haired man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. If you wish to come, you may do so at any time. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve and produced a jade ring of blue and white. Gently taking Chen Qingyu's small hand to place it on his finger, the jade ring shimmered briefly before automatically resizing to fit his thumb. This is the symbol of your status as Daozi. Cherish it and do not part with it for a moment. The white-haired man continued, his expression growing serious. This ring not only signifies your standing but also grants you considerable privileges, including the freedom to enter and leave the floating celestial palace. Furthermore, this ring can protect you from 3 life-threatening crises and summon aid in critical moments. From this moment forth, our entire Qin family will spare no effort to ensure your safety. Is it truly so? Chen Qingyu's face lit up with joy as he examined the small jade ring. There is one more matter, the white-haired man said with a smile. With your talent, continuing to cultivate the Zhou Star Atlas would be a tremendous waste. From today onward, you will switch to practicing our Qin family's secret classic, the Taihao Wuliang Feather Transformation Sutra, and I will personally instruct you. Chapter 6. Taihao Wuliang Feather Transformation Sutra Secret Classic of the Clan? Qin Qingyu exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and joy, quickly bowing. Thank you, ancestor. Ha ha ha. The white-haired youth laughed heartily, then turned to Qin Zhengxing. Zhengxing, are you still serving as the guardian of the Tine Abyss? Qin Zhengxing's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his head. Yes. The white-haired youth's smile faded, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, that incident from the past has lingered long enough. Let it go. From today onward, you shall resign from your post and spend more time with Qingyu, guiding him in his cultivation. This statement, Chen Guangyao and the other elders immediately changed their expressions, exchanging glances, and fell into an unusual silence. Chen Zhengxing trembled, deeply bowing once more, his voice hoarse. Thank you, ancestor. There is no need to thank me. The white-haired youth looked deeply at him. If you must express gratitude, then thank yourself for having such an exceptional son. Chen Zhengxing bowed again, remaining silent. Qin Qingyu observed this scene, his mind racing. It seems my father must have committed some grave error in the past. Moreover, The fact that he can guide my cultivation implies that he himself practiced the clan's secret classic. He keenly sensed that his father must have many stories from his youth. However, now was clearly not the time to inquire. Remember this, the white-haired youth rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. All information regarding Qingyu is classified as top secret. Not a single detail is to be disclosed to anyone, should anyone dare to defy this order. I will ensure they are ground to dust, their souls extracted and refined in the fires of the underworld for 1,000 years. Yes, the crowd in the hall immediately straightened, responding in unison. We shall strictly adhere to the ancestors' decree. The white-haired youth nodded slightly, turning to Qin Qingyu, a smile gracing his features. Little Qingyu, come with me. With that, he waved his sleeve, and both he and Qin Qingyu vanished from sight. Chen Guangyao and the other elders finally sighed in relief, clearly feeling considerable pressure in the presence of the ancestor. Zhangxing, Chen Guangyao turned to Chen Zhengxing and said, that incident from the past, which you stirred up so dramatically, was known to the elders and the ancestor, even if they did not intervene directly. The manner in which we dealt with you was also tacitly approved by them. However, now that the Nine Ancestor has spoken, let that matter be forgotten. You need not continue as the guardian of the Taiyan Abyss. He paused before adding earnestly, today marks your liberation. Your focus should now be on your son Qingyu. He is the future of our Qin family. Qin Zhengxing nodded silently, his voice low, I understand. Chen Guangyao nodded, then suddenly spoke meaningfully, the Nine Ancestor is right. You should thank yourself for giving birth to such an extraordinary son. The unfulfilled wishes of your youth may yet have a chance to be realized when Qingyu grows and stands proud in the world. Qin Zhengxing trembled at these words, remaining silent for a moment before heaved a deep sigh. If that is the case, I shall have no regrets in this life. In an instant, Qin Qingyu's vision blurred. When he finally regained clarity of his surroundings, his heart jolted, and his eyes widened in astonishment. All around him, both above and below, lay a breathtaking panorama of a starry sea, where countless celestial bodies twinkled, exuding an ancient and timeless aura. Amidst this boundless expanse of stars, he and a silver-haired man stood upon an island suspended in the void. This ethereal isle was adorned with verdant trees and babbling brooks, at its heart resting a 3-story bamboo pavilion, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Ancestor, is this? He uttered, his expression one of wonder as he instinctively glanced at the silver-haired youth. With a gentle smile, the silver-haired youth replied, this is an independent space I have established deep within the floating heavenly palace, where I typically engage in secluded cultivation. What do you think? The scenery is quite splendid. Isn't it? Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyu could not help but reveal a trace of shock. The creation of an independent space was indeed an extraordinary feat even among the 36 transformations of the celestial phenomenon. Only the supreme arts such as the celestial shift and star manipulation could achieve such a thing that, of course, to truly invoke those divine powers, one would require a formidable level of cultivation. Ancestor, Qin Qingyu regained his composure and murmured, so there are more independent spaces within the floating heavenly palace. Certainly, the silver-haired youth replied with a subtle smile. The floating heavenly palace is the fundamental stronghold of the Changluo Chen clan, harboring countless secrets. However, at this stage, your primary focus should be on your cultivation. As he spoke, his expression grew serious, and he declared, Qingyu, what I am about to impart to you is the ancestral secret scripture of the Chen clan, the Taihao Wuyang Yuhua True Sutra. This is a profound skill passed down directly from our forebear, the sage king of Qinlu, aimed at reaching the exalted realm of the Supreme Emperor. Its intricacies are unfathomable and constitute the very foundation of our clan. In our lineage, you alone possess the honor of receiving this profound technique directly, without any examination. You must cherish this opportunity immensely. Qin Qingyu's expression turned solemn, and he declared, Qingyu understands that I humbly request the ancestral teachings. Excellent! The silver-haired youth waved his sleeve, and a beam of spiritual light shot forth, directly embedding itself into Qin Qingyu's brow. In that instant, Qin Qingyu's mind erupted with a cacophony of mysterious characters, diagrams, and profound meanings, enveloping him entirely as he began to comprehend. The numerous scriptures and diagrams subtly coalesced into the likeness of a celestial body. This celestial embodiment was vast and incomprehensible, its entire form exuding a dark hue. radiating a weighty, ancient, desolate, and mysterious aura. This was the Taihao star. In Chen Qingyu's heart, a flicker of enlightenment surged forth. The Taihao star was the legendary progenitor of all stars, the very first celestial body birthed after the creation of the cosmos. Boundless, hefty, magnificent. After the world stabilized, the Taihao star fragmented, giving rise to the sun, moon, and countless stars between heaven and earth, serving as the source of all celestial bodies. The Taihao star represented the origin and inception of the celestial power of the cosmos. This was the most potent and noble force among the stars. A multitude of realizations flickered through Chen Qingyu's mind, causing his aura to oscillate. He lost track of time until he gradually returned to his senses and opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" the silver-haired youth inquired with a smile. "Remarkable," Chen Qingyu exclaimed, awe evident in his gaze. The Taihao Wuyang Yuhua True Sutra can, at the opening meridian stage, establish 12 celestial martial veins for each layer of heaven. As for the opening aperture stage, each layer can refine 144 earth apertures. The silver-haired youth laughed heartily, 108 martial veins and 1,296 apertures. This is the pinnacle and most perfect state for the opening meridian and opening aperture stages. Such accomplishments are referred to as the ultimate foundation. Few can establish such a foundation within the four realms of the physical body in the vast ancient continent. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu silently nodded. To cultivate the ancestral secret scripture, one must achieve extraordinary feats. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, there is only one opportunity. For direct bloodline heirs, to ascend to the Blood Sea realm before the age of 9. Yet, in reality, this is exceedingly difficult. Even with the 7-star talent and the pure yang sacred body, Chen Qingyun could only be said to have hope. "Qingyu." The silver-haired youth's demeanor grew serious as he continued. "This space was created by harnessing the power of the stars, making it most suitable for the cultivation of our clan's techniques. Take this opportunity, and I shall protect you as you transform your foundation, achieving the most potent opening meridian stage." "Yes," Chen Qingyu affirmed and sat cross-legged, silently operating the technique. In an instant, he could distinctly sense a tremendous force pouring in from the void, gently permeating his limbs and bones. Under the influence of this power, he found that a series of brand new martial veins began to emerge beyond the previously established complete cycle of 81 martial veins. With each passing moment, a new martial vein would materialize, integrating into this fresh martial vein system. The entire system was in constant flux, causing his true energy to surge and his blood to boil, his aura rising steadily. After a full quarter of an hour, as the true energy finally stabilized, Chen Qingyu turned inward to examine his body, observing 108 martial veins interwoven, emanating a sense of perfect completeness. Among the crisscrossing martial veins, 36 stars shimmered brilliantly, adorning the vast, dark void. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression slightly fatigued. "Ancestor, are you unwell?" Chen Qingyu inquired anxiously, his expression tense. "I am fine," the silver-haired youth replied with a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. "If you were to gradually transform your foundation on your own, it would take at least a year and a half. It is far more efficient for me to assist you, allowing you to save considerable time. With your talent, a year and a half would suffice for you to elevate several great realms." As he spoke, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he could not help but remark, "I wonder what kind of extraordinary constitution you possess. Your cultivation seems to progress effortlessly with each breath, seemingly without end, which is truly astonishing." Chen Qingyu chuckled and played coy. "I do not know either." The silver-haired youth did not question him further but said, "The star energy here is too dense for you to remain for long. After you depart, continue your cultivation on your own. If you encounter any difficulties, consult your father. If even he cannot resolve them, feel free to seek me in the heavenly palace." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu was taken aback. "Ancestor, are you not in slumber?" It was well known among the Chen clan that the ancestor who cultivated in the floating heavenly palace was essentially in a perpetual slumber to extend his lifespan and suppress the family's heritage. This was a common practice among ancient sacred bodies and prestigious families alike. "Ha ha ha!" The silver-haired youth laughed heartily. "I have said that your safety is more important than anything else, since I have personally come to safeguard you. I must remain steadfast until you grow strong. Chen Qingyu felt a surge of emotion and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, ancestor, go now." The silver-haired youth replied with a smile. The Taihao Wuliang Yuhua True Sutra contains numerous techniques of inherited true energy. Since you have the ability to cultivate automatically, I encourage you to delve into these martial techniques during your spare time to solidify your foundation. Yes, Chen Qingyu replied, and then he heard a familiar voice in his ear. If your talent in martial techniques is also extraordinary, then once you achieve the Blood Sea realm, a great opportunity awaits you. The great opportunity? Chen Qingyu's expression shifted at this revelation, and just as he was about to inquire further, his vision blurred once more. When he regained clarity, he found himself at the entrance of the Golden Hall in the floating Heavenly Palace. Outside the hall, Qin Zhengxing scrutinized him up and down, his expression shifting in surprise. "Qingyu? Did the ancestor personally alter your foundation?" "Yes," Chen Qingyu nodded. "The ancestor has truly exerted effort," Qin Zhengxing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "It took me 3 whole years to change my own foundation to cultivate the Taihao Wuliang Yuhua True Sutra at the Blood Sea realm. If I had waited until reaching the Golden Bridge realm, there would have been no chance to alter my foundation." Qin Qingyu blinked and asked, "So, father, does that mean you possess 8-star talent?" Qin Zhengxing chuckled but did not answer. Instead, shifting the topic, "Let us return to..." Chen Qingyu glanced at the system's main interface and whispered, "I would like to stay a little longer, if I may?" There are less than 2/4 of an hour until the system's sign-in eligibility refreshes. The sign-in locations of the system refresh every 12 hours, allowing for daily sign-ins. Each sign-in grants different benefits. Once the prize pool for a sign-in location is exhausted, the next sign-in location unlocks. However, even after the prize pool is exhausted, the original location can still be signed in at, enhancing control over previously obtained divine techniques or raising the rank of magical artifacts. Very well. Chen Zhengxing cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "Just in time. I shall guide you through the floating celestial palace, so that you may become acquainted with the profound history of our esteemed Chen family." "Excellent." Qin Qingyu's expression brightened as a faint smile graced his lips. Thereupon, Chen Zhengxing led Qin Qingyu on a leisurely stroll around the ornate interiors and exteriors of the Golden Palace, regaling him with tales of historical significance and legendary anecdotes. In a moment, a melodious chime resonated in Qin Qingyu's mind. Ding! The sign-in location at the floating celestial palace has been refreshed. Wonderful! Qin Qingyu's countenance lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he silently invoked, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding! A crisp and pleasant notification echoed in Chen Qingyu's mind. The host has signed in for the second time at the floating celestial palace. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the art of Zhongli Wuying, one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Chen Qingyu paused for a moment, pondering, Zhongli Wuying? Another of the 36 transformations? He muttered to himself. But time was of the essence, and he promptly raised his head and said, "Father, let us return." Chen Zhengxing was momentarily taken aback, but did not inquire further. He relinquished the idea of continuing their leisurely exploration and nodded in agreement. Very well. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Qingyu returned to his modest study, finally granted the opportunity to examine the newly acquired supernatural ability. Zhongli Wuying, literally interpreted, it signifies standing in sunlight without casting a shadow. At first glance, it appeared to be a mere trivial trick. However, in reality, it was a profound technique that allowed one to conceal oneself in a void, far surpassing the likes of typical invisibility techniques. "Let me give it a try," Chen Qingyu thought, filled with excitement. He promptly rose, opened the window of his study, and let the sunlight pour in. After carefully selecting the right angle, he concentrated his mind and commanded, "Zhongli Wuying." In an instant, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The beams of sunlight streaming and seemed to pass directly through his form. Within the sunlight, countless specks of dust floated up and down. Yet when cast upon the ground, Chen Qingyu's shadow was nowhere to be found. This effect caused Qin Qingyu to shift his gaze rapidly, taking stock of his surroundings. By invoking Zhongli Wuying, external light passed through his body as if he were perpetually situated in an invisible force field. He could clearly see others, yet they could not perceive him. Indeed, even at this early stage, the effect rivaled that of invisibility. Within the realm of physical cultivation, such an extraordinary technique was a rarity. Chen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. The potency of supernatural techniques grew alongside his cultivation level. Presently, as a practitioner of the Tongqiao realm, Zhongli Wuying allowed him to become invisible but could not obscure his scent, sound, or body heat. With further advancement, he would be able to completely sever external influences, rendering him nearly imperceptible as long as he was not touched. Ultimately, he might even achieve a state of ethereality, passing through walls and traversing the earth, impervious to any formations or magical restrictions. There would be no place he could not reach. After all, the art of Zhongli Wuying, when perfected, was said to transcend the 3 realms and escape the 5 elements. It was a state where one could move without a trace, eluding all paths of existence. Excellent! A hint of exhilaration graced Chen Qingyu's features. After experimenting for a while longer, he withdrew his focus from the technique, turning inward to assess his cultivation. Soon, clarity dawned upon him. At this rate, within a day, he could refine over 400 earthly acupoints. This meant that achieving the Blood Sea realm would require merely 3 days. 3 days later, what splendid weather! Chen Qingyuan stepped out of the courtyard and stretched contentedly. After days of relentless training, he had grown somewhat gaunt, and finally, his father had permitted him a brief half-hour respite outdoors. What to do now that I've ventured out? He mused as he strolled along the bustling street, scratching his head. Perhaps I should seek out that detestable Chen Qingyu for some trouble? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head in denial. No, he possesses a 9-star talent. He is probably far stronger than me now. If I confront him, I would likely end up on the losing side. And that would not be worth it, he hesitated, a trace of vexation flickering across his youthful features. Suddenly, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye and instinctively looked up, only to be left utterly astonished. In the heavens above, a misty white cloud was gliding downward, and a familiar diminutive figure stood atop it, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. Is that Chen Qingyu? His eyes widened in disbelief. In a way, he's flying in the sky. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, glancing back and forth 3 times before confirming that it was indeed Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu is flying in the sky. What on earth is happening? We both just started our training, and he has only recently unlocked his 4th meridian, still far from the 2nd layer of the meridian opening realm. Yet here he is, soaring through the air? At that moment, Chen Qingyu noticed him and broke into a wide grin, swiftly steering the cloud to hover above him. Is that not Chen Qingyu? Haven't seen you in a few days. You look rather underwhelming. How did you lose so much weight? Chen Qingyuan, gazing up in stupefaction at the figure standing on the cloud, suddenly yelped, "Oh my goodness!" He turned and sprinted back to his family's courtyard, shouting, "Father, you must listen to me. Chen Qingyu can fly." A bewildered voice emanated from within the courtyard, belonging to a burly man. He instinctively extended his spiritual sense, but found nothing amiss. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of cries erupted, mingled with Chen Qingyuan's anguished pleas. "Father, please stop. I'm not lying." He, Chen Qingyu chuckled, stroking the jade ring on his thumb, marveling, "What a treasure! This ring has allowed me to discover numerous astounding uses over the past few days. For instance, within the capital of Changluo, it can nearly obscure the spiritual senses and gaze of all members of the Chen clan. It can even make them subconsciously forget about themselves, diminishing their presence. Time to make my exit." He guided the cloud swiftly back to his own courtyard. Over the course of 3 days, he had consecutively signed in at the floating celestial palace 3 times, acquiring 3 new extraordinary abilities: cloud riding, sand manipulation, and the extraction of primordial yang. Among them, the ability to ride clouds granted him the power of flight, surpassing even certain aspects of grandmasters of the Golden Bridge realm. When perfected, this technique would enable him to traverse vast distances effortlessly, soaring from the North Sea to the Kangwu Mountains, covering millions of miles with ease. As for the other 2 abilities, sand manipulation was purely an offensive technique of immense power, compensating for his previous lack of attacking capabilities. Though its name may sound rather unimpressive, akin to third-rate martial arts, it was indeed a formidable supernatural skill. The sandstorm of the Yellow Wind Demon, once unleashed, could conjure a tempest of yellow sand that would obscure the heavens, with a force so great that even the legendary Sun Wukong would struggle to withstand it without the wind-controlling pearl. Sand manipulation, however, was merely an incomplete, weakened version of this technique. The true sand manipulation, when mastered, could unleash apocalyptic sandstorms that would reduce mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies to mere dust, transforming the world into a desolate wasteland. As for the final ability, the extraction of primordial yang, it possessed an air of mystery, and he had yet to fully grasp its specific applications. "You've returned," Chun Zhengxing remarked, observing Chen Qingyu descend from the clouds. His voice tinged with wonder. This truly is remarkable. Though it was not the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle, he could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Currently, the elders, including the ancestors and Chen Yaoguang, unanimously believed that Chen Qingyu had awakened a rather formidable constitution. This constitution not only facilitated his rapid cultivation, but also enabled him to unlock some inexplicable abilities, such as the capacity to fly at such an early stage in the Tongxiao realm. "Father," Chen Qingyu called out, hastily making his way towards the meditation chamber in the rear courtyard. "I'll see you later." "I need to enter seclusion?" "Enter seclusion?" Chen Zhengxing was momentarily taken aback, astonishment etched upon his face. "Are you serious? In recent days, when had he ever seen Chen Qingyu engage in earnest training? Yet now, he was unexpectedly expressing a desire to enter seclusion? What could this mean? Indeed, Chen Qingyu called out as he ran farther away, "I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Blood Sea realm. I must go into seclusion." As soon as his words fell, Chen Zhengxing froze, confusion washing over his features. "The Blood Sea realm? How long has it been? 3 days or 4? My son, Chen Qingyu, is about to transform from a mere child without any cultivation into a formidable warrior of the Blood Sea realm." He fell into a contemplative silence, a profound sense of absurdity welling up within him. How long had he toiled to reach the Blood Sea realm? A grueling 3 years of relentless effort, honing himself day and night, until he finally managed to catch up with the 9-year-old cultivation assessment, thanks to his exceptional talent. Yet now, recalling the hardships he had endured and glancing at Chen Qingyu, he could only sigh deeply. With a deep sigh, he shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, "I truly am getting old in the tranquil meditation chamber." Chen Qingyu settled himself cross-legged, inhaling deeply several times as he turned his gaze inward. In the vast expanse of space, darkness had transformed. 108 martial veins crisscrossed, and at the intersections of these veins, countless brilliant stars flickered in a dense array, a total of 1,290 stars. Only 6 more earthly orifices remained to reach the pinnacle of the enlightened realm. Chen Qingyu patiently awaited the unfolding Dian but a moment. As the stars coalesced one by one, the 1,296th earthly orifice was finally ignited. The enlightened realm's 9th layer was complete. In that instant, Chen Qingyu felt his entire being tremble, as if his consciousness had plunged into an uncharted territory. Within this unknown realm, what had once been a haze now revealed a glimmer of light. That light surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly expanding and completely unveiling a brand new domain. Heaven and earth converged, giving rise to the Blood Sea in his heart. A flicker of understanding emerged. Gazing inward, he could distinctly see that behind the heavenly martial veins and earthly orifices, a peculiar void had been opened, resembling a backdrop. This was the Blood Sea, also referred to as the Qi Sea. Once the Blood Sea was established, the deep blue star energy within Chen Qingyu surged into it, rapidly undergoing transformation. Chapter 9. The Void Dao Realm. Moments later, exhaling sharply, Chen Qingyu opened his eyes and slowly expelled a breath of murky air. His expression lightening. The Blood Sea realm was indeed remarkable. At this moment, the energy within him had undergone a significant transformation, becoming even more potent. The energy of the Blood Sea had completely liquefied, flowing like a gentle stream from the Blood Sea, coursing through the martial veins and orifices. Within the deep blue energy, countless points of light twinkled, reminiscent of a sea of stars. The practice of the Blood Sea realm entails continuously expanding the Blood Sea, preparing to forge the Golden Bridge. When the Blood Sea envelopes all the martial veins and orifices, the cultivation of the Blood Sea realm will be complete. Chen Qingyu's thoughts raced rapidly. He looked inward and could clearly see that his Blood Sea was vast and boundless. But it only covered 1/10 of the martial veins and orifices. His unparalleled foundation truly was unmatched in the world. Having just ascended to the Blood Sea realm, the strength and expanse of the Blood Sea he had opened were sufficient to overshadow most martial artists who had achieved perfection in the Blood Sea realm. However, due to the sheer number of martial veins and orifices, cultivation became even more challenging. Naturally, his future would be all the more expansive because of this. Having ascended to the Blood Sea realm, it was time to visit the ancestral elder and inquire about the great opportunity he had mentioned. Chen Xingyu felt an itch of impatience in his heart. Something that even the great 9 ancestors referred to as a grand opportunity must be extraordinary. Even though he possessed a signing-in system, no one would ever turn down more treasures, would they? Thus, he set off. Chen Xingyu swiftly rose from his meditative space and encountered his father, Chen Zhengxing, waiting in the courtyard. You have broken through? Chen Zhengxing could not help but scrutinize him. Filled with emotion, in just 3 or 4 days, you have traversed the path that took me 3 years to complete. Truly remarkable. Chen Xingyu chuckled. Dad, I must make a trip to the Floating Heaven Palace. I will see you later. Chen Zhengxing nodded in acknowledgement. With a thought, Chen Xingyu summoned a cloud of auspiciousness beneath his feet, lifting him skyward with grace. Moments later, Chen Xingyu soared through the skies, arriving at the lofty heights of the celestial firmament. As he gazed outward, a vast expanse of golden gale enveloped the higher heavens, yet did not obscure the brilliance of the sun. Through the gale, he could vaguely discern a magnificent palace standing proud above the sea of clouds. Chen Xingyu casually turned his fingers, and the formidable 9 layers of gales before him, as if recognizing their master, instantly became docile, parting to either side and creating a passageway. Propelled by the auspicious cloud beneath him, Chen Xingyu effortlessly traversed the gale layers, arriving atop the Floating Heaven Palace. Ancestral Elder, he called out as he ascended the palace steps. I have arrived. As soon as he spoke, his vision blurred momentarily. When he regained clarity, he found himself amidst the floating island of the Starry Sea, where the 9 ancestor looked at him with a beaming smile. Little Xingyu, you have indeed lived up to my expectations. The 9 ancestors' face radiated joy, lavishing praise without reservation. In just 4 days, you have cultivated to the Blood Sea realm. Since the ancient kings established the foundation of humanity in this desolate land, you are undoubtedly the greatest of all time. Chen Xingyu grinned, blinking as if anticipating something. Ha ha ha! The 9 ancestor laughed heartily, teasingly adding, you have just broken through to the Blood Sea, and you are already eager to find me. Have you become intrigued by the great opportunity one mentioned? Of course, Chen Xingyu replied earnestly. Who wouldn't want treasures? You are quite honest, the 9 ancestor remarked, his smile widening. Very well, I will first impart to you a spell known as the Great Void Morwa Dao Incantation. You must remember it well. Reciting this incantation will allow a strand of your consciousness to enter the Great Void Dao realm, which is where the great opportunity lies. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu's expression shifted. The Great Void Dao realm? Could you elaborate, Ancestral Elder? The 9 ancestor began. Over 100,000 years ago, during the age of the ancient kings, they collectively forged a supreme treasure known as the Great Void Eternal Mirror. This mirror can create a nearly tangible super-illusion layered over the present world, with its power encompassing the entire desolate land, referred to as the Great Void Dao realm. The Great Void Morwa Dao Incantation is the key to entering the Great Void Dao realm. Chen Xingyu was left astounded. Good heavens! The ancient kings possessed the might to create a virtual world. Steadying himself, he could not help but inquire, Ancestral Elder, where precisely in the Great Void Dao realm is the great opportunity you mentioned? The 9 ancestor smiled. The Great Void Dao realm itself is a treasure trove brimming with opportunities. Within this realm, young prodigies from all directions of the desolate land will engage in sparring and combat. The Great Void Dao realm not only allows one to rapidly enhance their combat prowess without the risk of death, but also harbors numerous mysterious transformations. Of course, to seize these opportunities and transformations, one must possess the requisite strength and luck. He paused for a moment before continuing earnestly. As for the great opportunity one mentioned, it specifically refers to the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly. Chen Xingyu's breath hitched. The Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly? Indeed, the 9 ancestor nodded slightly. Are you familiar with the Yuan Emperor Palace? I am aware, Chen Xingyu affirmed. I have studied the history of the Yuan Emperor Palace during my education in the clan. Approximately 30,000 years ago, At a time when the conflicts between humanity and other races reached their zenith, a singular figure in white traversed the seas alone. His identity was a mystery, rumored to be from the same place as the ancient kings. His talent and prowess were unparalleled, standing out like a beacon in the world. He rose to prominence, sweeping aside his peers, and remained invincible. Even the most formidable elders crumbled before him. He shone like the sun and moon, casting a shadow over the earth. In that era, all invincible prodigies could only gaze upon his back. He experienced the iterations of sacred lands, the upheavals of celestial realms, and epic battles between humanity and other races, remaining undefeated throughout. His brilliance grew ever more resplendent. Until a millennium passed, the past became history, and history turned into myth. The white-clad prodigy of 1,000 years ago had transcended the realms of the ancient kings, becoming truly invincible across the world, suppressing all beneath his might and bringing an end to the era of chaos. Numerous sacred lands hailed him as the sovereign of the desolate land, the supreme of all races, known as the Yuan Emperor. Ancestral elder, Chun Qingyu's expression shifted. Is the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly related to the Yuan Emperor Palace? The Yuan Emperor, after becoming invincible, showed little interest in power. After establishing the Yuan Emperor Palace, he withdrew from the world, and for 30,000 years, the Yuan Emperor Palace remained aloof, independent from the struggles of the major sacred lands. Maintaining a transcendent status. Indeed, the Nine Ancestor nodded with a smile. It is well known that the Yuan Emperor favored uplifting the younger generation, particularly the invincible prodigies of the present age. Periodically, the Yuan Emperor would host the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly, inviting talented individuals from all corners of the world to the Yuan Emperor Palace. Regardless of their race, during the Dragon Gate Dharma Assembly, one could not only hear the Yuan Emperor's teachings but also acquire various elixirs and treasures, as well as participate in spell duels. Those who excelled in these duels not only received rewards from the Yuan Emperor, but even had the chance to be personally accepted as disciples. At this point, he deliberately paused before continuing. Can you guess how the Yuan Emperor Palace, remaining independent, selects the strongest prodigies from the entire desolate land? Chun Qingyu took a deep breath and murmured, naturally, it can only be achieved through the Taishu Dao realm. Chapter 10. The Rise of Heroes and the Clash of Infinite Talents. Indeed, the Nine Ancestors sighed, and this is the greatest opportunity. All the exceptional talents in the world are fighting desperately within the Taishu Dao realm, striving for better achievements and higher rankings, in hopes of being selected by the Yuan Emperor Palace. Especially the competition for the top position on each level of heaven is the most intense. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingyu inhaled deeply and nodded. The Taishu Dao realm itself harbors immense benefits, capable of rapidly enhancing the strength of these prodigies and overflowing with opportunities. Not to mention the immense temptation of the Longmen Dharma Assembly. He could vividly imagine how fierce the battles within the Taishu Dao realm would be. Truly, it is a convergence of countless heroes and a contest of infinite talents. The Nine Ancestors smiled and continued. Our Chun family of Chongluo is one of the custodians of the Taishu Hengshi Mirror, possessing partial authority over the Taishu Dao realm, and thus I am quite familiar with its inner workings. The entire Taishu Dao realm is divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the Blood Sea realm and the 9 higher realms above it. Among them, the Blood Sea level has the largest population, amounting to hundreds of trillions. Chun Qingyu felt somewhat breathless upon hearing this. Hundreds of trillions? That figure is indeed terrifying. The number of young warriors in the Blood Sea realm alone is staggering. The total number of cultivators across the world is practically astronomical. Moreover, with so many people, there are bound to be many talents. True powerhouses abound. The thought of the fierce competition among hundreds of trillions of warriors in the Blood Sea level was almost beyond his imagination. Yet, after a brief moment, his expression returned to normal. He looked at the Nine Ancestors and said, "Ancestor, I understand your meaning. I will enter the Taishu Dao realm and compete with the countless prodigies. I am unafraid." The Nine Ancestors chuckled. "Ah, little Qingyu, you think too highly of yourself. At present, you have only just qualified to enter the Blood Sea level of the Taishu Dao realm, yet your strength is still lacking." Chun Qingyu? The Nine Ancestors continued, "Little Qingyu, do you know that those among the strongest prodigies in the Blood Sea realm have fought for many years, experienced countless battles, and honed their martial skills and energies to perfection? They are truly formidable killing machines. But you have only practiced for 3 or 4 days, have never trained in martial skills, and possess no combat experience. How can you compete with others? After a pause, he added earnestly, you have progressed too quickly in your cultivation. This is your advantage, but also your greatest disadvantage. For at least a considerable amount of time, you will not have the opportunity to solidify and refine your martial techniques. I am merely informing you about the Taishu Dao realm to provide you with motivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu immediately retorted, Ancestor, you underestimate me. During these 3 days, I have not only been cultivating my techniques, but have also selected my martial skills. And I am nearing the threshold of mastery. The 9 ancestors, intrigued, inquired, what martial skills have you chosen? Chen Xingyu replied confidently, I have selected the Taihao Zhentian Fist, Taihao Lian Ti method, and Tianqing Qianin method. His criteria for choosing martial skills were simple. They must be powerful, durable, and swift. These 3 martial skills perfectly met his requirements. For instance, the Taihao Zhentian Fist utilizes the true energy of the stars to propel the intent of the Taihao Fist, capable of generating boundless strength, resembling ancient stars crushing down, magnificent and vast, with inexhaustible power. The Taihao Lian Ti method refines the body with star energy, transforming it into a Taihao star body, impervious to damage. Rendering ordinary attacks as futile as an ant attempting to shake the stars, the Tianqing Qianin method simulates the gravitational forces between stars, capable of maneuvering within a confined space, making it unparalleled in the world. During these past 3 days, he has already been cultivating these 3 martial skills. Thanks to the existence of the 9 breath absorption divine technique, he possesses an inexhaustible supply of true energy, allowing him to practice without the need for rest, thus rapidly advancing in his martial training. In just 3 days, his progress could rival that of a top-tier warrior who has dedicated an entire month to cultivation. At this moment, he was close to truly mastering these 3 formidable martial skills. With such a pace of advancement, coupled with the various powerful divine techniques he had obtained, he was confident enough to challenge the world's heroes. Very well, the 9 ancestors nodded. Martial skills and divine techniques value quality over quantity. These 3 martial skills will suffice for you at this stage. He regarded Chen Xingyu with a smile. He remarked, you seem to be brimming with confidence, eager to enter the Taishu Dao realm and witness the prowess of those extraordinary prodigies. Very well, I shall now impart to you the Taishu Moruo Dao walking spell. Listen closely. Lowering his voice, he transmitted a 16-character incantation into Chen Xingyu's ear, reciting it 3 times in succession. Once Chen Xingyu committed it to memory, he nodded, Ancestor, I have memorized it. Excellent, the 9 ancestors said with a smile. When you return, you can activate the spell with your true energy to enter the Taishu Dao realm. The wonders of the Taishu Dao realm will reveal themselves to you once you step inside. I shall not disclose them in advance. With that, he waved his hand. Go now. If you have any questions, come find me again. As his words fell, Chen Xingyu felt a flash before his eyes and was transported out of the star-sea space. Returning to the floating heaven palace. Regaining his composure, he summoned a cloud and swiftly departed from the floating heaven palace. Moments later, he returned to his courtyard, searched around, but could not find his father. Chen Zhengxing, and guessed he must be off training again. Never mind. I shall first explore the Taishu Dao realm. The virtual world within the fantasy is quite intriguing, Chen Xingyu thought to himself as he quickly made his way to the study. Seated at his desk, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to silently recite the Taishu Moruo Dao walking spell while channeling his true energy. In an instant, a slight tremor coursed through his mind, as if his thoughts were abruptly elevated, transporting him to an unknown realm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pitch-black night sky, with stars twinkling in the vast emptiness. The words Blood Sea Level shone in golden letters against the starry backdrop. Amidst the starry expanse, a colossal light gate stood tall, labeled Divine Capital Changluo. Is there also a Divine Capital Changluo here? Chen Xingyu displayed a hint of surprise. That moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the star sea. Welcome, young warrior of the Blood Sea realm. Welcome to the Taishu Dao realm, Blood Sea Level. Chapter 11. Another Divine Capital Changluo. Welcome, young warrior of the Blood Sea realm. Welcome to the Taishu Dao realm, Blood Sea Level. As the icy voice faded, Chen Xingyu's consciousness quivered slightly, and an influx of information streamed into his awareness, which he rapidly assimilated. The information contained fundamental knowledge about the Taishu Dao realm, including some rules, taboos, and so forth. When he regained his bearings, the cold voice resonated once more. Your location has been detected. Situated in central Tianzhou, Qinlu Ancient Kingdom, divine capital Changluo. You will enter the corresponding Taishu city. Please adhere to the relevant rules of the Taishu Dao realm. Violators will face punishment, and severe offenders may be permanently expelled from the Taishu Dao realm. If you wish to enter other regions, please relocate your position in the current world, or within divine capital Changluo, activate the Taishu teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu immediately spoke up. I wish to enter divine capital Changluo in an instant. A faint light curtain unfurled before him, reflecting his diminutive figure. The cold mechanical voice continued, as a first-time entrant to the Taishu city, you may gain the privilege to alter your appearance. Alternatively, you may choose to enter the Taishu city in your true form. Chen Xingyu pondered briefly before declaring, I wish to utilize the privilege to alter my appearance. I want to adjust my physical form to that of a 16-year-old. His youthful age would undoubtedly attract attention if a young warrior of such stature appeared in the Taishu Dao realm's divine capital Changluo, exposing him to the risk of identity revelation. After all, he is the Daozi of the Chen family, and such risks are best avoided. Appearance alteration has been successfully adjusted. In an instant, the light curtain before him reflected a tall, elegant youth clad in white, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of refinement and vigor. Not bad. I look quite handsome now that I've grown up. Chen Xingyu beamed as he raised his hand, admiring his new physique. The sensation was entirely different from his former, 3-foot-tall, diminutive form. Regaining his focus, he intoned, I wish to enter divine capital Changluo. At this moment, there were no further prompts. A brilliant light flickered, and the enormous gateway amidst the sea of stars before him thunderously swung open. Chen Xingyu's vision momentarily blurred, the surrounding radiance dazzling. When he regained clarity, he found himself standing on a long street, bustling with a ceaseless throng of people. Along the street, taverns and shops lined up in an orderly fashion, while numerous young men and women shouted boisterously from the sidewalks, creating an extraordinary scene. Seeking fellow clansmen for free practice at the Do Shang platform, looking to breach the 3rd level of the Battle God Tower. I have discovered a powerful secret method being sold at the Taishan study. Those interested in intelligence, hurry over, just 50 Taishan points. Recruiting practice partners, paid, 5 Taishan points for a session, looking to breach the 4th level of the Battle God Tower. Another outsider is causing a ruckus, provoking the Chun clan's pride. Everyone, come and take a look. Seeking a few fellow clansmen to accompany me to visit relatives in Zhongdu Yangchuan? Let us share the teleportation costs together. Chen Xingyu stood frozen, curiously surveying the surrounding scene. That moment, a smiling young man squeezed through the crowd. Brother, judging by your appearance, could it be your first visit to the Taishan Dao realm? Chen Xingyu turned to him and nodded indeed. The young man continued with a grin, I wonder, do you require a guide to introduce you to the Taishan Dao realm and the capital? Changluo? As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I only ask for a modest fee of 10 Taishan points. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. I currently do not possess any Taishan points. Taishan points are the universal currency within the Taishan Dao realm, serving numerous purposes. They can only be acquired within the realm and cannot be exchanged in the mortal world. Having just entered the Taishan Dao realm, he was naturally penniless. The young man laughed heartily. No worries, it's perfectly normal for someone new to the Taishan Dao realm to lack Taishan points. Moreover, the first thing anyone new to the realm does after familiarizing themselves with the local environment is to challenge the Battle God Tower. Once you emerge from the tower, you will naturally acquire Taishan points. Chen Xingyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall owe you those 10 Taishan points for now. Thank you for your assistance. Not a bother at all, the young man replied with a smile, extending his hand. This way, let us head towards the Battle God Tower, and I will introduce you to the capital, Changluo, along the way. All right. Chen Xingyu took a step forward, following beside the young man, who casually inquired, May I ask how you are addressed? I am Chen Xiaojun, he replied. Upon hearing this, the young man could not help but turn back, regarding him with a meaningful glance. Ah, so you are a cousin from the same clan. Chen Xiaojun is indeed a splendid name. I am Chen Xingjie, pleased to meet you. Among the current generation of the Chen clan, most share the character Qing in their names, making Chen Xiaojun sound like a pseudonym. However, he refrained from probing further. As it was not his concern, a cousin from the same clan, Chen Xingyu returned the gesture respectfully, observing the incessantly flowing crowd around them. Curiously, he asked, "Is the capital, Changluo, in the Tai Xiandao realm always this lively?" "Of course," Chen Xingjie responded, a hint of pride illuminating his face. "Our capital, Changluo, is one of the most prosperous metropolises in the world, even in the blood sea heaven of the Tai Xiandao realm. It is renowned far and wide. Just among our main branch of the Chen clan, there are over 10 million blood sea realm warriors. Not to mention, there are many outstanding individuals from various branches or sects that have arrived in the capital. Every day, people from other Tai Xian cities come through the teleportation array. Some seeking relatives, others looking for duels, some gathering intelligence, and others seeking romance. In short, it is a vibrant mix of all sorts, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Chen Xingyu felt enlightened. So, the capital of the Tai Xiandao realm is even more bustling than the mortal world. Ha ha ha! Chen Xingjie laughed heartily. The capital is the ancestral land of the Chen clan of Changluo. It is only natural for it to be a hub of activity. Chen Xingyu slightly nodded and pointed to a tavern along the street, revealing a spark of interest. Who operates these taverns in the Tai Xiandao realm? Are they run by our clan? Hee. Chen Xingjie chuckled. These taverns and shops are not operated by people. They are reflections of past scenes, meticulously selected from the history of the entire wasteland by the Tai Xian Everlasting Mirror, a supreme treasure. Just in the Blood Sea Heaven's capital, Changluo, there are over 1,000 taverns, each with its own unique dishes and beverages, claiming to be the finest in the world. Naturally, consuming at these establishments requires Tai Xian points. The higher the class of the tavern, the more points required. The only advantage is that you can order whatever you desire. Even dragon liver and phoenix skull, as long as you have the money, you can enjoy it. Chen Xingyu could not help but marvel, to think they are reflections of past scenes. The power of the Tai Xian Everlasting Mirror is truly unimaginable. He was indifferent to the notion of dragon liver and phoenix skull, only pondering the concept of such taverns. After all, he hailed from a prestigious bloodline, being the most esteemed Chen Daozi. He had tasted all manner of delicacies, even the flesh of the East Sea Dragon King's son. "Xingjie, my cousin," Chen Xingyu shifted his gaze to a few shops next to the tavern. "What do these shops sell?" Chen Xingjie casually replied, "These shops are also reflections of past scenes, selling all sorts of goods. Some offer techniques and martial skills, secret methods. Those that can be utilized in the mortal realm are the most sought after. Others sell divine weapons and mysterious artifacts, various rare materials, or even real estate. The variety is extensive, but these items can only be used within the Tai Xiandao realm." Chen Xingyu was taken aback. Only usable within the Tai Xiandao realm? What value could that possibly hold? Chen Xingjie laughed heartily. "Cousin Xiaojun, you might not understand this yet. For instance, cultivating an alchemist or a craftsman in the mortal world requires an immense amount of resources, relying heavily on rare materials. However, within the Tai Xiandao realm, these rare resources can be exchanged for Tai Xian points, making the cost a mere fraction of what it would be otherwise. Furthermore, with the supreme power of the Tai Xian Everlasting Mirror, one can simulate the processes of myriad phenomena, enabling the cultivation of qualified alchemists, craftsmen, formation masters, talisman masters, and mechanism masters right here." Chen Xingyu was moved. The Tai Xiandao realm is indeed a treasure trove of wonders. "Absolutely," Chen Xingjie replied with a smile. "There are many secrets within the Tai Xiandao realm, depending on whether you are qualified to know them." He then added mysteriously, "Moreover, among the various shops, there is one particularly intriguing type that sells intelligence." "Intelligence for sale?" Chen Xingyu inquired with curiosity. Since these shops reflect past scenes, do they not also sell intelligence from the past? Indeed, Chen Xingjie chuckled. Some of this intelligence dates back thousands of years. Some even tens of thousands of years, and some from 100,000 years ago. The vast majority of it has long since lost its utility, merely a waste of money. However, throughout history, there have been those who, through these outdated pieces of intelligence, have pieced together clues to unearth the hidden abodes of fallen powers or the ruins of ancient sects, thereby seizing great opportunities and soaring to greatness. At this point, he shrugged. However, the odds of success are pitifully low. It's purely a game of chance, akin to gambling. Chen Xingyu nodded in understanding. I see.it seems the Tai Xiandao realm is indeed filled with fascinating aspects. Chen Xingjie laughed heartily, gesturing for him to follow. Cousin Xiaojun, let us proceed this way. Chen Xingyu followed Chen Xingjie, walking for nearly half an hour, absorbing the extensive introductions and explanations, feeling greatly enlightened. After a while, Chen Xingjie halted, pointing to a massive structure not far away. Cousin Xiaojun, look, that is the Dousheng platform. In the Tai Xiandao realm, it is said to be the battleground where countless heroes rise, where infinite talents vie for supremacy. This arena of conflict and combat is none other than the Dousheng platform. The Dousheng platform? Chen Xingyu exclaimed, instantly turning his gaze towards it was a colossal structure covering hundreds of acres. Grand and majestic, resembling a cylindrical shape akin to the ancient Roman Colosseum of his past life. Surrounding this enormous edifice were two radiant lists descending from the heavens, densely populated with countless names and inscriptions. Surrounding the Dousheng platform were throngs of young warriors. Some were fervently discussing. Others were critiquing the two lists, while others were calling out, searching for practice partners or sparring opponents. Is this truly the Dousheng platform? Chen Xingyu speculated. Could it be that this is a contest arena with numerous spectators? Well, you're partially correct. Chen Xingjie spoke eloquently. This arena of combat, in truth, is an infinite overlap of spaces. Each individual entering the arena finds themselves in a separate realm. Of course, one may choose to observe the battles of others, which entails entering the viewing platform of their combat space. As for the interior of the combat space, it is not merely an arena but a customizable environment, where one can select the weather, terrain, and even the size of the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu instinctively inquired, how does the combat within this arena take place? Chen Xingjie replied, it's quite simple. First, it depends on whether you've made it onto the combat ranking, and second, whether you are acquainted with your opponent. He gestured towards the two enormous lists cascading from the heavens outside the arena, saying, have you seen those two grand combat rankings? The rankings are divided into local sub-rankings for each Taishu city, as well as a comprehensive ranking for the entire realm. The local rankings are established based on 1,000th of the total population. For instance, in our divine city of Changluo, with over 10 million warriors residing in the Blood Sea realm, only the top 10,000 extraordinary individuals can ascend to the sub-ranking.as for the overall ranking. It encompasses countless warriors from the vast wilderness of the Blood Sea realm, similarly limited to 10,000 participants. Each one who makes it onto the list is an unparalleled genius who has fought their way through layers of competition. Only those who rank locally can challenge these paragons of the overall ranking. He paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, there are many intricacies involved. For instance, those at the top of the overall ranking often set exceedingly high stakes and Taishu points to deter reckless challengers seeking fame. If you're not on the list but know your opponent, it's quite straightforward. Whether for practice or sparring, you can enter the arena together. If you prefer not to spar with acquaintances, fearing exposure of your techniques, you may spend Taishu points for a random match, pairing you with an opponent of similar skill from across the realm. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Xingyu beside him and casually remarked, young master, as this is your first foray into the Taishu realm and you have yet to conquer the first level of the War God Tower, this area is temporarily off limits to you. Let us proceed. Chen Xingyu nodded, retracting his gaze and following closely behind Chen Xingjie, continuing onward. Moments later, the two arrived at another bustling marketplace. Young master, look. Chen Xingjie smiled slightly, pointing at the two colossal buildings flanking the long street. The grandeur of these structures rivaled that of the combat arena, with throngs of people gathering at their entrances, creating a cacophony of noise. Here lie the Luoxing altar and the Yanwu hall. The Luoxing altar to the left can replay every battle you have fought, even simulating the opponents you have encountered, allowing you to engage them afresh. Of course, the simulated opponent's strength merely matches that of your past adversary. Any techniques they did not reveal will not be present in the simulation. At this point, he gestured to the right. The Yanwu Hall, on the other hand, is even more remarkable. It is a supreme sanctuary for training and honing martial skills. Within the Yanwu Hall, the techniques and secrets you practice are automatically corrected and refined, and it can manifest corresponding opponents based on your desires, maximizing your martial prowess. Moreover, the Yanwu Hall possesses a time acceleration feature. albeit at the cost of a significant amount of Taishu points. Qin Xingyu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel exhilarated, taking a deep breath to exclaim, "A treasure! Truly a supreme treasure!" Anyone with ample Taishu points can leverage the Luoxing altar and the Yinwu Hall to rapidly enhance their martial skills and combat capabilities. It was then that he finally comprehended why the 9 ancestors had declared the Taishu realm itself a treasure trove, teeming with opportunities. Merely what he had seen and learned thus far was already immensely enticing. Ha ha ha! Qin Xingjie, overhearing, burst into hearty laughter. "Young master, you hit the nail on the head. Taishu points. In the Taishu realm, without Taishu points, one cannot make any progress. Here, the vast majority seek to acquire Taishu points through 2 means: challenging the War God Tower or engaging in wagers to seize them from others." With that, he patted Qin Xingyu's shoulder, grinning. "Come, let us make our way to the final stop, the War God Tower. I can see you're already itching to go." Qin Xingyu chuckled, offering no rebuttal, and promptly followed Qin Xingjie as they navigated through the bustling crowd towards the end of the long street. A quarter of an hour later, at the road's terminus, stood an imposing tower that pierced the clouds, its height rendering it impossible to discern how many levels it possessed. The entrance of this colossal tower spanned 100 yards wide. Similarly thronged with a sea of people, rivaling that of the combat arena, the War God Tower has arrived. Qin Xingjie halted, gazing up at the towering structure with a sense of awe. The War God Tower serves as the foundation of all functionalities within the Taishu realm and is the primary source of Taishu points. Moreover, the tower itself measures the fundamental combat strength of prodigious warriors. Qin Xingyu, upon hearing this, inquired with confusion. "Fundamental combat strength?" "Indeed," Qin Xingjie affirmed. "Inside the War God Tower, each level presents a distinct simulated opponent. The first level is the simplest, where one encounters an ordinary warrior of the same realm, with techniques, martial arts, secrets, and divine weapons all being the most common variety, and there is only one opponent. Any normal individual should be capable of overcoming the first level. However, as one ascends each level, not only does the number of opponents increase, but their individual strength becomes increasingly formidable, by the higher levels. Challengers may face hundreds or even thousands of powerful warriors of the same tier, or even top-tier warriors." Upon hearing this, Qin Xingyu could not help but exclaim, "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Much more than you might imagine," Qin Xingjie replied, his expression turning serious. "The further one progresses in the War God Tower, the more terrifying the difficulty becomes. In the earlier stages, the difference in combat strength between levels may not be significant. But as one ascends, surpassing even a single level can result in a drastic disparity in strength." Qin Xingyu nodded in understanding. "I comprehend now." He raised his arm, pointing towards the 2 vast lists cascading from the heavens outside the War God Tower, and inquired, "Are the rules for the War God rankings the same as those for the combat rankings?" "Yes, they are identical." Qin Xingjie shrugged casually. "The sub-rankings record the top challengers who have cleared the most levels locally. The overall War God ranking, on the other hand, includes the top 10,000 prodigies who have ascended the War God Tower." He continued, "The process of others challenging the War God Tower can also be observed, and one can even set fees for viewing. There are numerous intricacies involved." He then pointed to the pinnacle of the left sub-ranking with a smile. "Do you see that? That individual is our Cheng clan's foremost prodigy of the Blood Sea realm, Qin Xingyu. He ranks first in both the War God and combat sub-rankings of Changluo. In the overall War God ranking, he stands at 7th. In the overall combat ranking, he is 5th at this point." He couldn't help but sigh. "Qin Xingyu, who is 2 years younger than me, is the pride of the entire Qin clan. Countless individuals within the clan revere and admire him. Even in the outside world, his reputation precedes him, renowned far and wide. Faced with such an extraordinary genius, I harbor no thoughts of competing. In this lifetime, I can only gaze upon his back in admiration." Hearing this, Qin Xingyu felt a stir within him. Instinctively glancing at the overall War God ranking, first in the War God ranking, Zhou Qinlong, human, 21 years old, hailing from the Qinyang Zhou clan, has cleared the 8th level of the War God Tower. Second, Li Changhe, human, 19 years old, from the Yinma Holy Land, has cleared the 7th level. Third, the noble Ao princess, Dragon Clan, years old, hailing from the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, has cleared the 7th level. Fourth, Chang Qianjiao, Crystal Clan, 12 years old, from the Tianjing Ancestral Hall, has cleared the 7th level. 5th, Chen Xinggu, human, 18 years old, from the Changluo Chung clan, has cleared the 7th level. 6th, the Forest Fairy, Spirit Clan, years old, from the Spirit Royal Court, has cleared the 7th level. 377th, Su Ershi, human, 22 years old, from the Tianzhou Holy Land, has cleared the 6th level. 378th, 10,000, the Nameless One, human, years old, origin, has cleared the 6th level. Chen Xingyu's gaze briefly swept over the entire ranking list, and he immediately grasped the situation. This Zhou Qianlong truly stands above all. Not only is he first in the War God ranking, but he is also the only invincible genius who has cleared the 8th level. Moreover, I recall that he is also first in the combat ranking. The rest who have cleared the 7th level number over 300, while the remainder have only reached the 6th level. It appears that within this vast world, the exceptional talents and remarkable individuals are as numerous as the fish in the river, countless beyond measure. Chen Xingyu's thoughts whirled, and he immediately turned his gaze towards the local leaderboard of the divine city of Changluo. A cursory glance revealed that the local leaderboard of Changluo paled in comparison to the overall ranking in terms of prestige. Including the top-ranked Chen Xinggu, there were only 7 who had successfully penetrated the 7th level. Over 200 had conquered the 6th level, while the remainder were all at the 5th level. Brother Qingjie, Chen Xingyu cast a glance at his side, addressing Chen Xingjie with a query. If challengers have achieved the same level, is it determined by their performance? Indeed, Chen Xingjie nodded in affirmation. If the levels attained are identical, the challenger's overall performance is taken into account, with the ranking established by the spirit of the Taishu Hengshi Mirror. A narrow victory is vastly different from a crushing triumph. Even if both have reached the 5th level, to my knowledge, our Chen clan in Changluo boasts at least 30,000 gifted individuals capable of breaching the 5th level of the War God Tower. Yet, only the top performers among them, numbering close to 10,000, can ascend the War God ranking. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered across his face. Once one ascends the War God ranking, the treatment one receives within the clan transforms entirely. For someone like me, a collateral descendant without a formidable ancestral backing, achieving a place on the War God ranking or the victory list is the sole opportunity for distinction. I understand. Chen Xingyu inclined his head slightly, offering a respectful gesture to Chen Xingjie. I appreciate your guidance along this journey, Brother Qingjie. Once I emerge from the War God Tower, I shall repay you the 10 Taishu points I owe. Excellent! Chen Xingjie clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Go forth. I wish you triumphant success. With a carefree smile, Chen Xingyu stepped forward, navigating through the throngs of people before entering the grand doors of the War God Tower. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped him, and the cacophony of noise faded into silence. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a realm of pure white. At first glance, this space measured no more than 100 feet in size. Surrounded on all sides by an expanse of immaculate whiteness, with the heavens above seemingly no more than 10 feet distant from the ground below. Welcome to the War God Tower, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in Chen Xingyu's ears. For each level conquered, a fixed reward of Taishu points will be granted. The higher the level breached, the greater the rewards, distributed monthly. Successfully conquering the first level will unlock the permissions for the victory platform, the resurrection altar, and the martial arts arena. You are about to embark on the challenge of the first level of the War God Tower. Your opponent will soon appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of battle intent illuminated Chen Xingyu's eyes. Bring it on, War God Tower. Chapter 13. A rapid surge. Ascending the War God ranking at the moment the cold mechanical voice fell silent. A blinding light flickered several dozen feet away, materializing into a robust figure clad in a short blue tunic. The man bore an indifferent expression and, upon his arrival, swiftly drew a hefty blade from behind, charging towards Chen Xingyu. How amusing! Chen Xingyu chuckled softly upon sensing the man's aura. Is this all you have? Remaining stationary, he made no effort to evade as the muscular man lunged forward, swinging his blade directly at Chen Xingyu's head. Boom! With a surge of protective true energy, the instant recoil shattered the hefty blade into several pieces. The terrifying force coursed through the broken weapon, causing the man to spew blood, convulsing before collapsing to the ground. The protective true energy had effectively overwhelmed him. Pathetically weak, Chen Xingyu shook his head. This Blood Sea Realm warrior likely had only opened a single martial vein per heaven, out of a total of 9, making him one of the most ordinary and weakest among his kind. In terms of the magnitude and ferocity of true energy, he likely possessed less than 1% of Chen Qingyu's own. With a mere finger, he could have crushed him. Chen Qingjie was indeed correct. The first level was exceedingly simple, easily surmountable by anyone. I hope the subsequent challenges will provide me with a surprise. He mused. Moments later, the corpse of the muscular man dissolved into a beam of white light. The cold mechanical voice re-emerged in Chen Qingyu's ear. Congratulations, challenger. You have conquered the first level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 10 Taishu points. The War God ranking is now accessible, and the permissions for the Victory Platform, Resurrection Altar, and Martial Arts Hall have been unlocked. Would you like to exit the War God Tower? Or continue your challenge? Without hesitation, Chen Qingyu declared, I wish to continue the challenge. In the next moment, a white pillar of light surged downward, enveloping Chen Qingyu's form. The blinding radiance compelled him to squint. When he could see again, he found himself in a nearly identical expanse of pure white. Only this space was slightly larger than the last. Welcome to the second level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. As the cold mechanical voice faded, 2 beams of white light flickered into existence several dozen feet away, materializing into 2 figures. A cold, indifferent girl clad in a black skirt wielding a sharp sword, and a stocky young man brandishing a black metal staff. Upon their arrival, they remained silent, swiftly splitting into 2 directions to launch an assault on Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu yawned, lazily remaining still. After a few breaths, he observed as the 2 rushed towards him, only to be met with the lethal force of his protective true energy, which caused their internal organs to rupture, leading to their demise. Stronger than the first level, but still trash, Chen Qingyu silently assessed. For an ordinary Blood Sea Realm warrior, facing 2 opponents of the same rank would pose a considerable challenge. However, for him, such foes were akin to mere ants, posing no threat whatsoever. Congratulations, challenger. The cold mechanical voice echoed once more. You have conquered the second level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 30 Taishu points. Would you like to exit the War God Tower? Or continue your challenge? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingyu proclaimed, I wish to continue the challenge in the War God Tower. Bring on some real difficulty? In an instant, another light beam cascaded down, enveloping his body as he ascended to the next level. A few breaths later, you have conquered the third level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 100 Taishu points. You have conquered the fourth level of the War God Tower. You are awarded 300 Taishu points. Would you like to exit the War God Tower, or continue your challenge? Listening to the prompts in his ear, Chen Qingyu exhaled a deep breath. In the third level, he had dispatched 5 opponents, all perishing from the recoil of his true energy. In the fourth level, he faced 10 adversaries, all vanquished with a single punch each, having withstood their attacks using his protective true energy. The opponents in the fourth level were nearly the foundational strength of 4 martial veins per heaven. The fifth level would undoubtedly present even stronger foes, perhaps capable of posing a slight challenge to him. Chen Qingyu's thoughts raced. His 3 martial techniques had yet to be properly mastered, currently representing a notable shortcoming. If he could cultivate the Taihao body refinement technique to an entry-level mastery, then opponents beneath 7 martial veins would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. It's time to conclude the warm-up, he mused with a slight smile, declaring aloud, I wish to continue the challenge in the War God Tower. Another white light beam cascaded down, enveloping Chen Qingyu's form. When he regained his sight, he found himself in an immensely larger expanse of pure white, measuring at least several hundred feet in size. Welcome to the 5th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. As the mechanical voice faded, dozens of beams of white light erupted around Chen Qingyu, coalescing into numerous figures. What? Chen Qingyu's countenance shifted slightly, his eyes scanning rapidly. 30 of them? The difficulty has escalated tremendously. Upon closer inspection, he noted that among the 30 individuals, there were both men and women, predominantly youths. Upon their emergence, they swiftly organized into formation, exhibiting a commendable level of discipline. In an instant, 7 or 8 armed with throwing knives and meteor darts along with 2 wielding longbows, had already trained their sights on Chen Qingyu. The remaining individuals, skilled in martial techniques conducive to direct combat, formed 2 small squads, advancing towards him from opposite directions. The rest formed a reserve team, circling and seeking opportunities to launch surprise attacks. This resembled a well-coordinated army of martial artists. This is not good. Chen Qingyu's figure flickered as he evaded 2 arrows that whizzed past, his true energy surging as he waved his hands to deflect the myriad of incoming projectiles. Hiss! Suddenly inhaling sharply, he glanced at his palm, which had been sliced open, blood trickling forth. "Damn it," he muttered. "This is entirely of your own making." He suddenly inhaled deeply, opened his mouth, and forcefully exhaled. Boom! Amidst the tremors of the air, a formidable, earthy-hued gale of true energy coalesced. Akin to a sandstorm sweeping across the heavens and the earth, fiercely blowing in all directions. The 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang unleashed a tempest of flying sand and moving stones. Wherever the sandstorm passed, numerous concealed weapons and arrows were instantly shattered, reducing to mere dust in the blink of an eye. The yellow sandstorm engulfed the warriors, causing their protective true energy to dissipate. Their flesh and bones turning to sand in mere moments, 30 Blood Sea Realm warriors were utterly reduced to powder. With a sigh, Chen Qingyu ceased his divine power, adjusting his breath, his expression slightly weary. This grand technique of flying sand and moving stones, while undeniably powerful, consumed an excessive amount of true energy. With his robust true energy, he had expended a full 10th in such a brief span. "You have breached the 5th level of the War God Tower. You have been rewarded with 1,000 Taisu points." The cold, mechanical voice suddenly grew grand, resonating throughout the pure white space. "Congratulations. You have ascended to the War God ranking of Changluo in the Divine Capital. Your current rank is 272. Chapter 14. Soaring to great heights on the ranking list? Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow and whistled. Not bad at all. He remembered clearly. On the War God ranking of Changluo, only 7 had breached the 7th level, and just over 200 had reached the 6th level. Yet, he had secured the 272nd position. This was enough to signify that he was among the top echelon of Blood Sea Realm warriors who had breached the 5th level of the War God Tower. Buzz! A faint light screen appeared before Chen Qingyu. As the screen ascended, a mechanical, cold voice echoed beside his ear. "Please fill in your public information." Chen Qingyu focused, noticing numerous blank boxes on the light screen, with only the race section filled in as human. He pondered briefly, swiftly making a decision. Age must remain confidential, and he would use a pseudonym for his name, but there was no need to conceal his origins. Contemplating thus, he focused his thoughts and filled in the empty boxes on the light screen before him. After a moment, the light screen trembled slightly, now fully filled. War God ranking of Changluo, 272, Chen Xiaojun, human, years old, from the Changluo Cheng clan, breached the 5th level of the War God Tower. Excellent! Chen Qingyu smiled with satisfaction. In the next instant, the light screen before him vanished, and the cold, mechanical voice rang in his ear. Your public information on the ranking has been confirmed. Do you wish to exit the War God Tower? Or continue your challenges? Come on, let us continue. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Chen Qingyu's eyes as he declared. I wish to continue challenging the War God Tower. And no sooner had he spoken than a white beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping his form and instantly propelling him to the 6th level of the War God Tower. 6th level. The expansive space stretched over 1,000 feet, with the sky towering dozens of feet above the ground. Welcome to the 6th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents will soon appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. The cold, mechanical voice had barely finished when, from all directions, a flurry of white light shimmered, and numerous figures coalesced, each emanating a powerful aura. 100 opponents. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. The difficulty has escalated rather swiftly. Facing 100 foes, how exhilarating. Time rewinds a quarter of an hour. Outside the divine capital of Changluo. Before the War God Tower, Chen Qingjie awaited Chen Qingyu's emergence when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Qingjie, cousin. He turned to see a youth clad in blue, weaving through the crowd towards him. Qingjie, cousin, have you brought another newcomer to collect fees? The blue-clad youth chuckled. You haven't lost all your Taisu points gambling this month, have you? Hearing this, Qin Qingjie smiled helplessly. Indeed? I lost it all again. I can only engage in these small businesses to earn a bit of pocket money. The blue-clad youth pouted. I've long advised you to stop. Relying on outdated information to unearth ancient treasures is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Isn't it? Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Qin Qingjie's face as he spoke solemnly. Qingchuan, I'm well aware of that. However, my parents passed away early, and with no one to rely on. At 24 years old, I'm still merely at the Blood Sea realm. If this continues, it's highly likely I'll be assigned to a certain city by the clan, holding a minor official position. Forever stagnating at the corporeal fourth realm, he gazed at the blue-clad youth, his eyes profound. A life where the future is so predictable, akin to stagnant water, is not what I, Qin Qingjie, desire. Even if it's a gamble. I must take the chance. Hearing this, the blue-clad youth sighed helplessly. All right, I knew I couldn't sway you. He changed the subject, casually asking. How skilled is the newcomer you brought this time? What level do you estimate they can breach? Qin Qingjie chuckled. What else could it be? Likely of average skill. Breaching the first 3 levels should pose no issue. However, whether they can breach the 4th level remains uncertain. Among the esteemed direct descendants of Changluo, that goes without saying. Even the slightly favored branch family talents, before entering the Tai Su realm, would have their elders imparting the rules of the Tai Su realm, and they would have arranged a guide in advance. Such a pure newcomer, clearly not valued, would naturally not possess remarkable strength. Hey, not surprising at all, the blue-clad youth shrugged. As the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted outside the War God Tower. Look at the War God ranking. Has someone else ascended to the War God ranking of Changluo? Wow, this person's rank is soaring so quickly. Qin Qingjie and the blue-clad youth instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. From the descending War God sub-ranking on the left, a golden light suddenly emerged from the bottom, then rapidly ascended, moving so fast it was almost impossible to track in but a breath. That golden light surpassed the vast majority of names. Landing at the forefront of the War God ranking. War God ranking 272, Qin Shaojun, human? Years old, from the Changluo Chung clan, breached the 5th level of the War God Tower. A sensation swept through the crowd outside the War God Tower. To debut on the ranking and soar directly to 272? How impressive. This must be a certain esteemed descendant of the Qin clan. Who is this Qin Shaojun? Has anyone heard of him? Incredible! To debut on the ranking with such a high position, could he not have a chance of breaching the 6th level? The crowd buzzed with excitement and fervor, their voices rising in a cacophony. This, Qin Qingjie stood dazed, his eyes reflecting shock and confusion. This person is astonishing. The blue-clad youth gasped, turning to find Qin Qingjie still rooted in place. Qingjie cousin. He waved his hand before Qin Qingjie. Confusion etched on his face. Are you all right? Qin Qingjie snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath and speaking hoarsely. Qingchuan, this Qin Shaojun, is the newcomer I brought. What? The blue-clad youth gaped. Are you serious? He seemed unable to comprehend, glancing once more at the name high on the list, murmuring. This person must be of direct bloodline. Such a prodigy, how could there be no one to guide him into the Tai Su realm? Qin Qingjie shook his head. I'm not entirely sure either at that moment. His emotions were exceptionally complex. He had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary newcomer he brought would turn out to be such a formidable prodigy. As he soared to the top on his first appearance, he overshadowed the vast majority of Qin clan talents. Just then, let us all go watch the battle. Yes, this person breached the 5th level of the War God Tower and has already made it to the ranking. He must still be challenging the 6th level. Hurry, before he emerges. The crowd shouted with excitement, rushing en masse towards the entrance of the War God Tower, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. Yes, to watch the battle. Qin Qingjie also reacted, grabbing the blue-clad youth and pushing forward. Let us hurry and watch the battle. Chapter 15. 1 against 100 War God Tower, 6th level. Qin Qingyu was filled with fighting spirit. With a thought, he activated the Shadowless technique, instantly vanishing from sight. The 100 warriors that had coalesced were momentarily stunned, gazing around in bewilderment. Yet, in the next instant, some of the quickest among them activated various ranged weapons. Unleashing a barrage in every direction, a multitude of flying daggers, plum blossom darts, meteor darts, blood droplets, and wolf-tooth arrows densely blanketed a vast area, yet all fell futilely to the ground. The crowd of over 100 warriors stirred slightly, but soon, several began to employ a variety of detection techniques, attempting to ascertain Chen Xingyu's location. Though these beings were but projections, they were far from lifeless puppets. Each was as nimble as a real person, with remarkably quick wit. Nevertheless, no matter the methods they employed, they could not capture even a hint of Chen Xingyu's presence, as if he had truly vanished from the world, a group of foolish fools. Chen Xingyu chuckled inwardly, maintaining the technique of shadowless stance. He had quietly slipped out of the encirclement. With his current mastery in the Blood Sea realm, the prowess of his shadowless stance was far more formidable than during his time in the Open Meridian realm. Not only his form but also his body temperature, heartbeat, scent, and all sounds he emitted were completely obscured. He had genuinely become a being without a shadow. Go expect these warriors of the Blood Sea realm to locate him was nothing short of a pipe dream. Prepare to meet your end. He selected an opportune angle, ready to unleash the divine power of flying sand and walking stones, intending to severely wound these warriors in one fell swoop. Just then, a voice spoke in his mind. Someone is currently watching your challenge. The current viewer count stands at 295. Chen Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed the number in the bottom right corner rapidly escalating, surpassing 1,000 in the blink of an eye, and continuing to surge. This realization struck him quickly. Had I made a sensational debut on the War God rankings of the divine city of Changluo, attracting a throng of spectators? This is splendid news, enormous news. He recalled from Chen Xingjie that whether in the arena battles or the challenges at the War God Tower, as long as there were spectators, a fee could be charged. This was akin to selling tickets. However, for ordinary prodigies, even in battle or challenges, it was quite difficult to draw a crowd, given the sheer number of talented individuals with no competitive edge. Yet he surmised that since it was likely his first appearance on the rankings, and his position was outrageously high, it was no wonder so many came to watch. In summary, this opportunity was rare, and he could amass a fortune of Taishu points. It was not to be missed. Resolutely, he silently declared, "I will charge for viewership." The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Fee setting successful. Every spectator must pay a small amount of Taishu points to witness your challenge. The maximum fee for each of your challenges is 100,000 Taishu points. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu's heart sank. 100,000? That cap is utterly exorbitant. In the Taishu realm, the flow of people at any given moment is no less than 1,000,000. As long as I continue to adjust and create further sensational effects, acquiring 100,000 Taishu points will be a breeze. As he pondered this, a flicker of delight arose within him. At that moment, he also noticed something intriguing. After the 100 warriors failed to locate him, they grew exceedingly cautious, with most gathering towards the center as if preparing for a formidable foe, seemingly on guard against his potential ambush. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals dispersed outward, wandering about, attempting to force him out with widespread attacks. Their intelligence is truly commendable, Chen Xingyu mused. In the face of unclear circumstances and unknown enemy techniques, such a response is indeed fitting. Yet, ironically, they had encountered him, who possessed the extraordinary attack technique of flying sand and walking stones. Gathering together like this was akin to offering themselves as targets. Patience, he thought, quietly shifting his form to seek a more advantageous angle. Once the crowd had coalesced sufficiently, he would strike decisively to secure victory. On the 6th floor of the War God Tower, silhouettes emerged, standing upon an invisible barrier, akin to peering through a transparent glass, observing the scene within, gesturing and discussing animatedly. This was the spectator mode of the War God Tower challenge. What is happening here? Where is Chen Xiaojun? He has vanished. Is this an invisibility technique? Such exquisite martial arts exist in the Blood Sea realm. This Chen Xiaojun must be a direct descendant. I have never heard of such concealment methods. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, someone exclaimed, "Damn it! They are indeed charging fees." A few in the crowd complained, yet not a single person withdrew. It was normal for those being watched to implement a fee. After all, it was merely a small amount of Taishu points, affordable to all. Chen Xingjie listened to the Taishu spirit's prompt, his expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Cousin Qingchuan, look at this. The youth in the blue attire? Upon hearing this, wore an expression of helpless amusement. All right, I'll cover it for you. You truly are destitute. Qin Qingjie sighed in relief, repeatedly apologizing. My apologies for the inconvenience, cousin. The youth in blue paid for both of their viewing fees and, alongside Qin Qingjie, mingled with the crowd, gazing at the scene in the center of the space. After a short while, a semblance of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Such an impressive technique. Cousin Qingjie, look at how many warriors have employed no less than 10 different detection methods, yet they cannot find that Qin Shaojun. Such formidable concealment techniques, if utilized for ambush assassination, would be unparalleled in the world. Qin Qingjie nodded in agreement. Indeed, direct descendants are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The entire divine city of Chongluo, home to the Chung clan's main branch, boasts tens of millions of residents. Yet, scattered throughout the vast expanse of the ancient Qinlu nation, the number of branch family members is an astronomical figure, nearly impossible to quantify. However, amidst such a colossal number, the main branch's direct descendants total merely a few tens of thousands. This results in each direct descendant being acknowledged as a true prodigy, typically far surpassing the collateral branches. Historically, all remarkable talents have been direct descendants. The two continued to wait patiently for a while, gradually growing perplexed. Why hasn't Qin Shaojun made a move yet? It was not only the two of them. At this moment, the space had gathered tens of thousands, all becoming increasingly impatient, clamoring. Where is he? Is he just going to hide like a turtle? Indeed. Come on, for crying out loud. We can't just hope these 100 people will spontaneously perish, can we? Why hasn't he that Qin Shaojun made a move? Relying solely on concealment can only provide temporary refuge. To breach the 6th floor, a direct confrontation is ultimately necessary. Yes, we came to watch, not to see him play hide and seek. The multitude of voices echoed chaotically. A cacophony of noise, and at that moment, under the gaze of tens of thousands, boom! A vast, swirling sandstorm of ochre abruptly materialized in a certain part of the space, raging like a dragon, roaring toward the gathering of the 100 warriors in an instant. More than half of the space was engulfed by this terrifying ochre sandstorm. The storm swept through, crashing down upon the 100 warriors like a surging tide. No! The 100 warriors roared, employing various techniques to attempt to block this onslaught. Yet, with Qin Qingyu's formidable foundation, unleashing one of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang, the might of the flying sand and walking stones was incomprehensibly powerful. Those struck directly by the storm found their weapons shattered, their vital energy dissipated, unable even to utter a cry before being reduced to mere grains of sand. Boom! The tidal wave of sandstorm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, the roar gradually subsiding. Once the storm dissipated, over half of the 100 warriors lay dead. The remaining ones, those closest to the storm's epicenter, were severely injured, collapsing to the ground, completely devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Of the remaining 20 or so, those fortunate enough to evade the storm's direct path bore varying degrees of injuries, their combat capabilities significantly diminished. In the outer space, silence reigned. All the spectators were left in shock by this horrifying scene. In just a single strike, over 100 warriors had suffered devastating losses, utterly routed. What kind of domineering martial skill is this? What terrifying power is this? Qin Qingjie trembled, his breath heavy, aghast. How powerful? Is this still human? It should be noted that the warriors on the 6th floor each possessed 6 condensed martial veins, second only to practitioners of the secret classic techniques. Such strong individuals. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, he had no confidence of prevailing. Yet, over 100 such warriors teaming up could not withstand a single martial technique, suffering grievous injuries. Phew! The youth in blue beside Qin Qingjie gasped heavily. His face flushed with excitement. A peerless prodigy. This is the true embodiment of a peerless prodigy. If he could continuously execute this martial technique, he would likely have an 80% chance of breaching the 7th level of the War God Tower. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingjie could not help but deeply agree. At that moment, the crowd surrounding them finally regained their senses, and then erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, shock, and excitement, creating an uproar that was deafening. Meanwhile, within the 6th level of the War God Tower, boom. Just a breath later, the terrifying yellow sandstorm howled back into existence. This time, Chen Qingyu deliberately controlled the flying sand and stones to reduce the coverage area, allowing the phenomenon to persist for a full 2 breaths, sweeping over all the remaining warriors. When the yellow sandstorm finally dissipated, there was not a single living soul left in the 6th level. Apart from Chen Qingyu, the remnants of some broken corpses turned into white light and vanished into thin air. Chen Qingyu dispelled the shadowless technique, and for the first time, his tall figure came into view of the crowd. You have breached the 6th level of the War God Tower. You have received a reward of 5,000 Taisu points. This challenge has concluded, and since the number of spectators has not reached its limit, you have earned 58,642 points as viewing fees. The cold, mechanical voice resonated throughout the pure white space, gradually growing more grandiose. Congratulations! Your ranking on the War God list of Changluo in the Divine Capital has risen. Your current ranking is 8th. Congratulations! You have ascended to the overall War God list of Blood Sea Heaven. Your current overall ranking is 384. Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. There are only 7 individuals who have breached the 7th level of the War God list in Changluo. This means that, in the judgment of the Tai Su Hung Shi Mirror, my performance in the 6th level has overwhelmingly surpassed all others. Such a performance is sufficient to secure a prominent place on the Blood Sea Heaven's overall list as well. Boom. The grand and cold mechanical voice also sent the spectators in the outer space into a frenzy. 8th. My goodness. 8th on the War God list of Changluo, so powerful of course. This young Master Qin has breached the 6th level, dominating without a scratch, and his 8th place is truly deserved. Not just 8th. Look at his relaxed demeanor. He can definitely breach the 7th level. Yes, the 7th level. Continue the challenge for the 7th level. The crowd was ecstatic, their cheers and shouts rising like waves, each louder than the last. Chen Qingjie felt a surge of emotions, his face flushed. That moment, he inexplicably felt a strong thrill, as if witnessing history and the rise of a super prodigy. He waved his arms and shouted loudly along with the crowd. Continue fighting. Continue challenging the 7th level. Inside the War God Tower, the cold mechanical voice continued to echo. Do you wish to exit the War God Tower, or continue the challenge? Chen Qingyu laughed and replied. Is that even a question? I will not stop here. I want to continue challenging the War God Tower. In an instant, another white column of light appeared, enveloping his figure and causing him to vanish without a trace. Ascending into the 7th level. In the outer space, numerous spectators unhesitatingly paid a point of Tai Su to follow Chen Qingyu's figure into the viewing space of the 7th level. This time, the youth in the green attire also paid another point without a second thought on behalf of Chen Qingjie. Outside, as a large crowd surged into the War God Tower, the periphery became somewhat empty, with only a few people coming and going. Many who had just arrived at the War God Tower could not help but feel curious upon witnessing this scene, asking, why are there so few people today? Could it be that those 7 on the list are about to challenge the 8th level again? A young man, squatting outside the War God Tower, casually remarked. You all guessed wrong. A new prodigy named Chen Xiaojun has emerged. Reportedly a direct descendant of the Chen family. On his first appearance on the list, he ranked 272, causing quite a stir. A large number of people rushed in to watch. The crowd immediately gasped in astonishment, with someone asking, then why didn't you go? The young man's face stiffened. It's not that I don't want to watch. I simply don't have the money and got squeezed out. He usually enjoyed betting on fights at the duel platform, spending all his Tai Su points each month, and this time he happened to be alone without friends to borrow from. This moment, his frustration was beyond words. The questioner was about to continue when suddenly his expression froze. Not just him. At that moment, everyone outside the War God Tower fell into a stunned silence. Outside the War God Tower, 2 lists descending from the heavens simultaneously erupted with golden light. On yesterday's sublist, a golden glow suddenly surged from a front position, leaping close to the top and settling at the 8th position. Meanwhile, on the right side of the Blood Sea Heaven overall list, golden light soared, directly climbing from the very bottom of the list, wildly leaping over countless names, and soaring to the forefront. In that moment, the crowd initially fell silent, then erupted into a frenzy. 8th in the Divine Capital, young Master Chen. Since when did the Chun family produce such an unparalleled prodigy? On his first appearance on the list, he ranks directly at 8th. This Chun Xiaojun must be a pseudonym. Who exactly is he among the direct descendants? The previously sparse crowd outside the War God Tower instantly transformed into a boiling sea of excitement. Moreover, this fervor and enthusiasm spread rapidly like a wave. After all, being 8th on the War God list of Changluo and 272 on the list represented entirely different significances. In an instant, the crowd outside the War God Tower surged in, flooding into the tower. Everyone understood that ranking 8th meant this Qin Xiaojun had almost effortlessly breached the 6th level. Since he had yet to emerge, he must be challenging the 7th level. Such a rare event occurring once every decade. How could one miss the chance to witness it firsthand? Hurry, let's all go watch. Wait, I need to exit the Tai Su Dao realm and call my brother to come see. The crowd surrounded the War God Tower, preventing any passage. As this wave swept through, more and more people became aware of this astonishing news, all rushing towards the War God Tower. Inside the War God Tower, 7th level, Qin Xingyu scanned the area, discovering it to be an enormous space measuring several thousand feet square, far more expansive than the 6th level. This caused his expression to change slightly. With such a vast area, relying solely on his current flying sand and stones would be challenging to cover effectively. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice resonated once more. Welcome to the 7th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. In an instant, numerous streams of white light surged from all directions, and with a cursory glance, there were at least several hundred. Damn. Qin Xingyu muttered under his breath, immediately activating the shadowless technique. Buzz, buzz, among the hundreds of white lights, the figures of young men and women coalesced, their auras far surpassing those of the 6th level, the 7th level of the War God Tower. Every warrior was grounded in the foundation of 7 meridians, having entered the realm of mysterious techniques. It is important to note that techniques of the mysterious level, within the next tier below the sacred grounds, are considered the highest secret arts. A warrior practicing mysterious techniques, even if there is only one, can easily breach the 5th level of the War God Tower. Yet in the 7th level, there were a staggering 500 such formidable warriors. This is absolutely insane. Qin Xingyu felt his scalp tingle, unable to suppress a curse within. How did those who passed the 7th level manage it? Maintaining the shadowless technique, he swiftly moved his feet, attempting to escape this encirclement. However, this thought quickly met with failure. The 500 warriors had formed an almost complete encirclement, leaving him no gaps to slip through. Although his shadowless technique was profound, at the Blood Sea stage, it ultimately could not render him incorporeal. Getting too close would result in a collision, instantly exposing him. This young Master Chen is in trouble. Indeed, 500 powerful warriors in the 7th level joining forces is terrifying. The difficulty of the War God Tower undeniably escalates with each level, truly living up to its reputation. This time, even if he possesses vast area attack techniques, he must engage in a fierce battle. That's right, only true gold can withstand the fire's test. Let us see how this newly emerged unparalleled prodigy handles it. In the outer space, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this moment, the number of spectators had already surpassed 100,000. And this number continued to rise. No one knew what methods this young Master Chen would employ to cope with the challenge. The expression on Chen Qingjia's face involuntarily revealed a hint of tension. Within the celestial realm of Changluo, while it is indeed rare for one to traverse the 7th layer, there are 7 exceptional individuals who have accomplished this feat. The methods employed by these individuals, aside from the most formidable Chen Xingyu, are largely similar. They rely on the art of evasion, deftly maneuvering and utilizing force against force, engaging in fierce combat for several hours, and through sheer will and formidable protective measures, they manage to wear down 500 formidable foes. This process is undeniably perilous. A single misstep could lead to untimely demise. Among the contemporary Chen clan's main lineage, out of millions of practitioners at the Blood Sea realm, only 7 have successfully unlocked the 7th layer, highlighting the terrifying difficulty of this endeavor. Boom. Within the 7th layer, 500 martial artists have begun a large-scale onslaught. Ranged divine weapons, in conjunction with vast offensive techniques, sweep across the entire expanse. Under such a terrifying barrage, even though Qin Qingyu may be adept at dodging, as long as he remains within the encirclement, it is only a matter of time before he is discovered and obliterated. After all, no matter how swift he may be, he cannot surpass the speed of the divine weapons and martial techniques. Goodness gracious! Qin Qingyu furrowed his brow but remained composed, with a mere thought. He dispelled the shadowless technique, revealing himself to the gaze of all present. The moment he emerged, 500 piercing gazes filled with murderous intent fixated upon him. In the next instant, a torrent of ranged attacks surged towards him, intent on reducing him to nothingness. What? The hundreds of thousands observing from the outer space were taken aback, their hearts racing as they fixated on the central scene. Then, they witnessed 100 martial artists unleashing their power, creating blasts that shattered the air and sent gales howling, yet all of it struck nothing but emptiness. For, before their assault commenced, Qin Qingyu had already summoned a cloud, soaring into the heavens. Dumbfounded, "Are we? I can fly! Ha ha ha!" Qin Qingyu stood atop the cloud, laughing heartily as he ascended rapidly. The seventh layer's expanse dwarfed that of the first layer, with the height of the celestial dome extending to 70 or 80 zhang. At such an altitude, most ranged attacks rendered ineffective. Swish! In an instant, Qin Qingyu's cloud reached the apex of this space. This height. Aside from a few powerful bows that could still pose a threat, he could disregard the remaining offensive measures. Below the Golden Bridge realm, martial artists lacked the means to soar through the air. Once Qin Qingyu secured absolute aerial dominance, he could unleash his attacks at will, effectively conducting a dimensional strike. Heavens! The multitude observing from the outer space erupted in astonishment. He can fly. A practitioner at the Blood Sea realm can actually soar? How outrageous, goodness! If I weren't from the Chen clan, I might have thought he was from the dragon lineage of the eastern or northern seas. Indeed, riding clouds and mist is a signature innate talent of dragons, is it not? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Qingyu let out a mighty roar, and in an instant unleashed a terrifying yellow tempest that surged forth, expanding to hundreds of zhang, enveloping the skies and crashing down. Chapter 18. The new champion of the war god rankings. Boom. The terrifying yellow sandstorm cascaded down like a deluge. This time, due to the formation of an encirclement, the positioning of the martial artists was even denser than on the sixth layer. Caught off guard, 100 or 200 were directly swept away by Qin Qingyu's divine prowess, many instantly turning to dust. Wow! The hundreds of thousands observing could not help but exclaim in awe. Even those who had previously witnessed the might of the flying sand and shifting stones were left trembling at the sheer power displayed. It was simply too formidable. The disparity between ordinary martial artists and exceptional prodigies of the same cultivation and realm can reach an unimaginable extent. The young Lord Chun, currently wreaking havoc, exemplifies this perfectly. Boom! This time, Qin Qingyu did not cease his divine technique, but maintained the flying sand and shifting stones, incessantly changing direction, bombarding from above. He understood clearly. The opportunity to gather 500 martial artists in one place was rare. Should he retract his technique, the remaining foes would undoubtedly scatter, making it challenging to eliminate them all. His inner true energy surged forth like a floodgate released, pouring out at a terrifying speed to sustain the formidable power of the flying sand and shifting stones. Whoosh, whoosh, on the ground, some martial artists drew their bows, attempting to disrupt Qin Qingyu. However, the sparse arrows posed no threat to him. He deftly maneuvered his cloud to evade their predictable trajectories. Within the realm of physical cultivation, divine weapons cannot be manipulated from a distance, allowing him to confidently wield his techniques. After several breaths, Qin Qingyu retracted his technique, exhaling a breath of fatigue. Maintaining the flying sand and shifting stones for several breaths had exhausted over 70 to 80% of his stellar true energy. Nevertheless, the results were astounding. Over half of the 500 martial artists on the ground had perished, and those remaining were in disarray. The few archers capable of threatening Qin Qingyu had, under his particular care, been nearly annihilated. The outcome of this battle was already determined. With a sigh, Qin Qingyu sat cross-legged upon his cloud, regulating his breath to recover his true energy. Possessing the 9 breaths technique, his recovery speed was astonishing. beyond the comprehension of others. Meanwhile, in the outer space, the hundreds of thousands observing began to relax, engaging in lively discussions. Truly impressive. Indeed, he has effortlessly passed the 7th layer. I wonder if this young Lord Chun can shake Chen Qinggu's position or even challenge Zhou Qianlong. Replacing Chen Qinggu seems feasible, but challenging Zhou Qianlong might be implausible. Yes, I agree. Zhou Qianlong is the unrivaled number 1 of the Blood Sea realm. He has remained invincible for too long, and no one can shake his standing. Yet, being able to challenge Chen Qinggu is already remarkable. It would suffice for our Qin clan's generation to have 2 individuals ranked among the top 10 in the Blood Sea realm. A commendable achievement indeed. However, I wonder about the true identity of this young lord of the Qin clan. He is undoubtedly a direct descendant. The multitude of discussions persisted, and the number of spectators steadily approached 200,000. Within the 7th layer of the War God Tower, Chen Qingyu completed a cycle of 9 breaths, having fully restored his true energy, and then rose to his feet, directing a breath towards the ground. The divine technique of flying sand and shifting stones began to manifest once more. What? This scene left everyone in the outer space utterly astonished. How could this young Lord Qin's true energy recover so swiftly? This spectacle clearly exceeded their expectations. Soon, under the overwhelming power of Chen Qingyu's flying sand and shifting stones, the remaining martial artists were swiftly slaughtered. However, after the initial wave, many martial artists had dispersed widely, and it took Chen Qingyu 3 more uses of his technique to finally eliminate all remaining foes. This time, a quarter of an hour had passed since he entered the 7th layer, and the audience had surpassed 250,000. You have successfully traversed the 7th layer of the War God Tower. You have received a reward of 30,000 Taishu points. This challenge has concluded. The audience count has reached its limit, and you have earned 100,000 Taishu points as viewing compensation. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more within the pristine white space, gradually growing grander. Congratulations. Your ranking on the War God list in Changluo has risen. Your current rank is 1st. Congratulations. Your ranking on the overall War God leaderboard in the Blood Sea realm has ascended. Your current rank is 4th. In that instant, the audience in the outer space erupted into a frenzy. First in Changluo, a new champion of the War God rankings has emerged. So formidable, young Lord Chen is undoubtedly deserving. I never imagined I would witness the transition of the War God ranking firsthand. The excitement and exhilaration of the over 20,000 spectators coalesced into a fervent wave, propelling the atmosphere to its zenith. The champion of the War God rankings, first in Changluo, Chen Qingjie took a deep breath. Turning to the young man in the green robe beside him, Cousin Qingchuan, what do you think of this young Lord Chen compared to Chen Qinggu? The young man replied with a hint of resignation. How can I possibly judge? One is the champion of the War God rankings in Changluo, while the other is the champion of the dual victory rankings. To truly ascertain who is stronger, it would require both of them to face off directly. The God of War Tower merely measures the benchmark battle prowess in a one-on-one duel. As long as the disparity in strength is not excessively great, the outcome hinges on numerous factors. Not to mention that some individuals excel in area of effect techniques, while others thrive in one-on-one confrontations. There are also martial arts that counter one another. For instance, Chen Qinggu once ranked 7th on the overall God of War leaderboard, yet he is positioned 5th on the dual victory leaderboard. While the second ranked on the God of War list, the area attacking Master Li Changhe from the hellish sacred land, is beneath him. Indeed, you speak truthfully. Chen Qingjie nodded slightly, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Will these two truly engage in combat? The young man in green chuckled heartily. They are both prodigies, their ambitions soaring high. Who would hesitate when faced with a challenge? I am certain that once Chen Qinggu hears this news, he will undoubtedly step forward to initiate a duel with Chan Xiaojun. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingjie could not help but feel a surge of emotion. You are absolutely right. These two are resplendent, unparalleled talents, destined to clash. After this battle, it will determine who truly holds the title of the foremost genius of the Chen clan within the Blood Sea realm, on the 7th floor. Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Only 4th in the world? His ascent through the 7th level was a complete domination, unscathed throughout. Ascending to the pinnacle of the God of War leaderboard in the divine city of Changluo was only natural. However, to find himself merely in 4th place on the overall God of War leaderboard of the Blood Sea realm was indeed unexpected. It seems that the prodigies of this world are truly formidable. Tio think that someone of my caliber can only rank fourth. Chun Xingyu's gaze flickered, his thoughts swirling. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated through the space. Do you wish to exit the God of War Tower? Or continue to challenge? Chapter 19. The Divine City in an uproar. Chun Xingyu fell into contemplation. In the outer space, over 200,000 spectators had already erupted into cheers. Continue fighting. Yes, challenge the 8th level. Having passed the 7th level without a scratch, there is certainly hope to conquer the 8th level and dethrone Zhou Qinlong. Chen Xiaojun, you are now the first in the Divine City. Keep going. The fervent voices coalesced into a torrent, echoing throughout the observation space. However, Chun Xingyu on the 7th level could not hear these voices. Never mind, let us play it safe for now. After a moment of reflection, Chun Xingyu decided to pause his challenge of the 8th level. Although he had navigated the 7th level with apparent ease, he was precariously balanced on a delicate edge. While he could utilize his cloud surfing technique to gain aerial dominance, a significant increase in the number of archers would pose a formidable threat. Undoubtedly, the adversaries on the 8th level would be even stronger, and their numbers would multiply exponentially. Currently, he had yet to formally master 3 supreme martial techniques and still had room for improvement in strength. There was no need to rush and risk a setback, so be it. He stood tall amidst the clouds and proclaimed, I wish to exit the God of War Tower in an instant. A blinding white light emerged, causing Chun Xingyu to squint as the surrounding space swiftly vanished from view. When he regained clarity, he found himself outside the God of War Tower. The throng of people surged around him. Many had just heard the news of his triumph over the 7th level and, in their excitement, were pressing inward. He mingled among the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. It truly is bustling. Chun Xingyu smiled slightly, quietly stepping away from the entrance of the God of War Tower and waiting in silence. Inside the God of War Tower, upon witnessing Chun Xingyu's decision to exit, the spectators in the observation space were immediately filled with disappointment. What? Why has he stopped fighting? Indeed, he is already the pinnacle of the God of War leaderboard. Why not continue? Where is his fighting spirit? Alas, this is dull. Let's disperse. With the challenger exiting the God of War Tower, the corresponding observation space could no longer be maintained. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding white light flickered as numerous spectators were teleported out in batches. Phew! Chun Xingjia blinked and left the observation space, emerging outside the God of War Tower. He had been among the first to enter the tower to observe, thus he was among the first to leave. He quickly scanned his surroundings but did not spot Chun Xingyu, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Xingjia, let us go. The young man in green patted his shoulder, chuckling. Chun Xiaojun has likely already taken his leave. Chun Xingjia sighed with a wry smile. He still owes me 10 Taishu points. The young man in green rolled his eyes, exclaiming in a tone of exasperation. Small-minded, think bigger, consider this. He is the first in the Divine City. Would he truly fail to repay a debt? He is merely afraid of being blocked by the enthusiastic crowd, hence he left first. Furthermore, if he still owes you this debt, it establishes a connection between you two. Perhaps even providing an opportunity to climb the social ladder. He shrugged. One should always look on the bright side. Chun Xingjia paused, then laughed heartily. Qingchuan, you are right. Let us depart. The young man in green nodded and swiftly left the entrance of the God of War Tower alongside Chun Xingjia. Yet after only a few steps, they were intercepted. Xingjia. A familiar voice rang in Chun Xingjia's ears. He looked up in astonishment to find Chun Xingyu smiling at him. I have returned the 10 Taishu points I owed you. I must also thank you, Xingjia, for previously introducing the Taishu Dao realm and the divine city of Changluo to me. With that, he flicked his fingers, and 10 glowing points flew from his body into Chun Xingjia. Young master! Chun Xingjia's expression shifted as he opened his mouth to say something. However, just as he began to call out his name, a commotion erupted. Young master? Where is Chun Xiaojun? The crowd surged forward. Their faces flushed with excitement as they pressed in. It truly is Chun Xiaojun, the Chun clan's young master. The pinnacle of the God of War leaderboard, the first in the Divine City. Young master, when will you fight Chun Xingyu? Yes, when will the battle commence? Young master, why did you not continue to challenge the 8th level? The throng closed in, creating a blockade so dense that even those recently teleported from the God of War Tower found themselves unable to move. Everyone, Please do not crowd. Qin Xingyu shouted loudly. Everyone, calm down. The frenzy around him was reminiscent of the celebrity chase at an airport in his previous life. However, back then, he was merely a bystander. Now, he was at the eye of the storm. Young master. Qin Xingyu's voice was quickly drowned out in the crowd, akin to a small ripple in a vast ocean, as the masses continued to surge towards him. Qingjia, I must take my leave. We shall meet again in the future. Qin Xingyu, pressed by the crowd, retreated repeatedly, hastily calling out before logging off, instantly departing the Taishu Dao realm. What? The crowd momentarily stood stunned. But soon someone reacted swiftly, shouting, This person knows Qin Shaojun, he must be familiar with him. Instantly, the crowd buzzed with excitement, surrounding Qin Xingjia. Do you really know Qin Shaojun? Yes. Who is his true lineage? How old is young master this year? Why keep his age a secret? Qin Xingjia hurriedly explained. I am merely a guide, earning some pocket money. I am not well acquainted with him. Before long, both Qin Xingjia and Chen Xingchuan were compelled to log off temporarily. The throng finally began to disperse, albeit in small groups, engaging in animated discussions, their excitement palpable. Undoubtedly, Qin Shaojun's meteoric rise to the top of the God of War leaderboard, surpassing even the formidable reputation of Qin Xingyu, was news explosive enough to shake the divine city. The Taishu Dao realm, a hub of bustling activity, saw the news spread like wildfire, in just half an hour. The announcement of the new God of War leader swept through the entire divine city of Changluo like a hurricane, igniting fervent discussions and excitement. Moreover, the news quickly reverberated through the real world of Changluo, inciting astonishment and fervor. This astonishing announcement continued to spread through various channels within the Taishu Dao realm, creating a whirlwind across the entire wasteland. Chapter 20. Who is the strongest prodigy of the Qin clan? In the divine city of Changluo, Qin Xingyu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, revealing a hint of lingering trepidation. That was truly intense. I am fortunate to have escaped quickly. He instinctively turned inward, assessing his cultivation state. It has been approximately an hour since I entered the Taishu Dao realm. At this pace, it seems I will need another half a month to ascend to the Golden Bridge realm. After Qin Xingyu had a clear understanding in his heart, he rose to his feet and walked outside. He intended to practice martial arts and, after some time, enter the divine capital of the Taishu Dao realm, Changluo, to visit the martial arts hall. Upon reaching the courtyard, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Father? Qin Zhengxing turned to look at him and nodded, saying, When did you return from the floating heavenly palace? Qin Xingyu could not help but retort, I returned ages ago. It was only because I saw you practicing that I took a stroll around the Taishu Dao realm. That I asked that so? Qin Zhengxing replied with a slight smile. Have you been to the War God Tower? Qin Xingyu lazily sat beside him, responding, I have. Qin Zhengxing teased, So, were you not somewhat disheartened? It is only after visiting the Taishu Dao realm that one realizes the vastness of the world and the multitude of unparalleled prodigies. Your abilities are still quite lacking. According to his estimation, although Qin Xingyu possessed unparalleled talent and extraordinary comprehension, his youth meant he had yet to even enter the basics of martial arts. And thus his combat power was predictable. Given his solid foundation, reaching the first 5 levels of the War God Tower was his limit. Faced with the numerous top-tier prodigies on the 6th, 7th, and even 8th levels within the Taishu Dao realm, Qin Xingyu's confidence would undoubtedly take a significant hit. Therefore, he waited here intentionally to guide Qin Xingyu, urging him to maintain confidence while also being humble, lest he underestimate the talents of the world. Huh? Qin Xingyu looked at him in surprise, disheartened. Father, do you harbor some sort of misunderstanding about me? Qin Zhengxing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, Is that not the case? What level of the War God Tower have you reached? Qin Xingyu shrugged, The 7th level. What? Qin Zhengxing exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe it. The 7th level? You're not joking, are you? Qin Xingyu rolled his eyes. Do I seem like the type to joke? It's hardly a monumental achievement. If you don't believe me, go ask around. The new champion of the War God ranking in the divine capital of the Blood Sea is me. I am already the number 1 in the divine capital. Who could possibly dishearten me? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengxing could not help but gasp in shock. The champion of the War God ranking. He had been astonished by his son many times. But this revelation still sent a tremor through his heart. A 6-year-old champion, the first in the divine capital. Such an occurrence was unheard of. Not only for him, but even in the history of the Chen family. He had originally intended to provide guidance to his son, but what happened? Chen Qingyu took a stroll in the Taishu Dao realm and transformed into the champion of the war god ranking and the first in the divine capital. Remarkable! After a moment of silence, he gazed deeply at Chen Qingyu and then stood up to leave. Chen Qingyu hurriedly stood, asking, "Father, where are you going?" Chen Zhengxing replied expressionlessly, "I am disheartened by you. I shall return to my training. You can have lunch alone. Farewell, Chen Qingyu." The emergence of the new champion of the war god ranking quickly stirred the entire divine capital of Changluo. However, in reality, the 4th place in the overall war god ranking of the Blood Sea was the true sensational event. After all, the champion of the war god ranking in the divine capital could only influence that locality, while the overall war god ranking of the Blood Sea was visible in every Taishu city across the realm. The name Chen Xiaojun became the most talked about figure in the wasteland. A super prodigy appearing out of nowhere, ascending to 4th place on his first entry into the rankings, indeed resembled the beginning of some legendary tale. Not long after the news spread throughout the wasteland, in the western region of the ancient continent, within the Tianjing ancestral court of the western wasteland, that despicable fellow, the 12-year-old Chang Qianjiao, angrily hurled a mirror to the ground, the surface displaying the list of the overall war god ranking of the Blood Sea. Her appearance was stunning, with a natural 4-colored eye and a 7-colored crystal embedded in her forehead, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. "My little ancestor," the current Tianjing king approached, picking up the mirror with concern and saying helplessly, "Is it really worth getting so worked up over being surpassed by someone? This is a treasure left behind by our ancestors." Chang Qianjiao scoffed. "What is so precious about this broken copper and iron?" The Tianjing king sighed. "If you truly care that much, why not challenge him directly?" Upon hearing this, Chang Qianjiao grew anxious. That is precisely his cunning. He only ascended the war god ranking and has not yet appeared on the duel ranking, so I cannot challenge him directly unless I teleport to the divine capital of Changluo. The Tianjing king responded solemnly, "That is absolutely out of the question. The Taishu Hengshi mirror, this supreme treasure, is still in the hands of the descendants of the 4 great holy kings of the human race. You can only enter the Taishu Dao realm under the protection of the array in the corresponding city of the Tianjing ancestral court to ensure you are not influenced by any hidden means." Chang Qianjiao shrugged. "So, for now, I have no way to deal with him." The Tianjing king seemed to think of something and smiled slightly. "That may not be the case. This Chen Xiaojun is exceptionally prominent. It is only a matter of time before he faces off against Chen Qinggu of the Chen clan. Regardless of the outcome of that battle, he will ascend the duel ranking. You merely need to wait for the opportunity." Upon hearing this, Chang Qianjiao's eyes lit up. "That's true. I shall wait eagerly." In the divine capital of Changluo, discussions about the champion of the war god ranking, Chen Xiaojun, had become the most sought-after topic during meals. Among the multitude of discussions, the overwhelming majority were most concerned about the question of who was stronger or weaker between him and Chen Qinggu. One was the newly emerged champion, soaring to prominence. The other had dominated the clan's prodigies for many years as the dual ranking champion. Who among these 2 great champions was truly the strongest prodigy of the Chen clan within the Blood Sea? Everyone was speculating and debating, with some nearly coming to blows over the matter. However, one thing was universally acknowledged. The clash between these 2 champions of the Chen clan in the Blood Sea was inevitable. Chapter 21. Please challenge me to a duel in a certain residence within the divine capital of Changluo. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the corner of the meditation room, golden incense was lit, emitting a peculiar light sound continuously. A tall, handsome youth in black robes sat cross-legged on a jade stone cushion, with faint starlight swirling behind him. After a long while, the youth slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air as the starlight in his gaze faded. He was drawing ever closer to the Golden Bridge realm. Within a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would smoothly advance to the Golden Bridge realm. As he contemplated this, a hint of regret crossed his face. Unfortunately, the 8th level is too difficult. Even if I perfect my cultivation and endure for another 10 years, I might not be able to break through the 8th level of the War God Tower and catch up to Zhou Chenlong. He shook his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. If I cannot catch up, then I shall not pursue. Cultivation is not a matter of a day or two. As long as I continue to progress, there will come a day when I surpass everyone. Conversely, if Zhou Qianlong stubbornly sought to challenge the 9th level and refused to advance to the Golden Bridge realm, his slow progress might ultimately hinder his accomplishments compared to mine. With clarity in his heart, he felt much lighter and promptly stood up to leave the meditation room. Third young master. An old servant waiting outside immediately bowed upon seeing him. Chun Bo, please rise quickly. The youth in black assisted the old servant to his feet and inquired, "What brings you to wait here personally?" The old servant's face revealed a hint of difficulty. Today, indeed, a significant matter has arisen. However, in such haste, it is challenging for me to explain. Miss Qingju and young Master Qingjian are all waiting for you in the side hall. If you go see them, you will naturally understand. Is that so? The youth raised an eyebrow. If they have all come together to discuss something, it must undoubtedly be of great importance. I shall go meet them. Very well, the old servant replied, following the youth towards a side courtyard. Moments later, in an elegant side hall, greetings, esteemed cousins. The youth, Chun Xinggu, entered the hall, bowing with composure. Greetings, cousin Xinggu. The several young men and women did not dare to be negligent and bowed to him in return. Although Qin Xinggu was the youngest among them, it was evident that his status was the highest. Please, take your seats. Qin Xinggu nodded in acknowledgement, taking his place at the head of the table, and asked, "What is the matter? Why the urgency in seeking me?" The others exchanged glances, and a tall woman spoke solemnly, "Cousin Xinggu, you have been in seclusion recently, thus you are unaware. Today, a prodigy named Qin Shaojuan has emerged in our clan. This person is extraordinarily talented, far beyond our capabilities. Upon entering the Taishu Dao realm, he broke through the 7th level of the War God Tower, directly ascending to the position of champion of the War God ranking in the divine capital of Changluo." Upon hearing this, Chun Xinggu's expression changed immediately. "Cousin Xingju, are you speaking the truth?" His concern does not lie in conquering the 7th level of the War God Tower, but rather in securing the top position on the War God leaderboard. This signifies that his opponent has navigated the 7th level with greater ease and possesses an undeniable advantage. Indeed, it is true. Qin Xingju raised her head, her tone grave. The most critical point is that this individual is evidently using a false name and an assumed identity. We are entirely in the dark about his true identity, his years of cultivation, whether he hails from the main lineage or a collateral branch, and the details of his ancestry. We are utterly passive. Upon hearing her words, Chun Xinggu chuckled silently. "Why do you concern yourselves with such matters? As long as we can ascertain that he is of the Qin lineage, that suffices, for he is one of our own." A few young men and women exchanged glances, and one youth hesitated to speak. "But we fear he might disrupt our plans." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinggu cast a deep glance at them. Remaining silent, the Taishu Dao realm is a truly wondrous place. There, the dazzling, peerless prodigies are revered by the masses, naturally wielding immense influence and charisma, thereby becoming the leaders of the younger generation of their clans. This influence is an essential asset for them as they seek to attain significant positions and wield authority within their families in the future. Their current anxieties stem precisely from this. A prodigy more extraordinary and powerful than themselves emerges, effortlessly overshadowing them, causing them to rapidly lose attention and influence. What is particularly vexing is that they are entirely unaware of his true origins. Any attempts to win him over, entice him, or even seek to ally with him seem futile. Qin Xinggu's younger brother must not allow this Qin Shaojun to grow any more arrogant. Qin Xingju suddenly interjected, her expression revealing a hint of disdain. This Qin Shaojun truly has the audacity. What right does he have to call himself Shaojuan? Even you, dear brother Qinggu, do not refer to yourself in such a manner. Indeed, the others chimed in, affirming, only you, brother Qinggu, possess the qualifications to be called Shaojuan of the Qin clan. Brother Qinggu, we implore you to step forward and rein this Qin Shaojun in. Certainly, the clan is currently comparing him to you. If you do not act, it will seem as though you fear him. Faced with their clamor, Qin Xinggu frowned and waved his hand. Enough. There is no need for pretense before me. Should you wish to provoke me into action? Such crude tactics are unnecessary. As he spoke, Qin Xingju and the others displayed a fleeting expression of embarrassment, which quickly vanished. Chun Xinggu stated calmly, I will indeed take action and meet him in battle. However, it is not for your sake. I am simply intrigued by him and wish to engage in a duel." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingju's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "I will arrange for word to be sent out immediately." "No need for that." Chen Xinggu smiled slightly. "This Chen Xiaojun is also a peerless prodigy, the foremost on the war god leaderboard, and is not inferior to me in the slightest. To send someone to convey a message to such a figure would only make me seem overbearing." With that, he paused before continuing. "Send someone to watch for him. If he appears in the Taishu Dao realm, inform me at once. I will personally invite him to face me in battle." In the residence of Chen Qingyu and his father, Chen Zhengxing had gone into seclusion, while Chen Qingyu had dined alone and practiced martial arts for 2 hours. The training grounds echoed with the sound of Chen Qingyu's footsteps as he executed a series of intricate punches. His true energy surging and creating a resonant thrum. He retracted his fists, taking a few slow breaths as his expression darkened. "I in this world, even though I possess boundless true energy to expend, my advancement in martial arts remains painfully slow. Age and time are indeed my greatest shortcomings at present. Those prodigies ranked at the top of the war god and dual victory lists are all in their teens or early 20s, most having reached the 9th level of the Blood Sea realm. They have honed their martial skills for no less than a decade, achieving at least minor to major mastery. Yet, I, due to my rapid cultivation speed, have had no time to refine my martial techniques. The only solution to this issue lies in the martial arts hall. With my talent and the formidable strength of the 9 breaths technique, a single day of training in the outside world equates to a month for an ordinary practitioner. If I can harness the time acceleration power of the martial arts hall, my martial skills will undoubtedly experience remarkable progress." Chen Xingyu's thoughts raced. Several hours have passed. The crowd should be dispersing by now. It is time to enter the martial arts hall. Chapter 22. A swift entrance into the martial arts hall. In the Taishu Dao realm, the capital city of Changluo, Chen Xingyu's 16-year-old figure suddenly materialized silently. He quickly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one paying him heed, and hurriedly exited the vicinity of the War God Tower. However, just as he had taken a few steps, someone suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Look, it's Chen Xiaojun." At this announcement, the bustling street erupted in commotion, with people flocking towards him. "Chen Xiaojun? Is it truly Chen Xiaojun? Where is my Xiaojun brother? It really is Chen Xiaojun. I saw him while watching the battles at the War God Tower. Xiaojun, please wait." Chen Qingyu's expression changed, and with a mere thought, he summoned a cloud beneath his feet. Soaring into the sky, the crowd below was left dumbfounded. How terrifying! Chen Qingyu exhaled and urged the cloud to speed towards the martial arts hall. Riding the clouds, the commotion he created drew countless gasps and astonishment. With a throng of people chasing after his cloud at this moment, in the capital of Changluo, nearly everyone was aware that one of Chen Xiaojun's most renowned skills is his ability to traverse the skies on clouds, making him uniquely identifiable. There is no other like him in the capital. With a swift motion, Chen Qingyu landed before the martial arts hall. He quickly descended from the cloud, taking advantage of the crowd's slow reaction to dash inside the hall. Instantly, the world grew tranquil. It is indeed no easy feat to step outside. Chen Qingyu sighed inwardly, finally taking the time to survey his surroundings. The area before him was a peculiar space measuring 100 feet square, with a black floor and white ceiling and walls adorned with intricate, profound runes. "Welcome to the martial arts hall." A cold, mechanical voice resonated perfectly. Within the martial arts hall, the martial techniques you practice will be automatically corrected, adjusted, and refined. Furthermore, you can select the most appropriate opponents based on your wishes or the assistance of your elemental spirit to engage in combat, thereby enhancing your martial skills. The martial arts hall charges by the hour. At 10 Taishu points per hour, Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. 10 points? That isn't excessive. After conquering the 4th level of the War God Tower, I earn 100 points monthly. If divided evenly, I could visit every 3 days. Although this frequency seems brief, the Hall's function is akin to the guidance of an exceptional teacher. A visit every 3 days would at least double my efficiency. Of course, if I wished to immerse myself there daily, I would need thousands of points, which is beyond the reach of an ordinary practitioner. What if I wish to activate the time acceleration feature? Chen Qingyu inquired. Activating the time acceleration feature will gradually increase the charges based on the rate of acceleration. Accelerating to twice the speed will cost 50 points per hour, to thrice the speed, 80 points per hour, to 4 times the speed, 120 points per hour, and to 5 times the speed, 200 points per hour. In the Blood Sea realm, the maximum acceleration supported is 10 times, costing 2,000 points per hour. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu began to calculate. He can cultivate automatically, and excluding time for meals and sleep, he could essentially remain in the martial arts hall for at least 8 hours. According to the highest 10-fold acceleration, that amounts to 16,000 Taishu points daily. With the rewards from challenging the War God Tower and 2 tickets from watching battles, he has already accumulated over 200,000 Taishu points. That's more than sufficient. Chen Xingyu felt a sense of relief wash over him, a smile breaking on his face. The Taishu points he currently possesses could sustain 10-fold acceleration for at least several days. And within those days, he would undoubtedly advance to the Golden Bridge realm. "Let us do this," he declared loudly. "I wish to activate 10-fold time acceleration." As his words echoed, the runes etched upon the walls began to flicker intensely. The surrounding space appeared to warp slightly. A mysterious force enveloped Chen Xingyu, making him feel as though everything around him was slowing down. No, it's not that time is slowing. It's that I am speeding up. Chen Xingyu suddenly realized. His physical form in the Taishu Dao realm is merely a projection of consciousness. By accelerating his thoughts, he can achieve an effect akin to time acceleration. This is infinitely simpler than genuinely accelerating time in the real world. Moreover, in the Taishu Dao realm, everything is manipulated by the elemental spirit of the Taishu Eternal Mirror, effortlessly keeping pace with his accelerated thought speed. Thus, this is the true nature of the time acceleration within the martial arts hall. Chen Xingyu's thoughts surged within him. He wasted no time, stretching his form and commencing the practice of the Taihaojian Tian Fist with each precise movement. After completing a round of practice, a flash of light materialized before him, vividly illustrating the very scene he had just enacted. It was evident that he needed to slightly adjust his qi while exerting force, as his breathing had become somewhat erratic and his steps slightly sluggish. In total, 8 errors were pointed out to him. Subsequently, this apparition proceeded to flawlessly demonstrate the Taihaojian Tian Fist once more, achieving a standard of perfection. Truly formidable. Observing this spectacle, Chen Xingyu pondered. Over the course of countless millennia, numerous individuals from various sacred lands, including those of alien races, have ventured into the realm of Taishu Dao. These individuals engaged in battles, honed their martial techniques, and challenged the War God Tower, all of which were meticulously recorded by the Taishu Hengshi Mirror. This serves as an immense repository of knowledge, explaining why the martial arts hall is regarded as the ultimate sanctuary for martial training. The vast array of martial arts information stored here likely encompasses a staggering 90% of all techniques and secret methods across the desolate lands. Resolutely, he calmed his mind and began to retrain in the Taihaojian Tian Fist, following the guidance of his Yuanling. Before long, he sensed the profound strength of the martial arts hall. After repeated practice, he could set a challenger who had just grasped the basics of the Taihaojian Tian Fist. Through sparring, he could effortlessly discern the nuances and deficiencies in the application of this technique, including the exertion of force, the flow of qi, and the regulation of breath. Coupled with the Yuanling's automatic corrections, his progress was astonishingly swift. Moreover, all of this transpired within a time frame accelerated tenfold. Boom! The deep, resonant sound of whistling echoed once more within the martial arts hall. Chen Xingyu diligently practiced the Taihaojian Tian Fist, the Taihao body refinement technique, and the Tianqing guiding technique, honing his skills through rigorous training and sparring. His martial prowess soared as if propelled by a rocket, achieving remarkable advancements within just a few hours. Time continued to pass, tick by tick. Chapter 23. The battle that captivates all several hours later. Indeed, quite impressive. Chen Xingyu clenched his fists, feeling the stellar qi within him flow freely, erupting in hearty laughter. This moment, after 40 consecutive hours of training in the martial arts hall, accelerated tenfold, he had achieved effects equivalent to over 3 times the training duration in the outside world. All 3 martial techniques had been firmly established at the foundational level. Upon returning, he would only require a few hours to familiarize himself to elevate his physical form in the present world to the same foundational realm. Chen Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. Mastering martial techniques requires not only sufficient skill and high levels, but also the complete adaptation of the body to the fluctuations of qi, forming instinctual memory. Especially with the Taihao body refinement technique, which fundamentally strengthens and alters the physical form, one must gradually progress through each level, regardless of how high their realm may be. It seems that in the future, he cannot solely rely on the martial arts hall for training. Dedicating 4 hours a day to rigorous practice in the martial arts hall, enhanced by tenfold acceleration, must be complemented by an equal duration of training in the outside world. Truly digesting the knowledge gained from the hall into his own capabilities. This, he concluded, would be the most suitable path for his cultivation. With this clarity, Chen Qingyu felt invigorated. It was time for dinner. With a thought, he departed the martial arts hall. In the realm of Taishu Dao, one cannot simply leave internal spaces such as the War God Tower or the martial arts hall directly. Whoosh, before him, the scenery shifted, and he found himself in the outside world. However, upon discerning his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. The entrance to the martial arts hall, far from the bustling scene he had imagined, was starkly different. Only a solitary figure stood there, a tall young man clad in black, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. A large crowd had gathered at a distance of several dozen meters, gazing at the black-clad youth with an expression of awe and admiration. They whispered among themselves, not daring to speak loudly, fearing they might disturb him. The young man in black seemed to sense the commotion, slowly turning around, his eyes, brilliant like stars, fixating on Chen Qingyu. Chen Xiaojun? Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow and replied. It is I. The young man in black smiled slightly and raised a hand in greeting. I am Chen Qingyu, at your service. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly returned the gesture. Ah. It is you, brother Qingyu. My respects. In that moment, countless gazes outside the martial arts hall converged upon the two, holding their breaths. One clad in black, the other in white. One the pinnacle of the war god rankings. The other the champion of the dual rankings. One a recently risen, unparalleled prodigy. The other a long dominating leader of the younger generation within the clan. The clash between these two was undeniably captivating. Brother Qingyu, Chen Qingyu initiated. What brings you here today? Chen Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. Nothing but a desire for a duel. Instantly, Chen Qingyu's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. That suits me perfectly. His entry into the realm of Taishu Dao was not solely for honing martial skills, but also to accumulate combat experience. He too craved battle, yearning for a formidable opponent. Before him stood Chen Qingyu, who had overshadowed all other Chen family prodigies for years, making him the most fitting adversary. Excellent, Chen Qingyu echoed with a hearty laugh. How about we set a time, Xiaojun? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qingyu suggested. How about noon tomorrow? Chen Qingyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall await you at the dual platform at noon tomorrow. With that, he waved his sleeve, and his figure promptly vanished. Chen Qingyu chuckled, his thoughts aligning, and left the realm of Taishu Dao. Once both had departed, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervent cheers, surging like a tidal wave. The anticipated spectacle had indeed come to fruition. And it had occurred so swiftly. The two most gifted and powerful prodigies of the Chen family were about to engage in a grand showdown to determine supremacy. Before long, news of the imminent clash between the two top-ranked individuals spread like wildfire throughout the capital, Changluo, igniting excitement and anticipation among countless people. Without a doubt, this was a pinnacle confrontation that would capture the attention of all. In the residence of Chen Qingyu's family in Changluo, he had returned from the realm of Taishu Dao just as the city was illuminated by countless lights, transforming it into a city that never slumbers. Upon discovering that his father was still engrossed in rigorous training, he dined alone, then proceeded to the martial arena, focused solely on refining his martial skills. Merely 2 hours later, he had fully transformed the rewards acquired in the martial arts hall into his own mastery, truly entering the foundational phase of the 3 supreme martial techniques. These stages, entry, minor success, major success, and perfection, symbolize vastly different realms of power, technique, and agility. As for the 3 supreme martial techniques mastered by Chen Qingyu, backed by stellar qi, even in their foundational phase, they far surpass the perfected stage of ordinary techniques. Quite excellent, Qin Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. With the mastery of these three martial techniques, my means of combat have significantly increased. He eagerly anticipated the following morning after breakfast, when he would again sign in at the floating palace. What a delightful prospect. In high spirits, he returned to his study to read for a while, then washed up and retired early. The next morning, Chen Zhengxing finally concluded his training, shared breakfast with Qian Qingyu, exchanged a few casual remarks, and watched as he soared toward the floating palace on a cloud. Whoosh! The 9 layers of golden gale parted automatically upon sensing Qian Qingyu's arrival. As he stroked the jade ring on his thumb, a hint of nervousness arose within him, and he silently prayed. I hope the floating palace holds out a little longer. Thus far, he had acquired a total of 5 divine abilities at this first sign-in location within the floating palace, all derived from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. He suspected that the reward pool of the floating palace was nearing depletion, poised to transition to the next sign-in location. However, the system had yet to issue a prompt, leaving him to hope that this foundational stronghold of the Qin clan would endure a while longer. Moments later, Qin Qingyu arrived at the floating palace, and with a silent thought, he declared, System, I wish to sign in. Ding. A crisp and melodious notification echoed in Qian Qingyu's mind. Host is signing in for the 6th time at the floating palace. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, the art of subduing dragons and tigers. Chapter 24. The 6th divine ability, subduing dragons and tigers. The art of subduing dragons and tigers. Merely hearing the name suggests it involves the subjugation of dragons, serpents, and ferocious beasts, appearing less than extraordinary. I hope it proves to be more impressive than it sounds. Chen Qingyu mused quietly, then focused his mind to scrutinize this newly acquired divine ability. Upon examination, he was instantly filled with joy. Good heavens! The art of subduing dragons and tigers is akin to the phenomenon of flying sand and shifting stones. It may sound trivial, yet in reality, it possesses explosive strength. Indeed, if it were truly as lackluster as it sounds, it would hardly be worthy of a place among the 36 transformations of the Celestial Brigade. Qian Qingyu's heart brimmed with a sense of elation. The technique of subduing dragons and tigers indeed pertains to the mastery over ferocious beasts, providing an exceptional offensive enhancement against all creatures. However, its true power lies in its ability to fortify the practitioner's physical form. To execute the art of subduing dragons and tigers, the practitioner must possess a physique formidable enough to overpower celestial dragons and western white tigers, wielding the might to shake mountains and collapse the earth. In simpler terms, the technique of subduing dragons and tigers can, in tandem with the practitioner's ascension in realm, enhance their corporeal body to near limitless levels, rendering it increasingly robust, comparable even to the most elite divine weapons. Ultimately, one could attain a body impervious to destruction, immune to all forms of attack, capable of defeating any adversary of equal rank solely through physical prowess. Furthermore, this art of subduing dragons and tigers, when combined with the Taishu body refinement method, is a match made in heaven. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Qin Qingyu beamed with joy, nodding in satisfaction. The core essence of the Taishu body refinement method similarly lies in the gradual and systematic refinement of the body, transforming it into the form of the mythic Taishu star, imbued with boundless weight, infinite vastness, and unparalleled strength. According to Chen Qingyu's understanding, the Taishu star from mythology is akin to a neutron star, possessing terrifying density and mass, with an awe-inspiring size that can crush all. The Taishu body refinement method, when stacked with the technique of subduing dragons and tigers, results in increasingly extraordinary physical strength as one's realm ascends. It appears I am about to take flight once more. Qian Qingyu's spirit soared as he prepared to leave the floating heavenly palace to fully experience the art of subduing dragons and tigers. Just then, his vision blurred, and upon regaining clarity, he found himself on the Isle of Stars. Ancestor Qian Qingyu gazed at his smiling 9th ancestor and helplessly remarked, "Could you not be so startling? If you wish to see me, a word in advance would suffice." The 9th ancestor chuckled heartily. "You rascal, do you think I am unaware of the grand deeds you have accomplished?" Qin Qingyu blinked innocently. "What have I done?" "Hee hee." The 9th ancestor continued with a grin. "You have ascended to the top of the war god rankings in the Taishu Dao realm, causing a sensation in the divine capital. and have challenged Chen Xingyu. I am well aware of all that. The entire divine capital is abuzz with excitement. If this isn't a significant event, then what is? Chen Xingyu spread his hands. Well, that cannot be blamed on me. Before entering the Taishu Dao realm, I had no idea I was that formidable. Enough, enough, the ninth ancestor chided playfully. Do not take advantage and act coy. He then revealed a hint of nostalgia. Yet, I truly did not anticipate you would create such a stir. My intention in allowing you to enter the Taishu Dao realm was to broaden your horizons, to witness the unparalleled prodigies of the wastelands, so that you would not develop an arrogant heart and underestimate the world's heroes. I did not foresee that you would soar to such heights. I fear you may become overly proud. Chen Xingyu chuckled. That is hardly the case. I am still not the first in the Blood Sea realm. The ninth ancestor smiled. Based on your own assessment, what are your chances of victory against Chen Xingyu? Chen Xingyu's eyes flickered as he countered. And what do you think, ancestor? The ninth ancestor chuckled in amusement. You are quite cunning. He paused, his smile fading as he pondered before saying, if I must speak honestly, I would say it's a 50-50 chance. Both of you have equal prospects for victory. Solo? Chen Xingyu was somewhat astonished. I thought you would say I have at least an 80% chance. The ninth ancestor shook his head. I have told you not to underestimate the world's heroes. Although Xingyu practices the Celestial Constellation Record, which may not be as formidable as your Taishu Limitless Transformation Sutra, his martial skills are already highly accomplished, and he possesses extensive battle experience. He thrives in adversity, adeptly seizing every opportunity in combat. He is indeed a true combat prodigy. In truth, among the top talents in the Blood Sea realm. Aside from Zhou Qianlong, the rest possess similar strength. Their rankings are merely a reflection of their respective techniques and situational conditions. Chen Xingyu's expression shifted as curiosity took hold. Is Zhou Qianlong truly that strong? The ninth ancestor glanced at him, chuckling softly. He is neither overwhelmingly strong nor weak, but in this era, no young prodigy of the Blood Sea realm has managed to reach his level. I can only tell you that, like you, he practices an unparalleled celestial technique, establishing an immensely powerful foundation. As for his true strength, you will understand once you have experienced the 8th level of the War God Tower. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu felt a surge of battle spirit. Good. Once I break through the 8th level of the War God Tower, I shall personally meet this so-called number 1 in the world. Zhou Qianlong, the ninth ancestor laughed heartily. Such lofty ambitions are worthy of your youthful vigor. Go forth, go forth. If you wish to face Zhou Qianlong, first you must topple Chen Xingyu before anything else. Very well. Chen Xingyu rose, filled with confidence. Ancestor, await my good news. Moments later, in the training arena, Chen Xingyu gazed at the shattered fragments of the 10,000 gene stone lock on the ground, exhilaration coursing through him. It is astonishingly powerful, my physical strength, after beginning the Taishu body refinement method and augmenting it with the art of subduing dragons and tigers, has almost surged tenfold. This 10,000 gene stone lock shattered effortlessly in my grasp, requiring at least tens of thousands of pounds of force. Prior to my training, at the age of 5, during a strength test at school, I could barely lift 1,000 gene stone lock. Only half of what my peer Chen Xingyuan could manage. For a direct descendant of the Sacred King's bloodline, such a result could only be described as mediocre. However, after my training, my martial realm advanced by leaps and bounds, and my physique, under the refinement of stellar true qi, has become increasingly formidable, allowing me to toss stone locks weighing thousands of pounds with ease. Yet now, at merely the first level of the Blood Sea realm, my physical prowess may already rival that of a master in the Golden Bridge realm. Ordinary divine weapons from the Blood Sea realm can hardly inflict any harm upon me. He took a deep breath, filled with spirited determination. Chen Xingyu, come forth. Let me defeat you with my own hands. Chapter 25. The Duel on the Victory Platform. That noon, within the Taishu Dao realm, the entire divine capital of Changluo had transformed into a cacophony of excitement, with throngs of people nearly filling the long streets. The phrase empty streets for thousands fails to capture the scene at this moment. For the ultimate showdown among the Chen family's strongest prodigies of the Blood Sea realm. Virtually all members of the Chen lineage in the Blood Sea realm had been stirred into action. Whether direct descendants, collateral branches, or even distant branches, Many from other Taishu cities had also heard of this news through friends and rushed over. Approaching noon, the area surrounding the victory platform was a tumultuous hubbub, with countless individuals blocking the entrance. Yet, at the very center, a vast space remained clear. Clad in black, Chen Xinggu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and composed. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Indeed, Chen Xinggu had arrived early and waited for half an hour. Chen Xiaojun cannot still be sleeping, can he? He ought to have arrived by now. Hurry up! I have been queuing since last night, and I secured a good spot just to witness today's battle. The crowd buzzed with chatter, creating a lively din. Xinggu's younger cousin, give it your all. Chen Xingju, dressed in a green dress, shouted excitedly. Suppress Chen Xiaojun. Let him understand the might of our seven. The others beside her joined in the cheer. Chen Xinggu frowned slightly, casting a glance at them, disinterested in responding, and continued to await patiently. Moments later, Chen Xiaojun has arrived. He's here. He's here. The densely packed crowd outside suddenly parted, creating a pathway. The tall figure of Chen Xingyu, clad in white, strolled down the path, cupping his hands in a salute to Chen Xinggu. Thank you for waiting, Brother Xinggu. After experiencing the might of the art of subduing dragons and tigers, he had subsequently gone to the martial hall, activated the tenfold time acceleration, and diligently practiced martial techniques for an hour. Following the ninth ancestor's guidance, he no longer underestimated Chen Xinggu. Instead, he seized every opportunity to enhance his strength before the impending battle against this formidable foe. This led to his arrival at the victory platform just before noon. Brother Xiaojun is too kind. I have only just arrived myself. Chen Xinggu smiled slightly, extending his hand. Please, brother. Chen Xingyu chuckled, cupping his hands. After you? Brother. The two exchanged smiles and then stepped forward side by side, entering the victory platform amidst the gaze of the multitude, in an instant. As their figures vanished, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Rushing eagerly toward the entrance in but a fleeting moment, over 10,000 people surged into the victory platform, akin to a mighty ocean breaking through a dam, the tide of humanity pouring in. Inside the victory platform, whoosh, in an instant, Chen Xingyu found himself transported to an unfamiliar realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was engulfed by an expansive void, seemingly standing upon an invisible barrier. With Chen Xingyu a mere tinjong away, Cousin Xiaojun, is this your first time at the Dosheng platform? Chen Xingyu inquired with a smile. As a member of the Chen family, I prioritize filial piety. As an elder brother, it is my duty to yield. You may choose the battlefield. Very well, Chen Xingyu nodded. Since he had not ascended the rankings, this engagement was not one of challenge, granting him the autonomy to select the venue. Generally, the choice of scene offers a significant advantage, serving to balance the scales for the challenger, who might otherwise be at a disadvantage due to the counteractions of their techniques. Thus, in a gesture of humility, Chen Xingyu relinquished the right to choose the scene to him. However, Chen Xingyu held no desire to take unfair advantage. With a slight smile, Chen Xingyu focused his thoughts. In an instant, the scenery around them underwent a dramatic transformation, the emptiness morphing into a dazzling sea of stars. Both he and Chen Xingyu stood upon a vast prairie beneath the stellar expanse. Chen Xingyu, taken aback for a moment, then regarded Chen Xingyu with a deep gaze. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Chen Xiaojun possessed a technique akin to a sandstorm, which would evidently confer immense benefits in a desert-like setting. Yet, he had opted for a starry grassland. The Chen family's techniques predominantly revolve around the principles of the stars, and it was evident that his opponent was intent on engaging him in a fair contest. Since you were forthright, how could I, Chen Xingyu, act like a petty schemer? He smiled lightly, his thoughts shifting. The surrounding realm expanded instantaneously, as if the invisible constraints had been lifted, and the starlight spread across the horizon of the prairie. He set the battlefield to its maximum dimensions. What audacity! Chen Xingyu could not help but be impressed in the realm of celestial combat. The largest arena spans 100 li in circumference and 1,000 zhang in height. Aware of Chen Xingyu's ability to fly, Chen Xingyu still chose the grandest battlefield, clearly reciprocating with integrity and demonstrating his own noble demeanor. Both combatants had now selected the scene and size of the battlefield. In this encounter, the one of lesser cultivation was Chen Xiaojun, at the first level of the Blood Sea realm. According to the rules of combat, the higher-ranked Chen Xingyu would automatically adjust to the first level of the Blood Sea realm. As the cold, mechanical voice echoed, Chen Xingyu's body trembled slightly, and the overwhelming true energy within him diminished to a mere tenth, including the strength of his true energy, physical prowess, and the size of his Blood Sea, all reverting to that of the first level of the Blood Sea realm. Ah, he shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It had indeed been a long time since he had been in this state. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyu, observing this development, felt a stir within his heart. So this is how the Dosheng platform maintains equilibrium between both parties. Quite clever. Elevating the lower-ranked individual would only plunge them into a disadvantage, as lower-tier warriors cannot harness the strength of their higher-tier counterparts. Such unmanageable power equates to calamity. Once the cultivation levels were adjusted, the battle was set to commence. The audience count soared to 270,000, 290,000, 330,000. Chen Xingyu's gaze fell upon the rapidly increasing spectator count in the lower right corner. This ignited a sense of impatience within him. After all, who could resist the allure of Tai Su points? Just as he was about to speak, Chen Xingyu unexpectedly interjected, 100,000 Tai Su points. Split 50-50. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Both combatants had agreed to impose a fee for viewing this battle. With the current number of spectators reaching the cap, they unanimously consented to an equitable distribution of the 100,000 Tai Su points. The battle commenced. Chapter 26, Champion of Dosheng versus Champion of War God. The moment the voice of the Tai Su Yuanling faded, Chen Xingyu wasted no time. Invoking the cloud riding technique, a billowing cloud formed beneath his feet as he prepared to soar into the skies. Since he was determined to give his all, he aimed to maximize his advantages. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Xingyu was even a fraction faster. Geostellar magnetism, he called out, as a surge of pale blue true energy erupted from him, forming a radiant halo that expanded with ferocious intensity, enveloping the surrounding area for 100 zhang. Oh no. Just as Chen Xingyu had begun to ride the cloud 3 zhang above the ground, he suddenly wavered, nearly tumbling from his lofty perch. In that fleeting moment, he felt the gravitational pull of the earth intensifying manifold. Under the terrifying force of attraction, he felt as if he bore the weight of a colossal mountain, with the cloud beneath him moving as slowly as a snail, rendering him incapable of ascending. He had mastered the power of geostellar magnetism, and no wonder he was unperturbed by my flight technique. In a flash, the realization dawned on Chen Xingyu. Without hesitation, he dispelled the cloud riding technique, opting to descend once more. After all, maintaining the cloud while unable to maneuver would only render him an easy target. However, in that instant, due to Chen Xingyu's tactical error, he lost the initiative. Chen Xingyu surged forward, his body enveloped in pale blue true energy that blazed like wildfire. Delivering a punch aimed squarely at Chen Xingyu's head. Upon his fist, one could faintly discern myriad stars shimmering, imbued with the power to rend through any barrier. Ha! Without a moment's thought, Chen Xingyu opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of true energy as he activated the Grand Sandstorm technique. Boom! A terrifying, earth-enhued sandstorm surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. The might of this move was widely acknowledged as formidable. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Xingyu did not flinch or evade. Charging forward relentlessly, the pale blue magnetic halo hummed with resonance. Under the influence of the geostellar magnetism, countless grains of true energy sand fell to the ground before they could travel far. Their power significantly diminished. Chen Xingyu's entire being radiated with starlight, his visage taking on a metallic sheen, akin to the legendary ancient star god. The residual winds of the condensed energy struck him, leaving only faint white marks as they bounced off ineffectually. Die. Chen Xingyu's gaze was frigid, his expression devoid of emotion, as his fist drew perilously close to Chen Xingyu's head, mere inches away. With the might of this blow, Chen Xingyu's protective true energy would undoubtedly shatter, resulting in his skull being obliterated. In less than 2 blinks, victory appeared imminent. This is bad. Chen Xiaojun is going to lose, indeed. His combat experience is severely lacking. He has misused 2 techniques in succession. Chen Xingyu is too formidable. Chen Xiaojun is doomed to a dismal defeat. TCH, I had anticipated a spectacular clash. In the viewing space, many began to voice their disapproval. Their expressions betraying dissatisfaction. It was evident to all. Chen Qingyu's inexperience in battle paled in comparison to the battle-hardened Chen Qingyu, rendering him utterly outmatched. Victory is assured. Chen Qingyu and the others gleamed with excitement. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze in disbelief. Boom! Chen Qingyu's seemingly inevitable punch veered off course. Not only did it miss, but it also barely grazed Chen Qingyu's cheek, exposing a significant opening. In contrast, Chen Qingyu's form blurred and twisted, as he maneuvered with incredible agility to slip behind Chen Qingyu, exploiting the blind spot. The balance of power shifted in an instant. Chen Qingyu, who had dominated moments ago, now found himself at a disadvantage. This was the heavenly star guiding technique, the force of geostellar magnetism. He had cultivated the Tai Hao Wuliang Feathering True Sutra, forging an unassailable foundation. A bolt of realization struck Chen Qingyu's mind. While he had indeed erred by commencing with a flight technique, his subsequent invocation of the sandstorm had been a deliberate ruse to draw me closer, thereby activating the geostellar magnetism to reverse the tide. I truly believed he lacked combat experience. One moment of negligence had led me straight into a trap. In that fleeting moment, perish! Chen Qingyu exhaled sharply, delivering a punch. A surging torrent of true energy cascaded forth, invoking the essence of the Tai Hao Star Fist, heavy and resounding as if it bore the weight of ancient celestial bodies. Aiming directly for Chen Qingyu's back. His true energy far surpassed that of Chen Qingyu, and with the might of this blow, the least that would befall Chen Qingyu would be a shattered internal organ and a broken spine. While he had indeed engaged in little combat and lacked experience, his martial talent was exceedingly rare, and he had leveraged his disadvantage to craft a trap, turning the tides in an instant. What? At that moment, every spectator in the viewing space widened their eyes, holding their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. Buzz! In an instant, the pale blue geostellar magnetism halo trembled anew. The terrifying gravitational force underwent a transformation, morphing into an intense repulsive force centered around Chen Qingyu. What? Taken by surprise, Chen Qingyu nearly found himself flung away. His form swayed as he struggled to regain his balance, but the force of his punch had already dissipated into disarray. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Qingyu pivoted, facing Chen Qingyu once more, unleashing another powerful punch. Simultaneously, the geostellar magnetism halo quaked once more. As Chen Qingyu just barely acclimated to the repulsive force, it was abruptly transformed into an attractive force. Bang! In that instant, Chen Qingyu, his fist glimmering with starlight, struck Chen Qingyu's head with tremendous impact, producing a dull yet violent sound. The terrifying force unleashed upon Chen Qingyu's head instantaneously tore apart his deep blue protective true energy. In terms of true energy strength, Chen Qingyu was far inferior to Chen Qingyu. However, his martial arts realm greatly surpassed that of Chen Qingyu, and the lethal power of this punch was not significantly less than that of Chen Qingyu. Victory! At this moment, a ripple of emotion stirred within Chen Qingyu's icy heart. Boom! Chen Qingyu was sent flying several dozen yards, akin to a deflated ball. Something was amiss. Chen Qingyu quickly realized this, his expression shifting. With the power of his punch, Chen Xiaojun should have had his skull shattered. How was it that he remained alive? Moreover, the gravitational force of the Earth star was still maintaining the state of myriad stars converging towards him. How could Chen Xiaojun be sent flying so rapidly? Whoosh! As Chen Qingyu soared through the air, he inexplicably accelerated once more, swiftly breaking through a distance of 100 yards. He had escaped the encompassing range of the Earth star's gravitational force. Buzz! A white cloud appeared, lifting his body upwards, soaring straight into the sky. Ha ha ha! Chen Qingyu stood atop the clouds. Though his head was bloodied and stained his white attire, he laughed heartily. Thank you immensely. Brother Qingyu, if it weren't for you, I would not have discovered that the stellar and earthly magnetic forces can counteract, neutralize, and even reverse each other. Now, this is my domain. Chapter 27. Defeating Qingyu. First on both leaderboards. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qingyu rode the cloud, instantly ascending to over 100 yards in height. At this moment, he occupied an absolute advantage. Even while flying in the air, looking down from above and employing his technique of flying sand and shifting stones, bolstered by the formidable recovery of the 9 breaths breathing technique, he could stand invincible on the ground. Chen Qingyu gazed at Chen Qingyu, who was soaring higher and higher, for the first time furrowing his brows. A hint of seriousness appearing on his face. This is bad. Yes, now, Chen Xiaojuan's advantage is too great. Could it be that Chen Qinggu is about to lose? Surely, he, who has held the title of first for so many years, must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. In the observation space, spectators were chattering excitedly, their eyes glued to the battlefield. This battle, though it had only lasted less than 3 breaths since it began, had been filled with twists and turns, leaving the audience breathless and exhilarated. Lose? Qin Qingju observed the battlefield, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. You bunch of fellows still do not know the true trump card of Brother Qinggu. On the battlefield. Come on! Qin Qingyu, riding the cloud, ascended to over 100 yards high before finally halting, preparing to unleash his technique of flying sand and shifting stones. At this distance, his technique's attack range was sufficient to cover the ground, and its power was equally formidable, not losing much potency. However, at that moment, after glancing at the ground, Chen Qingyu was left utterly astounded. He saw Chen Qinggu's expression darken, and he soared into the sky, shooting upwards like a cannonball, not merely jumping but actually flying. He can fly. He actually can fly. Qin Qingyu was caught off guard. In the realm of physical cultivation, only a master at the Golden Bridge realm could momentarily hover in the air, gliding with the wind. Others either possessed innate abilities from being of the Dragon Clan or were individuals like him who had their powers enhanced through external means. But Chen Qinggu could also fly. Could it be that he too has some sort of cheat? Yet soon, Chen Qingyu regained his composure, quickly locking onto Chen Qinggu. Noticing the faint blue halo surrounding him, it turned out that he had reversed the Earth star's gravitational force, transforming the pull of the Earth into a repulsive force. However, such flight, in terms of agility, could not compare to mine. That would be a pipe dream. He quickly calmed his mind, and with a thought, the cloud beneath him rapidly flew away, intending to widen the distance from Chen Qinggu. Even if I am merely flying a kite, I can still wear you down. But in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Chen Qinggu, while airborne, executed a sharp turn and pursued him, his speed and agility surpassing that of the cloud. This defied the rules of Earth's repulsive force. It was as if he were borrowing strength from thin air. What? Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Before he could respond, the exceptionally swift Chen Qinggu had already charged towards him, then let it come. The flames of battle ignited in Chen Qingyu's eyes. He did not evade but charged directly forward. His stellar pull technique, having comprehended the mysteries of magnetic forces, could reverse the Earth star's magnetic power. Though he was not as adept as Chen Qinggu, if they were to fight on the ground, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and beaten, his body shattered no matter how strong he was. However, in aerial combat, he was fully confident. Boom! In that instant, the two figures, one black and one white, collided with explosive force, akin to a meteor crashing into the earth. Bang, boom. Just in the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds, their fists leaving afterimages as their forms twisted and turned. True energy erupting and dispersing in the AI art. Chen Qingyu's surprise. Even at such a close distance, he could not fathom the secret behind Chen Qinggu's ability to fly in the air. Even his stellar pull technique seemed ineffective, leaving no point of contact to reverse the magnetic forces. Similarly, Chen Qinggu, having flown using the Earth star's magnetic power, also lost the greatest advantage he had on the ground. This resulted in both of them resorting to a primal, brutal exchange, battling fiercely in close quarters. Bang bang. The two continued their ferocious combat. Chen Qingyu's boxing skills were far inferior to those of Chen Qinggu. In direct confrontations, he was often on the defensive, quickly becoming covered in injuries. Yet he remained silent, his eyes reddened, enduring Chen Qinggu's relentless attacks, trading blows. I can withstand more than you. I will endure until the end, and I will emerge victorious. The formidable physique of Chen Xiaojun was akin to that of a monster. The rumored Taihao body refinement technique could not possibly be this outrageous, could it? A deep sense of absurdity welled up within Chen Qinggu. With his mastery of boxing, he often struck Chen Xiaojun 5 or 6 times, only to receive a single blow in return. He could even mitigate a substantial portion of the force through the Earth star's magnetic power. Yet even so, as the battle raged on, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. After delivering over 100 punches, even an indestructible steel man would be reduced to shambles. Yet Chan Xiaojun, on the opposite side, remained merely battered. Without a single critical injury, boom, boom. In the continuous exchanges, Chen Qingyu rapidly fell into a disadvantageous position. In contrast, Chen Qingyu, after enduring so many punches, remained full of vitality, roaring with excitement. Aura, 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 aura. As the battle intensified, Chen Qingyu's boxing experience surged, and with his unparalleled physique, he fully suppressed Chen Qingyu, exclaiming in exhilaration. Aura! In the final confrontation, Chen Qingyu gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch, which landed solidly on Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu plummeted from the sky like a falling star, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit, dust swirling around. With the battle reaching its climax, the victor was clear. Chen Qingyu rode the cloud, slowly descending from the heavens. Though his face was bruised and his body battered, he wore a joyous smile. Brother Qingyu, you have lost, as the dust settled in the massive pit. Chen Qingyu lay at the bottom, blood pooling from his mouth, his body broken and aching, managing a faint smile. Yes, I have lost. Chen Qingyu landed on the ground and sincerely remarked, in this battle, you simply fell short due to inferior techniques, resulting in insufficient true energy and a lack of physical strength. If we were to truly face off with blades drawn in a fair contest, I may not necessarily be your match. After an intense struggle, while simultaneously maintaining various martial arts techniques, it was evident that Chen Qingyu's true energy could not hold out any longer, unable even to sustain the Earth star's magnetic force. This led to him being struck full force by Chen Qingyu's punch, resulting in his downfall from the sky. No. Chen Qingyu suddenly sat up, laughing heartily. To lose is to lose. This battle was exhilarating. And I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, Brother Xiaojun. We shall meet outside the contest arena for a drink. As he finished speaking, the backlash from forcing his true energy surged forth, abruptly cutting off his breath, and his shattered body transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. All right, after the fight, let's have a drink. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly. You have won this battle, since neither party had wagered any Tai Su points on the fight. You do not receive any victory rewards. The battle has concluded, and the number of spectators has reached its limit. You have earned 50,000 Tai Su points as viewing fees. A cold, mechanical voice resonated through the starry grasslands. Suddenly booming, congratulations, you have ascended to the dual victory rankings of the Divine Capital, Changluo. Your current ranking is first. Congratulations. You have ascended to the overall dual victory rankings of the Blood Sea. Your current ranking is 5th, Chapter 28. The new king of the Blood Sea realm. Upon hearing the notification sound, Chen Qingyu was taken aback. Is it truly the case that I have supplanted Chen Qingyu's position merely by winning a single match? The Yuanling of the Tai Su Hong Shijing appears to possess remarkable judgment. He had long contemplated the possibility. What if someone had prearranged their ascension and descent, deliberately engaging in a sham fight? It is well known that when super prodigies clash, external parties might even establish venues for betting, involving colossal stakes. As it stands, it is evident that the Yuanling of Tai Su possesses its own discerning standards. In this battle, Chen Qingyu had exerted himself to the utmost yet still succumbed to Chen Xiaojun. Thus, it was only natural for him to inherit Chen Qingyu's previous rank. Very well, let us depart and indulge in some libations. He chuckled, and with a mere thought, his figure vanished without a trace in the observation space. A gathering of millions remained eerily silent. One had anticipated that the long-reigning prodigy of the Chen clan in the Blood Sea realm, Chen Qingyu, would truly be defeated by the suddenly emerging Chen Xiaojun. With Chen Qingyu's loss, the new king of the Chen clan in the Blood Sea realm was born. Chen Qingjie regained his composure and couldn't help but reflect. Before the great battle, most people favored Chen Qingyu. Unexpectedly, he was decisively bested by Chen Xiaojun. Beside him, the youth clad in green, Chen Qingchuan, also wore a look of astonishment. Chen Qingyu has lost, and his former position has been usurped by Chen Xiaojun. In the divine city of Changluo, he now stands at the pinnacle. This solidified Chen Xiaojun's reputation, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to challenge his standing. As he spoke, waves of white light flickered around him, as numerous spectators were teleported away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Qingju and her companions appeared somewhat dazed, exchanging silent glances. "What shall we do now?" a young man whispered. "Qian Qinggu, my cousin, has actually lost. What does this mean for us in the future?" Qin Qingju sighed deeply. "As for the future, we shall take it one step at a time. Once we exit, we must endeavor to uncover the true identity of this Qin Shaojun. Did not my cousin mention that Qin Shaojun cultivates the clan's supreme technique, the Tai Hao Wuliang Yuhua Jinjing, and possesses a cultivation level of the first heaven of the Blood Sea realm? With these two pieces of information, we should be able to ascertain our target." As her words fell, she and her companions transformed into white light, dissipating from the observation space. Outside the fighting platform, Qian Qingyu's form abruptly materialized. Instinctively, he looked up at the two fighting rankings on either side. On the left side of the divine city of Changlua's sub-ranking, he had already supplanted Qian Qinggu. Claiming the top position, Qian Qinggu had fallen to second. Meanwhile, on the right side, in the Blood Sea Tian general ranking, the first on the fighting ranking was Zhou Qinlong, a human of 21 years. Hailing from the Chen family of Qinyang, with a record of 105 battles and 105 victories. The second was Chang Qianjiao, a 12-year-old from the Crystal Clan, with 97 battles, 96 victories, and 1 loss. The third was the Forest Pixie, a member of the Spirit Clan, whose age remained unknown, with 154 battles, 150 victories, and 4 losses. The fourth was the noble Princess Ao, of the Dragon Clan, whose age was also unspecified, with 79 battles, 72 victories, and 7 losses. The fifth was Qin Shaojun, a human of unknown age, from the Changluo Qin family, with 1 battle and 1 victory. The sixth was Qin Qinggu, a human of 18 years, from the Changluo Qin family, with 118 battles, 109 victories, and 9 losses. The seventh was Li Changhe, a human of 19 years, from the Yinma Sacred Land, with 85 battles, 73 victories, and 12 losses. After perusing the rankings, Qian Qingyu understood immediately by defeating Qian Qinggu. He had usurped his position, now placed 5th on the overall fighting ranking. His solitary battle, when compared to the others, stood out rather starkly. Although he had bested Qian Qinggu once, the Tai Su Yuanling still ranked him 6th. Having only dropped 1 position, Zhou Qinlong truly exhibited remarkable prowess, undefeated in 100 battles, that Chang Qianjiao, in one-on-one combat, could surpass everyone except Zhou Qinlong. Qian Qingyu's gaze flickered, his thoughts racing. Xiaojun.at that moment. A familiar voice broke through. He turned to see Qin Qingyu smiling slightly, speaking. "Shall we go to the Du Tower for a drink?" Qin Qingyu laughed heartily. "That suits me perfectly. Brother Qinggu, let us go." The two immediately walked side by side, guided by Qin Qinggu towards the largest tavern in the divine city of Changluo. The Du Tower. Is that not Qin Qinggu and Qin Shaojun? Is this camaraderie between heroes? Quickly, let's make way. The throng surrounding the fighting platform parted to allow passage, their eyes reflecting a sense of reverence as they beheld the departing figures. Qian Shaojuan's victory over Qin Qinggu had established him as the unequivocal champion of the Qin clan. Yet, Qian Qinggu's status and prestige had not diminished significantly. After all were acutely aware that it was not that Qian Qinggu lacked strength or had weakened, but rather that he had encountered an even more formidable and prodigious rival. Half an hour later, the news of Qian Qingyu's triumph over Qin Qinggu had reverberated throughout the divine city of Changluo, inciting a new wave of excitement. A new king had emerged within the Qin clan of the Blood Sea realm. Moreover, Qian Shaojuan's ascension to the 4th position on the Blood Sea Tian's overall fighting ranking had triggered an even more intense commotion across the entire wasteland. Previously, no one had ever ascended to the top 5 of the fighting ranking solely based on a single battle against a super prodigy. At least, no such individual existed in this era. Qin Shaojuan's emergence undoubtedly shattered records and etched his name indelibly in the annals of history. This is truly vexing. On the top floor of the Du Tower, Qin Qingyu held his wine cup, complaining. In but a short while, the number of challengers has surged to 1,725. Do they all think I am an easy target simply because I ascended the fighting ranking with a single battle? Opposite him, Qin Qinggu laughed heartily. Brother Shaojun, therein lies your miscalculation. If you had set the challenge stake on the fighting platform to the maximum of 100,000 Taisu points, I guarantee no one would dare to disturb you again. Upon hearing this, Qian Qingyu's eyes brightened. Indeed. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Qinggu. He promptly repeated the thought in his mind. using the Tai Su Yuanling to establish the challenge stake on the fighting platform to its highest limit. Instantly, the world fell silent, and numerous challenge notifications vanished. However, soon after, 2 notifications appeared, indicating that someone had accepted his challenge stake of 100,000 Tai Su points for a duel. Chen Xingyu was taken aback, the second on the fighting ranking. Chang Qianjiao and the fourth, Princess Ao, wish to challenge me? Chapter 29. An unshakable divine throne. Hearing Chen Xingyu's astonished remarks, Chen Xingyu's expression shifted slightly. He casually remarked, "It is no surprise that Chang Qianjiao and Princess Ao are among them. Both these young ladies are not ones to concede easily. Witnessing your victory over me, they are bound to test your mettle." Chen Xingyu, curious, inquired, "Young ladies? Is Chang Qianjiao only 12 years old? Is Princess Ao also quite young?" Chen Xingyu shrugged. "I have fought against Princess Ao twice, and she appears to be a young dragon, not exceeding 8 years of age." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! A young dragon under 8 years old in such a vast wasteland is indeed a prodigy among prodigies." He had thought that his own age of 6, having reached the fighting ranking of the Blood Sea Tian, was already absurd. Little did he know that the East Sea Dragon clan harbored an even more outrageous talent. After all, while he possessed the mindset of an adult, this Princess Ao was genuinely a young dragon not yet 8 years old. "What do you think?" Chen Xingyu teased with a grin. "Care to have a go with the two of them?" "Perhaps not." Chen Xingyu shook his head, replying, "After my battle with you, I have come to realize my shortcomings. My martial skill level is too low, and my application remains unrefined. My combat experience is evidently lacking, and my strength has ample room for improvement. I'm far too preoccupied with training at the martial arts hall to engage in further skirmishes." The super prodigies ranking among the top of the fighting list have already achieved mastery in their martial skills, making it exceedingly difficult for them to progress further. Thus, they seek to hone themselves through continuous combat. Yet, he was different. His 3 supreme martial skills were merely at the entry level, brimming with potential, and there was no need to rush into accumulating combat experience. "Your reasoning is quite sound," Chen Xingyu remarked with admiration. "Your combat talent and ability to adapt in real time are among the finest in the world. The only thing you lack is the refinement of your martial skills. Once you address this shortcoming, your strength will undoubtedly create a significant gap between you and individuals like us, even providing you with the potential to challenge Zhou Qianlong and topple him from his divine pedestal." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu's gaze flickered slightly. "Zhou Qianlong, brother, have you ever clashed with him? Just how formidable is he?" Upon hearing those words, Chen Xingyu's gaze momentarily faltered, and he let out a sigh. "Incredible. Truly formidable. Approximately 2 years ago, I had the misfortune of crossing swords with him, only to be utterly vanquished by a single punch." "What?" Chen Xingyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Only one punch?" He had personally experienced Chen Xingyu's strength, and could scarcely fathom that anyone within the same realm could defeat him with such ease. "What terrifying power must that be?" "Indeed," Chen Xingyu replied gravely. "With just a single blow, I was defeated, without the slightest ability to resist. Moreover, that was before he had broken through to the 8th level of the War God Tower." As he spoke, he sighed once more. After Zhou Qianlong pierced the 8th level, his strength ascended to a realm beyond comprehension, and since that time, no one has dared to challenge him. We all understand that the disparity is too great. Attempting to do so would be meaningless. While we are still ascending the mountain, he stands proudly at its peak, surveying the world, dwarfing all other mountains. Unless another unrivaled prodigy emerges who can breach the 8th level of the War God Tower, the divine throne occupied by Zhou Qianlong shall remain unshaken. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xingyu inquired, "Just how difficult is it to breach the 8th level of the War God Tower?" Chen Xingyu sighed heavily. "The difficulty is utterly terrifying. It surpasses your imagination. The opponents at the 8th level are all elite figures from sacred lands, top-tier experts with 8 martial veins established and perfected martial skills. Each one of them is on par with the top 10 in Changluo of the divine capital. And you must face a full 2,000 of such formidable warriors at the 8th level. These 2,000 adversaries have mastered various martial arts, worked seamlessly together, are fearless, unyielding, and indifferent to death or injury. Truly the most terrifying martial army." He then chuckled bitterly. "To be frank, I once attempted a challenge and suffered a crushing defeat. I have not dared to challenge it again since, At the 8th level, one is surrounded by powerful foes. To be a challenger is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, perpetually in the throes of life and death. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. With my current strength, even if it were to increase exponentially, I fear I would still have no hope of breaching it. Such an extreme challenge? Chen Xingyu gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. How did Zhou Qianlong manage to breach the 8th level? Chen Xingyu's prowess was well known to him. He was indeed a rare competitor of the same rank, capable of dominating the world. Yet even such a superlative prodigy hesitated before the 8th level of the War God Tower. How had Zhou Qianlong accomplished this feat? I am not certain, Chen Xingyu replied, shaking his head. It is said that he initially faced numerous failures when challenging the 8th level. However, one fateful night, he suddenly entered the Void Dao realm and successfully passed the 8th level in one attempt, causing quite a stir across the wasteland. From that moment, he ascended to the divine throne, and no one has been able to challenge his position since. Hearing this, Chen Xingyu displayed a contemplative expression. It appears as though he experienced a sudden enlightenment, discovering some crucial insight. Perhaps, Chen Xingyu mused, shaking his head. In any case, I have already relinquished my aspirations to challenge the 8th level. Within a month at most, I intend to advance to the Golden Bridge realm and head to the Golden Bridge heaven. He then turned to Chen Xingyu and said, Cousin, you cultivate the same supreme celestial technique, forging an exceptionally strong foundation, not inferior to Zhou Qianlong's. Once your martial skills are perfected and your strength reaches the limit of the Blood Sea realm, you may very well breach the 8th level and dethrone Zhou Qianlong. Chen Xingyu smiled faintly. Then I shall take my cousin's words to heart. Having defeated Chen Xingyu and become the foremost prodigy of their clan, his next target was naturally to overcome Zhou Qianlong. However, he had a clear understanding of his current positioning. At best, he was only slightly stronger than Chen Xingyu, and he too had not breached the 8th level of the War God Tower. To challenge Zhou Qianlong without achieving that was nothing but a fool's dream. To defeat Zhou Qianlong, he would either need to endure rigorous training in the martial arts hall to master the 3 supreme martial skills to their fullest, or rely on signing in at the floating celestial palace to gain even more formidable divine powers. As Chen Xingyu pondered this, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, Cousin Xingyu, I wish to inquire how you were able to disregard the gravitational rules of the earth and freely fly and move using the power of magnetic force during our duel? This was a point of curiosity he had yet to comprehend. Chen Xingyu smiled gently. This is a secret I spent 10 years comprehending regarding the mysteries of magnetic force. With your innate talent and cultivation of the celestial star magnetic power, it is only a matter of time before you grasp this level as well. However, as I am about to ascend to the Golden Bridge heaven, this secret would serve me no purpose. So I shall impart it to you today. Chapter 30. The 9th divine ability. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu was filled with delight, exclaiming, Cousin, you are truly magnanimous. He had merely posed a casual question, not expecting Chen Xingyu to provide a comprehensive answer. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Xingyu was willing to generously share the entirety of his insights into the mysteries of magnetic force. Ha ha ha! Chen Xingyu laughed heartily. Cousin, your future is boundless, with potential far exceeding my own. I can only hope that the insights I have gained regarding this magnetic force will aid you in defeating Zhou Qianlong and ascending to the Blood Sea celestial throne. Rest assured, cousin, Chen Xingyu replied with a hearty laugh. My next goal is to defeat Zhou Qianlong. I firmly believe that the insights you have shared will undoubtedly prove useful. Chen Xingyu smiled and then turned to instruct, Young lad, bring forth a lamp. Right away, responded the innkeeper's assistant cheerfully. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Before long, the assistant brought over a delicate lotus lamp and set it on the table. Cousin, watch closely, Chen Xingyu said with a slight smile. He extended a finger, causing a scattering of faint blue true energy to emerge from his fingertip, which he directed toward the lotus lamp. Upon contact, the wick of the lamp ignited spontaneously, producing a flicker of eerie blue flame. This? Chen Xingyu's expression shifted. He examined the ethereal blue flame closely, and as he observed the surrounding faint starlight radiating from it, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Light? It is starlight? Precisely. Chen Xingyu laughed heartily. Praising, cousin, your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable. My ability to manipulate the Earth's star magnetic force and soar freely through the skies relies upon the method of starlight transformation. After a brief pause, he continued. Our Chen family techniques are all derived from the power of the stars. The most common manifestation of this star power is, in fact, the starlight of the night sky. Starlight is both light and a form of myriad energies. It is the source of true energy and also a manifestation of magnetic force. Starlight is magnetic force, and magnetic force is starlight. Hearing this, Chen Xingyu could not help but feel deeply moved. Cousin's thought process is truly imaginative, capable of discerning such profound insight. At that moment, he finally understood why Chen Xingyu had been able to navigate with such agility during their earlier battle, manipulating magnetic force to fly freely, while his own attempts to use the celestial star attraction method to manipulate magnetic force had resulted in empty air and inability to exert any force. It was simply because Chen Xingyu was transforming starlight into magnetic force, while he had failed to comprehend this layer of understanding, unaware that such a technique even existed. Cousin, listen closely, Chen Xingyu lowered his voice, explaining the method of sensing, manipulating, and transforming starlight magnetic force, along with various details. Chen Xingyu held his breath, listening intently and committing everything to memory. With Chen Xingyu's selfless teachings, once he practiced diligently for a period of time upon his return, he would surely be able to integrate and master this magnetic mystery. At that point, his combat strength would ascend to new heights. Moments later, after Chen Xingyu had finished explaining the mystery, he sighed, Cousin, if you wish to defeat Zhou Qianlong, you must seize the time. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu's expression shifted. Does cousin mean? Chen Xingyu sighed. 2 years ago, Zhou Qianlong breached the 8th level, ascending to the divine throne, and in the Blood Sea realm, he is considered invincible. The reason he remains in the Blood Sea heaven is actually to breach the 9th level of the War God Tower, truly creating a myth for this era. However, he shook his head. The difficulty of the 9th level is far more terrifying than that of the 8th level. He has been trapped at the 9th level for a full 2 years without success. He is an unparalleled talent and will not tolerate stagnation. If he finds no means to breach the 9th level, he will undoubtedly break through to the Golden Bridge realm and ascend to the Golden Bridge heaven. As he spoke, he turned to Chen Xingyu. At that point, should you wish to defeat him, the opportunity will have passed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu nodded and replied, I understand. After a brief moment, the two departed from Diyu Tower, bidding each other farewell at the entrance. Chen Xingyu left the Taishu Dao realm, returning to the mortal world to engage in solitary cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough into the Golden Bridge realm. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyu logged off, had his lunch, and then returned to the martial arts hall to diligently practice the 3 supreme martial techniques, continuously enhancing his strength. As evening approached, he left the Taishu Dao realm, dined, and continued to refine his martial skills in his family's training ground, fully digesting the knowledge he had acquired throughout the day. Concurrently, the sensational news of his ascension to the top of both rankings, supplanting Chen Xingyu, had already spread across the entire wasteland, creating quite a stir. This included the Heavenly Crystal Ancestral Court and the East Sea Crystal Palace, where 2 young girls, displeased by his avoidance of battle, angrily labeled him a coward. However, Chen Xingyu paid little heed to the external turmoil. His sole focus remained on relentless martial training and personal growth, aiming for his next objective, in the blink of an eye. This tranquil existence persisted for a full 3 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Xingyu rode on auspicious clouds, witnessing the 9 layers of golden gale parting to create a passage. This marked the 9th time. Chen Xingyu maintained a calm demeanor, his thoughts swirling within. I wonder what divine ability I shall acquire this time. 2 mornings prior, he had punctually signed in at the Floating Heaven Palace, receiving the abilities of Barrier Perception and Wind and Rain Summoning, both ranked among the 36 transformations of Tiangang. The technique of Barrier Perception, in simple terms, allowed for vision through walls. Naturally, as a formidable ability listed among the 36 transformations, its true power and application far surpassed that of common clairvoyance techniques. Mastering this skill to its pinnacle would enable one to perceive all things in the universe without obstruction, allowing one to observe the myriad phenomena of the world from the comfort of one's own home, surpassing even the Buddhist eye of insight. However, at this current stage, with Chen Xingyu's cultivation level, the effect was hardly more impressive than that of basic clairvoyance. The second ability, Wind and Rain Summoning, was not an offensive technique, but rather a method to command the winds and summon rain, promoting favorable weather for an area, leaning more towards supportive aspects. Its only remarkable feature was its extensive range. Even at Chen Xingyu's current Blood Sea Realm cultivation, he could envelop a radius of 10 miles with this technique, far exceeding the capabilities of lesser spells. While the barrier perception technique had considerable potential, the wind and rain summoning method was practically negligible in its utility for him at this moment. A twinge of irritation arose within Chen Xingyu. I have drawn 8 divine abilities in succession. The prize pool of the Floating Heaven Palace will soon be depleted. If I cannot draw a more potent offensive technique before that happens, defeating Zhou Qianlong will prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 31. The prize pool is depleted. The second sign-in location with a sigh, Chen Xingyu descended upon the Floating Heaven Palace, not hesitating for a moment as he silently thought, "System, I wish to sign in." A melodious notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has signed in for the 9th time at the Floating Heaven Palace. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, the art of gestation and transformation. Chen Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. Gestation and transformation? Its name suggests it leans towards the arcane, a transformative ability rather than a powerful offensive technique. His hopes appeared to be dashed once more. He sighed, preparing to examine the newly acquired art of gestation and transformation. Just then, another notification chimed. The prize pool at the Floating Heaven Palace has been exhausted. Over the course of your 9 sign-ins, you have received 9 abilities. 9 breaths of calm, formless stance, riding clouds and mist, flying sand and rolling stone, guiding the primordial yang, subduing dragons and tigers, barrier perception, wind and rain summoning, and gestation and transformation, all belonging to the 36 transformations of Tiangang. After the prize pool is depleted, you will no longer receive new rewards, but you may continue to sign in to enhance the rewards you have already obtained. The second sign-in location, the Heavenly Sword Gorge, has now opened for sign-in eligibility. In that moment, Chen Xingyu paused, his emotions becoming complex, a mixture of joy tinged with disappointment. The joy stemmed from the long-anticipated second sign-in location finally appearing. The disappointment was that the 9 divine abilities had already drained the prize pool of the Floating Heaven Palace, and in the near future, he would no longer be able to obtain powerful divine abilities through this straightforward method to defeat Zhou Qianlong, alas. Chen Xingyu took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely regaining focus. The 9 ancestors once said that Zhou Qianlong is not truly an invincible force. It is merely that in this generation of Blood Sea Realm, no one can rival him. Zhou Qianlong possesses a formidable foundation, and so do I. He may be invincible in the Blood Sea Realm, but I possess an advantage. Can I not stand against him head-on? His confidence surged anew. Compared to Zhou Qianlong, his greatest disadvantage was the brevity of his cultivation time, leaving him with insufficient opportunity to enhance his martial techniques and accumulate combat experience. Yet, with the 9 divine abilities at his disposal, he refused to believe he could not overcome Zhou Qianlong. I'm off. He waved his sleeve and directly ascended on auspicious clouds, departing from the Floating Heaven Palace. During his flight, he focused his mind on reviewing the newly acquired 9th divine ability, the art of gestation and transformation. A mere glance filled him with delight. This was truly a serendipitous gift. The art of gestation and transformation is a technique of transformation. This divine ability encapsulates the profound mysteries of the universe's changes, allowing one to alter their form at will, transforming between genders, ages, heights, and weights. Further mastery would enable transformations into various creatures, such as birds, beasts, fish, and insects, as well as lifeless objects like plants, stones, gold, silver, and houses. At its highest level of cultivation, even fate and causality could be altered, rendering one indistinguishable even to the greatest celestial beings. This is the true art of endless transformation. Chen Xingyu smiled contentedly. His soul was that of an adult, long weary of the limitations imposed by his child's body. This was one of the reasons he preferred to remain in the Taishu Dao realm. Now, possessing the art of gestation and transformation, he could finally fulfill his wish and obtain a fully formed adult physique, shedding the constraints of his small form. Let us do this. Eagerly, he activated the divine ability, silently uttering, "Transform." In an instant, as his true energy surged, His entire being seemed to elongate, his flesh and bones reshaping as if he had aged 10 years in a mere moment. Chen Qingyu transformed into the appearance of a 16-year-old, resembling the figure of young Master Chen from the Taishu Dao realm. Excellent. After the transformation, he excitedly examined himself, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. With the wonders of the art of gestation and transformation, this change felt akin to being reborn, reshaping his entire body. All his physiological functions ascended to that of a 16-year-old, from the inside out. He was a genuine 16-year-old youth, including his bone age, soul, and certain functions that had yet to develop at the age of 6. Ahem. He coughed a couple of times, quickly suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. After all, he was still just 6 years old. If he misbehaved, his father would likely break his legs. Time to go, with a thought, he summoned the auspicious clouds, soaring down through the 9 layers of gale. Moments later, Chen Zhengxing, who had just concluded his cultivation in the quiet room, seemed to sense something and casually turned his head, calling out, "Qingyu, you're back." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice trailed off abruptly. He beheld the 16-year-old Chen Qingyu descending from the clouds, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is happening? Where is my son? That 6-year-old boy. How has he grown so much in just one day? Has my seclusion lasted a full decade? Dad, Chen Qingyu greeted cheerfully. You? Chen Zhengxing stared at him in confusion, instinctively asking, what year is it now? Chen Qingyu looked at him in surprise. It's the year 15663 of the Yuan Emperor era. What's the matter? Dad, you haven't been in seclusion so long that your mind has gone fuzzy, have you? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing murmured, if it's the year 15663 of the Yuan Emperor era, then nothing has changed. It is still this year. He raised his head, hesitantly gazing at Chen Qingyu. Are you truly my son Qingyu? How did you grow up so fast? Did our ancestors give you some miraculous elixir? Hearing this, Chen Qingyu burst into laughter. Dad, you're overthinking it. This is merely a special ability I've recently awakened, allowing me to change my appearance and form. What do you think? Surprising, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing's expression turned peculiar. You've awakened another new ability. I truly cannot fathom what kind of divine and extraordinary constitution you possess. He opened his mouth, struggling to find words, and after a long pause, finally managed to say, I still find the younger you more pleasing to the eye. Chen Qingyu curled his lips and remarked, isn't it the duty of a father to wish for his child to grow up quickly? With a wave of his hand, he added, no more talk. I'm off to the Taishu Dao realm. I'll see you later. Old man. Wait. Chen Zhengxing called out to him, inquiring, what level of cultivation do you currently possess? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu smirked, I've reached the 3rd level of the Blood Sea realm. In no more than 12 days. I should break through to the Golden Bridge realm. The mention of the Golden Bridge realm prompted Chen Zhengxing to pause for a moment before he softly stated, given your rate of progress, it seems you will break the human shackles and ascend to the Spirit Origin 4th realm in just a few months. According to our clan's rules, whether by direct descent or collateral line, one must embark on a journey after achieving the Spirit Origin realm and travel far and wide, only permitted to return upon reaching the True Gang realm. He gazed at the 16-year-old Chen Qingyu, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. Do you wish to travel? Absolutely. Chen Qingyu replied without hesitation. I have long been eager to venture out and explore the world. I am well aware of the rule that mandates journeying after achieving the Spirit Origin realm to broaden one's horizons. And I have awaited that day eagerly. Having remained in the divine capital of Changluo, he found himself unable to visit any other locations. Chen Zhengxing fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. Seeing you now feels as though a decade has slipped by in the blink of an eye. You have truly turned 16. His voice took on a somewhat hoarse quality. Would you like to hear about your mother? Chen Qingyu instantly lifted his head, meeting Chen Zhengxing's gaze, his tone slightly wavering. Haven't you always refrained from speaking of her? Since his birth, he had never laid eyes on his mother, at the age of 3. He had inquired a few times, but Chen Zhengxing always evaded the topic. Eventually, he ceased to bring it up. He had once thought that he was perhaps a child of a single parent, assuming his mother had met with an unfortunate fate. However, it was now evident that there were deeper secrets behind this matter. Times had changed. With a gentle smile, Chen Zhengxing said, before I parted ways with your mother, we made a pact. Once you reached the age of 16 and ascended to the Spirit Origin realm, you would go meet her in person. I had thought that this day would be at least a decade away, if not longer. Yet, I never anticipated you would surpass my expectations by such a wide margin. After a brief silence, Chen Qingyu quietly asked, "Then where is my mother?" Chen Zhengxing inhaled deeply, his gaze directed towards the southern sky. To the south, far from the central Tianzhou. You also have an elder sister, 60 years your senior. Perhaps one day you shall meet her. Chen Zhengxing's words took Chen Qingyu by surprise. I have an older sister? 60 years my senior. He was genuinely astonished. Until now, he had never heard a whisper of this matter. You need not be shocked, Chen Zhengxing chuckled, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I in our line of work. Most of us marry late. I encountered your mother while traveling at the age of 24, and we wed 300 years later. In the second year of our marriage, your sister was born, and the following year your mother became pregnant with you. However, his tone gradually grew somber, lips pressed together, before he sighed. A great many events transpired back then, many of which I would rather not revisit. I committed an unforgivable mistake. Afterward, I was punished to guard the Taiyan Abyss, and it was because of my past transgressions that your birth was delayed by 60 years, leading you back to the divine capital of Changluo. Chen Qingyu's astonishment only deepened. My mother carried me for 60 years before giving birth to me. Chen Zhengxing waved his sleeve and shook his head. The past is but smoke dissipating. Dwelling on it is futile. I will share more of the past when you achieve the spirit origin realm and embark on your travels. With a slight smile, he added, Come, it has been a while since the two of us ventured out together. All right, Chen Qingyu replied, and together they stepped out of the house. The father and son made their way along the long street until they reached the bustling central area of the divine capital. Look at the candied hawthorn, fresh candied hawthorn. The latest Spirit Light showcase has begun. Young Master Chen battles Chen Qingyu, topping both leaderboards. A spectacle not to be missed. The latest episode of The Talented Clash has just been released, revealing the stories behind the superlative prodigies. The Immortal Chronicles, issue 192, has been published. It features legendary accounts of the strongest prodigies from our history. Come and see. New trinkets from the Shidu Liugu have arrived. Sourced from the Crystal Clan of the West Wilderness, in the marketplace, the calls of various vendors and shopkeepers filled the air. Crowds flowed incessantly, predominantly composed of the richly attired direct descendants, especially children, whose laughter and playful shouts echoed everywhere. What a lively scene, Chen Zhengxing remarked, observing the bustle. However, even among the direct descendants, enjoyment of carefree days is only permitted until the age of 6. When I was 6, your grandfather wouldn't even let me go out alone. He forced me to memorize texts daily. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly and responded, with high status comes great responsibility. If the direct descendants were to indulge in leisure and neglect their duties, that would indeed be the root of the clan's decline. Indeed, Chen Zhengxing nodded. You make a valid point. He then pointed toward a street vendor with a smile. Come, let us take a look over there. When you were younger, you would often pester me to buy you those curious little trinkets. With a hearty laugh, Chen Qingyu fell into step beside Chen Zhengxing. Maintaining his 16-year-old appearance seemed to have allowed Chen Zhengxing to accept the fact that he had matured 10 years within a single day. As they strolled along, not a single one of the many direct descendants passing by recognized him as the renowned young Master Chen. Even though his likeness had spread throughout the divine capital, people instinctively overlooked his presence, failing to acknowledge him. Throughout their journey, several members of the direct lineage engaged in casual conversations and discussions. Naturally, the recently spotlighted figure, young Master Chen, was mentioned multiple times. What do you think? Who exactly is young Master Chen? I'm not sure. I heard that Chen Qingyu and his group searched for a while, but there hasn't been any news since. Indeed, it is quite mysterious. But he must be of direct descent. Likely one among those few. I had thought that after young Master Chen defeated Qingyu's younger brother, he would surely challenge Zhou Chenlong next, aiming for the top. But now, there's no sign of him. Yes, it's been several days. Perhaps he's lost his nerve. Is it really so surprising? Zhou Chenlong is the #1 in the Blood Sea realm. Young Master Chen hasn't even cleared the 8th level of the War God Tower. How could he possibly challenge him? If young Master Chen can't do it, then we can hardly expect Chen Qingyu and the others to succeed. It seems our Cheng clan will be overshadowed by the Zhou clan in this generation. What a disappointment. Hearing these discussions, Chen Zhengxing turned and smiled. Did you hear that? People in the divine capital are expressing disappointment over your reluctance to challenge Zhou Qianlong. They say you've lost your nerve. Chen Xingyu replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean lost my nerve? This is merely a matter of conserving strength. If I were to challenge Zhou Qianlong without assurance, would that not be an act of self-humiliation?" Chen Zhengxing laughed heartily. "So when will you have that assurance? With your speed of cultivation, in just over 10 days, you won't even have the opportunity to challenge him," Chen Zhengxing continued. Chen Xingyu smiled faintly, lifting his gaze toward the direction of the floating celestial palace. "Perhaps it won't even take that long." The next day, at dawn, Chen Xingyu rode on clouds, soaring upward towards the floating celestial palace. After 4 days of arduous training, he had finally reached a minor accomplishment in the 3 supreme martial techniques, thoroughly solidifying his progress. Achieving a minor success in these techniques was already sufficient to rival the major completion of the corresponding martial arts in the Xian Gong secret manual. His thoughts churned as his gaze flickered. The secrets of the starry magnetism that Chen Xingyu taught me are now fully mastered. At present, I am capable of taking on 2 opponents of the same realm. In just a few days, his strength had at least doubled. This astonishing rate of ascension undoubtedly exceeded everyone's expectations. Yet, it was still not enough. With his current strength, he still lacked the confidence to breach the 8th level of the War God Tower. He was in urgent need of a more formidable means. He pondered whether today's sign and rewards would meet his expectations. With that thought, he slightly quickened his pace. Moments later, Chen Xingyu passed through the 9 layers of Golden Gang winds. Guiding the clouds to land atop the floating celestial palace system, he silently called out in his mind, "I wish to sign in." Ding! A crisp and melodious notification rang out in Chen Xingyu's mind. The host is signing in for the 10th time at the floating celestial palace. The reward pool of the floating celestial palace has been depleted. This sign-in will enhance your previously obtained rewards and is currently being drawn. Drawing complete. Congratulations, esteemed host. Your mastery over the divine art of summoning wind and rain has significantly strengthened, both in comprehension and application. As the notification sound reverberates, a tremendous force surges forth, causing Chen Xingyu to shudder as a wealth of information and memories floods his mind, each one pertaining to the art of calling forth wind and rain. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had practiced and battled with this divine technique countless times, transforming from a novice into a seasoned practitioner, effortlessly commanding the powers at his disposal. After a brief interlude, Chen Xingyu regained his composure and took a deep breath. Indeed, the rewards after depleting the prize pool have not disappointed me now, when I employ the art of summoning wind and rain. Its potency has increased at least 3-fold. The only regret is that this technique is not solely offensive in nature. What I truly wish to enhance is the art of flying sand and shifting stones. With that, he waved his sleeve and rode the auspicious clouds, departing from the ethereal palace to prepare for his return home. During his flight, he silently reflected on the newfound information and memories. A wave of enlightenment washing over him. The rewards from his attendants had substantially fortified his mastery of the wind and rain technique. Firstly, regarding wind control, he could now precisely manipulate every inch of airflow within a 10-mile radius. Possessing the ability to create air prisons, air walls, and air explosions, among other techniques. Moreover, he could ride the winds to accelerate his flight, conjure hurricanes to create natural disasters, and even transform the wind into his own eyes and ears, perceiving the surroundings within that 10-mile span. Secondly, concerning rain summoning. After the enhancement, he could not only summon rain but also create and control fog, hail, blizzards, and other extreme weather phenomena. This ability, when combined with his wind control techniques, rendered him a walking embodiment of natural calamity. Suddenly, a realization struck him, halting his movement. If such formidable capabilities were coupled with a vast area of lethal radius, he pondered deeply, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. His eyes alight with understanding, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha! I understand now. I finally comprehend the means by which Zhou Qianlong managed to ascend to the 8th level through sheer audacity. He had strayed from the correct path from the very beginning. As the levels of the War God Tower increased, so too did the number of challengers and the difficulty, escalating to alarming heights. Once the number exceeded a certain threshold, quantitative change would inevitably lead to qualitative change. Under the siege of 2,000 elite warriors, his original method of self-preservation followed by gradual elimination of enemies would prove utterly futile. Among those 2,000 top-tier warriors, there would undoubtedly be many capable of countering his flight techniques and attacking him from afar. Attempting to confront the 8th level directly with his approach from the 7th would surely lead to failure. Zhou Qianlong had established a formidable foundation, training in the ancestral technique of the Qinyang Zhou clan, 10,000 suns shining together. This technique is the pinnacle of harnessing the power of the blazing sun, capable of transforming into a blazing sun to execute attacks over a vast area. Only by confronting all 2,000 warriors simultaneously could one truly hope to breach the 8th level. Chen Xingyu's heart surged with excitement as thoughts raced through his mind. He finally grasped the secret behind Zhou Qianlong's ability to conquer the 8th level. With Zhou Qianlong's formidable foundation, employing the technique of the blazing sun to strike down over 2,000 warriors was entirely feasible. In this scenario, the initial moments would be the most perilous, requiring evasion from the terrifying assault. Withstanding it directly was impossible, and he must find a way to dodge. However, once he survived those crucial moments, beneath the omnipresent, expansive rays of sunlight, all warriors would experience a collapse of their vital energy, a decline in their state, and could even catch fire, transforming into mobile sources of heat and torches, thereby endangering others. This process would snowball, becoming increasingly manageable as the enemies crumbled more swiftly. Of course, while this secret may seem straightforward, executing it proved exceedingly challenging. Firstly, he must evade the onslaught of 2,000 warriors. Secondly, he must possess a terrifying attack with a vast range and devastating power. Finally, he needs an unmatched reservoir of vital energy to sustain such relentless assaults. Fortunately, after the substantial enhancement of his wind and rain technique, Chen Xingyu had already met all three of these requirements. With a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens, he eagerly urged the auspicious clouds to hasten his return home. Upon arrival, he greeted his father, Qian Zhengxing, before hastily entering the Void Dao realm. Merely understanding the secret was insufficient. He needed to practice the coordination of various divine techniques and the flow of vital energy within the martial arts hall until he achieved complete mastery before challenging the 8th level of the War God Tower. "What's this lad up to?" Qian Zhengxing mused as he observed his son's retreating figure. Perplexed, he thought little of it and, as he had done in previous days, retreated to the quiet chamber to cultivate diligently. Later that evening, after emerging from his meditation, Qian Zhengxing inquired with a servant, only to learn that Chen Xingyu had not appeared all day. Concern began to gnaw at him. What is this young man doing? Has he forgotten to eat? He entered the study, observing Chen Xingyu, seemingly in a deep slumber with his consciousness immersed in the Void Dao realm. Frowning slightly, he ultimately refrained from waking him and chose instead to sit quietly and wait. This vigil continued until the late hours of the night. Within the Void Dao realm, Chen Xingyu exited the martial arts hall, exhibiting a hint of fatigue yet radiating joy. He had spent a full 80 hours there. Success! My hypothesis is entirely feasible. A swirl of auspicious clouds rose beneath his feet as he swiftly ascended, heading towards the War God Tower. At that moment, Chen Xingyu was utterly confident in his ability to conquer the 8th level of the War God Tower. Without waiting for dawn to break, the renowned Zhou Qianlong would soon be dethroned from his pedestal. Chapter 34. Man-made calamity. The hour was late, yet the capital city of Changluo remained vibrant, teeming with tens of thousands of people bustling through the streets, as lively as daylight. Boom! As Chen Xingyu soared on his auspicious clouds, the rush of his passage naturally stirred many onlookers. The crowd gazed upward, soon erupting in exclamations and chatter. Look! The clouds above. It's young Master Chen. Is he not heading towards the War God Tower? Could it be that young Master Chen is finally ready to challenge the 8th level of the War God Tower? Come on, let us follow and see. In an instant, throngs of people converged, trailing the rapidly moving clouds towards the War God Tower. As they sped along, the crowd swelled, quickly forming a tidal wave of anticipation. After all, the current young Master Chen's reputation was resounding, with every move capturing the attention of countless souls, especially a potential challenge to the 8th level. Moments later, Chen Xingyu landed gracefully before the War God Tower, where the entrance had already been cleared, and people gazed at him with reverence, whispering amongst themselves, with poise, Qian Qingyu stepped forward into the entrance of the War God Tower. In that instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Rushing into the tower in a frenzy, eager to select the independent space where young Master Chen was situated to witness the battle. Inside the War God Tower, Qian Qingyu opened his eyes. "Welcome to the War God Tower." A cold, mechanical voice resonated around him. "You have successfully breached the first 7 layers of the Blood Sea, Heavenly War God Tower. Do you wish to continue your challenge to the 8th layer?" At that moment, the spectators in the observation space collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. "Yes," a slight smile graced Qian Qingyu's lips. "I shall proceed to challenge the 8th layer." Boom! The observation space erupted in a cacophony of cheers, akin to a roaring tsunami. Each individual was exhilarated beyond measure. Young Master Chen was genuinely preparing to confront the unreachable 8th layer. Buzz! A brilliant white beam of light descended from above, dazzling and blinding, enveloping Qian Qingyu in its radiance. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in an expansive, pure white space, with the celestial dome towering above him by hundreds of feet. "Welcome to the 8th layer of the War God Tower. Your opponent is about to appear. Challengers, please prepare yourselves." As the cold, mechanical voice faded, the command was issued. "Begin." Without hesitation, Qian Qingyu ascended on his auspicious clouds. Soaring into the sky, buzz, buzz. The dense white light coalesced into a unified brilliance, erupting into a sea of light. A total of 2,000 formidable figures, their expressions cold and resolute, materialized across the 8th layer. In the skies, the multitude of warriors instantly looked up, spotting the figure of Qian Qingyu standing atop the auspicious clouds. In that moment, the Earth star's primal magnetism activated. Dozens of elite warriors suddenly erupted with radiant starlight, coalescing into an immense pale blue halo. United in purpose, they locked onto the position of Qian Qingyu, their figures darting forward with urgency, intent on enveloping him within the halo's expansive reach. With a swift flurry, no fewer than 200 to 300 martial artists drew their bows, their vital energy surging violently as they unleashed the terrifying might of their divine weapons. A torrential rain of arrows surged toward Qian Qingyu, who stood resolutely amidst the clouds. Moreover, dozens of warriors unleashed a chilling brilliance, sword lights soaring into the sky. Flying swords, manipulating swords with their vital energy. This was the only form of weaponry capable of being controlled remotely with ease. Even in the realm of physical combat, wielding unparalleled lethality. The multitude of sword lights danced through the heavens like fish and birds, converging from all directions, intent on dismembering Qian Qingyu with 1,000 blades. Indeed, upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Qian Qingyu's heart sank with understanding. His judgment had not faltered. If he continued to employ the techniques of the 7th layer, he would soon find himself overwhelmed and in dire straits, unable to endure for long. The moment he fell under the extensive magnetic halo and was forced to descend to the ground, his demise would be inevitable. How utterly horrifying, how truly terrifying. The 8th layer is so fearsome? Who could possibly prevail? With 2,000 warriors, each possessing such formidable strength, how had Zhou Qianlong managed to breach it? It seemed that Chen Xiaojun was doomed. In the observation space, over 100,000 spectators were left utterly stunned. Before them, the deluge of arrows, the gleaming sword lights darting like bolts of lightning, and the overwhelming assault of hundreds of warriors rendered them speechless. They could scarcely fathom. In the face of such a terrifying challenge, could anyone truly breach the 8th layer solely through their own strength? Yet, in that fleeting moment, under the gaze of the multitude, Qian Qingyu erupted into laughter, his form vanishing abruptly, even the clouds beneath him dissipating into nothingness. The torrent of arrows passed through the space he had just occupied, all landing harmlessly. The dozens of darting sword lights also lost their target in an instant. What? The spectators in the observation space were left bewildered. Where had Chen Xiaojun gone? Even if he possessed the art of invisibility, without the means to fly, he would surely plummet to his demise. Suddenly, a deep, resonant rumble echoed throughout the space. The numerous onlookers, as well as the top warriors on the battlefield, gradually became aware that a fierce wind had begun to howl, stirring the atmosphere into visible waves. Unbeknownst to all, amidst the swirling tempest, Chen Qingyu maintained his shadowless stance, fully harnessing the wind to conceal his movements, shifting his position effortlessly within the chaotic gusts. He no longer floated upon the clouds, but danced with the wind. The art of wind manipulation, while not as potent in speed and agility as cloud riding, allowed him to completely obscure his presence. He transformed into the tempest itself, soaring above the chaos below, observing the frantic top warriors scurrying like headless flies, desperately searching for his whereabouts, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Prepare to embrace calamity. With a mere thought, an immense surge of vital energy erupted forth, amplifying the power of the wind manipulation to its zenith. The air swiftly condensed, dark clouds blanketing the sky, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Within mere moments, delicate snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. What? One warrior lowered his bow, instinctively catching a snowflake, his expression one of confusion. Is it snowing? Initially, the snowflakes appeared inconspicuous. However, as the dark clouds continued to gather and the air grew increasingly frigid, the snowfall intensified dramatically, transforming into flakes as large as goose feathers. The ground was soon blanketed in white, obscuring all visibility. At this moment, a biting cold wind began to sweep through, its chilling grasp relentless. The hundreds of thousands of spectators exchanged bewildered glances. They had yet to comprehend that the eighth layer was now entirely shrouded in a snowstorm, resembling the frozen tundras of the north. This left them perplexed, brimming with speculation, whispering among themselves, "What is happening? Is this also the work of Chen Xiaojun? What a grand display! Such an extensive attack, nearly altering the very heavens. It's terrifying. Indeed, how much vital energy must this consume? It's appalling. But isn't this a futile endeavor? A mere snowstorm? Would a warrior of the Blood Sea realm truly be concerned? Ordinary warriors may be impervious to the elements with their vital energy. Yet those of the Blood Sea realm, with their formidable vitality, fear neither desert nor glacier. Is he truly attempting to defeat 2,000 elite warriors with nothing but a snowstorm? What a foolish dream. Within the confines of the eighth layer, boom! One warrior's vital energy surged, shattering the snowflakes that fell upon him, displaying utmost caution. "Be wary of deception," he shouted, alerting his companions, as the challenges of the War God Tower escalated. The intelligence of the simulated opponents had reached a near-human level. Boom, boom. Warriors activated their vital energy to protect themselves, shattering the approaching snowflakes, denying them the chance to come too close. The snowstorm, clearly a tactic from their opponent, was not to be underestimated. A single misstep could spell disaster. Swiftly, the warriors formed cautious clusters, bracing for Chen Qingyu's stealthy assault while simultaneously continuing their search for him. Dozens of flying swords darted through the blizzard, seeking to uncover Chen Qingyu's whereabouts. Yet soon, the 2,000 elite warriors realized something was amiss. It was too cold. Following the onset of the snowstorm, the temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling degree, freezing water mid-air, capable of killing an ordinary person outright. However, the Blood Sea realm warriors remained unfazed initially. Yet, as the temperature continued to drop, it soon reached an unbearable level. Reluctantly, many warriors had to channel their vital energy to shield themselves, stirring their lifeblood to maintain warmth and stave off freezing. But this was far from the end. Boom, boom. Above, hailstones began to plummet. Initially, they were the size of fists, but they rapidly swelled to the size of human heads. Hard as iron, packing tremendous power, each hailstone struck the warriors like cannonballs, forcing them to expend even more vital energy for protection. "Get back!" One warrior swung his sword, radiating silver light, cleaving through the hailstones to minimize the drain on his vital energy. But amidst the icy winds, blades of ice emerged. Swish, swish. Upon closer inspection, they were thin, razor-sharp ice shards, mingling with the fierce winds, launching toward them with terrifying velocity, more fearsome than a barrage of arrows. A warrior let out a pained scream. In his haste to cleave the hailstones, he had inadvertently lowered his guard, and a shard of ice had sliced through half of his face. Blood sprayed forth, instantly freezing into a crystalline ruby hue. "Enough!" A formidable warrior bellowed, his vital energy surging as he wielded two short swords, spinning them like silver tops, shattering the incoming hailstones and ice shards into fragments. But soon, an oppressive mist began to rise, enveloping everything in sight. The warriors lost all visibility, relying solely on sound to discern the direction of the hailstones and ice shards. Yet, this proved exceedingly challenging. Boom, boom, swish. The cacophony of crashing, slicing, and shattering melded into a singular symphony, occasionally punctuated by anguished cries. Thick fog, blizzards, gales, hailstones, and ice blades surrounded them, launching a relentless assault from all directions, leaving them overwhelmed and draining their vital energy rapidly. Had they not possessed the foundation of 8 meridians, their vital energy would have long since been depleted. The spectators in the observation space were utterly astounded. The horrifying scene before them shattered their expectations. No one could have anticipated that a mere warrior from the Blood Sea realm could unleash such catastrophic attacks, reducing 2,000 elite martial artists to a disarrayed rabble. Chen Xiaojun, standing alone, was somehow gaining the upper hand against an entire battalion of 2,000 formidable warriors. It is evident to anyone that if this situation does not change, the 2,000 martial artists will inevitably perish under the cataclysmic assault, rendering their demise merely a matter of time. A quarter of an hour later, a piercing scream erupted among the 2,000 martial artists. Those who heard the anguished cry felt their hearts sink. Death had already begun to claim its victims. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption of their vital energy, perhaps a momentary lapse in reflexes, or perhaps sheer misfortune that led to insurmountable attacks. Yet, a formidable warrior of the Blood Sea realm had met his end. If they did not retaliate soon, a relentless wave of deaths would surely follow. No! Someone let out a furious, defiant roar, but it was utterly futile in the face of an overwhelming and catastrophic assault that engulfed the entire space. What could they possibly do? Could mere mortals contend with such divine calamity? Suddenly, all the hail, ice blades, and blizzards ceased, and even the dense fog began to gradually dissipate. What? A number of martial artists were suddenly filled with delight, shouting, "His vital energy is spent. It is our turn to strike back. Find him and slay him." The multitude of warriors, whose frustration had reached its peak, erupted in exhilarated roars. Yet, none dared to act recklessly. They remained huddled together, patiently awaiting the fog to clear, ready to launch a decisive attack and shred Chen Qingyu into countless pieces. Alas! In the observation space, someone exclaimed in alarm. Young Master Chen has exhausted his vital energy. But a deep voice suddenly erupted in hearty laughter. Have you not witnessed the previous challenges of young Master Chen against the War God Tower? His rate of vital energy recovery is astonishing. Just keep watching, and you will understand. Upon hearing this, many in the observation space began to murmur among themselves, discussing quietly for a moment before refocusing on the scene at the center. Sure enough, mere 10 breaths later, even as the fog had yet to fully dissipate, the blizzard, hail, weapons, and fierce winds once again swept in with renewed ferocity. No. A martial artist emitted a sound of profound bitterness. His eyes glistening with despair. It was over for them. In the observation space, a burly warrior laughed heartily. Young Master Chen is about to win. Chapter 36. The wasteland in commotion, the world in turmoil. Thunderous roars echoed from above and below, as blizzards, gales, hail, and ice blades howled back with vengeance. This time, the multitude of martial artists, having nearly depleted their vital energies, could no longer hold on and began to fall in droves. Bang! One martial artist was struck, blood spewing from his mouth as he staggered back 3 steps, intending to retaliate, only to suddenly collapse to the ground. He glanced around in confusion, horror washing over him. His legs had been frozen solid, severed without him realizing, even devoid of sensation. Crack! A massive hailstone fell, shattering a warrior's skull, his body splintering into pieces, the surfaces smooth as mirrors, droplets of blood scattering across the ground like shimmering, fragmented rubies. No! Many martial artists had already sensed calamity approaching, yet it was far too late. The gradual rise in temperature, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, eroded their will to resist. Conversely, the slow decline in temperature bore similar effects. The blizzard, frigid winds, hail, and ice blades, These catastrophic assaults did not merely inflict damage. The chilling cold was the true harbinger of terror. Their bodies, under relentless and merciless assault, were on the brink of complete frostbite, organs succumbing en masse, rendering them powerless to recover. Bang! Ah! The martial artists fell like sheaves of wheat, screams merging into a cacophony of despair. The terrifying onslaught of divine calamity only became more pronounced as time progressed. And in the final fleeting moments, dozens, even hundreds, lost their lives a quarter of an hour later. The biting cold winds subsided, the terrifying blizzard gradually ceased, and the hail and ice blades vanished without a trace. The earth lay blanketed in pristine white. Upon the white expanse, frozen figures stood, some collapsed in fragments, others shattered into pieces, while some were frozen alive, their faces forever etched with expressions of terror. Fragments of divine weapons and mystical artifacts lay scattered on the ground, some reduced to powdery remnants. The 2,000 martial artists had met their end, completely obliterated beneath the onslaught of the icy calamity. In the observation space, a profound silence descended. Although young Master Chen's victory had long been a foregone conclusion, the sight before them still delivered a tremendous shock. A blizzard had altered the very fabric of nature, directly annihilating a formidable army of 2,000 elite martial artists. What immense power, what unparalleled supremacy! Even as over 100,000 remained entranced by the swift and decisive slaughter, they were slow to regain their composure. In the 8th layer of the space. Boom! Chen Qingyu manifested, riding the fierce winds as he gently descended from the heavens. You have conquered the 8th layer of the War God Tower. You are awarded 200,000 Taishu points. This challenge has concluded, and the number of spectators has reached its limit. You receive an additional 100,000 Taishu points as viewing compensation. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more in the pure white space, gradually growing more grandiose. Congratulations! Your ranking on the Blood Sea Heavens War God leaderboard has risen. You are currently ranked first. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly, taking a deep breath. The sensation of being number one on the War God leaderboard is truly delightful. Time to go. With a mere thought, he departed the War God Tower. In the observation space, once Chen Qingyu vanished, the stunned crowd of over 100,000 finally came to their senses. The challenge had ended. Young Master Chen had breached the 8th layer of the War God Tower. Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupted in the observation space, akin to a tidal wave. The faces of the multitude flushed with excitement, hands waving fervently, voices raised in jubilant cries. The 8th layer, young Master Chen has conquered the 8th layer. The world's number one. Young Master Chen has surpassed Zhou Qianlong, claiming the top spot on the War God leaderboard. My heavens, my heavens! Ha ha ha! Who dares say that there is no one among the Blood Sea realm of the Chen clan today who can rival Zhou Qianlong? After so many years, we finally have another unparalleled genius who has breached the 8th layer. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, cheers rising and falling. Young Master Chen had defied the odds, truly conquering the 8th layer of the War God Tower, igniting excitement and pride within them all. This was indeed the invincible genius of the Changluo Chen clan. Hurry! Let us hasten outside. A youth clad in blue trembled with excitement. Unable to contain himself, I must immediately share this explosive news with my cousins. Yes. The burly warrior beside him laughed heartily. This is our Chan clan's War God champion, the foremost warrior of the Blood Sea realm. That Zhou Qianlong, who stood aloof above all, rejecting any challengers, believing no one could match him. This time, let us see if he can remain unperturbed. Soon, accompanied by flashes of white light, the multitude of over 100,000 were teleported out of the observation space in waves. Some rushed towards the divine capital of Changluo, calling friends and spreading the news with fervor, while others opted to log off and leave the Taishu realm, eager to share this momentous news at the earliest opportunity. Before long, whether in the Taishu realm or the real world, chaos erupted. The entire divine capital of Changluo transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Young Master Chen had breached the 8th layer of the War God Tower, surpassing Zhou Qianlong and ascended to the pinnacle of the War God leaderboard. This unparalleled genius from the Chen clan now stood atop the Blood Sea realm, qualifying for a confrontation with the invincible Zhou Qianlong, who had reigned supreme for years, not only in the divine capital of Changluo, but that night, The entire wasteland was abuzz. Regardless of any leaderboard or ranking, the significance of the first position compared to second, third, or fourth is entirely different. This is the true pinnacle of the world, the unassailable strongest. Prior to this moment, among the countless Blood Sea realm geniuses across the wasteland, only Zhou Qianlong stood atop the mountain, gazing down upon the world, solitary like the sun and moon. Now, at last, another individual had ascended to that highest altar, shaking Zhou Qianlong's throne. The magnitude of this significance resulted in Chen Qingyu's ascension to the top of the War God leaderboard, creating a sensation tenfold greater than his previous ascensions to fourth place after defeating Chen Qingyu. The entire Blood Sea realm was set ablaze with excitement. Chapter 37. Another on the altar in the central area of the divine capital of Changluo. In a study, Chen Qingyu opened his eyes to find his father's solemn visage staring back at him. Father, he instinctively recoiled slightly, offering an awkward smile. Good evening. Chen Zhengxing fixed his gaze upon him, his expression grave, his tone displeased. Good evening? Have you any idea what time it is? Are you addicted? You spent the entire day without eating or sleeping, completely immersed in the Taishu realm. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly severe. You are merely 6 years old, a time when you should be growing. How can you fail to discern the gravity of the situation? The Taishu Dao realm is ultimately illusory. Can you truly grasp its essence? Chen Qingyu murmured, but I have already grown up. Chen Zhengxing gazed at his son, who appeared to be 16, and his lips twitched slightly. Then what have you been doing all day? Immersed in the Taishu Dao realm? Chen Qingyu chuckled softly. I merely broke through to the 8th level of the War God Tower. What did you say? Chen Zhengxing suddenly trembled, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Chen Qingyu. The 8th level? Are you certain? He was caught completely off guard. He had always believed that his son's rapid cultivation was both his greatest advantage and his most significant drawback. For a long time, his combat prowess at the same realm had been Chen Qingyu's Achilles heel. However, to his astonishment, Chen Qingyu continuously defied his expectations, and this time he had even reached the 8th level of the War God Tower. Heaven above, what kind of talent and constitution does this son of mine possess? How can it be so unfathomable? The 8th level, the 8th level. Chen Zhengxing took a deep breath. He too had once been young and had climbed step by step from the sea of blood to where he was now. He understood precisely what it meant to break through to the 8th level of the War God Tower. He paused for a moment, looked deeply at Chen Qingyu, and sighed. Very well, I shall not reprimand you further. In the future, manage your time in the Taishu Dao realm as you see fit. All right, Chen Qingyu's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. That's enough. Chen Zhengxing smiled faintly and said gently, Go to bed. It is quite late. Tomorrow, there may be a fierce battle awaiting you. Upon hearing Chen Zhengxing's words, Chen Qingyu laughed. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. He entered the Taishu Dao realm to become the #1 in his realm. His challenges in the War God Tower, his quest for fame, defeating Chen Qingyu, and ascending to the top of the War God rankings were all steps towards this goal. He had waited long for this battle. Come on! He turned to gaze at the bright moonlight, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Zhou Qianlong, let us see who among us is the true #1 in the Sea of Blood. That night, deep within the Crystal Palace beneath the vast East Sea, a little girl donned in a golden palace gown, with 2 gleaming dragon horns on her forehead, awoke with a yawn. Oh dear. How late it has become. Your Highness, a nearby maid in green quietly reminded her. You have once again exceeded the time limit for entering the Taishu Dao realm today. It is time for you to retire. Or else His Majesty the Dragon King will be furious again tomorrow. Humph, the little girl pouted. How dare he be angry? If not for his interference, I would have long gone to the divine capital of Changluo to find that Chen Xiaojun and teach him a lesson. The maid replied softly. His Majesty the Dragon King is only concerned for your safety. The little girl huffed. But if I remain cooped up in the Dragon Palace every day, am I not at risk of being stifled? The young dragons at her level in the Dragon Palace are not worthy opponents. They are all useless. I in the Taishu Dao realm. I cannot defeat Zhou Qianlong, nor can I overcome that wretched girl Chang Qianjiao. Chen Qingyu and Li Changhe are too weak. Just when I finally encounter a suitable adversary, he turns out to be a coward, unwilling to accept my challenge. A deep, authoritative voice suddenly resonated through the void. Have you finished your complaints? What hour is it? You still refuse to sleep. Do you not realize you are in a critical growth phase? The maid's expression changed, and she hastily knelt. Your Majesty. The little girl sprang to her feet, declaring loudly, Then you must find a way to pressure the Chen family in Changluo to compel Chen Xiaojun to accept my challenge tomorrow. And I will obediently go to bed. You? The authoritative voice sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness. Very well, from this day forth, do not think of challenging Chen Xiaojun any longer. The little girl frowned. Why? Could it be that, father, you have been threatened by the Qin family? You think too much, the voice responded. Chen Xiaojun has already broken through to the 8th level of the Blood Sea Heaven's War God Tower. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Qinlong, looking down upon the realm of the Blood Sea. You are far from his match. Do not humiliate yourself further. What? The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief. The 8th level? That cannot be. She found it difficult to accept. The opponent she had long anticipated for a fierce battle had unexpectedly surpassed her entirely. It turned out that Chen Xiaojun had not accepted her challenge simply because he could not be bothered. Damn it! She cursed under her breath. Why are there so many freaks in this world? Meanwhile, in another residence in the central area of the divine capital of Changluo, the door to a chamber was being knocked upon forcefully. A figure outside called out impatiently, Qinggu, Qinggu, wake up. Qin Qinggu was startled awake by the noise, sitting up abruptly. What is it? He donned his clothes and opened the door, finding Qin Qingju and a few others outside. An immediate frown creased Qin Qinggu's brow, his face revealing displeasure as he coolly asked, What is the meaning of this? Are you all mad? He had been wholly devoted to his cultivation these past few days, striving for an early breakthrough into the Golden Bridge realm, and had not even entered the Taishu Dao realm. He was utterly exhausted and had gone to bed early. Knowing his state, these individuals still chose to disturb him in the middle of the night, provoking considerable ire within him, and his words were less than courteous. Third young master, forgive us, an old servant hastily apologized. I failed to stop Miss Qingju and the others. They insisted that there is an earth-shattering event occurring and had to come find you. Is that so? Qin Qinggu paused, intrigued. What earth-shattering event? Qin Qingju took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Just now, Chen Xiaojun entered the War God Tower at midnight and broke through to the 8th level, causing an uproar throughout the world. He has already reached the pinnacle and stands alongside Zhou Qinlong. What? Qin Qinggu was utterly astonished, his mind going blank. Chapter 38. The Eve of Battle. Chen Xiaojun has broken through to the 8th level of the War God Tower? It is impossible. Upon hearing this news, Qin Qinggu's first reaction was one of disbelief. He had battled against Chen Xiaojun before and was fully aware of his true capabilities. He acknowledged that if Chen Xiaojun could cultivate his martial skills to perfection, coupled with his formidable foundation, he indeed had a chance to break through to the 8th level. But that was merely a hope. After all, no one knew how Zhou Qinlong had managed to defeat 2,000 opponents single-handedly and emerge victorious. But now, Qin Qingju and the others suddenly informed him that Chen Xiaojun had achieved the 8th level? Was this some sort of joke? Wait. He quickly regained his senses, realizing something was amiss. Was there any reason for Qin Qingju and the others to deceive him? To concoct such an easily disprovable lie in the dead of night to rouse him? Could it be that? He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Are you all telling the truth? Chen Xiaojun truly broke through to the 8th level of the War God Tower, standing alongside Zhou Qinlong. Without hesitation, Qin Qingju replied, Of course it is true. This happened just half an hour ago, and over 10,000 witnesses saw it with their own eyes. It is said that Chen Xiaojun unleashed a terrifying celestial-level attack on the 8th level, annihilating 2,000 top-tier warriors without sustaining a single injury. Qin Qinggu stood there, utterly stunned in his mind. It was as if a bolt of lightning had sliced through the layers of fog that had clouded his understanding for the past 2 years. Celestial-level attack, celestial-level attack. I understand now. It turns out Zhou Qinlong relied on this method to break through to the 8th level, and Chen Xiaojun used the same approach at that moment. He finally unraveled the riddle he had been unable to comprehend for 2 years. However, the outcome only evoked a sigh from him. Even if I understand, what does it matter? It is far too difficult to walk this path. The celestial-level attack he was cultivating, the Starry Sky Celestial Atlas, did not possess such extensive range within the Sea of Blood. Go take a step back. Even if he could acquire such a formidable technique, He lacked the supreme foundation to sustain the terrifying consumption of true energy. He was destined never to ascend the divine platform and stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Qinlong and Chen Xiaojun. Taking a deep breath to suppress his complex emotions, Chen Qinggu inquired, "You came to find me solely for this matter?" "Yes." Chen Qingju's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor as she quickly replied, "There cannot be two tigers on the same mountain. On the divine platform, there can only be one supreme champion. It seems that soon, Chen Xiaojun and Zhou Qinlong are bound to clash, igniting a peak battle within the realm of the Sea of Blood. This pinnacle battle, regardless of the outcome, is destined to become the focal point of the entire wasteland, particularly within the divine city of Changluo, where it is certain to incite unprecedented attention." Pausing momentarily, she lowered her voice and said, "The reason we sought you out, cousin, is to request your assistance in uncovering the true identity of Chen Xiaojun. These few individuals find themselves utterly powerless. As Chen Xiaojun rises step by step, ascending to the divine altar, they have long abandoned any other thoughts, merely wishing to ingratiate themselves and foster good relations. Unfortunately, they find even this modest desire difficult to fulfill. A few days ago, they exerted considerable effort in their quest to discover Chen Xiaojun's true identity, yet ultimately came up empty-handed. This upcoming pinnacle battle may very well be their last and best opportunity, and they are unwilling to let it slip away." "You overestimate your abilities," Chen Qinggu responded with a firm shake of his head. "At best, we are merely young prodigies. What influence do we wield within the clan? Even if I were willing to assist in investigating Chen Xiaojun's true identity, it would still be beyond my reach." Chen Qingju murmured softly, "You may not be able to uncover it, but Uncle Chen Yuanda certainly can." The Chen Qinggu lineage holds significant power among the many branches of the Chen clan. Particularly, his grandfather, Chen Yuanda, is one of the esteemed elders of the Floating Palace, assisting the clan leader Chen Guangyao. A position of true influence. Their plea to Chen Qinggu was, in essence, aimed at this very notion. Chen Qinggu furrowed his brow. "You wish for me to beseech my grandfather?" With a flick of his sleeve. His tone turned icy. "Please, I ask you to leave. Do not bring this matter up again." Chen Qingju and the others exchanged glances, intending to speak further, only to find Chen Qinggu had slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. After a brief silence, one young man sighed, "Let us go. Since cousin Chen Qinggu is unwilling to assist, we shall move on. We cannot afford to miss the upcoming pinnacle battle. Perhaps we can find another opportunity." The next morning, as dawn broke, Chen Qingyu rose, took a hasty breakfast, and hurriedly rode the clouds towards the floating palace. The clouds swiftly traversed the 9 layers of golden gales, landing before the golden hall of the floating palace. "System!" His expression remained calm as he silently chanted, "I wish to check in." Ding! A crisp and melodious notification echoed in his mind. Host has checked in at the floating palace for the 11th time. The reward pool of the floating palace has been exhausted. This check-in will enhance previously acquired rewards, currently in the process of extraction. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the insight of the barrier technique have been significantly enhanced. With the announcement of the notification, a vast and formidable power surged down upon Chen Qingyu, causing his entire being to tremble. Instantly, his mind was flooded with a wealth of information and memories, all pertaining to the insight of the barrier technique. After a moment, Chen Qingyu regained his composure and took a deep breath. "While the insight of the barrier technique is not my primary desire, it is by no means the worst outcome." His true aspiration remained the technique of flying sand and moving stones. Conversely, he had no desire for the peculiar technique of deriving the primordial yang, which eluded practical application, nor for the transformations involving cloud riding and shape-shifting that offered little in combat. Therefore, receiving the enhancement for the insight of the barrier technique was, by all standards, a moderate outcome. "Let me take a look," he resolved, settling his mind and silently examining the newly refined insight of the barrier technique. Following the enhancement, the range and penetrating power of the insight of the barrier had been significantly bolstered. Now capable of bypassing certain obstructions to directly observe the internal flow of an opponent's vital energy. In combat, this would allow him to keenly observe the overall dynamics, enabling him to anticipate his opponent's moves. Quite satisfactory. He nodded slightly, promptly flicked his sleeve, turned, and rode the clouds away from the floating palace, swiftly descending. "Zhou Qinlong, do not keep me waiting too long." Chapter 39. Zhou Qianlong arrives in the Taishu Dao realm, the divine city of Changluo. Though it was still morning, the entire city had already transformed into a bustling hub. Typically, the busiest times in Changluo occur from afternoon to evening, drawing crowds of 2 to 300,000. Yet at this moment, over 10 million Blood Sea Realm martial artists had entered Changluo, nearly all congregating around the Battle of Victory platform. Essentially, all the Blood Sea Realm martial artists in the city had gathered. Moreover, at the Taishu teleportation array in Changluo, a constant influx of people surged forth, all eager to witness the impending pinnacle battle. For dozens of miles surrounding the Battle of Victory platform, throngs of people filled the area, creating an impenetrable barrier at the entrance, their voices resonating. Has Qin Shaojun arrived yet? Not yet. Perhaps he has not even entered the Taishu Dao realm. Regardless, Zhou Qianlong must have received the news. It's likely he has already challenged Qin Shaojun. Indeed, as soon as Qin Shaojun steps into the Taishu Dao realm, the pinnacle battle will commence. This is the strongest clash among the Blood Sea realm of our time. We cannot afford to miss it. The enthusiasm among the martial artists reached unprecedented heights as they eagerly discussed and awaited the event. Simultaneously, before the War God Tower, Shan Qingyu's figure suddenly appeared. He glanced at the Taishu Yuanling's notification and frowned slightly. Strange. A few days prior, his Battle of Victory platform notifications had consistently displayed challenge requests from Chang Qianqiao and Princess Ao. Now, those two requests had vanished without a trace. Clearly, those troublesome girls had recognized the vast disparity in strength and abandoned their attempts to challenge him. However, he was taken aback to find that he had not received the anticipated challenge request from Zhou Qianlong, the number one contender on the battle ranking. Chen Qingyu believed that Zhou Qianlong, having remained undefeated for several years, would have grown weary of his solitude, yearning for a genuine opponent. Such a peerless prodigy, upon hearing that he had ascended to the 8th level of the War God Tower, would likely be eager to issue a challenge. Yet, now, Zhou Qianlong remained conspicuously silent. Surely, the foremost figure of the Blood Sea realm does not lack even 100,000 Taishu points? Or perhaps he is in seclusion, unaware of the news from last night? Chen Qingyu speculated briefly before making a decision. I will wait at the Battle of Victory platform for half an hour. If there is still no sign after that, I shall abandon the wait and head directly to the martial arts hall. With this thought, Chen Qingyu wasted no further time. He summoned a cloud beneath his feet and soared into the sky towards the direction of the Battle of Victory platform. In the northwest of the divine city of Changluo, a formation spanning over 100 feet, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns, pulsated with brilliant white light. Each time the light flickered, several figures manifested. Whoosh! After another flash of white light, a group of young men and women appeared, excitedly turning their heads to survey their surroundings. Is this the divine city of Changluo? This is my first visit. It's my first time too. The teleportation fees are exorbitant. Even when we split the cost, it's still over 100 each. Indeed, the distance from Zhengdu Yangchuan to Changluo is not that far. Yet the expenses are so high. Come on, let us not linger here. We might block the way for others trying to teleport in. The group of young people chatted and laughed, their spirits high as they exited the teleportation array. Excuse me, my friend. I would like to ask. The leading youth had just stopped a newly arrived member of the Qian clan to inquire for directions when suddenly, boom! The nearby Taishu teleportation array erupted with blinding white light, coalescing into a massive beam that shot skyward. What? The crowd of newcomers, just recently arrived, were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. The Taishu teleportation array facilitated movement between various Taishu cities. The greater the distance covered in a single teleportation, the more pronounced the commotion. The magnitude of the current disturbance was nothing short of earth-shattering. From how far had this individual journeyed to arrive here? Instinctively, the onlookers held their breath, their gaze transfixed upon the center of the Taishu teleportation array. As the white light dissipated, a figure clad in a crimson Qilin robe and adorned with a purple jade crown emerged within the array. He stood tall and strikingly handsome, hands clasped behind his back. His expression serene, and his gaze as tranquil as still water. In Changluo, the youth cast a sweeping glance around, his demeanor unperturbed. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying red aura erupted from him, and he soared into the air like a crimson meteor. Racing towards the Battle of Victory platform, the oppressive aura radiated outward, causing those nearby to feel a sense of suffocation. What is this? The thousands of Blood Sea Realm martial artists present watched in awe as the red meteor sped away. Their expressions frozen in shock die in their understanding. Only a master of the Golden Bridge realm could utilize transformed vital energy to hover momentarily and glide on the wind. This was an established principle of martial arts. However, now they clearly see that the young man clad in crimson Qilin battle attire is actually soaring through the vast skies solely by the power of his true energy, moving with a terrifying speed. They can scarcely fathom what immense and unparalleled true energy would be required to sustain such explosive force. It is Zhou Qianlong. Suddenly, a young man in the crowd exclaims, his face flushed with excitement. It is indeed him. I have witnessed his duel with Chang Qianjiao. I recognize him. As these words are spoken, the surrounding area of the Tai Su teleportation array falls into a momentary silence, only to erupt into a frenzy. Zhou Qianlong? He personally came to the divine capital of Changluo? My heavens! The journey from Danyang Divine Island to Changluo must require at least tens of thousands of Tai Su points. No wonder. It seems that only Zhou Qianlong could defy the ironclad rules of martial arts and soar through the skies even in the Blood Sea realm. It turns out that Zhou Qianlong is eager to battle Qin Shaojun. Hence he personally rushed to the divine capital of Changluo. Quickly, quickly. Let us hasten to the dual victory stage. If we delay, we shall miss it. In an instant, the thousands of martial artists surrounding the teleportation array swiftly converge into a tide, desperately pursuing the direction of the dual victory stage. The foremost Zhou Qianlong of the Blood Sea realm has arrived in the divine capital of Changluo. This signifies that the peak battle is about to commence. The clash of the two most formidable and invincible prodigies of the Blood Sea realm is an unprecedented spectacle that may not be witnessed once in several decades. Missing this battle would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. Chapter 40. The peak battle begins at the Tai Su teleportation array. After the previous wave of followers rushing to Zhou Qianlong has surged past, the teleportation array suddenly erupts with a towering column of light. Following the flash of white, 10 formidable young figures materialize in the center of the array, both male and female, each exuding an extraordinary aura. The foremost young woman in a purple dress scans the now empty surroundings of the teleportation array. Her expression shifting slightly. Is my elder brother so impatient to confront Qin Shaojun? A young man, upon hearing this, immediately exclaims. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off quickly. The group nods in agreement, clearly anxious not to miss the opportunity to witness the battle. They have journeyed across billions of miles, paying hefty teleportation fees, specifically from Danyang Divine Island to support Zhou Qianlong and watch the fight. Then let us depart. The leading young woman in purple commands. Instantly, the 10 of them unite their true energy, rising together from the ground, hovering 2 zhang in the air. They then propel themselves swiftly towards the direction of the dual victory stage, employing a secret method of cooperation. Although it is far inferior to true flight, it surpasses the speed of traveling on the ground. Qin Shaojun, the leading young woman in purple, reflects. A previously inconspicuous individual has suddenly emerged, rapidly rising to prominence, and has even broken through to the 8th level of the Battle God Tower. My elder brother has not encountered a genuine opponent in many years. I hope this fellow will not disappoint him. Around the dual victory stage, a white cloud swiftly approaches from the distance, hovering above the entrance. As the cloud passes, it creates a sensation, and countless individuals recognize this iconic white cloud. It is Qin Shaojun. Look, that is our Qin family's young master. Qin Shaojun has arrived. Could it be that Zhou Qianlong has already issued a challenge? It must be so. The great battle is finally about to commence. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Qian Qingyu rides the cloud, gradually descending to the ground. Quick, clear the way. The crowd at the entrance swiftly parts, creating a clear space. Thank you, everyone. Qian Qingyu lands on the ground, nodding in acknowledgement to the crowd. When the crowd realizes he seems disinclined to move, someone cannot help but shout. Why does the young master not enter the Battle God Tower? Qin Qingyu smiles slightly and replies. Zhou Qianlong has yet to formally challenge me. I have decided to wait for him for half an hour. The martial artists, upon hearing this, exchange bewildered glances. Zhou Qianlong has not initiated a challenge. This genuinely catches them off guard, leading many in attendance to speculate. Could it be that Zhou Qianlong is afraid? Is that even possible? A prodigy of his caliber could never fear a challenge. Indeed, he has been invincible for years, struggling to find a worthy opponent. He would likely be overjoyed to hear the news. Yet it is indeed peculiar. Why is Zhou Qianlong so silent? On a positive note, he certainly would not shy away from battle. Perhaps something unexpected has occurred at home. As the crowd continues to speculate, Chen Qingyu seems to sense something and suddenly turns his gaze skyward. Boom! A streak of crimson light shoots through the air like a meteor, moving at an astonishing speed, at least twice as fast as his cloud. Such overwhelming true energy. Chen Qingyu cannot help but be moved. To forcibly soar through the skies relying solely on immense true energy is truly an astounding feat. Even he, with his formidable foundation, is far from capable of such a feat, unless he attains the 9th level of the Blood Sea realm. Zhou Qianlong. It must be him. In an instant, Chen Qingyu identifies the approaching figure. In the current era of the Blood Sea realm, only he and Zhou Qianlong have cultivated the supreme techniques that forge the strongest foundations. Such a terrifyingly robust true energy is unparalleled in the world. It appears that he has not been unresponsive. Rather, he could not wait and has come to Changluo to confront me directly. A flicker of realization passes through Chen Qingyu's mind. This grand display of power has certainly stirred countless martial artists of the Blood Sea realm. They look up at the astonishing crimson meteor, feeling the overwhelming and terrifying true energy, their bodies freezing in in this moment. Everything they have learned about martial arts in their lives is upended. Boom! Moments later, the crimson meteor lands at the entrance of the dual victory stage, revealing a young man garbed in red Qilin battle attire. Zhou Qianlong. Chen Qingyu's gaze immediately fixes on the young man, his eyes revealing a hint of combat fervor. Chen Xiaojun. Zhou Qianlong's gaze likewise locks onto him, a sincere smile gracing his face. You have done well. It was worth my personal journey to seek you out. In this world, though many prodigies abound, only you are worthy of standing against me. Chen Qingyu takes a deep breath, feeling his blood begin to boil with excitement. Ha ha ha, he lets out a hearty laugh. Gesturing towards the entrance of the dual victory stage, Brother Zhou, after you. Zhou Qianlong nods with a smile. Brother Chen, please. Without a word of superfluous conversation, the two step forward in unison, entering the dual victory stage together. The crowd erupts into chaos. Zhou Qianlong. He has actually come to the divine capital of Changluo in person. My heavens! Enough chatter. Hurry to the dual victory stage. Don't push. What a hassle to be squeezed in here. In an instant, the tide of people surges forward, desperately jostling towards the entrance of the dual victory stage, directly targeting the space where Chen Xiaojun and Zhou Qianlong are about to clash. In a moment, over 10,000 are teleported into the observation space. And it is not only in the divine capital of Changluo. Since late last night, countless individuals across all Taisu cities in the Blood Sea realm have been waiting at the dual victory stage, anticipating the battle between Zhou Qianlong and Chen Xiaojun. Moments after Chen Qingyu and Zhou Qianlong enter the dual victory stage, nearly all Taisu cities become aware of this astonishing news. And a torrent of people floods in the blink of an eye. Over 100 million martial artists from the Blood Sea realm are teleported into the observation space. This is a battle that genuinely commands the attention of the world. How terrifying! In the battle space, Chen Qingyu gazes at the rapidly increasing numbers in the lower right corner of his vision, unable to suppress his astonishment. In the Blood Sea realm, there are several 100 billion young martial artists. It is likely that this battle will attract over 80% of them, an influence so vast it is beyond imagination. Brother Chen. At this moment, Zhou Qianlong speaks slowly from across the way. You may choose the battle scene. Chapter 41. Chen Qingyu versus Zhou Qianlong. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifts slightly. Even though he and Zhou Qianlong are both unparalleled prodigies at the pinnacle of the world, the advantages brought by the choice of battle scene in such a high-level confrontation remain significant. It could very well determine the outcome of their duel. And Zhou Qianlong has handed him the initiative. Is this confidence or arrogance? No need for that. Chen Qingyu slowly shakes his head, looking at Zhou Qianlong. Our techniques and martial arts each excel in different domains, rendering any chosen scene for this battle inherently unfair. I propose we draw lots randomly, allowing the Taisu to decide. As for the observation fees, we can share them equally. Zhou Qianlong, upon hearing this, regards him deeply, then declares with a hearty voice, Very well. Let us proceed as Brother Chan suggests. As his words fell, a cold, mechanical voice began to reverberate within the battlefield. Both combatants simultaneously chose to randomly select the combat scene and the size of the battlefield. The scene is being drawn. The drawing is complete. The scene has been generated. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated by a blinding flash of white light. The sound of crashing waves echoed all around. This caused Chen Qingyu's expression to shift as he looked up, only to find that the area around the two had transformed into an endless expanse of ocean. Gazing out, the vast sea stretched to the horizon, reflecting the celestial dome above. With both he and Zhou Qianlong standing suspended above the water's surface, it was indeed the ocean. A flurry of thoughts surged within him. The Wanyang Tong Tian Yao Shizhen Fa that Zhou Qianlong practiced was undoubtedly best suited to high-temperature environments, such as scorching deserts or volcanic regions. The battlefield being the ocean was decidedly disadvantageous for him. Conversely, for someone like himself, who commanded the power to summon wind and rain, the ocean was essentially half his territory, allowing his mystical abilities to manifest with greater potency while also minimizing the consumption of his vital energy. Was this a stroke of bad luck for Zhou Qianlong? He shifted his gaze to Zhou Qianlong, only to find the latter's expression calm and unperturbed. The blazing sunlight poured down, illuminating Zhou Qianlong's red Qilin battle attire, which shimmered with a resplendent golden-red radiance. Suddenly, a chill ran through Chen Qingyu's heart. The sun. At its zenith, he immediately realized he had miscalculated. Although the battlefield was set upon the ocean, it was at midday with the sun high in the sky. Thus, Zhou Qianlong would also enjoy a certain advantage. Although in Qin's martial arts, the sun and moon are merely parts of the celestial bodies, capable of refining the power of the stars to unleash the mysteries of primordial magnetism, Chen Qingyu's cultivation was insufficient. He had yet to comprehend the transformation of solar and lunar radiance, rendering him incapable of converting primordial magnetic energy. This effectively nullified one of his formidable techniques. Drawing in a deep breath, he gradually calmed his racing thoughts. The result of the random selection was neither good nor bad, yet it curiously achieved a balance, placing both combatants in a position of disadvantage while simultaneously granting them certain advantages. Moreover, the size of the battlefield was inconsequential to two individuals who could FLYT must be said. This was a remarkably fair outcome in this battle. The one with the lower cultivation was Chen Qingyu. At the fourth tier of Blood Sea Realm, according to the rules of combat, the one with the higher cultivation, Zhou Qianlong, would automatically adjust to the fourth tier of Blood Sea Realm, with the chilling mechanical voice echoing. Zhou Qianlong's body trembled slightly, and the overwhelming, terrifying vital energy within him dissipated in an instant. His cultivation level, including the intensity of his vital energy, physical strength, and the capacity of his blood sea, all regressed back to the fourth tier of Blood Sea Realm at that moment. This caused his expression to flicker with surprise for the first time. You are indeed at the fourth tier of Blood Sea Realm. The rise of Chen Xiaojun has long been heralded across the wilderness, known far and wide. Everyone is aware that he broke through the seventh level of the War God Tower upon first entering the Void Dao realm. Therefore, by all logic, Chen Xiaojun's cultivation should only be at the first tier of Blood Sea Realm. Yet now, he possesses the cultivation of the fourth tier. Zhou Qianlong did not believe that anyone could ascend from the first tier to the fourth tier of Blood Sea Realm in just a few days. This could only mean that Chen Xiaojun had long possessed the qualifications to challenge the War God Tower and make a name for himself, yet had remained hidden, biding his time, showcasing remarkable composure. The fourth tier of Blood Sea Realm? In the viewing space, Chen Qingyu was utterly astonished amidst the throngs of people. Not only him, but many local martial artists from Xindu Changlu were equally bewildered. Exchanging glances in disbelief, if they recalled correctly, just a few days ago during the battle between Chen Xiaojun and Chen Qingyu, he was clearly at the first tier of Blood Sea Realm. How could this be possible? Chen Qingyu's brows furrowed tightly, a surge of confusion rising within him. But before he could contemplate further, the cold, mechanical voice resounded once more within the combat space. Both combatants have chosen to charge a fee for the viewing rights of this battle. The current number of viewers has reached its limit, and with 100,000 void points, both parties have agreed to distribute the profits fairly. The battle begins. As the voice fell, the constraints of the space were lifted. Chen Qingyu and Zhou Qianlong, separated by 100 zhong, almost in unison, unleashed their vital energies. Chen Qingyu rode the clouds, soaring into the sky. Even as he was airborne, the clouds dissipated, and he vanished from sight. Above the ocean, the winds howled and surged wildly, as Chen Qingyu utilized the wind to conceal his movements, rendering himself completely invisible. Zhou Qianlong also ascended into the air, his entire body enveloped in red vital energy that burned like flames. His brow furrowed slightly. What a formidable concealment technique! Yet there are still traces to follow. He tilted his head back, drawing in a breath and exhaling forcefully, his vital energy surging forth as a torrent of flames erupted. Transforming into a pillar of fire, in the next moment, a sandstorm of earthy yellow erupted from a certain point in the heavens, descending with overwhelming force, in the blink of an eye. The sandstorm covered an area of several hundred zhong, forming a ferocious yellow sand tempest that charged directly toward the raging pillar of fire. Fire pillar versus sandstorm. With a thunderous roar, the blazing pillar of fire collided with the ferocious sandstorm, unleashing a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The ocean below erupted in towering waves, surging to heights of over 10 zhong due to the impact. Upon closer inspection, the foremost elements of the sandstorm and fire pillar seemed to disintegrate simultaneously, while the ensuing flames and sand swirled wildly, as if two colossal primordial beasts were locked in a struggle. At first glance, it seemed nearly impossible to discern a victor in such a short time. What a remarkable display! Hidden within the winds above, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tio relies solely on vital energy to propel martial techniques and contend with his innate divine powers speaks volumes about Zhou Qianlong's terrifying strength. However, my capabilities extend far beyond this. It remains to be seen whether you can endure. He immediately focused his thoughts. A torrent of gusting winds surged down from the heavens, enhancing the yellow sandstorm, causing its power to swell dramatically. The flying sand and shifting stones technique, combined with the ability to summon the winds and rain, boom. The greatly amplified yellow sandstorm shattered the stalemate in an instant, overwhelming the crimson fire pillar and cascading down like a deluge. Zhou Qianlong found himself directly beneath the sandstorm, with no way to evade. Chapter 42. Dragon and Tiger Clash. Ingenious strategies emerge. Yet at that critical moment, Zhou Qianlong let out a hearty laugh, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. It seemed that at this moment he truly regarded Chen Qingyu as a worthy opponent deserving of his full effort. Whoosh, faced with the oncoming, all-encompassing yellow sandstorm, he transformed into a streak of red meteor, plummeting rapidly downward in less than the blink of an eye. He broke through the ocean's surface and dove directly into the vast depths below. Boom! The terrifying power of the earthy yellow sandstorm struck the ocean's surface, erupting the boundless waters into a frenzy, creating a series of colossal waves that shook the heavens. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were vaporized on the spot, creating a thick mist that enveloped the area. A miscalculation. Chen Qingyu's brow furrowed. This strike, though seemingly grand in scale, had undoubtedly failed to inflict any harm on Zhou Qianlong. The vast ocean served as the ultimate barrier. Unless one possessed the strength to turn the tides, it was nearly impossible to affect someone concealed beneath the waves. He needed to force him into the sky for a decisive battle. Rapidly assessing the situation, he took a deep breath, and his vital energy surged forth in an instant. Heavy dark clouds gathered in the heavens, and a biting cold wind swept down, causing the temperature of the ocean surface within a radius of several dozen li to plummet. Even under the blazing sun, the sunlight could not prevent a thin layer of ice from forming on the ocean's surface. If Zhou Qianlong refused to emerge, he would eventually suffocate beneath the waves. However, even as the surface froze, Zhou Qianlong remained hidden beneath the water, seemingly unwilling to surface. Not coming out? Then this is perfect. Chen Qingyu maintained a composed demeanor. His endeavor to freeze the seawater was far more complex than merely forcing Zhou Qianlong to reveal himself. The freezing point of seawater is considerably lower than that of freshwater found on land, owing to the multitude of salts and impurities it contains. Only at temperatures significantly below zero can a portion of pure water crystallize into ice, floating atop the surface. Given the constraints of the battlefield's spatial dimensions, he was entirely capable of freezing the entire sea surface. At that juncture, the temperature within the battlefield would plummet to a terrifying degree. And even if he ceased his manipulation of the winds and rains, the ultra-low temperatures could be sustained for an extended period. In such an environment, Zhou Qianlong's martial techniques would be comprehensively hindered. His power diminished, and his energy consumption doubled, rendering him nearly devoid of any chance of victory. With a silent presence, Chen Qingyu transformed into a fierce wind, deftly maneuvering through the air as he continuously invoked the powers of the wind and rain. The cold winds howled and heavy snow fell, as if summer had abruptly given way to the frigid winter of northern glaciers. Gradually, a quarter of an hour passed, and the expanse of the battlefield, stretching for dozens of miles, was solidly frozen by his singular effort, with the ice layer rapidly thickening. Yet, despite his prolonged wait, Zhou Qianlong remained hidden beneath the ice, seemingly resolved to remain a timid turtle. Still not emerging? Chen Qingyu's brow furrowed deeply, sensing something amiss. What was Zhou Qianlong up to? Chen Xiaojun was extraordinarily powerful, capable of freezing such a vast expanse of the sea. A veritable miracle. It was obvious. Without such celestial-level offensive capabilities, how could one hope to breach the 8th level of the War God Tower? But where was Zhou Qianlong? Indeed, why was he still lurking beneath the surface? Behaving like a turtle? It was truly perplexing. What was Zhou Qianlong doing? Why was he persistently hiding? The observation space had expanded to an unprecedented extent, with over 20 trillion Blood Sea Realm warriors congregated in one place, while individuals from the outside continued to stream in. This scene was nothing short of monumental. Thanks to the might of the Taishu Hengshi Mirror, all could still clearly witness the unfolding confrontation on the battlefield, leading to a flurry of discussions and speculations. What did these people understand? The girl in the purple dress within the observation space slightly curled her lips. Chen Xiaojun has fallen for a trap, wasting immense amounts of true energy to achieve nothing. The moment for a reversal of fortunes is upon us. Just as her thoughts settled, an explosive force suddenly surged from the battle space, striking fiercely against Chen Qingyu's back. Not good. Chen Qingyu was taken aback, but at such a close distance, he had no time to evade, relying solely on his true energy for protection. Bang! The formidable force erupted, shattering Chen Qingyu's protective true energy and sending him hurtling over 100 feet away. It was Zhou Qianlong. Alarm bells rang in Chen Qingyu's mind as he swiftly manipulated the wind currents mid-air. Turning to invoke the inside of the barrier technique in an instant, his gaze seemed to penetrate an invisible barrier, revealing a concealed scene. Zhou Qianlong, radiating true energy, was soaring through the sky without relying on his true energy. Swiftly closing in on him, he was also adept at the art of concealment. Moreover, he could fly without the aid of true energy. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. He finally understood the truth. Zhou Qianlong had stealthily concealed himself amidst the towering waves and the mist created by evaporating seawater, quietly departing from the surface. Subsequently, he had employed an unknown method to fly soundlessly, locking onto Chen Qingyu's position. I underestimated this fellow, Chen Qingyu thought, feeling a sense of awe. Zhou Qianlong's skills in stealth were equally impressive. It was through such means that he had evaded the onslaught of 2,000 elite warriors and breached the 8th level of the War God Tower. Until now, Chen Qingyu had been trapped in a cognitive misjudgment, believing Zhou Qianlong remained beneath the surface, and in maintaining his wind and rain manipulation, had overlooked the surrounding movements, allowing Zhou Qianlong to stealthily approach for a strike. Had it not been for his body, which had grown increasingly formidable with his rising cultivation, he would have sustained severe injuries from this unexpected attack. The rapidly approaching Zhou Qianlong could not help but change his expression. How could Chen Xiaojun's physique be so formidable? He had assumed that his meticulously prepared full-force strike would be sufficient to severely injure Chen Xiaojun, thereby securing victory. At the very least, he should have inflicted some damage to turn the tide in his favor. Yet, now, Chen Xiaojun had withstood his martial technique head-on, suffering not a scratch, save for some tattered clothing. The strength of his physique was far beyond Zhou Qianlong's expectations. Boom! Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu had already re-established his lock on Zhou Qianlong's position, steering the fierce winds to alter his trajectory, roaring back into the fray. Not good. He also has a method to pinpoint my location. Zhou Qianlong's expression shifted as he immediately retreated. He understood well that facing Chen Xiaojuan's terrifying physique head-on would guarantee his defeat. Too late. You cannot escape. Chen Qingyu let out a long cry. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he maintained the insight of the barrier technique. At the same time, clouds of auspiciousness surged beneath him, causing the surrounding winds to howl and violent currents to swirl. The combination of cloud riding and wind manipulation exponentially increased his speed, allowing him to swiftly overtake Zhou Qianlong. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Chapter 43. The Radiance of Heavenly Light Boom. Chen Xingyu's true energy surged wildly, reaching peak velocity. At his current speed, bolstered by both divine arts, he would catch up to Zhou Qianlong within a breath. At that moment, under the influence of the heavenly star guiding technique, Zhou Qianlong would forever be unable to distance himself from Chen Xingyu, destined to fall beneath his fists. Zhou Qianlong, too, recognized this truth as his pupils constricted slightly. The pivotal point in determining victory in this battle had shifted to the distance between them. Swish! He similarly dispelled his cloaking technique, revealing his form against the sky. With arms outstretched, he bellowed, "Heavenly light incinerates all." In an instant, the surrounding area within 1,000 zhang dimmed as the radiant sun's brilliance faded to near darkness. Then, a torrent of flames erupted, a blinding inferno shooting skyward, illuminating the surrounding dozens of miles. At that moment, the sunlight transformed into roaring flames, turning the sky into a sea of fire. From a distance, a colossal fireball spanning 1,000 zhang appeared upon the sea's surface, the temperature soaring as the solid ice began to melt. As if a second sun had descended upon the earth. The speed at which the sunlight ignited was so rapid that Chen Qingyu had no time to react, finding himself ensnared in a sea of flames. With fire raging above and below, in all directions, at a terrifying temperature. "Clear out!" he roared, his true energy surging forth as he thrust his fist outward. Fingers spread wide, boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. A terrifying wave of white energy erupted, akin to a circular shockwave, instantly clearing all flames within 1,000 zhang radius and shattering the giant fireball into nothingness. Utilizing the wind manipulation technique, the air exploded, given the broad scope of Zhou Qianlong's offensive technique. Its relative power had undoubtedly diminished, allowing Chen Xingyu to easily dismantle Zhou Qianlong's maneuver. However, this momentary delay had allowed Zhou Qianlong to retreat to a distance of 1,000 zhang, standing firm in the air. "Chen Xiaojun, you are indeed formidable." Zhou Qianlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, opting not to launch an immediate counterattack, but instead displaying a hint of admiration, exclaiming, "Of all the opponents I have encountered since reaching the Blood Sea realm, only you have seen through my reverse light evasion technique. Your physical strength is unparalleled in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu did not rush to attack but maintained his calm demeanor. Replying, "Likewise, my shadowless technique is also being unveiled for the first time. Your flight technique is the strongest I have witnessed in the Blood Sea realm, surpassing my own." His flight techniques, whether cloud riding or wind manipulation, possessed notable shortcomings, leaving traces that could be followed, thus compromising their stealth effectiveness. Even Chen Xingyu's reverse magnetic technique exhibited considerable limitations and similarly left tracks. Only Zhou Qianlong was different. His flight technique was truly silent and undetectable. This, indeed, was the most terrifying aspect. The two locked gazes, their eyes clashing like sparks igniting in the air. The next moment, Chen Xingyu once again summoned the auspicious clouds, the winds howling as he charged toward Zhou Qianlong. Yet, Zhou Qianlong remained motionless, arms outstretched, his sleeves billowing in the wind, and he let out a long howl. Heavenly light illuminates the world. In an instant, an endless radiance erupted from Zhou Qianlong, enveloping him entirely. He appeared to transform into a blazing sun, bursting forth with myriad golden rays that radiated in all directions, casting an overwhelming light across the expanse. The infinite golden brilliance collided with the celestial dome above, intertwining with the fierce sunlight, resulting in violent tremors and a surge in power that shot downwards. Meanwhile, the golden light that struck the icy surface of the sea immediately reflected back towards the heavens, touching the fierce sunlight before once again cascading downward. In that fleeting moment, the boundless golden luminescence reflected and refracted like countless razor-sharp blades, slicing through the space between the celestial dome and the ocean's surface. Delicate golden beams, akin to innumerable iron bars, formed a confining prison. Chen Xingyu's expression shifted, instinctively halting his escape light, cautiously scanning his surroundings. He acutely sensed the extreme peril posed by these light beams. To touch even one would mean falling into a trapped eye in the next instant. As Zhou Qianlong relentlessly channeled his true energy, the reflected light seemed to breach some boundary, instantly transforming into towering pillars of blazing flames. Boom, boom, boom. A chain reaction ensued, and countless golden beams morphed into columns of fire. Even the sunlight above transformed into flames, recklessly cascading downwards across the heavens. Light is fire, fire is light. At that moment, the vast ocean became a hellish inferno. The ice completely melting away, temperatures soaring, and the seawater beginning to boil, filling the atmosphere with thick white steam. Such terrifying power rendered the countless warriors within the observation space in a state of shock, their hearts trembling. Ha ha ha! Zhou Qianlong laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Young Master Chun, I must thank you for freezing the sea surface. You do not suffer unjustly from defeat by this move. The method of heavenly light shining upon the world was his most formidable technique. Yet its execution required exceedingly stringent conditions. The necessity for the light to reflect back and forth imposed such high demands on the external environment that it often rendered it unusable. Merely a source of frustration. However, Chen Xingyu's freezing of the sea surface and lowering of temperatures inadvertently provided the very conditions he needed to unleash this technique. The outcome was already determined. Zhou Qianlong's heart brimmed with unmatched confidence. Although the conditions for employing the heavenly light shining upon the world were harsh, once successfully executed, the subsequent energy consumption was minimal, allowing for the continuous absorption of sunlight and an almost limitless enhancement of power. He could also draw upon the sun's energy to replenish his true energy, maintaining the technique indefinitely. At this moment, even facing a multitude of Golden Bridge Realm Masters, he felt no fear. Even the 9th level of the War God Tower no longer posed an obstacle. He stood unassailable, such a terrifying technique. Chen Xingyu's expression grew grave as his gaze swept across the fiery light pillars surrounding him. It dawned on him that Zhou Qianlong's earlier concealment and passive observation of his freezing of the sea were all preparations for this very move. The timing, the terrain, and the support of allies had all been seized by Zhou Qianlong. Boom! Chen Xingyu's deep blue true energy surged, erecting barriers against the flames. As his energy rapidly depleted, he could distinctly sense the power of these fire pillars growing ever stronger, their numbers multiplying. The source of this terrifying power had shifted from Zhou Qianlong's true energy in the light's reflection to the sun above. How could human strength possibly rival the celestial bodies? It would not be long before his true energy was exhausted, leaving him with no chance for recovery, while the power of these fire pillars would soon reach a level capable of shattering his formidable physique. Young Master Qin, Zhou Qianlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his features. You have lost. Chapter 44. Breaking the Divine Method, defeated by Qianlong within the observation space. Chen Xingyu snapped back to reality, profoundly shaken. He inhaled deeply, his expression gravely serious. In this battle, the mere display of Chen Xingyu's power leaves me feeling utterly unsettled. If he were to truly engage Chen Xingyu, he would likely be defeated within mere exchanges. Yet Zhou Qianlong unveiled an even more terrifying technique. Once the heavenly light shining upon the world took form, its nearly limitless surge in power left even the most gifted of the Golden Bridge realm with no escape. He turned to survey the surroundings, finding the entire observation space enveloped in silence. The multitude of Blood Sea Realm warriors seemed stunned into silence by this spectacle. All were practitioners of the Blood Sea Realm. Yet the prowess displayed by Chen Xingyu and Zhou Qianlong far surpassed theirs by 100-fold. The disparity was unfathomable. He caught sight of familiar figures among the front ranks, including Chang Qianjiao, Princess Ao, and Li Changhe. Their expressions mirrored his own, marked by shock and disbelief. Exhaling, he gazed once more at the scene unfolding in the battle space, shaking his head. This does not bode well. Young Master Chen is likely to lose in confrontations where both sides possessed comparable strength. If one party gained the upper hand, the other would find it exceedingly difficult to turn the tide. Now, Zhou Qianlong had established absolute dominance, standing invulnerable. He could conceive of no further means to alter the outcome. However, in the battle space, Chen Qingyu remained composed, revealing little of his disquiet. Indeed, the wasteland is home to prodigious talent. The might of the heavenly light shining upon the world can likely only be matched by my enhanced flying sand and walking stones. He contemplated this as he called out with conviction, "Rise." As his true energy surged, a gentle breeze stirred, drawing the thick clouds of steam swirling below into a cohesive mass that ascended skyward. Vast clouds began to coalesce, gradually darkening into ominous storm clouds that obscured the heavens above. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Qinlong's expression shifted slightly. "You believe you can unravel my heavenly light shining upon the world with such a method? You are gravely mistaken." The power of his technique was unfathomably potent. What could these clouds possibly accomplish? As expected, the golden fire pillars and sunlight surged into the thick clouds, dissolving them rapidly as if hot soup met snow, the clouds yielding to the onslaught. However, Zhou Qinlong's face betrayed no joy. Instead, his pupils constricted. Not good from his vantage point, he observed the sea surface below, where an unceasing torrent of steam surged upwards, continuously gathering into heavy, dark clouds, though seemingly feeble. It was relentless. "You too have realized this issue," Chen Qingyu remarked with a slight smile. "The seawater does not simply vanish. It transforms into gas. The more powerful your heavenly light shining upon the world, the more steam clouds it will generate. These steam clouds are my weapons." As he spoke, the golden fire pillars and sunlight continued to dissolve vast expanses of clouds. Yet the steam clouds upon the ocean's surface tirelessly replenished them. Moments later, the rate at which the fire pillars and flames dissolved slowed significantly, reaching a point of equilibrium with the rate at which the thick clouds were generated. Without the continuous supply of sunlight, the power of the flames began to wane. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyu persistently channeled his true energy, causing the heavy clouds to proliferate ceaselessly, soon obscuring much of the sky and hastening the decline of the fire pillars' might. Breathless, Zhou Qinlong inhaled deeply. He understood that his heavenly light shining upon the world had effectively been neutralized. He had relied on the power of the sun to infinitely enhance his strength, whereas young Master Chun had turned his own power against him. Unless the sun could completely evaporate the boundless ocean below, there was no possibility of victory in this contest. What a clever tactic! Zhou Qinlong reigned in his true energy, willingly relinquishing the heavenly light shining upon the world. He gazed deeply at Chen Qingyu, his expression betraying little defeat as he spoke solemnly. "It seems this battle is about to enter its next round." Though his technique had been undone, young Master Chun had merely restored equilibrium. He had not gained the advantage. The fierce battle had reverted to its initial state, but with one crucial difference. The two combatants now possessed a considerable understanding of each other's capabilities, making the ensuing conflict all the more perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to defeat. "The next round?" Chen Qingyu chuckled, his tone laden with significance. "You think too highly of yourself. This is the final round." As the words fell, a rush of air stirred, a gentle breeze wafted through, and a dense white mist rapidly emerged, soon enveloping the surface of the sea. Chen Qingyu's figure vanished entirely within the thick fog. "Heh?" Zhou Qinlong chuckled softly, squinting as if sensing something. However, in a moment, his body became rigid, his pupils constricting sharply, a surge of true energy welling up within him. He could no longer sense Chen Qingyu's position. "This is bad." Without hesitation, he activated the reverse light escape technique, utilizing the omnipresent light to swiftly move in silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Qingyu was moving quite swiftly, concealed within the fog. He held his breath and stealthily approached Zhou Qinlong. At this moment, he concurrently maintained the techniques of shadowless standing, wall-seeking insight, and summoning wind and rain. He had previously pondered a question. How could his shadowless standing technique, which even spiritual sight could not penetrate, reveal a flaw that allowed Zhou Qinlong to pinpoint his location? Initially, Chen Qingyu could not fathom this dilemma. It was not until Zhou Qinlong deployed the heavenly light radiance technique, revealing the profound interplay of light and flame, that he experienced a sudden epiphany. It was the temperature. Although the shadowless standing technique could obscure his own warmth, he still needed to breathe, and the exhaled air carried warmth. Zhou Qinlong, capable of sensing through sunlight with astonishing range and precision, could easily lock onto his true position via this slight temperature variation. Once he understood this, all he needed to do was hold his breath, and Zhou Qianlong would no longer be able to trace his movements. Conversely, his wall-seeking insight technique was sufficient to pierce through Zhou Qianlong's true form. Moments later, Zhou Qianlong was stealthily moving closer to the sea surface, attempting to conceal himself beneath the mist and slip into the depths. However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Xingyu had already reached mere feet behind him. Boom! Without uttering a word, Chen Xingyu suddenly unleashed a punch, propelling a violent surge of true energy with the great Haotowning fist aimed directly at Zhou Qianlong's back. This battle, I have emerged victorious. Chapter 45. The Blood Sea Realm's Supreme Champion. Boom. The might of the great Haotowning fist erupted, the furious true energy crashing down. Zhou Qianlong's crimson protective true energy was instantly torn apart, as if the force of stars had passed over him. Completely unleashed upon his back in an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung hundreds of feet away, spinning like a topped iron midair. He quickly regained his composure, his gaze icy. He is right behind me. The mist he created would not obstruct his vision. In this battle, he was in the dark while I was in the light. A grave error in combat. At this juncture, he seemed to realize his defeat was imminent. Yet, he showed no signs of discouragement or hesitation. True energy surged within him as he prepared to unleash another technique. Heavenly Light. But just as he made his move, an overwhelming and ferocious punch abruptly interrupted his flow of true energy. What? Zhou Qianlong was taken aback, swiftly employing the light-borrowing escape technique, only to see the scene behind him. Chen Xingyu was, astonishingly, still only 3 feet away, like a specter. In a flurry, Zhou Qianlong found no way to evade as Chen Xingyu struck him once more, sending him reeling. This time, Zhou Qianlong finally discerned that after Chen Xingyu threw a punch, he had rapidly followed up without delay, as if bound by an invisible thread or a powerful gravitational force that tethered them together, making escape impossible. This was the might of the heavenly star-guiding technique. Zhou Qianlong's pupils constricted. He had no time to think further as he faced Chen Xingyu's rapidly approaching punch head-on. The violent true energy collided with terrifying force, creating a shockwave that erupted, rippling through the air like waves upon water. As the shockwave dispersed, the sea below surged into towering waves. Zhou Qianlong grunted. Stepping back, his vitality waning in stark contrast, Chen Xingyu's form merely trembled slightly as he effortlessly absorbed the recoil, not retreating an inch. Ha ha ha. Chen Xingyu laughed heartily, seizing the moment, and unleashed another punch. He had realized that although Zhou Qianlong's martial prowess surpassed his own, the might of his great Haotowning fist was not significantly inferior. Coupled with his unparalleled physique, Zhou Qianlong was undoubtedly doomed. Zhou Qianlong's expression darkened, remaining silent as he summoned his true energy. Launching a punch in response, bang boom, in the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 20 punches. Rumble. They battled from the skies to the seas, bursting through the surface of the water and soaring back into the air. Wherever they went, a myriad of fist shadows erupted, true energy surged, and the air roared, colossal waves exploding around them. Initially, both were evenly matched. However, it was not long before Zhou Qianlong's state declined rapidly, succumbing to Chen Xingyu's overwhelming pressure. The confrontation becoming increasingly futile as he struggled to stay afloat, in the observation space. Countless spectators, witnessing this scene, felt a complex array of emotions. It was clear to all that at this juncture, Chen Xingyu had secured absolute dominance, and Zhou Qianlong's defeat was merely a matter of time. The once invincible Zhou Qianlong was truly on the verge of losing. Many were filled with poignant reflections. After this battle, Zhou Qianlong would descend from his pedestal. Indeed, the era of Zhou Qianlong was coming to a close, making way for the rise of Chen Xiaojun. The old gods fell, and new ones were born. The young girl in the purple dress and her companions gazed at the beleaguered Zhou Qianlong, rendered speechless. How could this be? The girl pondered, her thoughts racing, her gaze bewildered. Her elder brother, who had dominated for so many years, was truly facing defeat at the hands of a peerless prodigy. She had thought this observation would be a testament to Zhou Qianlong's victory, yet found herself witnessing the historic moment of Chen Xingyu's triumph. Standing atop the world, after a full quarter of an hour, boom, Chen Xingyu's fist struck the battered and bloodied Zhou Qianlong, sending him crashing into the sea, unleashing monstrous waves. This time, Zhou Qianlong struggled for a moment but could no longer rise. Lying motionless upon the water's surface. Remarkable. He gazed up at the sky, watching Chen Xingyu descend slowly, managing to muster a faint smile. Congratulations, you have won. As his words fell, his body transformed into white light, dissipating upon the sea's surface. With a deep breath, Chen Xingyu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. You have triumphed in this battle. The highest stakes were wagered in the contest, and you have earned a reward of 100,000 Taisu points. The battle concludes, and with the audience reaching capacity, you have garnered an additional 50,000 Taisu points as viewing fees. The chilling, mechanical voice resonated between the heavens and the sea, suddenly booming. Congratulations. Your ranking on the Blood Sea Heavenly Duel Leaderboard has ascended. You are now ranked first. Upon hearing the voice of the Taisu Yuanling, Chen Xingyu felt a wave of joy and contentment, accompanied by a hint of melancholy. At this moment, he seemed to grasp Zhou Qianlong's earlier sentiments. After this battle, no one in the Blood Sea realm would dare challenge him. He would find no worthy opponent again. Invincible in the world lay in silence. Ha, this is merely the Blood Sea realm. The road ahead remains long, he chuckled, shaking his head to suppress these thoughts, his mind stirring as he vanished from the battlefield. As he departed, a thunderous cheer erupted within the battle space, a cacophony of excitement, applause, and shouts. The billion martial artists of the Changluo Qin clan erupted in unison. The world's #1. The supreme champion of the Blood Sea realm, the unrivaled champion of the Blood Sea realm is our Chen Xiaojun. Feeling the fervent atmosphere around him, Chen Xingyu sighed. I never expected he would truly win. The supreme champion of the Blood Sea realm. At this moment, his emotions were complex. To hold the title of the supreme champion of the Blood Sea realm was an unparalleled honor, a diadem unmatched in the world. Once, he had dreamt of claiming this crown, but ultimately, due to a vast disparity in strength, he had to relinquish that aspiration. Yet, unexpectedly, just as he decided to forsake the summit and ascend to the Golden Bridge realm, a super prodigy emerged, first defeating him, and ultimately ascending to the pinnacle, standing upon the divine altar in less than 7 days. From an inconspicuous youth in the capital of Changluo, he had become the world's foremost champion. This journey was nothing short of legendary. Before him unfolded a grand spectacle, stirring profound emotions within his heart, while simultaneously solidifying a singular truth for the ages to come. Perhaps, in the distant future, their tale would fade into obscurity, relegated to the dust of history. Yet, the name of Chen Xiaojun might still gleam brilliantly, his legendary exploits remaining an enduring saga known to the elite of the Blood Sea realm. Chapter 46. Beyond this mountain lies the pinnacle of victory. Outside the dual victory platform, the figure of Chen Xingyu suddenly materialized. With a sweeping glance, he spotted a familiar silhouette. It was Zhou Qianlong, standing with arms crossed and a faint smile adorning his face, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Chen Xingyu's expression shifted, curiosity prompting him to inquire, Zhou Qianlong, you haven't taken your leave. He had presumed Zhou Qianlong to be an aloof and solitary individual, one who would depart promptly after their match, yet here he was, intentionally waiting for him. Zhou Qianlong turned to him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Shall we share a drink together? That sounds splendid. Chen Xingyu replied with a chuckle, adding, but you're treating. Zhou Qianlong raised an eyebrow. This is the capital, Changluo. You are the host, and you emerged victorious. Are you suggesting I should foot the bill? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu sighed dramatically. Alas, I have only just entered the Great Void Realm for less than a week. My finances are scarce, and I must be frugal, unlike you who have lingered for years. Zhou Qianlong's lips twitched slightly. Why do I feel as though you are subtly mocking my prolonged struggle to attain the Golden Bridge realm? Chen Xingyu blinked innocently. Am I? Surely, you must be misinterpreting my words. Zhou Qianlong waved his sleeve dismissively and shook his head. Very well, I shall treat. Lead the way. As he spoke, he leapt into the air, deftly avoiding the throngs of individuals being teleported out. Soaring into the sky, Chen Xingyu also harnessed the winds of qi, rising swiftly to stand alongside Zhou Qianlong. That moment, outside the entrance of the dual victory platform, A considerable crowd had already been teleported out. Upon spotting the two figures, a stir erupted among them. Look, it's Qin Shaojun and Zhou Qinlong. Is this a case of friendly rivalry? It's just like last time. My young lord is quite the charmer. Indeed. What do you mean your young lord? Have some shame, will you? He is clearly mine. Don't go, young lord. I am your long-lost sister. Observing the chaotic scene below, Qin Qingyu shrank his neck and with a thought, activated the art of invisibility. He turned to the side, only to discover that Zhou Qinlong had already concealed himself. Impressive. He is quite experienced now, Qin Qingyu mused. Zhou Qinlong glanced back at him, quietly transmitting with his qi. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Lead on. Yes, right away, Qin Qingyu responded, signaling Zhou Qinlong as they stealthily slipped away. A moment later, on the top floor of the DU Tower, both were seated by the window, a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine before them. Come, let us toast, Qin Qingyu declared, raising his cup. After clinking glasses with Zhou Qinlong, he downed the contents in one gulp. He then poured Zhou Qinlong a drink and, grinning, asked, "How does it feel to have fallen from grace?" Zhou Qinlong shot him a sidelong glance, pausing momentarily before speaking. To be honest, I prepared myself for defeat before coming here. I thought I would feel despondent, frustrated, and unwilling to accept it. Yet, in truth, I did not. The moment you bested me, I felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over me. He raised his cup and drained it, exhaling a sigh. Since claiming the title of the world's strongest, these past 2 years, I have increasingly perceived it not as an honor, but rather as a shackle in a world where no worthy opponent remains. I can only contend with myself, striving to breach the 9th layer of the War God Tower. However, my progress has stagnated, and my advancement has slowed to a crawl. As he spoke, a wry smile crossed his face. I should have recognized this sooner and resolutely abandoned this fantasy of ascending to the Golden Bridge. Yet, the prestige of being number 1 in the Blood Sea realm has made it difficult for me to accept my fate. After all, I consider myself the strongest of this era, not inferior to anyone in history. Why then can I not penetrate the 9th layer? Looking back at his former self, he realized he had become obsessed. Beyond one mountain lies another. The path of cultivation knows no bounds. If I merely engage in a contest with myself, my life will slip away in vain. At this point, he set down his cup and turned to Qin Qingyu. I must thank you, not only for defeating me but for awakening me as well. Upon my return, I will immediately enter seclusion to break through to the Golden Bridge realm and ascend to the next tier of existence. You have already achieved the title of the strongest in the Blood Sea realm. From this moment on, this honor and its accompanying shackles will rest upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyu lifted his cup nonchalantly. As for shackles, life is replete with them. One merely needs to shatter them. Why cling so tightly? Zhou Qinlong chuckled and poured himself another glass. I hope that in 2 years' time, you can still maintain such a perspective. Qin Qingyu laughed heartily. 2 years? Brother Zhou, you underestimate me greatly. Zhou Qinlong's expression shifted as he was about to speak when suddenly a loud laugh echoed nearby. Ha ha ha, I knew you two would be hiding up here. The two turned to see Qin Qingyu. Ascending the steps to the highest level, "Ah, it's my cousin Qingyu," Qin Qingyu exclaimed, beckoning him over. "Then I shall not hold back," Qin Qingyu replied with a smile, taking a seat and greeting Zhou Qinlong. "Brother Zhou?" Zhou Qinlong nodded slightly, raising his cup in acknowledgement. "Waiter, please bring another set of bowls and chopsticks," Qin Qingyu called out, then turned to Qin Qingyu. "Cousin, your timing is impeccable. Brother Zhou just mentioned he is preparing to break through to the Golden Bridge realm. Is that so?" Qin Qingyu said, turning to Zhou Qinlong with a note of admiration. "After 2 years, you are finally ready to ascend this layer. If you delay any longer, I might just beat you to the Golden Bridge realm." Zhou Qinlong offered a wry smile. "If not for Brother Shaojun, I fear I would still be trapped here, unaware of how many years I would squander before awakening." Qin Qingyu stroked his chin, casually remarking, "By the way, why do you insist on grappling with the 9th layer of the War God Tower? Once you breach the 9th layer, there are still the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers beyond, an endless pursuit. Yet, one's growth and strength is bound by talent, comprehension, and the limitations of the human form." Zhou Qinlong shook his head, his voice resolute. "No, There will be no 10th layer. The pinnacle of the Blood Sea War God Tower is the 9th layer. Beyond this mountain lies the true summit. Regardless of the past or the future, no one shall ever surpass it, merely standing on equal footing at best. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression shifted, and he pressed. Is it true that the highest point is only the 9th layer? Indeed, Zhou Qianlong affirmed. You all should understand that as the disparity in techniques increases, the higher the realm, the greater the advantages conferred by a robust foundation, thereby diminishing the difficulty of the War God Tower. Ah, I see. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. Cultivation is like multiplication. Initially, the gap between the bases may not be too pronounced. However, as one ascends in realms, the base multiplies continuously, causing the disparity to expand rapidly to an unimaginable degree. The same technique might allow one to face 100 foes in the Bloodsea realm, but in the Golden Bridge realm or the Spirit Origin realm, perhaps one could contend against 1,000. Now I understand why you are so intent on conquering the 9th layer of the War God Tower, Chen Qingyu reflected. The 8th layer is merely a step away from the 9th. The 8th layer allows one to be invincible among contemporaries, but the 9th layer is a true embodiment of invincibility across all ages. Zhou Qianlong spoke with gravity. Moreover, within the Great Void realm, there exists a pervasive legend that should one breach the 9th layer in the Bloodsea realm, they will receive a unique reward from the Great Void Primordial Spirit. A unique reward? Chen Qingyu's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring, what kind of reward? The Great Void Primordial Spirit governs the entire Great Void realm, treating all gifted warriors equally, ensuring that no one receives preferential treatment. This was the first time he had heard of anyone being specially favored by the Great Void Primordial Spirit. What exactly is the reward? I do not know, Zhou Qianlong replied. Shaking his head, I inquired with the elders of my clan, but they said it pertains to a significant secret and were unwilling to divulge it, urging me to seek my own fortune. How typical, Chen Qingyu scoffed. The elders in your clan sound just like those in my clan. Similar sentiments echoing through the ages. He still had numerous questions regarding the Great Void realm, but each time he posed them to his father, Chen Zhengxing, he was met with silence. When he approached the 9 ancestors, he received only knowing smiles and encouragement to explore further, leading him to eventually abandon his inquiries. Brother Zhou, Chen Qingyu suddenly interjected, your ambitions likely extend beyond merely seeking that legendary special reward, do they not? Is it related to the immortal altar of the Golden Bridge Heaven? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianlong readily admitted, indeed, it is a widely accepted belief within the cultivation community that without breaking through the 9th level of the War God Tower during the Blood Sea realm, one does not qualify to challenge the immortal altar, even upon achieving the Golden Bridge realm. Ascending the immortal altar is an unparalleled honor, something I naturally yearn for. Chapter 47. Not inferior to my younger days, the immortal altar? Chen Qingyu, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Such knowledge ought to be common among the direct descendants of the various sacred lands. However, due to his unique circumstances, he was oblivious to these matters. Brother Chen was unaware? Zhou Qianlong cast a surprised glance at him before slowly elaborating. In the Blood Sea Heaven, there are 4 types of structures: the Dual Victory Platform, the War God Tower, the Martial Arts Platform, and the Luoxing Altar. In the Golden Bridge Heaven, a new functional structure has been introduced, known as the Immortal Altar. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. The Immortal Altar houses the recorded images of the 10 most formidable martial arts masters of the Golden Bridge realm throughout history. These 10 individuals are true paragons, invincible across the ages. Each one dominated their era, a youth of unparalleled brilliance. All cultivators regard ascending the Immortal Altar, achieving true immortality, as the highest honor. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu's expression was one of deep emotion. Such a thing exists in the Golden Bridge Heaven. This is far more exhilarating than the Dual Victory list or the War God list. The contenders for the Immortal Altar are not merely the strongest of the present, but the mightiest from the annals of history. I must personally witness the Immortal Altar and compete against the strongest prodigies of all time. Chen Qingyu felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. He had already defeated Zhou Qianlong, rendering him nearly invincible in the Blood Sea Heaven. The only remaining goal was to break through the 9th level of the War God Tower. Only by achieving this could he qualify to contend for the Immortal Altar in the Golden Bridge Heaven. Contemplating this, he turned to Zhou Qianlong and inquired, Brother Zhou, How challenging is the ninth level? Very difficult, Zhou Qianlong replied after a moment of silence, gesturing toward Chen Xinggu beside him. To be frank, overcoming the ninth level is akin to defeating 10,000 Chen Qingus in unison. I have attempted it 12 times. And each time I failed. Wow! Chen Xingyu gasped in astonishment. It's that difficult? With his burgeoning strength, he believed he could easily defeat dozens, even hundreds, of Chen Qingus working together. But the mere thought of facing 10,000 sent a shiver down his spine. Chen Xinggu interjected, "Why use me as an example in your conversation? Do you really look down upon my sixth-ranked prowess?" Ignoring Chen Xingyu pressed on, "Are there any historical instances of someone breaking through the ninth level during the Blood Sea realm?" Zhou Qianlong's expression remained calm as he replied, "Yes, and quite a few. I specifically reviewed the clan's records. Over the span of several tens of thousands of years, on average, every few thousand years, a terrifyingly powerful prodigy would emerge capable of breaking through that exalted ninth level. The total number is approximately 20. Almost every one of these individuals has ascended the immortal altar in subsequent heavens, some even multiple times," Zhou Qianlong continued. Chen Xingyu nodded slightly, reflecting, "The Taishu Dao realm has existed for over 100,000 years. And with the succession of generations of prodigies, only 20 or so have managed to break through the ninth level. On average, it takes countless generations of super prodigies to produce a single youthful supreme." Zhou Qianlong looked at Chen Xingyu and stated, "In fact, over 300 years ago, someone did break through the ninth level of the War God Tower in the Blood Sea Heaven, and that person was from your Qin clan." Chen Xingyu's expression shifted, and he asked, "Is that so?" However, Chen Xingyu blurted out, "That's impossible. Breaking through the ninth level is a monumental event. Moreover, only 300 years have passed. There must still be many people from that time alive in Shindu Changluo who would remember such a significant occurrence. Why have none of our direct descendants ever heard of this? Not even a whisper?" Zhou Qianlong shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps there are other secrets involved." Chen Xingyu furrowed his brow. Perplexed, "Forgive me, but I must take my leave." At that moment, Zhou Qianlong stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Let us meet again in the Golden Bridge Heaven." "Well said," Chen Xingyu replied with a hearty smile. Rising to accompany Chen Xingyu as they escorted Zhou Qianlong out of the Du Tower. Before long, Chen Xingyu and Chen Xinggu exchanged a few words before parting ways. Chen Xinggu hurriedly exited the Taishu Dao realm, seemingly in search of answers. Chen Xingyu, on the other hand, ventured alone to the martial arts hall, continuing to hone his martial skills through accelerated time. Meanwhile, in the outside world, news of Chen Xiaojun defeating Zhou Qianlong and claiming the title of the strongest in the world had already caused a sensation across the wasteland, igniting a fervent wave of discussion. The name Chen Xiaojun became the focal point of the entire wasteland. Countless young martial artists of the Blood Sea realm recounted the legendary journey of Chen Xiaojun, marveling at how he rose from obscurity to the pinnacle of strength within just 7 days. Thus, Zhou Qianlong fell from grace, his brilliance dimmed, while Chen Xiaojun stood tall at the apex, becoming the aspiration of countless individuals in the Blood Sea realm. That evening, Chen Xingyu exited the Taishu Dao realm. Upon leaving the study, he encountered the figure of his father, Chen Zhengxing. "Congratulations, Xingyu," Chen Zhengxing said, a smile gracing his face. "Be why this time?" He had long since lost the shock and surprise he initially felt upon witnessing his son's achievements. Replaced instead by pride and satisfaction, he had once believed that rapid advancement in cultivation would become a shortcoming for Chen Xingyu. However, Chen Xingyu's performance had completely overturned many people's expectations, including his own. "The strongest in the Blood Sea realm, remarkable. Not inferior to my younger days." Chen Xingyu, taken aback by this remark, asked, "Is that so? Did you also hold the title of the strongest in your time?" He sat down beside Chen Zhengxing, chuckling. "I just heard that over 300 years ago, someone from our Chen clan broke through the 9th level of the War God Tower in the Blood Sea Heaven. Was that person you, father?" Chen Zhengxing looked at him in surprise before nodding slightly. "Indeed. It was I." The 9th level of the War God Tower was exceedingly challenging, but after enduring 3 years of hardship, I ultimately succeeded. "Ah? It was really you?" Chen Xingyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What a revelation! The youthful supreme was right beside me all along, and he is my own father? No wonder you weren't severely punished for your past mistakes. You were merely assigned to guard the Taiyan Abyss." He couldn't help but click his tongue in realization, thinking to himself, so it turns out the higher-ups in the clan were reluctant to impose a harsh penalty on my father. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he pressed further. But why was there no mention of this in Shindu? In theory, such a momentous event as breaking through the 9th level should have been recounted by those who experienced it. Even after 300 years, there should have been tales circulating in the Taishu Dao realm. Yet, like Changxingyu, I've never heard even a whisper about it, which seems quite abnormal. The absence of rumors is entirely normal. Chen Zhengxing replied nonchalantly, because I did not wish for them to remember. They forget, they overlook, they become blind to it. Once your cultivation level reaches a certain point, you will naturally possess some abilities that transcend the common folk. Goodness! Chen Qingyu marveled, running his fingers over the jade ring on his thumb. That sounds remarkably similar to the effect of this ring of mine. Regaining his composure, he inquired, So, father, how did you manage to break through the 9th level back then? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing cast him a sidelong glance and replied, It was quite simple. I just punched my way through, one by one. I delivered 10,000 punches, and I killed 10,000 people. And that's how I broke through the 9th level. After listening, Chen Qingyu felt a jolt of realization. This method, seemingly straightforward, hinted at an extraordinary level of strength to withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands and eliminate them one by one. Even he, at present, would be utterly overwhelmed, facing a gruesome demise. One must understand, these were not just 1,000 pigs. They were 1,000 super prodigies on the level of Chen Qingyu, any one of whom could easily rank among the top 10 in the world. Are you scared now? Seeing Chen Qingyu's expression, Chen Zhengxing laughed heartily. For these past few days, I've been continuously amazed by you. It's rare for you to be astonished in return. Could it be that the difficulty of the 9th level has intimidated you? Intimidated? How could that be? Chen Qingyu scoffed. If you could accomplish it back in your day, there's no reason I can't do the same. I am merely concerned that my pace of cultivation is too swift, leaving me insufficient time. Chen Zhengxing chuckled heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Then you must hasten your efforts. Chen Qingyu nodded, seemingly pondering something, and quietly inquired, Father, might you divulge what extraordinary reward you received upon breaking through to the 9th layer? Extraordinary reward? Chen Zhengxing paused momentarily, then fell silent, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Indeed, there was a remarkable reward, one that surpasses imagination and challenges comprehension. Regaining his composure, he turned to Chen Qingyu with a smile. However, as for the specifics, allow me to keep you in suspense, lest I dampen your enthusiasm. You shall discover it for yourself once you penetrate the 9th layer and ascend to the Golden Bridge realm. TCH, Chen Qingyu scoffed, rolling his eyes. Zhou Qianlong was absolutely right. You all share the same rhetoric. He then patted his stomach. Well then, let us expedite the meal. After dining, I still need to continue honing my martial skills. With merely 10 days left, I must seize every moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing smiled and replied, Very well. I shall instruct the chef to prepare dinner at once. After defeating Zhou Qianlong, Chen Qingyu's life returned to a state of tranquility. Each morning, he dutifully signed in at the Floating Palace, dedicating his mornings and afternoons to arduous training in the martial arts hall, while evenings were spent refining his skills in the material world. Assimilating the day's gains, days passed in this manner. Meanwhile, discussions regarding Chen Xiaojun persisted unabated in the outside world, igniting a fervent quest to locate him in the capital, Changluo. Unlike before, when Chen Xiaojun was merely one among many extraordinary talents. Now, following his conquest over Zhou Qianlong and his ascendance as the foremost in the Blood Sea realm, he stirred a wave of fervent admiration and curiosity among the younger generation of the Chen clan in Changluo. Who, precisely, is the true identity of Chen Xiaojun? Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, nearly all martial artists in the Blood Sea realm initiated a grand search. However, days of searching yielded not a single clue. It was as if the individual had never existed. No one matched the age, cultivation, or prowess that could correspond. Numerous humorous incidents arose during the search, with some unable to resist temptation and attempting to impersonate Chen Xiaojun, only to be publicly unmasked, becoming the subject of ridicule in Changluo. Eventually, after 7 or 8 days, the fervor of the search began to subside. The name of Chen Xiaojun, along with his true identity, became an enigma in Changluo, provoking a plethora of speculation. Some claimed he was like a dragon lurking in the depths, known only by name and never seen. This notion quickly gained traction, imbuing the name Chen Xiaojun with an air of mystery. Little did they know, the enigmatic Chen Xiaojun traversed the skies each morning, majestically riding upon his signature cloud. Soaring above their heads, as time flew by, 10 days had passed. On this particular morning, Chen Qingyu, as was his custom, rode a white cloud through the fierce winds of the 9th layer, landing upon the floating palace. With a deep breath, he gazed upon the magnificent and solemn floating palace. Today marked the final day. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer in the Blood Sea realm just yesterday. The vast and boundless Blood Sea had enveloped all his meridians and acupoints, continuing to expand and strengthen, gradually approaching its limits. This was his last sign-in before ascending to the Golden Bridge realm. Calmly, he whispered within his heart, "I wish to sign in." Ding! A melodious prompt resonated in his mind. The host has signed in for the 21st time at the floating palace. The reward pool has been exhausted. This sign-in will enhance your previously acquired rewards and is currently being drawn. Upon completion of the draw, the prompt continued. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the flying sand and moving stones technique have been significantly strengthened. As the notification faded, a torrent of immense power surged down upon Chen Qingyu, causing him to shudder. Within mere moments, accustomed to this process, he swiftly regained his senses, inhaling deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips. At last, I have drawn the flying sand and moving stones technique. Those who toil earnestly shall reap their rewards. It seems the heavens have destined me to break through the 9th layer of the War God Tower. Throughout these 10 days, he had diligently honed his 3 supreme martial arts to the brink of great mastery, doubling his combat prowess. Additionally, numerous techniques had been consecutively enhanced, propelling his strength to new heights. In comparison to 10 days prior, his current prowess was beyond measure. Should he face Zhou Qianlong again, victory within 10 exchanges would be assured. The most significant enhancement among all his techniques was, in fact, his physical strength. The Taihao body refinement technique, combined with the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, enabled his physical power to rise almost infinitely. The higher his realm, the greater his advantage. A radiant smile adorned Chen Qingyu's face. If, 10 days ago, his physical strength was thrice that of other top-tier prodigies of the same realm, now, having achieved the 9th layer in the Blood Sea realm, that ratio had surged to at least 10-fold. What did such a 10-fold terrifying strength signify? It meant that aside from those with similarly formidable foundations, no one else's full-force attacks could inflict damage or impede him. This was the true embodiment of an invincible physique. His father must have encountered some extraordinary fortune back in the day. His physical strength was likely not far behind my own, enabling him to single-handedly vanquish tens of thousands and breach the 9th layer. Yet, such a method is exhausting and perilous, fraught with the risk of failure. Chen Qingyu's gaze flickered, his thoughts swirling. The higher the layer of the War God Tower, the more daunting the challenges became. Thousands of superlative prodigies joining forces, martial skills and techniques emerging in endless succession, undoubtedly included counters to evasion and concealment techniques, restricting movement, diminishing offensive power, and weakening physical strength, among other tactics. The strategies employed on the 8th layer would be futile on the 9th, leading only to certain death. Only by reaching the true limits of the Blood Sea realm, attaining the utmost pinnacle throughout history, would there be hope of breaking through the 9th layer. Now, Chen Qingyu was certain he had nearly reached the limits of the Blood Sea realm in all aspects. Unprecedented in history, unparalleled in the future, it was time to breach the 9th layer. He turned his gaze towards the distant mountains, his eyes filled with depth. Only by crossing this peak can one claim the highest honor. Upon breaking through the 9th layer, I shall also ascend to the Golden Bridge realm and enter the Golden Bridge heaven. I have long awaited the special reward from the Taishu Yuanling. Chapter 49. One Against Thousands, breaking through the 9th layer within the Taishu Dao realm. With a sudden rush, Chen Qingyu's figure materialized at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Beside him, throngs of people surged, jostling each other as they entered and exited the hall in a continuous flow. Not far away, a young man pointed towards the martial arts hall, speaking animatedly to a charming young girl beside him. Sister. Look, this is the Martial Arts Hall, a supreme sanctuary for honing and enhancing martial skills. Alongside the Luo Sheng altar across the way, it can elevate any martial artist's combat prowess in a short time, facilitating a transformative change. Of course, both of these sacred places require a substantial amount of Taishu points. We can only enter occasionally. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chen Qingyu's unexpected appearance within the crowd. Pausing momentarily before bursting with excitement, Chen Xiaojun. What? Where's Chen Xiaojun? Is he really here? Wow, it truly is Chen Xiaojun. The entrance of the martial arts hall erupted with excitement. Is this the legendary Chen Xiaojun? The foremost in the Blood Sea realm? Trouble. Chen Qingyu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless, and in an instant, transformed into a wisp of breeze, soaring into the heavens. The crowd, witnessing his sudden vanishing act, collectively expressed their disappointment. Clearly, this was not the first occurrence of such an event. Numerous young martial artists exchanged comments, quickly shifting their focus, dismissing the incident as a mere footnote. In recent days, the fervor surrounding Chen Xiaojun had significantly diminished. Within the Blood Sea realm, people had grown accustomed to his presence, to his status as the unrivaled champion, the strongest of the Blood Sea, and to the name that adorned the pinnacle of both major leaderboards. Just as in previous years, when everyone had grown accustomed to Zhou Qinlong's invincibility, unshakable by any challenge. Even the latest edition of the Prodigy rankings no longer featured stories of Chen Xiaojun. Chen Xiaojun is so handsome. The charming young girl regained her senses and instinctively inquired, brother. It seems that there have been few discussions regarding Chen Xiaojun in the past few days. Indeed, that is quite normal. The youth replied with a shrug. Just like in novels, when the protagonists become the strongest, the story must come to a close. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Xiaojun has already claimed the title of the world's #1. His legendary tale concluded the moment he vanquished Zhou Qinlong. Is that so? The girl lowered her head, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. She finally comprehended that the exalted Chen Xiaojun, now the world's foremost figure, along with his story, had merely become a backdrop to the sea of blood. When an individual becomes widely known, they inevitably lose the essence of legend. Once, Zhou Qinlong fought valiantly against countless foes, step by step ascending to the pinnacle of power. Was that not another legend in itself? Yet, before Chen Xiaojun emerged to challenge his supremacy, scarcely anyone paid heed to or discussed his past exploits. Humanity yearns perpetually for the rise of the next legendary protagonist. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Qingyu concealed his presence and arrived at the entrance of the War God Tower. Surrounded by a fierce aura, he hovered in mid-air, gazing up at the rankings cascading down from the heavens on his left. Zhou Qinlong's name had vanished. His saga in the Sea of Blood had concluded, and he had moved on to the Golden Bridge realm, embarking on a new journey. Perhaps in a year or so, as waves of new warriors flooded into the Sea of Blood, the old ones would depart, and his name would gradually fade from memory, becoming but a whisper of history. With a light chuckle, Chen Qingyu maintained his concealed state as he entered the War God Tower. In an instant, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar pristine white space of the first level of the tower. "Welcome to the War God Tower," a cold, mechanical voice echoed around him. "You have successfully traversed the first 8 levels of the War God Tower in the Sea of Blood. Do you wish to continue challenging the 9th level?" "Yes," Chen Qingyu replied with calm assurance. "I shall proceed to challenge the 9th level while disabling the spectator permissions." He felt entirely confident in this battle. However, he anticipated that the challenge might yield some unsightly moments, so he opted to turn off the viewing permissions to avoid any embarrassment. A mere 100,000 Taishu points were of no concern to him at this moment. With a hum, a column of white light descended from above, enveloping Chen Qingyu in its brilliance. When the light faded, he found himself in an expansive, pure white space, nearly a myriad of feet in size, with the heavens towering above him at least 100 feet high. "Welcome to the 8th level of the War God Tower. Your opponent is about to appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger." As the cold, mechanical voice faded, Chen Qingyu did not immediately ascend into the sky. Instead, he stood in place with a faint smile, awaiting his adversary. Buzz, buzz. All around him, a dense array of white light converged, forming an ocean of radiance. Thousands of powerful figures, their expressions indifferent, materialized in unison, distributed throughout the ninth level. Come forth, Chen Qingyu inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit, igniting like a roaring flame. In that instant, the multitude of superlative talents locked onto his figure. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a bolt of lightning. Over 1,000 warriors soared into the air above Chen Qingyu, unleashing their most formidable techniques upon him. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors launched their own assaults in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying martial techniques, vital energy, and mystical weapons coalesced into a torrent of overwhelming force. As they swept through, the air was rendered void, and the sheer might radiated outward, capable of rending steel asunder. Even a grandmaster of the ninth layer of the Golden Bridge realm would find despair in the face of such a relentless deluge. The warriors of the ninth layer were all superlative prodigies, masters of various martial techniques, possessing no discernible weaknesses. Each was equipped with long-range attacks that could indiscriminately strike from any angle. Here, only a head-on confrontation could be pursued, engaging in a blood-soaked battle against the odds. Facing this dreadful onslaught, Chen Qingyu stood resolutely, unflinching. A sardonic smile gracing his lips, he even spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the impending storm of assault. Overreaching, the expressions of the thousands of strongest warriors remained impassive. Devoid of any emotion, the next moment, boom! The terrifying torrent of force cascaded upon Chen Qingyu, engulfing him entirely. The explosion of light transformed the pristine space into a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling beyond measure. After a brief moment, the all-encompassing radiance and vital energy gradually dissipated. The multitude of warriors, upon witnessing the scene before them, were struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting shock. A glance revealed that Chen Qingyu stood unscathed, devoid of any clothing, which had been reduced to mere dust, revealing his long, athletic, near-perfect physique. Yet, astonishingly, his body bore not a single scar. That tickled. Chen Qingyu remarked playfully, mocking, but alas, it was futile. The overwhelming assault, while seemingly formidable and terrifying, was ultimately hollow. At its core, it was a collective strike from thousands of warriors, rather than a singular concentrated effort, lacking in both cohesion and purity. Reality is not a game. There is no notion of mandatory health deduction. What worth is an attack that inflicts zero damage upon me? It couldn't even dislodge a single hair. Chen Qingyu chuckled, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Now, it is my turn." In the next instant, a terrifyingly intense, deep yellow sandstorm surged forth, enveloping the heavens and earth. Boom! The deep yellow sandstorm swept across the terrain, scattering vital energy, shattering weapons, and dismantling flesh into mere dust. The superlative prodigies barely had time to utter half a cry of despair before they were entirely consumed by the sand. The original power of the sandstorm was already formidable, with an expansive coverage and terrifying lethality. Now, reinforced, its might was even more fearsome. Chen Qingyu's vital energy flowed forth like a raging flood, continuously sustaining the sandstorm's might. The enhanced sandstorm could cover a radius of several miles with a single surge, and even if it were to be released from his control, it would persist for a while. This meant that as long as Chen Qingyu continued, the scale of the storm would only grow. Within mere moments, the deep yellow sandstorm filled the entire 9th level. The cacophony of screams merged into a singular sound, as under such a cataclysmic disaster. No protective techniques, vital energy, or mystical weapons could preserve their lives. After a moment, Chen Qingyu halted the technique, exhaling a cloud of murky air. Surveying the scene, the ground lay shrouded in a grayish haze. A thick layer of dust accumulated upon the surface. With strength surpassing these warriors tenfold, he could easily take on 1,000 at once, annihilating them all. What a pity, Chen Qingyu sighed, glancing upward at the pinnacle of the 9th level. A hint of regret crossing his features. If only there were a 10th level, or even an 11th or 12th. The 9th level was hardly distinguishable from those who had previously succeeded throughout history. He felt a sense of helplessness, akin to a student whose true capabilities far exceeded the confines of a 100-point exam. You have successfully cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. You have received a reward of 1 million Taishu points. Congratulations! You have reached the pinnacle of the War God Tower in the Sea of Blood. you have received an additional reward of 1 million Taishu points. You have earned a unique, special reward. This reward will be granted upon your ascension to the Golden Bridge realm. The cold, mechanical voice resonated with an unprecedented magnitude, imbued with solemn grandeur. Congratulations. You have ascended to the historical ranking of the War God list in the Sea of Blood. Your current historical ranking is 12th. As the series of announcements concluded, Chen Xingyu was taken aback. Only 12th? He had anticipated that, based on his performance in conquering the 9th level, he would at least rank among the top 3. If not the strongest in history. Who would have thought he would merely be 12th, barely placing in the upper echelons? Could it be that the individual ranked first annihilated over 10,000 top-tier prodigies with a single blow? This truly was. He shook his head, reflecting in awe on the abundance of extraordinary talents in this world. Even if none existed in the present, history surely bore witness to even more astonishing figures. It seemed his ambitions had yet to expand sufficiently. He must continue to strive for greatness. Upon learning of the existence of even more formidable prodigies, he found his fighting spirit ignited with greater fervor. The prospect of a goal ahead always brings joy at present. He possesses only 9 divine abilities, and their enhancement remains insufficient. However, as long as he continues to sign in, accumulating divine powers and various system rewards, they shall multiply and grow ever stronger. His future potential is certain to eclipse that of these individuals. With a flourish of his sleeve, Chen Xingyu turned and smiled lightly, as his mind stirred. He instantly vanished from the 9th level of the War God Tower, and of course, before departing, he did not forget to activate his shadowless state, to avoid encountering any unfavorable situations outside. Outside the War God Tower, the throngs of people surged like a tide, coming and going, with occasional individuals pausing to gaze at the 2 enormous lists, the overall War God rankings and the Divine Capital sub-rankings. The gazes of the crowd instinctively glossed over the myriad names at the highest tier, seeking the most changeable positions to see if any new talents had emerged. Suddenly, the towering War God Tower rumbled and quaked. At that moment, the apex of the left side of the War God overall rankings erupted in a brilliant golden light, dazzling to the extreme, obscuring the heavens and the earth. This resplendent glow was visible to all the inhabitants of the divine capital Changluo. What is happening? Goodness, what has transpired? Is there an earthquake in the Void Dao realm? What on earth is going on? Countless individuals stared up in astonishment, bewildered as they looked around. A grand and chilling mechanical voice, resonating throughout the blood sea of the Void Dao realm, suddenly echoed. At this moment, regardless of where one was or what they were doing, all the cities of the Void and the martial artists of the Blood Sea could distinctly hear this monumental proclamation. Qian Shaojun of the divine capital Changluo has breached the 9th level of the War God Tower. Successfully reaching the pinnacle, in that instant, the world fell silent. Inestimable numbers of martial artists from the Void cities, exceeding trillions, shared a collective daze as silence enveloped the realm. The 9th level of the War God Tower? In their collective memory, that was a layer that existed only in legend, one that had never been breached. Chen Shaojun has surpassed the 9th level. Boom! The entire blood sea of the Void Dao realm erupted in fervor. Countless people engaged in discussions, speculations, and debates, all of them swept into a frenzy. My heavens, the 9th level? Surely you jest? Indeed, when I saw Chen Shaojun challenge the 8th level, it was already terrifying. How could there possibly be a 9th level? That someone could breach it? How terrifying. How did he accomplish this? I never expected that after a mere half-month of silence, he would quietly unleash such an earth-shattering revelation. So it turns out that the War God Tower has its limits, and someone can indeed reach its summit? Amidst the cacophony of discussions surrounding the 9th level, a young man in the crowd wore an expression of shock and confusion, his lips parting as he struggled to find words. Brother. Beside him, a charming young woman turned to her brother with a smile. Did you not just say that the legendary tale of Chen Shaojun had come to an end? How does this account for that? The young man offered a bitter smile, gazing at the grand golden light gradually dissipating in the sky, and sincerely remarked, I was mistaken. He is not merely a legend. He is a myth. He realized his error. Chen Shaojun's defeat of Zhou Qianlong did not mark the conclusion of his legendary tale. Rather, it signified the onset of a mythological saga. just entering its most climactic phase. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xiaojuan's rapid rise since his entry into the Void Dao realm, achieving the title of the world's #1 through merely 2 battles, and now breaching the 9th level of the War God Tower, culminating in an unprecedented apex. Remarkably, all of this transpired within a span of less than half a month. He has personally forged a myth, a tale without precedent, one that may well be unparalleled. A singular narrative destined to be eternally remembered for millennia to come. As long as the Void Dao realm endures and new Blood Sea martial artists arise, the story of Chen Xiaojun shall never fade from memory. This myth will be recounted and passed down through generations until the very end of time. Chapter 51. The True Identity of Chen Xiaojun, Central Tianzhou, the Qinyang Empire. The Qinyang Empire is a vast territory controlled by the Zhou clan, with its core not in the imperial capital, but rather on the Danyang Divine Island, where the Zhou clan's direct descendants reside. At this moment, within a quaint and serene building on Danyang Divine Island, Huff. Zhou Qianlong exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes opening to reveal a dimming brilliance. I have finally breached the 8th level of the Golden Bridge War God Tower. The upcoming 9th level will present some challenges. After his battle with Chen Xiaojun, he had immediately entered seclusion to break through and attain the Golden Bridge realm, and 7 days had passed since then. During these 7 days, he secured his internal cultivation, acclimated to the new environment of the Golden Bridge realm, and paid homage to the immortal altar before commencing his assault on the War God Tower. With a surge of momentum, he breached the first 8 levels, ranking 6th in the world. This was a remarkable achievement for someone newly entering the Golden Bridge realm. After all, many prodigies in the Golden Bridge realm had lingered in this stage for over a decade. With their martial skills already reaching perfection, Chen Xiaojun, I have taken the lead. Zhou Qianlong mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. The path of cultivation rewards those who advance quickly, step by step. Given Chen Xiaojuan's current cultivation, it would take him at least a few more years to ascend to the Golden Bridge realm, making it difficult for him to catch up to Zhou Qianlong's pace. At this moment, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to look. A familiar tall figure stood in a corner, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing him. Father. His expression shifted, and he quickly stood and bowed, lowering his head. What brings you here today? The tall, middle-aged man glanced at him and nodded. I am pleased that you have overcome your mental barriers and relinquished the fantasy of ascending to the Golden Bridge realm. However, I have come today to convey some news. Zhou Qianlong's expression changed. To warrant my father's personal visit, it must be significant, likely concerning the family's higher echelons? No, it pertains to you. The middle-aged man replied slowly. It is about a certain opponent who once defeated you. Are you referring to Chen Xiaojun? Zhou Qianlong immediately connected the dots. Throughout his life, he had engaged in countless battles, remaining undefeated except for his singular defeat to Chen Xiaojun. Could something have happened to him? Zhou Qianlong's brow furrowed, as an ominous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that internal strife within the Chen family led to Chen Xiaojuan's demise? You are overthinking it. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, and couldn't help but express. In recent years, the Chen family has produced an abundance of prodigies. Your old rival has just reported that he has breached the 9th level of the Blood Sea War God Tower. What? Zhou Qianlong was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. His first reaction was disbelief, struggling to accept the news. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. His father would not deceive him about something so easily verifiable. The 9th level, he fell silent, his gaze growing complex as a wave of subtle disappointment surged within him. Breaching the 9th level of the War God Tower. No one in the Blood Sea realm understood the difficulty of this feat better than he did. He had thought himself ahead, leaving this former rival behind. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Xiaojun had quietly breached the 9th level, surpassing him and creating a myth. Huff. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and spoke in a low voice. He is stronger than I. The middle-aged man regarded him calmly. He is not merely stronger than you. Throughout history, few can stand alongside him. However, the foundation you have forged is also formidable, and it is not without hope that you may catch up to him. Zhou Qianlong silently nodded. I understand, father. In the divine capital Changluo, the latest news from the Void Dao realm once again sparked a sensation. Since Chen Xiaojuan's meteoric rise, The astonishment and awe expressed by the residents of the divine capital in just these past few weeks seemed greater than that of an entire year. In a certain residence within the central area, Chen Xingu received the news, and after his initial shock, he quickly accepted it. His strength has progressed far too rapidly. Chen Xingu shook his head and mused, looking back now. He seems like an unfathomable abyss, leaving one unable to discern where his limits lie. Sometimes I find myself pondering his true identity, which may defy all expectations and overturn our imagination. Seated across from Chen Xingu, a stoic young man maintained his calm demeanor. Perhaps, but he is he, and you are you. You must also strive to ascend to the Golden Bridge realm soon. You cannot delay any longer. Chen Xingu lowered his head and replied, I understand, second brother. The austere young man slightly inclined his head, but then abruptly shifted the subject. However, the true identity of Qin Shaojun, as you say, may not be beyond everyone's expectations. To my knowledge, Qin Xingju and his companions seem to have conducted a large-scale investigation and have already pinpointed Qin Shaojun's real identity, claiming to have a 70% certainty. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingu was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Really? Who is it? The austere young man replied, Qin Xingxiu. Qin Xingxiu? Qin Xingu furrowed his brow, recalling slightly and hesitantly asked, Is he the second son of Uncle Zhenghuan's family? Yes, he is our cousin. The austere young man confirmed with a nod. This is impossible. Qin Xingu retorted instantly, How could he possibly be Chen Shaojun? What qualifications does he have? In his memory, the impression of this cousin, Chen Xingxiu, was that of a low-key individual who never sought the limelight, possessing an extremely low presence among the legitimate peers. This person's cultivation talent, as measured by the Xiaoming Yugu, was merely 7 stars, lacking any innate divine or holy physique. How could such a person possibly be the unparalleled Chen Shaojun, whose talents overshadow the world? Initially, I didn't believe it either, the austere young man said, but you also know that Chen Shaojun must be using a false name. And his appearance is likely a fade as well. Moreover, this cousin Chen Xingxiu is indeed a legitimate descendant, yet he has no reputation within the Tai Su Dao realm, as if he has vanished entirely. More importantly, his status, cultivation techniques, and even the martial skills he excels in align perfectly with those of Qin Shaojun. What? Chen Xingu was taken aback. He cultivates the Taihao Wuliang Yuhua True Classic. How can that be possible? He also possesses a 7-star talent, yet he only practices the Zhou Tian Xingchen Lieshu Tulu. What qualifications does Chen Xingxiu, with the same level of talent, have to cultivate the clan's secret classics? The intricacies of this matter elude me as well. The austere young man shook his head, speaking with a meaningful tone. However, after the investigation, among the thousands of eligible legitimate descendants in the divine capital, he is the only one whose characteristics correspond with those of Chen Shaojun. Unless Chen Shaojun is an invisible man who does not exist in the divine capital, he is most probably the one. Hearing this, Chen Xingu's expression turned complex as he murmured, So, Chen Shaojun's true identity has already been unveiled? Truly unexpected. Not only that, the austere young man shook his head, expressing a sense of wonder. I took a distant glance and found that Chen Xingxiu's cultivation is remarkably high. He is on the verge of ascending to the Golden Bridge realm. If I recall correctly, he had only just advanced from the Blood Sea realm not long ago. Such a speed of cultivation is indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingu inhaled deeply and solemnly remarked, Then it is most likely him. When I sparred with him, he was merely at the first level of the Blood Sea realm, and yet in just a few days, he has transformed into the 4th level of the Blood Sea realm. Based on this frightening pace of cultivation, it is entirely plausible that he has now reached the 9th level of the Blood Sea realm. At this point, he could no longer suppress a sigh. Who would have thought? Truly unexpected. Our cousin Xingxiu has indeed kept his talents hidden. He is actually Chen Shaojun. The austere young man nodded in agreement. I too did not foresee this. However, our families share a reasonably close relationship, and you have some acquaintance with him. Once you attain the Golden Bridge realm, you should pay him a visit. Chen Xingu nodded. All right, I understand. At the same time. In the meditation chamber of his own residence, Chen Xingyu was in seclusion, diligently breaking through the final bottleneck. During the previous 10 days of signing in, his 9-breath submission technique had also undergone a significant enhancement. After the enhancement, He could now operate his mind to directly catalyze the efficiency of his vital energy inhalation and exhalation, effectively doubling the speed of his cultivation. Thanks to this effect, within just a few short hours, his vast blood sea had already expanded to its limits. When it reached its peak, it overflowed effortlessly, breaking free from the invisible shackles and restraints, in an instant. Boom! His entire being surged with true energy, all pouring into the boundless blood sea. Streams of golden light began to diffuse above the blood sea. 108 heavenly martial veins and 1,296 earthly acupoints spontaneously aligned themselves along a mysterious trajectory, forming the shape of a long bridge. From a distance, it resembled the Milky Way stretching across the sky. Rumbling, the infinite blood sea roared, stirring up towering waves. Streams of golden light began to weave rapidly among the martial veins and acupoints, swiftly forming a golden light net, grand and magnificent. As the light net filled with brilliance, it gradually solidified into the initial structure of a bridge. This is the Golden Bridge of martial arts. Upon closer inspection, the entire Golden Bridge only had a bridgehead section, comprising approximately 1/10 of the martial veins and acupoints. The majority of the remaining martial veins and acupoints were merely connected, forming the shape of a bridge, yet had not yet congealed into a bridge surface. Boom! True energy surged forth from the blood sea, spreading across the Golden Bridge. At this moment, the true energy had undergone a transformative qualitative change. If the true energy of the blood sea realm is a gentle stream, ceaselessly flowing, then the true energy of the Golden Bridge realm is heavy as lead and quicksilver, thick as mercury. Its explosive power, sustainability, and cohesiveness far surpass that of the blood sea realm. With such formidable true energy, even the most ordinary Golden Bridge realm master could momentarily hover in the air, gliding through the wind with unparalleled agility. Excellent! Chen Qingyu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a faint smile gracing his face. I have finally attained the Golden Bridge realm. The Golden Bridge realm is the final stage of the corporeal realms and the pinnacle of martial arts. The last phase of establishing a solid foundation. He introspected within his body and immediately perceived that with each breath, golden light continuously emerged out of thin air, filling and extending the bridge surface by a small increment. This is known as building the Golden Bridge, the method of cultivation in the Golden Bridge realm. One day, when the Golden Bridge extends to its peak, spanning across the blood sea, he will be able to break the shackles of the human body and ascend to the 9 heavens. A flicker of enlightenment flashed through Chen Qingyu's mind. The cultivation of the Golden Bridge realm increasingly highlights the importance of a solid martial foundation. For ordinary cultivators, if the blood sea is not vast, the Golden Bridge is merely a short span, easily crossed. But to break the shackles of the human body through it is undoubtedly as challenging as scaling the heavens. The stronger the foundation, the broader the blood sea, the longer the Golden Bridge, the greater the future achievements, and thus, the easier it becomes to break the body's restrictions. However, for someone like Chen Qingyu, with an exceptionally strong foundation, the vastness of the blood sea is almost unimaginable. And the Golden Bridge stretches as long as the Milky Way in the sky. To cultivate it to its peak will undeniably be a daunting journey. Yet, once the Golden Bridge is perfected, the might he exudes with every gesture will far exceed that of an ordinary Golden Bridge realm master by 100-fold or more. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qingyu calmed his mind, his thoughts swirling as a glimmer of anticipation arose within him. Having ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, I automatically transcend the blood sea realm, gaining the qualification to venture into the Golden Bridge heaven. I wonder what the special reward from the Tai Su Yuanling will be? With this thought in mind, he immediately ceased to delay, silently circulating his true energy as he recited the Tai Su Maluo Dao incantation. In an instant, his vision blurred, and a strand of consciousness was drawn into the Tai Su Dao realm by the power of the Tai Su Hengshi mirror. In the Tai Su Dao realm, blood sea heaven. In the bustling city of Changluo, the evening was still abuzz with a throng of people coming and going, especially outside the Dosheng platform and the War God ranking. The crowds were the most numerous, exceeding several tens of thousands. At this moment, outside the Dosheng platform, rotund man pointed proudly at the name atop the lofty ranking board, exclaiming, "That is our Chun family's Xiao Jun." Since his emergence, He has secured the title of the world's #1 with just 2 battles. No one dares to challenge him, nor can anyone shake his standing. A few young men and women, upon hearing this, looked up at the radiant name that overshadowed all others, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Chen Xiaojun. So powerful. Indeed, compared to the others on the list, he is simply in a different league. On the ranking board, Chen Xiaojun's solitary 2 battle records were exceedingly striking and prominent. Yet, no one disputed his ascension to the pinnacle of the Blood Sea realm based solely on these 2 records. But that's not all, the young rotund man snorted, raising his voice. You newcomers will only understand what it means to be a youthful supreme once you see the war god ranking. Our Chen family Xiaojun is the only undefeated Blood Sea realm master in 10,000 years to have breached the 9th level of the war god tower. The second-ranked Li Changhe of the Yinma Holy Land has only broken through to the 7th level. He isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. As his words fell, the youthful companions beside him erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Although they had long heard tales of Chen Xiaojun within their clan, it was only upon entering the realm of the Taishu Dao that they could truly grasp the overwhelming power and invincibility that Chen Xiaojun exuded, dominating an entire generation. Yet, at that very moment, outside in the world, as Chen Qingyu achieved the Golden Bridge realm, a sudden flash. Outside the dual victory platform, the 2 scrolls descending from the heavens illuminated Chen Xiaojun's name, which, after a burst of brilliance, inexplicably vanished. The name Chang Qinjiao automatically replaced his, ascending to the top of the list. What? The several young men and women were stunned, pointing at the top of the list and exclaiming in tremulous voices, "Cousin, look quickly! What is there to see?" The young, portly man frowned, casting an impatient glance. Could someone actually challenge Chen Xiaojun? What the hell? He suddenly widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Where is Chen Xiaojun? How can his name have disappeared?" In an instant, his exclamation drew the attention of many, prompting them to instinctively glance at the top of the list. Upon seeing it, their expressions froze, followed by an uproar. What? Chen Xiaojun has truly vanished? What is happening? How could his name suddenly disappear? What on earth occurred? Surely he hasn't met with misfortune? In just a few breaths, nearly everyone around had noticed this scene, sparking widespread chaos. It is well known that in the realm of Taishu Dao, once a name ascends the rankings, it can only vanish under 2 circumstances. First, the owner of that name has perished. Second, the owner has surpassed the limits of their cultivation and ascended to a higher realm. Everyone was aware that Chen Xiaojun's true identity, while still shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly belonged to the direct lineage of the Chen family, residing in the divine capital of Changluo, where there was no conceivable threat to his life. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Chen Xiaojun had broken through the limits of the Blood Sea realm and ascended to the Golden Bridge realm, achieving the status of a martial Dao Grandmaster. The young, portly man regained his senses, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if reality had blurred before his eyes. Am I experiencing an illusion? The disappearance of Chen Xiaojun's name signifies that he has ascended to the Golden Bridge realm and ventured into the Golden Bridge heaven. But how is that possible? His mind was filled with an incredulous absurdity. Chen Xiaojun had only first entered the Blood Sea of the Taishu Dao realm a mere half-month ago. Who could possibly rise from the first heaven of the Blood Sea realm to the 9th heaven in such a short span? Let alone directly ascend to the Golden Bridge realm? This was utterly preposterous. What on earth was going on? I don't know. If you ask me, who should I ask? My heavens, could it be true that Chen Xiaojun has genuinely ascended to the Golden Bridge realm? The Blood Sea realm warriors surrounding the dual victory platform and the War God Tower were collectively engulfed in bewilderment, with various speculations echoing around them. Gulp, the young, portly man swallowed hard, murmuring, if he really has ascended to the Golden Bridge realm. He inhaled sharply, then he would have gone from the first heaven to the 9th heaven in less than half a month, rapidly rising to the pinnacle of the Blood Sea realm, and then immediately breaking through to the Golden Bridge realm. Such a pace of cultivation, from ancient times to the present, would likely be unmatched. At that moment, the entire divine capital of Changluo fell into a state of upheaval due to Chen Xiaojun's disappearance. Simultaneously, the sudden vanishing of Chen Xiaojun's name from the 2 major lists of the Blood Sea heaven caused a sensation throughout the entire wasteland. One must understand that Qin Shaojun was a genuine legend of the Blood Sea realm. The silent disappearance of such a mythical figure had repercussions akin to a massive earthquake. What puzzled countless individuals was, had Qin Shaojun truly ascended to the Golden Bridge realm with astonishing speed? Or had he faced an untimely demise, cutting short the life of a supreme prodigy? In an instant, a tempest of speculation swept across the wasteland surrounding this monumental enigma. In the Taishu Dao realm, Chen Qingyu once again gained clarity of his surroundings, finding himself amidst the vast, boundless sea of stars. This time, however, the three golden characters floating above the starry ocean had been replaced with the striking phrase, Golden Bridge Heaven. And at the very center of the starry sky, a colossal light gate stood tall above the sea of stars, still marked with the familiar name. Divine Capital Changluo, Golden Bridge Heaven. A smile graced Chen Qingyu's face as a cold, mechanical voice resonated throughout the starry expanse. Welcome to the Golden Bridge Heaven of the Taishu Dao realm. Within the Golden Bridge Heaven, an indestructible altar has been added. Reaching the pinnacle of the War God Tower allows for a challenge against the indestructible altar. Congratulations, the unique, special reward you obtained in the Blood Sea Heaven has been granted. As this voice faded, a tremor coursed through Chen Qingyu's entire being, and the endless sea of stars, along with the light gate, suddenly vanished from view. A new scene unfolded before him. A towering figure, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, stood upon the earth, seemingly confronting another entity. Above him, half of the sky had transformed into a starry night, shimmering with countless stars. Opposite him stood a vague silhouette, equally poised, with the heavens above transformed into a forest of white, devoid of sunlight. This, Chen Qingyu held his breath, his gaze fixated on the unfolding tableau. Soon, it appeared that the two imposing figures had reached an impasse. The figure before him let out a fierce roar and stepped forward. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy erupted, countless stars igniting and shimmering. To Chen Qingyu's astonishment, several majestic figures materialized amidst the starlight, stepping forward in unison, arraying themselves in 8 directions. In that instant, 8 identical figures, each radiating a similarly vast presence, aligned themselves with the original. The collective energies resonated, shaking the very fabric of the heavens, causing distant stars in the boundless sky to plummet from their celestial perches. What sort of divine ability is this? Chen Qingyu's mind raced with thoughts. Just as he was about to continue observing, the scene before him abruptly shattered, dispersing into countless flecks of light. Simultaneously, a series of profound, inscrutable scriptures surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a few breaths, Chen Qingyu regained his bearings, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings, only to hear the cold, mechanical voice of the Taishu Yuanling. The unique, special reward has been granted. Note: understanding the relevant mysteries can yield additional substantial rewards. As the voice faded, the scene transitioned back to the boundless sea of stars, and the immense light gate representing the divine capital Changluo re-emerged among the celestial expanse. Understanding the relevant mysteries? Additional special rewards? His brow furrowed as he meticulously recalled the prior scene and the scriptures now imprinted in his mind. This appeared to be a form of secret technique in the Taishu Dao realm. Chen Qingyu settled his mind and began to ponder deeply. The scriptures bestowed upon him by the Taishu Yuanling indeed documented a particular secret technique. However, this technique was profoundly enigmatic, with the scriptures being obscure and difficult to interpret. After contemplating for half a day and correlating it with the ancient scene he had witnessed, he could only surmise that it was a method for cultivating a doppelganger. Beyond that, he had gleaned nothing. The cultivation of this secret technique was exceedingly arduous. Merely deciphering these scriptures and comprehending their meanings and specific cultivation methods would likely consume a considerable amount of time. As he contemplated this, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Could this truly be considered his unique, special reward? To him, it seemed more like an even greater challenge that, once completed, would yield significant rewards. Wait. Suddenly, he realized something and his gaze flickered. A reward unique to me implies that I must be able to cultivate it successfully. At least, I currently meet the prerequisites for its cultivation. Doesn't that suggest that this secret technique likely belongs to the Qin family? Or perhaps was comprehended by an ancestor of the Qin family? With this thought, he couldn't help but smile. This made everything much simpler. this secret technique must be of a level far exceeding that of the Golden Bridge realm, which is why its comprehension is so challenging. Including the Qin family, all major holy sites strictly prohibit the theft of divine abilities and secret techniques, imposing severe penalties for those caught. For others, even if they obtained this secret technique, they would dare not speak of it openly and would have to cultivate in secret. But not for me. I am a genuine disciple of the Qin family. Such matters can be stated outright. If I cannot comprehend it myself, I can always consult my father or directly inquire with my ancestors. With this thought, he temporarily set aside his desire to enter the divine capital Changluo, focused his mind, and directly exited the Taishu Dao realm. In the outside world, at the divine capital Changluo, Father, old man Chen Qingyu dashed out of the quiet room, excitedly seeking out Chen Zhengxing, who was enjoying tea in the courtyard. Father, I have something to discuss with you. He quickly approached Chen Zhengxing and eagerly exclaimed, I obtained a secret technique in the Taishu Dao realm and would like to consult you about it. Is that so? Chen Zhengxing's expression shifted slightly, and he replied, It must be a special reward bestowed upon you by the Taishu primordial spirit for your ascension to the Golden Bridge heaven. Correct? Indeed. Chen Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Chen Zhengxing pondered for a moment before cautiously stating, I, too, received a unique secret technique as a reward back then. It took me many years of introspection to comprehend its mysteries and gain additional rewards. However, within my Qin clan, we possess countless secret arts and methods. As vast as the dust of the universe, it is possible that I have not practiced the secret technique you acquired, and thus may not be able to guide you in your cultivation and understanding. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. No worries if you are unaware. I shall consult our ancestors. Very well. Chen Zhengxing nodded slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Then do share it with me. Chen Qingyu cleared his throat and began to recount the verses in his mind one by one. After only a few moments of listening, Chen Zhengxing raised his hand to indicate, no need to elaborate further. This secret technique is unfamiliar to me, and I cannot assist you. You must seek out the ninth ancestor. With a sigh, Chen Qingyu appeared unconcerned and casually replied, All right, then I shall head to the floating celestial palace. Wait. Just as Chen Qingyu was about to rise and ride the clouds away, Chen Zhengxing called out to him. There is one more matter I intended to discuss with you. After carefully considering his words, he continued, Tomorrow, a noble princess from the Taihuang Wu clan will be arriving in the divine capital. The upper echelons of our family wish for you to present yourself as young Master Qin and receive her, accompanying her on a tour of the divine capital. Ideally, you both could engage in some meaningful exchanges to strengthen the bonds and sentiments between our two great clans. Ah? Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback before cautiously speculating, could this be a matchmaking arrangement? Chen Zhengxing silently nodded, you may interpret it that way, what? Chen Qingyu instantly leaped up, incredulous as he stared at Chen Zhengxing. Pointing to himself, Father, are you serious? I am only 6 years old. You want me to go courting now? Is there no sense of humanity left? With a stoic expression, Chen Zhengxing responded, Look at yourself. Do you still appear to be a mere 6 years old? Besides, this is a decision made collectively by the family hierarchy, including the clan leader and all elders. It is not solely my decision. Chen Qingyu shivered at the implication and raised his voice. I refuse to go. Whoever wishes to go may do so. Moreover, why must it be me? Are there not thousands of eligible young heirs in the Qin clan? Chen Zhengxing sighed and replied, Because she is coming specifically for you. Your rapid rise has already attracted the attention of numerous sacred grounds, especially after you broke through the 9th level and ascended the War God Tower, a feat not seen in millennia. Other sacred grounds, having witnessed your unparalleled talent, would be strange indeed if they were not intrigued by the prospect of an alliance through marriage. At this point, he paused briefly before continuing, not to mention. The Taihuang Wu clan is a steadfast ally of our Qin clan, and the princess herself is the most exceptional talent of her generation, possessing gifts that surpass even Zhou Qianlong. She is more than worthy of you. Chen Qingyu's face twitched in disbelief as he questioned, Even so, this is too extreme. You expect me to marry her at just 6 years old? Chen Zhengxing chuckled softly, Of course not. Did I not mention that those of our cultivation lineage often marry late? Typically at several hundred years of age. We merely hope that you can meet her, spend some time together to foster a connection, and then perhaps establish a betrothal when the time is right. As he spoke, he paused for a moment to reassure, Do not be afraid. Women are not tigers. They will not devour you. Besides, I too traversed this path in my youth, having been betrothed at the age of 18. Is that so? Chen Xingyu looked at him skeptically. But did you not say that you met my mother during your travels? Indeed, I am not deceiving you. Chen Zhengxing's expression turned serious, which is precisely why I later annulled the engagement. Chapter 55, 1 star, 9 glories. Chen Xingyu was taken aback by this revelation and could not help but inquire, is it truly possible to annul a betrothal between sacred grounds? Father, how did you manage that? Chen Zhengxing's expression remained calm as he recounted, in my youth, I established a betrothal with a direct noblewoman of the Liangshan Wang clan at 18. However, upon meeting your mother and returning to my clan, I sought to dissolve this engagement. After much insistence on my part, the family hierarchy reluctantly consented. However, once the news reached the Liangshan Wang clan, they were outraged, believing I was being deceitful and seeking to humiliate them, and they adamantly refused to annul the engagement. Chen Xingyu, curious, pressed further, and what happened next? Chen Zhengxing glanced at him before continuing slowly. I single-handedly ascended Liangshan, bearing the marriage contract, and personally sought to annul the engagement. They still refused, hurling insults and mockery my way, so I stood at the gates of Liangshan, challenging the entire younger generation of the Wang clan to battle. I declared that whoever could defeat me would earn my apology and my vow to never mention the annulment again. As a result, after 9 days and nights of fierce combat, the entire younger generation of the Liangshan Wang clan was defeated by me, their dignity shattered and reduced to a laughingstock. Ultimately, my betrothed had no choice but to publicly tear up the marriage contract, and thus the engagement was dissolved. After hearing this, Chen Xingyu could not help but exclaim, Father, that was an outright slap in the face. How did those old geezers from the Liangshan Wang clan not retaliate against you? Chen Zhengxing scoffed, did they dare? At that time, I was the foremost young genius of the Chen clan, the one set to become the Daozi. Anyone daring to attack me would effectively be declaring war on the entire Chen clan. Their own younger generation was lacking, with not a single capable fighter among them. How could they possibly blame me for their shortcomings? As he spoke, he seemed to recall something amusing, a smile creeping onto his lips. Among them was my betrothed's cousin, who, after I effortlessly defeated him, was filled with shame and anger, vowing that 30 years would come and 30 years would go, and he would repay this grievance tenfold. So, every 30 years, I would visit him and give him a thrashing. After 2 such encounters, he refused to meet me again. Chen Xingyu, upon hearing this, could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. Father, you are truly remarkable. Alone, you confronted an ancient family, vanquishing all their contemporary peers with your unparalleled might, even amidst a relentless onslaught. What audacity, what strength! It is the first time I have realized that my father, in his youth, was also a radiant figure, dominating his era. Thus, Chen Zhengxing smiled slightly and declared, this matter has been collectively decided by the family hierarchy, and you have no grounds for refusal. It would be best to comply and attend the matchmaking. If it comes to pass that you genuinely find someone you cherish after the betrothal, you can always follow my old path. Chen Xingyu contemplated for a moment before asking, how old is the princess of the Tai Huangwu clan? She is 18, Chen Zhengxing replied. That is far too old. Chen Xingyu immediately shook his head vigorously. I am merely 6, and she is already 18. This is not a betrothal. It is a form of child marriage. Chen Zhengxing chuckled helplessly. You exaggerate too much. After all, even if you were to marry, it would be centuries from now. By the time you reach several hundred years of age, what does a mere 12-year age difference matter? Clenching his teeth, Chen Xingyu asserted, regardless, I refuse to agree. I will seek out the ancestors and request a decree. I will not participate in this matchmaking. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky towards the floating celestial palace. Chen Zhengxing paused for a moment, then smiled and made no move to stop him. He picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip, leisurely waiting a moment later, in the floating celestial palace. Ancestor! Chen Xingyu called out as soon as he landed. In an instant, he found himself in the familiar starry floating island. The white-haired 9th ancestor was smiling warmly at him. Little Xingyu, what brings you here? Taking a deep breath, Chen Xingyu exclaimed, my father is being unreasonable. forcing me to attend a matchmaking event. I humbly beseech our venerable ancestors to issue a decree, urging the clan leader and my father not to broach this matter any further." Upon hearing this, the ninth ancestor let out a hearty laugh. "You are overthinking it. This command was personally imparted by me. You must attend this matchmaking event without fail." Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he shivered slightly and stammered, "Is there truly no alternative?" "No," the ninth ancestor replied with a shrug, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "This affair was personally arranged by me and an elder from the illustrious Wu clan. The princess of the Wu clan possesses an unparalleled talent, a destiny that aligns perfectly with yours, a match of utmost excellence, a union of gold and jade." After a brief pause, he continued leisurely, "Did you not acquire a secret technique from the Great Void's primordial spirit?" Chen Qingyu's gaze lifted in surprise. "Ancestor, you are aware of this already?" The ninth ancestor smiled slightly, "As long as I wish to know. Nothing in the land of the ancient Chen state can elude me. I can reveal to you that this secret technique, created by a progenitor of our Chen clan with extraordinary gifts thousands of years ago, is called 1-star 9 radiances. Moreover, the establishment of this technique is deeply intertwined with the Wu clan, making it inseparable." Chen Qingyu immediately pouted. "I see. This is a combination of coercion and inducement, is it not?" The ninth ancestor laughed heartily. "If you choose to interpret it that way, I shan't object. Regardless, engaging with the princess of the Wu clan will undoubtedly bring you benefits, not detriments, at the very least. You might glean some secrets of 1-star 9 radiances from her." He paused slightly, then jested, "Consider this matter as a task assigned to you. Upon its completion, even if you gain nothing, I shall personally guide you to successfully cultivate 1-star 9 radiances." Chen Qingyu sighed. "Very well, it appears I have no other options left. Who exactly is this princess of the Wu clan?" The ninth ancestor replied with a smile. "Her name is Wu Sui, the 6th-generation granddaughter of the current head of the Wu clan. Her status is the most esteemed among the contemporary Wu clan. She will arrive in the capital, Changluo, tomorrow, so do be sure to present yourself well." The following morning, Chen Qingyu donned a new robe and, as per usual, summoned a cloud to make his way to the floating celestial palace. Wu Sui. He recalled the ninth ancestor's words from the previous day and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "I hope this princess of the Wu clan has a good temperament and is not a troublesome girl." After returning home yesterday, he was met with a barrage of mockery from his father. However, once he calmed down, he detected a subtle inconsistency. It was evident that as the Dao child of the Chen clan, his status was of great significance, and during such a pivotal moment, he should not be openly flaunting it. Even if a betrothal were to be arranged, it seemed a bit premature. Ultimately, he deduced that either the relationship between the Chen and Wu clans was indeed extraordinary, or this seemingly ordinary union concealed secrets that he had yet to comprehend. "Oh well, I shall ponder this later." Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and traversed the 9 layers of golden winds, arriving directly at the floating celestial palace. "System." His expression calm, he silently intoned, "I wish to check in." Ding! A melodious prompt resonated in his mind. The host has checked in for the 22nd time at the floating celestial palace. The reward pool of the floating celestial palace has been exhausted. This check-in will enhance the rewards previously obtained, and the extraction is in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. Your mastery, comprehension, and application of the flying sand and moving stones technique have been moderately strengthened. Chen Qingyu was somewhat astonished. Another enhancement for flying sand and moving stones? My luck is rather fortunate. Over these past few days, he had noted some patterns following consecutive check-ins after the reward pool was depleted. His 9 great techniques could be enhanced indefinitely, yet each enhancement's effectiveness would diminish progressively. The first enhancement yielded the most significant boost, classified as substantial. The second resulted in a moderate enhancement, while the third offered a slight improvement. As for the fourth and subsequent enhancements, he speculated they would likely be minimal. Calculating for maximum benefit, he resolved to enhance all 9 techniques to the 4th level before abandoning the floating celestial palace to seek a second check-in location. Estimating the time required, it would take approximately 2 months. With these thoughts in mind, he silently rode the cloud, soaring away from the floating celestial palace. As he sped through the winds, Chen Qingyu did not return home. Instead, he concealed his form and headed towards the inner regions of Changluo, specifically to a certain transportation altar. This was the designated location where the princess of the Wu clan, as instructed by the ninth ancestor, would arrive. Meanwhile, outside the inner transportation altar, a throng of individuals surrounded a tall, slender figure, akin to stars encircling the moon, eagerly awaiting by the teleportation array. Upon closer inspection, this figure donned a white robe and bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qingyu. Possessing features that mirrored his own by 4 or 5 parts, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. He was none other than the genuine Chen Xiaojun. Chen Qingshou, whose name had been the talk of the town in the capital these past few days. Xiaojun, Chen Qingju exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Is your information accurate? Is it true that a noble princess from the Wu clan is to arrive via the teleportation array today?" Chen Qingshou smiled faintly, maintaining an air of restraint. "This was conveyed to me by a certain elder within the clan, so there is no chance of error, is that so?" Chen Qingju exchanged glances with those nearby, excitement bubbling within him. The Wu clan has always maintained a close relationship with our Chen clan. The arrival of this princess is likely for the purpose of an alliance with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshou's smile widened, yet he refrained from voicing a response. In truth, he had initially been taken aback by the mistaken identity of Chen Xiaojun and had instinctively considered clarifying the misunderstanding. However, after being mistaken for Chen Xiaojun, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. The attitude of those around him shifted from casual acquaintance to fervent admiration, as they vied for his favor with various displays of deference. The frenzy of adoration gradually dulled his desire to clarify his true identity. At present, he even entertained alternative thoughts. Chen Xiaojun is a direct descendant, and I am also a direct descendant. He cultivates the clan's secret technique, and I am now cultivating the same. If he is too afraid to stand forth in the light, then what is to stop me from taking his place? Chen Qingshou mused, the smile on his face becoming more pronounced. Deep down, he understood that he was an imposter. He was not the true Chen Xiaojun. But what of it? As long as the genuine Chen Xiaojun remained reluctant to reveal himself, he could bask in the privileges that came with this name, including the admiration of the masses, the flattery, the favors from the clan's various factions, and even the prestigious princess who was meant to ally with Chen Xiaojun. These were immense benefits. His innate talent was already commendable. Once he acquired these advantages, it would not be impossible for him to advance rapidly and catch up to Chen Xiaojun in strength. Furthermore, once everyone became accustomed to him as Chen Xiaojun, even if the true individual were to reveal himself, it would be too late to remedy the situation. If he were to marry the princess of the Wu clan, even if, one day, he were exposed, the Wu clan would have to uphold family honor and reluctantly acknowledge him while actively assisting him in maintaining his guise. At that point, he would no longer be a counterfeit but the genuine Chen Xiaojun. Ah, Chen Xiaojun, do not fault me. You can only blame yourself for your predicament. The corners of his mouth curled upward, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It seems fate has decreed that I shall seize everything from you and replace you. The princess of the Wu clan, who was soon to arrive, was evidently meant to forge a union with Chen Xiaojun. Yet, the true Chen Xiaojun was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, a certain enigmatic elder had secretly transmitted this information to him, indicating that the upper echelons of the clan tacitly approved, if not supported, his assumption of Chen Xiaojun's title. If that were the case, what did he have left to fear? In the next instant, buzz. The immense teleportation array before him erupted in brilliant white light, waves of spatial energy rippling outward like water. Look, the teleportation array has been activated. The princess of the Wu clan must have arrived. The individuals surrounding Chen Qingshou immediately held their breath, their eyes glued to the center of the array. They all yearned to witness firsthand the beauty of the most esteemed princess of the Wu clan, said to possess the grace of a celestial being. After a brief moment, the brilliance at the center of the teleportation array gradually dissipated, revealing several figures. As the crowd focused their gaze, disappointment washed over them. Standing in the very middle of the array was a graceful and enchanting young maiden, clearly the legendary princess of the esteemed Wu clan. However, she was veiled in a light yellow gauze, obscuring her features and rendering her visage indecipherable. Flanking her were two maidens in green attire, each possessing extraordinary beauty, yet the inability to behold the princess's countenance left the onlookers in profound regret. The young maiden's eyes swept around the assembly, finally settling on Qin Qingshou, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Her delicate lips parted slightly, her voice reminiscent of a melodious oriole in a tranquil valley. "Are you Chen Xiaojun?" As her words fell, the multitude of young Chen clan members present turned their collective attention to Qin Qingshou, unable to suppress their murmurs of speculation. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Qin Qingshou inclined his head slightly and replied with a restrained smile. "Indeed? I am Chen Xiaojun." The veiled maiden furrowed her brow for a fleeting moment before smoothing it out again, stating softly, "You are not Chen Xiaojun." The atmosphere around the teleportation array fell into an immediate hush. Qin Qingshou felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he suppressed a flicker of anger rising within him, responding coolly, "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" His gaze traversed the crowd surrounding the array, enunciating each word. "If I am not Chen Xiaojun, then who could I possibly be?" The maiden replied with indifference, "I do not know who you are, but you certainly are not Chen Xiaojun." "Is that so?" A flicker of anger finally crossed Qin Qingshou's face as he retorted coldly, "Could there possibly be another Chen Xiaojun here?" At that moment, Qin Qingju interjected hastily, "Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. This young man is our cousin Qin Qingshou. He is undoubtedly the true Chen Xiaojun. As for his appearance differing from that in the Taishu Dao realm, it is merely a result of him altering his form." She added, "We can all attest that he is indeed the genuine Chen Xiaojun. Indeed." The others surrounding Qin Qingshou chimed in, "Our cousin Qin Qingshou is the renowned Chen Xiaojun of the wasteland. We searched high and low throughout the divine capital to find him." Upon hearing this cacophony of voices, the veiled maiden's brows knitted together slightly, while Qin Qingshou raised his chin slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your Highness, may I now prove my identity?" Just as the young maiden was about to respond, a derisive voice echoed from the heavens. "Fool!" Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. The tens of thousands gathered around the teleportation array were left in shock. Who had the audacity to openly mock the illustrious Chen Xiaojun? Qin Qingshou's eyes flared with anger as he looked up sharply. The white cloud descended languidly towards the ground, revealing a tall figure standing nonchalantly upon it. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. This cloud was a signature technique of Chen Xiaojun. However, it seemed that the minds of thousands instinctively overlooked it in their subconscious. This individual appeared to be an ordinary young member of the Chen clan, with no one holding any particular impression of him. Even the three maidens in the teleportation array displayed hints of confusion. "Who are you?" Qin Qingshou stepped forward, his tone icy. "Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly?" Qin Qingyu waved his hand, scanning the crowd before breaking into a smile. "Ah, my memory fails me. I almost forgot." He extended his hand, rotating the jade ring on his right thumb. A flicker of azure light flashed, and the crowd's gaze momentarily dulled before snapping back to clarity. What just happened? What was that? Wait, this person? Qin Qingju's heart skipped a beat as she gazed at Qin Qingyu, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Xiaojun? In that instant, the vicinity of the inner teleportation array fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. Thousands stared blankly at the figure in white, only then realizing this individual, in both stature and appearance, was strikingly identical to the image of Chen Xiaojun that circulated in the Taishu Dao realm. Moreover, the technique he had just displayed was indeed one of Chen Xiaojun's signature moves. Chen Xiaojun? The veiled maiden's gaze fixated intently on Qin Qingyu. Qin Qingshou's complexion turned pale in an instant, his breath growing labored, panic flickering in his eyes. "I truly did not anticipate." Qin Qingyu observed him with keen interest, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Is there really someone so audacious in the divine capital, daring to impersonate me? What do you mean?" Qin Qingshou inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure, and coldly demanded, "Who are you? And where did you learn my techniques?" As his words fell, the surrounding multitude exchanged glances, a tinge of confusion washing over them. Who was the true Chen Xiaojun? One was the lone individual unearthed amidst a grand search. The other seemed to embody the very essence of Chen Xiaojun, possessing not only the same appearance but also the ability to wield his techniques. Who was real? Who was false? Yes, he must be the fake. Chen Qingju was the first to react, her voice piercing. You imposter! You must have stolen our Chen Shaojuan's martial arts and techniques, attempting to deceive us. She could hardly believe that the Chen Shaojun she had painstakingly sought was merely an imposter. After all, she had expended immense effort, orchestrating a grand search throughout the divine capital, only to uncover the true identity of Chen Shaojun. Every characteristic aligned perfectly, not to mention, she had irrefutable evidence. When she found Chen Qingshou, he was evidently still a Blood Sea realm warrior. Yet yesterday, the name of Chen Shaojun vanished from the Blood Sea, and upon searching for Chen Qingshou again, she discovered he had already advanced to the Golden Bridge realm. This was incontrovertible proof. Who are you, really? Chen Qingju stepped forward, pointing at Chen Qingyu, her voice laced with venom. What gave you the audacity to impersonate our Qin clan's Shaojun? Chapter 58. Raising a hand to crush. Like a dead dog. Speak. Who are you? Chen Qingju advanced 2 steps, pointing at Chen Qingyu, her teeth clenched in fury. What gave you the audacity to impersonate our Qin clan's Shaojun? As her words fell, those beside her quickly reacted, their outrage boiling over. Yes, who are you? What shamelessness! Where did you steal Qin Shaojuan's teleportation secrets? Bah, an imposter. Hearing these accusations and scornful shouts, the crowd's gazes toward Chen Qingyu gradually shifted to uncertainty. Unable to suppress their whispers of speculation. Could it be that this person, emerging from nowhere, truly intended to deceive them by impersonating Chen Shaojun? Chen Qingshou, at some point, had completely shed the panic in his eyes. Replaced instead by the calm demeanor of a fisherman at ease, he raised his chin, addressing Chen Qingyu with a measured tone. What is your purpose in impersonating me? Impersonating you? Chen Qingyu chuckled dryly, surveying the furious expressions of Chen Qingju and her companions, shaking his head in amusement. The absurdity of it all was truly remarkable. As he spoke, he could hardly be bothered to continue the conversation. Raising his hand slightly before suddenly slamming it down, boom! A torrent of celestial energy surged forth with overwhelming ferocity. The released aura nearly suffocated the nearby throngs, and the surrounding gusts of wind coalesced into an impenetrable barrier. Forcefully pressing down upon Chen Qingshou, with a resounding thud, Chen Qingshou found himself kneeling, his knees crashing into the ground, creating 2 deep impressions. The dreadful force that descended upon him felt as though he bore the weight of a colossal mountain, rendering him unable to lift his head or stand upright. His veins bulged, his face flushed crimson, bloodshot eyes revealing the utmost fury. Get off me! He unleashed a burst of starlight, evidently straining to channel his energy in a desperate bid to break free from this confinement. Yet, it was all in vain, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, as the invisible wall of wind held him firmly in place. Boom! Ultimately, he found himself utterly unable to resist any longer, succumbing to an overwhelming force that crushed him to the ground, prostrated and immobile, akin to a toad pinned beneath the earth. From a distance, he resembled a lifeless dog. The area surrounding the teleportation array had long since fallen into a profound silence, void of any sound. Tens of thousands stood in a daze, their minds reeling from the intense shock. At this juncture, the truth became glaringly apparent. The line between reality and deception was unmistakable. Yet, they could hardly fathom that the individual once heralded as the true Chen Shaojun, Chen Qingshou, would crumble so effortlessly when confronted by the genuine Chen clan's young master. Like an ant crushed beneath a boot, he was effortlessly subdued by the real Chen Shaojun. This was simply inconceivable. Chen Qingshou and others felt as though struck by lightning, their vision darkening, nearly fainting from disbelief. How could this be? Chen Qingshou was the imposter. The very person they had long flattered and sought to please turned out to be a counterfeit, a despicable individual attempting to pass off as the genuine article. Truly pitiful in his weakness, Chen Qingshou regarded Chen Qingshou with a shake of his head, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Though you have practiced the clan's secret techniques, it is regrettable that your cultivation was hastily forced. Akin to a castle in the air, lacking a solid foundation. You have not even mastered the basics of martial skills, let alone become familiar with your own true energy. With your lack of understanding, possessing only brute strength, To say you are as foolish as a pig is to overstate your abilities. As he spoke, a glimmer of interest flickered across his face. I am quite curious. What audacity drives you, such a worthless wretch, to impersonate me? Are you not afraid of the consequences when your deception is unveiled? Chen Qingshu lay trembling on the ground, desperately struggling against his fate. His heart brimmed with boundless anger, humiliation, and resentment, his eyes turning crimson. Why? He too practiced supreme techniques, forged a formidable foundation. How could there be such a disparity between him and Chen Xiaojun? He let out a low roar, akin to a furious bull. What a fool he was! Observing this, Chen Qingshu lost interest and casually shook his head, turning his gaze to the young maiden adorned in a light yellow veil. Along with her two attendants, he smiled gently. Shall we move to a more private setting to converse? With that, he waved his sleeve, and a billowing mass of white clouds appeared beside him. Very well, the young maiden replied with a slight smile, gracefully stepping forward, leading her two attendants onto the clouds. Chen Qingshu then guided the clouds upwards, swiftly ascending into the sky, vanishing from sight. It was over. Chen Qingshu sank to the ground, a look of bewilderment and anguish etched across his face as he watched the clouds disappear. It was all over. Their original intention had merely been to uncover the true identity of Chen Xiaojun, to forge connections and offer flattery. Yet, what was the outcome? They had fawned over a counterfeit, worshipped a fraud, and even dared to speak insolently to the genuine Chen Xiaojun, openly defying him. This path was irrevocably closed. And they had buried themselves with their own actions. With a sudden burst of energy, Chen Qingshu broke free from his constraints, sitting upright and gasping for breath, his entire body trembling with rage. Chen Xiaojun, he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, as he clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh. You wait. I will. What would he do? He abruptly lifted his head, only to find Chen Qingshu and others had gathered around him, their expressions devoid of emotion. You wretched cur, a burly man growled menacingly. How many benefits have you reaped from us in the past few days? How much have you taken from us? Pa! Chen Qingshu spat a mouthful of water at him, disgust evident in his expression. You repugnant swine! Imposter! How dare you claim to be Chen Xiaojun? The throngs of spectators, numbering in the tens of thousands, finally erupted with anger at the deception they had endured, closing in. Beat him to death! That son of a dog! He has defrauded us terribly. Yes, I even gifted him something. Make him return it, and he dares to call himself Chen Xiaojun. He is unworthy. Seeing the surging crowd closing in, Chen Qingshu was engulfed by panic, crying out, What do you intend to do? He attempted to flee or resist, but it was utterly futile. Though he had practiced the clan's secret techniques and possessed greater talent than most of his contemporaries, he was no match for Chen Qingshu's overwhelming prowess. Soon, Chen Qingshu's cries transformed into screams of agony as he was mercilessly beaten by the crowd. No. Chapter 59. Wu Sui and the Tine Abyss in the celestial city of Changluo. A white cloud floated leisurely across the sky. Master Chen, the young maiden behind the light yellow veil, began, her delicate lips parting to speak. Enough, enough. Chen Qingshu waved his hand lazily. We are all allies here. There is no need for pretense around me. He then turned his gaze to one of the attendants clad in green, smirking slightly. Wu, how long do you intend to hide? At this remark, the atmosphere atop the clouds fell silent. Uffed. The attendant in green could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. The young maiden in the light yellow veil immediately lowered her head, a hint of respect crossing her features as she took a couple of steps back. The attendant blinked, her curiosity piqued. How did you figure it out? Chen Qingshu shrugged. Your disguise was indeed flawless, even your demeanor was perfectly altered. However, it is a pity that you still possess a flaw. Your true energy is far too potent. It is evident that you have mastered supreme techniques, establishing a formidable foundation. Upon seeing the three of them, he had activated the technique of distant sight. To his surprise, beneath the young maiden's light yellow veil was an unremarkable face, and her inner energy was rather ordinary, not even achieving the level of secret techniques. Conversely, one of the attendants appeared to be concealing something. But with his enhanced sight, he managed to discern some clues. Thus, he quickly grasped the truth. You truly are impressive. Wu Sui smiled softly, raising her hand to lightly brush her face. In an instant, a flawless visage, radiant as the autumn moon, emerged before Chen Qingshu, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters as she flashed him a coy smile. In that moment, it was as if 100 flowers bloomed simultaneously, and the sound of a clear stream echoed through the valleys, rendering him momentarily entranced. Chen Qingshu, recovering from his daze, felt his cheeks flush and cleared his throat. Wu Sui's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned closer, her tone laced with excitement. You're blushing? Come, let me see. Chen Qingshu immediately felt a jolt, his expression shifting as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Wu, what are you doing? Wu Sui blinked innocently. Nothing much. Just want to see if you are developing normally. Enough. Chen Qingshu inhaled deeply, adopting a stern tone. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to tease me. Stop it. Just stop it. Ting. Wu Sui lost interest in an instant, pouting. How boring. A vein throbbed on Chen Qingshu's forehead as he helplessly asked, Wu, what brings you to Changluo? Surely, you do not intend to merely sightsee? Of course not, Wu Sui replied, astonished. Did your elders not inform you? I have come to court you. We have an affinity, so let us wed soon and have children. Chen Qingshu's expression remained impassive. Let us speak seriously. Wu Sui cast him a sidelong glance, placing her hands on her hips, unabashedly declaring, Then you shall first show me around to appease those old geezers. Afterward, take me to the Taiyin Abyss. And that will suffice. Her words, Chen Qingshu's brow furrowed slightly. The Taiyin Abyss? Wu, what do you seek in such a place? It is not a location one should venture lightly. The Taiyin Abyss is not a place of good repute. In this world, when a corpse's life energy converges after death, or if their obsessions linger, there exists the possibility of them regaining consciousness. However, this does not equate to resurrection. Rather, they transform into corpse demons. Since ancient times, since the founding of human civilization, the various races of the wasteland have suffered greatly from the scourge of corpse demons, particularly the sacred lands. For it is those with greater strength who are less likely to give rise to corpse demons upon death. Yet if they do gestate into a demonic form, the terror is unimaginable. Even if they are reduced to ashes, their life energy may still converge, leading to the emergence of corpse demons, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Historically, there was even an incident where the founding ancestor of a sacred land transformed into a corpse, resulting in the annihilation of that sacred land. The calamity of the corpse demon, for an extensive duration, was a source of dread, wreaking havoc across the desolate lands. This continued until a monumental turning point occurred 30,000 years ago. At that time, the celestial figure in white crossed the seas, achieving the status of the primordial emperor after a millennium, ruling over the world and becoming the sovereign of the wasteland, the supreme among myriad races. When the primordial emperor ascended, he proclaimed a mysterious construction method, said to originate from his homeland, which could suppress the horrors of the corpse transformation. This was the method for constructing the Taiyin Abyss. Although the creation of the Taiyin Abyss demanded immense resources and required long-term maintenance, the corpses interred within its confines were guaranteed never to transform into corpse demons, thus sparing the world from their malevolence. Through this act, the primordial emperor bestowed immeasurable benefits upon countless beings, earning the veneration of billions. Miss Wu, Chen Qingshu spoke solemnly. With all due respect, the Taiyin Abyss is not a suitable place, especially as it is of great significance to my Chen clan. Perhaps you should consider another location. Across the wasteland, nearly every significant power has constructed a Taiyin Abyss, albeit varying in scale. Undoubtedly, the Chen clan's Taiyin Abyss is among the largest. Due to its ability to suppress the calamity of the corpse demon, it has always been a critical stronghold, fiercely guarded by formidable cultivators. Typically, those who have committed grave errors and faced severe punishment are assigned to guard the Taiyin Abyss, as the work is exceedingly arduous. For instance, his father, Chen Zhongxing, had once overseen the Taiyin Abyss for 60 years. Although Wu Sui held a prestigious position, she remained an outsider, thus leading her to the Chen clan's Taiyin Abyss seemed imprudent. This was likely non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, Wu Sui replied earnestly, My visit to the Taiyin Abyss is for a matter of great importance, not merely for sightseeing. Furthermore, I have already communicated with your clan's higher-ups about this. They are well aware, are they not? Is that so? Chen Xingyu regarded her with suspicion, puzzled. Then why has no one mentioned it to me? Wu Sui shrugged. I'm not certain. However, considering your status, I have a hypothesis. Chapter 60. The Secret Treasure of Dragon Qi. Chen Xingyu squinted at her. What hypothesis? Wu Sui chuckled lightly and glanced at him. With your talent and abilities, you must at least be a prospective Daozi of the Chen clan. Correct? Indeed, Chen Xingyu casually acknowledged, without elaborating further. Then you inherently possess the authority to bring others into the Yin Abyss, Wu Sui continued, blinking. Your elders likely did not inform you in advance because they intended to leverage your influence to grant me a favor. Chen Xingyu's expression faltered slightly. Is it really that simple? Wu Sui shrugged again. What else could it be? Surely they wouldn't deliberately create difficulties for us. Chen Xingyu stroked his chin, contemplating aloud. That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. He then cast a glance at Wu Sui beside him and casually suggested, in any case, let's take a stroll first, then head directly to the Yin Abyss. Sounds good. I have no objections, Wu Sui readily agreed. Then let us proceed. Chen Xingyu immediately summoned a cloud, altering their course towards a renowned attraction within the inner layers of the divine capital. By the way, Miss Wu, he seemed to recall something midway and inquired. My ancestor mentioned that your talent surpasses that of Zhou Chenlong. Is it true that you are the foremost in the realm of Golden Bridge? Not quite, Wu Sui pursed her lips, exclaiming helplessly. I am merely second in the world. There exists a rather extraordinary individual in the myriad phenomena sacred land who vastly outshines me. Chen Xingyu's interest was piqued. Who is this person? His name is Su Yuanshan. Wu Sui's eyes displayed a hint of complex emotions. He has already reached the pinnacle of the War God Tower in the realm of Golden Bridge, far exceeding all of us. Oh, formidable? Chen Xingyu's expression shifted, realizing the daunting challenge of reaching the pinnacle of the War God Tower. Indeed, Wu Sui nodded slightly, speaking slowly. It is said that during his time in the Blood Sea realm, he remained inconspicuous, failing to even conquer the 7th level of the War God Tower. Compared to those of us with strong foundational achievements, he was significantly weaker. Yet, no one anticipated that after attaining the Golden Bridge realm, he would soar to unprecedented heights, rapidly advancing in cultivation while showcasing terrifying abilities unmatched among his peers. Is that so? Chen Xingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I must certainly cross paths with such a remarkable individual in the future. Wu Sui chuckled lightly. You will undoubtedly have that opportunity. He aims to challenge the immortal altar and, in the short term, will not ascend to the spiritual origin realm. Chen Xingyu nodded slightly, then continued. I am quite curious about the myriad lands controlled by the Taihuang Wu clan. Might Miss Wu enlighten me on this matter? Wu Sui smiled. That works perfectly. I also have many points of interest regarding the divine capital of Changluo. The two engaged in conversation as they soared through the skies on the cloud, gradually moving further away. 2 hours later, Chen Xingyu led Wu Sui on a grand tour of Changluo, discussing various topics concerning the Chen and Wu clans. Subsequently they, along with 2 maidservants, headed towards the Chen clan's Yin Abyss. Along the way, Chen Xingyu's gaze flickered as he inquired, Miss Wu, I still do not know the purpose of your visit to our Chen clan's Yin Abyss. It is quite simple. Wu Sui's expression turned serious as she replied. You should be aware of our Taihuang Wu clan's cultivation path, correct? Indeed. Chen Xingyu nodded slightly. In the wasteland, myriad paths of cultivation flourished, with each major sacred land following its unique method. For instance, the Chen clan primarily focuses on the path of the stars, commanding the celestial powers. Conversely, the Taihuang Wu clan bases its practice on Dragon Qi, wielding humanistic divine abilities and imperial power to dominate the world. The nations they govern are merely a collective term. In reality, the number of states is as numerous as the stars, beyond calculation. The collateral descendants of the Taihuang Wu clan are born as princes or even emperors of minor states, facilitating the absorption of Dragon Qi for cultivation. The exceedingly rare and noble direct descendants, such as Wu Sui, hold titles within the immediate Taihuang Empire, enabling them to absorb vast amounts of Dragon Qi and rapidly enhance their cultivation. Our Taihuang Wu clan's cultivation methods are fundamentally rooted in Dragon Qi. Wu Sui elaborated. Dragon Qi is related to one's status, yet it also correlates with one's own cultivation. When powerful beings exhaust their lifespans and pass away, the residual dragon chi they leave behind can solidify into unique treasures, aiding their descendants in practicing secret arts or enhancing their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu's expression changed. So, within the Yin abyss of my Qin clan, lies the ancestor of Miss Wu? Indeed, Wu Sui nodded slightly, candidly stating, my great-great-grandmother, several generations back, married one of your clan's former elders. After she passed, she was interred alongside her husband in your Qin clan's Yin abyss. She paused briefly before softly adding, according to a certain ancestor in my clan, the birth chart and fate of my great-great-grandmother closely align with mine. The dragon chi treasure she condensed after her death will greatly benefit my future cultivation, which is why I specifically arranged this opportunity to retrieve that treasure. Chen Xingyu realized, I see now. Wu Sui's journey to the divine capital of Changluo was driven by two objectives, to engage with him and to retrieve a dragon chi treasure of significant importance to her from the Yin abyss. Perhaps the latter was even more vital. In that case, let us hasten our pace, Chen Xingyu declared, immediately channeling his energy to accelerate the cloud's speed considerably. Wu Sui nodded silently, her hair flowing in the wind. Moments later, they arrived. Chen Xingyu urged the white cloud to descend before a grand, ancient hall, entirely cloaked in dark blue-black hues. Before the hall stood an elderly figure, hunched and with flowing white hair, seated cross-legged at the entrance. Who goes there? The old man suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light erupting forth, resembling a primordial beast awakening, exuding an imposing presence that nearly suffocated those nearby. His breath hitched. Instinctively turning to Chen Xingyu, Chen Xingyu stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice, I wish to bring someone into the Yin abyss. The elderly figure, expressionless, replied coldly, without the decree of the clan leader or the grand elder. No one is permitted to enter the Yin abyss. Anyone daring to intrude will be executed on the spot. Chapter 61. Inside the Yin abyss, executed on the spot. Wu Sui's complexion paled slightly as she cast a glance at Chen Xingyu, as if questioning, can you manage this? Oh? Is a clan leader's decree truly required? It appears that the patriarchs genuinely desire me to do them a favor. Chen Xingyu raised an eyebrow, immediately lifting his right hand and gently shaking his 5 fingers. On his thumb, the jade ring emitted a faint glow. Upon seeing the jade ring, the aged figure's pupils instantly constricted. After a moment of silence, he slowly rose and slightly bowed. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Please. As his words fell, he waved his sleeve, and a surge of formidable power swept forth, causing the grand doors of the dark green palace to swing open with a resounding crash. Behind the doors lay a shadowy, dimly lit expanse. Thank you. Chen Xingyu politely inclined his hands in greeting to the elderly figure, then turned to Wu Sui beside him. Miss Wu, shall we proceed? Indeed, Wu Sui replied, turning to her 2 handmaidens behind her, instructing them. You wait here for me. Yes, your highness. The 2 handmaidens bowed respectfully. Without further ado, Chen Xingyu and Wu Sui stepped forward, walking side by side as they crossed the threshold into the profound, shadowy interior. As they gazed around, the enormity of the space was truly astonishing, with no visible boundaries. Their vision was filled with ancient bronze lanterns emitting ethereal blue flames, casting dim light that illuminated the surrounding area. Countless jade and obsidian coffins densely populated this vast space, stretching endlessly. Is this the Tying Grotto? Chen Xingyu held his breath, keenly observing the surroundings. The coffins clearly exhibited varying levels of distinction. Some were quite plain, resting directly on the ground with inscriptions standing tall. Others were exceedingly ornate, placed upon solemn altars with divine beast sculptures guarding each corner. This expansive area does not appear to have been excavated. It seems more like a space that has been deliberately opened as a secret realm. Chen Xingyu pondered silently. Evidently, since the establishment of the Tying Grotto 30,000 years ago, those of higher status among the billions of the Changluo Chen clan were interred within. Over the span of 30 millennia, the remains and coffins of ancestors housed here must amount to an astronomical figure. Yet, the Tying Grotto has not undergone specialized expansion, indicating it must have been an independent secret realm that has continuously expanded from within. Indeed, Wu Sui interjected, I have visited the Tying Grotto of our Tai Huangwu clan, and it is quite similar. It is also a specially opened secret realm. Yes, Chen Xingyu replied, turning to gaze at the towering white jade walls flanking the entrance. Upon closer inspection, the walls were densely inscribed with the names of ancestors, shimmering with a gentle radiance that extended to the ends of the space on either side. The arrangement of these names was clearly based on lineage and status. Miss Wu, what is the name of your great-aunt? Chen Qingyu casually inquired. Wu Sui also turned to look at the imposing white jade walls, responding, my great-aunt is named Wu Ruqin. Her husband is Chen Shangwang. Wu Ruqin, Chen Shangwang, Chen Qingyu murmured softly. 9 generations ago, that shouldn't be too distant. Moreover, her husband is an elder of my Qin clan, which must place him at a significant status. His gaze quickly swept across the nearby white jade wall. Skimming over the rows of names, Wu Sui joined him in the search for these 2 names. Moments later, they found them. Chen Qingyu's expression brightened as he raised his hand and flicked his finger. A deep blue starry energy shot forth, striking the section of the white jade wall inscribed with Chen Shangwang's name. Instantly, the wall trembled slightly, and a point of pale light emerged, swirling briefly before darting deep into the space. Miss Wu, let us follow swiftly, Chen Qingyu called out, immediately summoning a cloud to soar after the pale light. Wu Sui enveloped herself in golden flames, transforming into a radiant arc that followed closely behind. As they sped onward, passing numerous jade and obsidian coffins, the pale light came to rest above an extravagant jade coffin, swaying momentarily before vanishing. This must be the place. Chen Qingyu descended to the ground and looked up. On the left side of a solemn altar stood a grand, ancient stone tablet, prominently inscribed with the life achievements and contributions of Chen Shangwanji. To the right of the tablet was an overview of the life of his wife. Wu Ruqin, we have found it. Wu Sui alighted beside him, closing her eyes momentarily before reopening them, a glimmer of joy illuminating her expression. This is it. I can already sense that treasured item. Chapter 62. The lotus blooms in pairs. The dual flow's sacred body as she spoke, her gaze was fixed on the right side of the altar, where a luxurious and exquisitely crafted jade coffin lay. Chen Qingyu, somewhat hesitantly, posed a question. Do we need to open the coffin? He was uncertain whether opening a coffin in the Tying Grotto would disrupt the suppression of any potential corpse transformations. Not to mention, it would be an impolite act to meddle with the resting place of one's ancestors. No need, Wu Sui replied breezily, raising her arm and subtly beckoning with her jade-like fingers. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the opulent coffin. Chen Qingyu focused intently as the golden light revealed a stunning, exquisitely crafted purple-gold phoenix crown. However, the crown seemed to possess a hint of ethereality, appearing not entirely as a solid artifact. Is this the Dragon Chi's secret treasure? His expression shifted slightly. He could feel a certain intangible suppression upon his true energy, rendering it less lively and agile. Yes, indeed. This is the Dragon Chi's secret treasure. Wu Sui glanced at him teasingly, a smile playing on her lips. How does it feel? A bit uncomfortable, I presume. The Dragon Chi suppresses the 5 elements, restricting all methods. Against foes of the same tier, it is overwhelmingly advantageous, especially considering this treasure's high rank. Chen Qingyu, hearing her words, curled his lips. Overwhelmingly advantageous against foes of the same tier? If that were the case, you should have no trouble against Su Yuanshan then. You? Wu Sui's expression stiffened momentarily before she huffed indignantly. That guy is just too abnormal. Chen Qingyu offered a polite chuckle. Humph, Wu Sui snorted, extending her hand to summon the golden light-enshrouded phoenix crown, which transformed into a beam of light and merged into her body. All done, she clapped her hands, a satisfied expression crossing her face. We can return now. Chen Qingyu nodded, and the two immediately turned back, soaring toward the exit of the Tying Grotto. Miss Wu, during their flight, Chen Qingyu suddenly spoke up. I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Wu Sui glanced at him lazily. Go ahead. Since I'm in a good mood right now, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Chen Qingyu pondered for a moment before slowly stating, I recently acquired a secret technique called 1*9 radiances. However, this technique is of a very high rank, and I find it quite challenging to cultivate. I hope Miss Wu can impart some guidance. 1*9 radiances? Wu Sui paused, her expression turning peculiar. You are quite fortunate. This technique is one I intended to comprehend and practice in the future. I happen to have some understanding of it. If it were someone else, they might not even be able to guide you. Chen Qingyu smiled faintly. I hope Miss Wu will generously share her insights. TCH, Wu Sui casually remarked, after all, this technique was created by your Chun clan's ancestors. Revealing its secrets to you is no issue. As she spoke, she carefully chose her words before elaborating. Several millennia ago, an extraordinary talent emerged within your Qin clan. Not only did he possess a 9-star gift, but he was also a natural dual-flow sacred body, the only one in your clan in 100,000 years. Chen Qingyu's expression shifted. Dual-flow sacred body? Precisely, Wu Sui nodded. The dual-flow sacred body is renowned for its beauty, often described as the lotus blooms in pairs, rivers divide in two. It is an exceedingly rare sacred body. It is said that those who possess a dual-flow sacred body can establish two foundational paths, practicing two entirely different techniques, thus traversing two distinct cultivation paths simultaneously. It is akin to one person possessing two bodies. Chen Qingyu could not help but be astonished. Is it truly that formidable? Of course, Wu Sui affirmed with a serious nod, a hint of envy in her tone. Those endowed with a dual-flow sacred body possess unparalleled combat prowess. Two entirely different cultivation paths, two paramount foundations amalgamated within one individual, yield a power that surpasses mere doubling. Moreover, even if one path is defeated, severely injured, or drained of energy, they can seamlessly transition to the other body, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone of the same tier to best such a person. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing. In the beginning, your ancestor from the Chun family, who possessed the dual-flow sacred body, fortuitously cultivated both the secret arts of your Qin lineage and those of our Tai Huang Wu clan. The convergence of these two supreme celestial techniques ultimately bestowed upon him an unparalleled and formidable strength, even earning him the reputation of being able to rival the ancient kings. His most renowned skill was the self-created 1-star 9 radiances. This secret method, when cultivated to perfection, allows the practitioner to simultaneously manifest 8 avatars, each possessing the exact same power as the original. She turned to Chen Qingyu and slowly remarked, just think, his original strength was already terrifying enough. If it were to multiply 9-fold, who in the world could stand against him? Chen Qingyu took a deep breath and inquired, and then what happened? Then? Wu Sui shrugged and shook her head. Naturally, he eventually succumbed to the passage of time, and no matter how extraordinary and invincible one may be, in the end, one is but a handful of dust. Even though he dominated for an entire era, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient kings, he ultimately could not escape the inexorable flow of time and died of old age. Chapter 63. Seeking Chen Xingshou again. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu let out a slight sigh. Truly a pity. Wu Sui spoke. Although he met his end, the secret technique of 1-star 9 radiances he created has been passed down, preserved by both your Qin family and our Tai Huang Wu clan. However, while future generations may practice it, lacking the dual-flow sacred body, it is nearly impossible for them to fully realize the technique's potential as he did. Chen Qingyu, upon hearing this, seemed unfazed and replied, even if it only yields half the effect, that would still be sufficient to defy the heavens. Indeed, Wu Sui smiled softly, her tone unhurried. The techniques of our Tai Huang Wu clan are rooted in dragon energy, and the most profound path is to gradually cultivate a dragon energy incarnation. This incarnation embodies the essence of human dragon energy, reflecting the true self, and possesses immense power in every gesture, intricately linked to one's own cultivation. The true secret of 1-star 9 radiances lies in the mysterious connection between the original self and the incarnation. Her voice was gentle as she gradually unveiled the deepest mysteries of the 1-star 9 radiances technique. Chen Qingyu held his breath, listening intently, not daring to miss a single word. After a while, the two soared to the entrance of the Taiyan Abyss, gradually catching sight of the light from the outside world. Wu Sui finally came to a halt. All right, I have imparted all that I can. What remains is beyond my comprehension, and it is up to you now. Understood. Chen Qingyu bowed solemnly to her and expressed, I am deeply grateful for Miss Wu's teachings. I shall repay this kindness in the future, no need for that. Wu Sui waved her hand dismissively. You have already helped me retrieve the dragon energy treasure from the Taiyan Abyss. We are even now. Besides, if you truly wish to learn, there are plenty of powerful figures and great masters within the Chen clan who can teach you. I am merely doing a favor. Chen Qingyu nodded silently, refraining from further comment. Clearly, through the preceding exchanges, he discerned a tacit understanding among the upper echelons of both families, wishing to foster more interaction between them. However, it appeared that the effect was not as significant as hoped. After a moment, Chen Qingyu summoned clouds, transporting Wu Sui and her 3 companions to the inner teleportation zone of the divine capital. I'm leaving now. Wu Sui stood within the teleportation array, waving at him with a playful smile. Let us meet again in the Golden Bridge heaven. Very well. Chen Qingyu nodded slightly. In the next instant, the teleportation array shimmered with white light, and Wu Sui and her companions vanished from sight. Phew! He exhaled deeply, his expression revealing a hint of relief. Finally gone. Ignoring the bustling crowd around him, he soared into the sky, transforming into a wisp of breeze as he flew away into the distance. However, he did not rush home, nor did he head to the floating immortal palace. After circling above the central area of the divine capital for a while, he seemed to lock onto a target. Immediately activating his true energy and diving down. Found you? In the central area of the divine capital, Changluo, damn it. With a bruised face and a body covered in contusions, Chen Qingshou slumped in the courtyard, cursing incessantly. Those damn bastards, how could they be so ruthless? You all wait for me. His figure exuded a sense of desolation, his eyes dim, filled with anguish. His life was utterly ruined. Now, news of his impersonation of Chen Xiaojun and being publicly exposed had spread throughout the entire divine capital of Changluo. The fervent adoration and flattery he had previously received had now all transformed into mockery and scorn. The higher he had once stood, the harder he felt. This moment, the name Chen Qingshou had become a complete laughingstock in the divine capital, a subject of ridicule among the members of the Chen clan. This was a total disaster. He gritted his teeth, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. But this is nothing. I too possess a formidable foundation and have cultivated the clan's secret arts. My future is boundless. I refuse to believe that I cannot surpass you, Chen Xiaojun, even if I endure hardships and train tenfold. He took a deep breath, silently vowing, Chen Xiaojun, and you, Chen Qingju, just wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Just wait for my rise. Suddenly, boom! A fierce gust of wind howled down, and another figure appeared in the courtyard. Who goes there? Startled, he leapt up, but the sudden movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain and let out a few cries. Yet at that moment, he recognized the figure in white in the courtyard and was taken aback. Chen Xiaojun? How did you get in here? It is worth noting that this was his home. The divine capital of Changluo was filled with numerous spiritual patterns and arrays, especially in the central area where direct descendants resided. Without any announcement and without the consent of the master, how had Chen Xiaojun managed to intrude? Surprised? Chen Qingyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a casual smile gracing his lips. In the divine capital? As long as I wish to go, there is no place I cannot enter. You, Chen Qingshou took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Qingyu, his voice hoarse. What do you want? Chapter 64. Chen Qingshou's secret. Very simple. Chen Qingyu replied leisurely. I am curious about the events that have transpired regarding you, and wish to ask you a few questions, as long as you answer truthfully. I promise to leave afterward and not trouble you. Chen Qingshou's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Such an interrogative tone evokes a profound sense of humiliation within me. What if I refuse? Refuse? Chen Qingyu glanced at him lazily, responding. If you refuse or attempt to deceive me with lies, then I shall give you another beating until you are willing to tell the truth. You! Chen Qingshou immediately panicked, retreating a few steps and repeatedly exclaiming. You dare! This is the divine capital of Changluo. Attacking a clansman is a grave offense. Don't act recklessly. Ha ha ha. Chen Qingyu let out a hearty laugh, teasingly saying, Then you can try calling for help. Let your father come save his foolish son. Asked the Daozi of the Chen clan. His identity and authority were on par with the clan leader, Chen Guangyao, holding an unparalleled status and enjoying many privileges. The rules that ordinary clan members had to abide by meant nothing to him. Thus, he dared to swagger into Chen Qingshou's home. Even if he truly pummeled this fool, his father could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Chen Qingshou fell silent for a moment, then quietly said, My mother has passed away, and my father is not in the divine capital. Chen Qingyu's expression froze, a hint of realization dawning upon him. In a wonder, he had flown around and found no trace of Chen Qingshou's parents. He had assumed they were attending to some family responsibilities. Then you should answer honestly. Chen Qingyu regarded him and slowly spoke. My first question is, how did you know that the princess of the Tai Huangwu clan would arrive in the divine capital today? This was his initial point of confusion. Logically, the arrival of Wu Sui should have been confidential. Aside from him and the upper echelons of the family, no one else should have known. How had this Chen Qingshou obtained such news? Huff! Chen Qingshou exhaled a breath of stale air, resignedly sitting down and murmuring. It should have been some ancestor of the family who conveyed the message to me. I was in my quiet chamber at the time, consolidating my cultivation in the Golden Bridge realm, when suddenly a voice informed me of this news. Is that so? Chen Qingyu's expression showed some surprise. This outcome was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he quickly realized and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It must have been the ninth ancestor's doing. That old rascal is truly wicked. It is evident without a second thought that Jiuzhu deliberately informed Chen Qingshou about Wu Sui's impending arrival in the capital, solely to create an opportunity for him to make an entrance. Of course, it is also possible that he harbors a disdain for this Chen Qingshou, who brazenly flaunts the name of Chen Xiaojun to deceive others. Chen Qingyu gazed at Chen Qingshou and continued. How did you manage to experience such a meteoric rise in your cultivation within such a short span, directly achieving the Golden Bridge realm? Chen Qingshou hesitated for a moment before bowing his head and replied. It is the efficacy of the blood of the Holy King. The blood of the Holy King? Chen Qingyu was taken aback for a moment. Indeed. Chen Qingshou took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. The blood of the Holy King is a divine elixir within our Chen clan. My father has been safeguarding a perilous area outside the capital for years, earning considerable merit. Half a month ago, an elder from the Hall of Inheritance suddenly sought me out. The elder stated that my father had rendered great service and petitioned the clan's higher-ups, resulting in the clan leader and elders agreeing to bestow upon me a drop of the blood of the Holy King, along with a promise to allow me to study the clan's secret scriptures. After consuming the blood of the Holy King, my foundational cultivation was transformed into the Taihao Wuliang Feather Transformation Scripture, and my cultivation surged rapidly. In just half a month, I ascended from the fourth layer of the Blood Sea realm to the Golden Bridge realm, having fully refined the medicinal power of the blood of the Holy King. Is that so? Chen Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. I had no idea our Chen clan possessed such a divine elixir, and yet I had never heard of it before. He pondered for a moment before casting another glance at Chen Qingshou and said nonchalantly, In the future, do not exploit my name to deceive others. As his words fell, he waved his sleeve, and a cloud of auspiciousness emerged beneath his feet, lifting him skyward until he vanished from sight in an instant. In the courtyard, Chen Qingshou's expression was complex as he watched that cloud gradually fade away. Chapter 65. The Blood of the Holy King. Moments later, Chen Qingyu returned to his home and immediately sought out his father. Chen Zhengxing. Father, I am back, he called out, hurrying towards Chen Zhengxing, who was seated in the courtyard sipping tea. Chen Zhengxing looked up, smiled upon seeing him, and said, What is this? Have you already returned the princess of the Tai Huangwu clan? Indeed. Chen Qingyu sat opposite him, pouring himself a cup of tea. How did your interaction go? Chen Zhengxing leaned in, teasingly inquiring, Did you feel any sparks? Chen Qingyu rolled his eyes and replied, Sparks? Nonsense. She merely came to see me as a formality, just to appease the old folks at home. Her true objective was to venture into our clan's Taiyan Abyss to obtain the Dragon Chi treasure. I was merely a free tour guide. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I can't say I came away empty-handed. I acquired the 1-star 9 Radiance cultivation secret technique from her, which at least gives me a direction to pursue. Chen Zhengxing smiled slightly. Well, that sounds like a good start. Enough of that, Chen Qingyu retorted, lifting his teacup before suddenly asking, By the way, father, does our Chen clan possess a divine elixir known as the blood of the Holy King? The blood of the Holy King? Chen Zhengxing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Where did you hear about that? Chen Qingyu took a sip of tea and replied, From a counterfeit posing as me. This impostor claimed that he was awarded a drop of the blood of the Holy King, which is why his cultivation advanced so dramatically. As he spoke, he couldn't help but put down his teacup, lamenting, Here I am, a disciple of the Chen clan, and yet I am not granted access to such a treasure. Why keep it from me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengxing chuckled softly. "That elixir is of no use to you. So naturally, no one has mentioned it to you." "What?" Qin Qingyu was taken aback, instinctively pressing for an explanation. "Of no use to me? Why is that?" Qin Zhengxing smiled faintly before elaborating. "To discuss this matter, we must start from the beginning. You should be aware that our Chen clan's bloodline system has certain inherent flaws." Qin Qingyu nodded. "Indeed, there is no system in existence that is perfect and universally applicable across all ages." "Precisely," Chen Zhengxing affirmed with a nod, then spoke earnestly. "Direct descendants possess the most concentrated blood of the Holy King, thus having the highest probability of producing extraordinary talents, and therefore, they receive the best treatment. However, those from collateral branches and numerous sub-branches, due to their sheer numbers, occasionally exhibit ancestral mutations in their bloodlines, resulting in exceptionally gifted individuals or those with sacred bodies. Yet, the methods for detecting talent in collateral and branch families are not nearly as precise as the Xiaoming Yugu. And various factors may lead to the suppression of talent. At this point, he paused briefly before continuing. What if an extraordinary talent, a diamond in the rough, goes unnoticed for years and only reaches the Golden Bridge realm before the upper echelons of the capital discover their remarkable abilities? Yet by then, it is too late to alter their foundation. We cannot allow such gifted individuals to waste their lives simply because of a less favorable lineage, can we? Or perhaps, what if a collateral or branch family member, having achieved great merit at a high level of cultivation, finally earns the right to access the clan's secret scriptures, yet it is too late? What then? We cannot possibly allow merit to go unrewarded, for that would surely dampen spirits. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyu appeared contemplative and remarked, "I understand not so. In response to such situations, our Chun clan's upper echelons develop the divine elixir known as the blood of the Holy King?" "Exactly," Qin Zhengxing nodded. "The primary function of the blood of the Holy King is to assist those above the Golden Bridge realm, whose foundational cultivation has already been set, in forcibly altering their roots. It is a truly miraculous elixir that defies fate. Secondly, it purifies the blood of the Holy King within the body, enhancing the strength of one's cultivation talent. Finally, it offers a modest increase in cultivation, which is of minimal significance," he added. "Of course, a single drop of the blood of the Holy King requires numerous rare materials and must be personally refined by a high elder, making it exceedingly precious. Under normal circumstances, even direct descendants would find it extremely difficult to obtain a drop." Qin Qingyu blinked in surprise. "What about me?" Qin Zhengxing sighed lightly. "You are a disciple, and if you desire it, there will certainly be an elder skilled in alchemy who will personally refine it for you." Chapter 66. The stock of holy blood. Qin Qingyu's eyes instantly brightened. However, Qin Zhengxing's voice continued, "But I've already mentioned, this blood of the Holy King is of no use to you." He patiently explained, "You are already cultivating the clan's secret scriptures, so changing your roots would be ineffective for you. Moreover, your innate talent for cultivation is unprecedented, far surpassing even that of the 9-star talent combined with an innate Tao body. This alone proves that the concentration of the blood of the Holy King within you is even more potent than that of those who exhibit ancestral mutations. Even the blood of the Holy King cannot purify your superior bloodline. As for the final aspect of enhancing cultivation," he shook his head and said seriously, "Your greatest issue right now is not that your cultivation is progressing too slowly, but rather that it is advancing too rapidly. Both I, the clan leader, and the elders unanimously agree that you need to take the time to consolidate your foundation. Otherwise, does our Chun clan lack any elixirs or divine medicines? If we truly wish to facilitate your rapid cultivation increase, we have many better and more suitable options." Upon hearing this, Qin Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. It dawned on him that his prior ignorance of the name blood of the Holy King was solely because the higher-ups of the Chen clan deemed it useless to him. However, he understood his own circumstances better than anyone. In reality, it was likely due to his mixed bloodline that the concentration of the blood of the Holy King within him was not high. He had previously estimated that his true cultivation talent was only around 4 or 5 stars, and his rapid advancement relied entirely on the extraordinary ability of the 9 breaths to absorb qi. In other words, the purifying effect of the blood of the Holy King on his bloodline would undoubtedly yield tremendous enhancement. If he could obtain a drop of the blood of the Holy King and refine it, his already formidable cultivation speed would surely reach new heights. With this thought in mind, he promptly inquired, "Father, does the clan still have any stock of the blood of the Holy King?" Qin Zhengxing shot him a bemused glance and retorted, "So you didn't pay attention to what I said earlier, did you? The blood of the Holy King is of no use to you. Why would you want it?" Qin Xingyu blinked innocently and whispered, "I just want to taste what this divine elixir is like. Besides, what if it turns out to be useful for me?" Qin Zhengxing replied, "Good heavens, do you think this rare divine medicine is akin to candied hawthorn sold on the streets? Something you can casually sample?" However, he was truly filled with doubt. If his son genuinely wished to have a taste, those venerable elders and the 9 ancestors would likely smile and acquiesce to such an absurd request. Since the founding of the Chen clan, the most gifted Daozi had been cherished, so how could they possibly deny such a trivial request? If you truly desire to taste it, it is not impossible. Qin Zhengxing sighed helplessly, saying, "However, I am not in charge of the storage of the treasury, so I am unaware if there is still any stock of the blood of the Holy King within the clan." Qin Xingyu scratched his head and stood up, saying, "Then I shall inquire with the ancestor. By the way, I also intend to seek his guidance regarding the cultivation of the 1-star 9 glories secret technique." Qin Zhengxing responded, picking up his teacup again, as he saw Qin Xingyu hurriedly departing. Moments later, Qin Xingyu rode on a cloud and landed before the floating heavenly palace. However, this time, before he could voice his greeting, he was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling light and found himself atop the Starsea floating island. Little Xingyu. The 9 ancestors looked at him with a smile, asking, "What are your thoughts on that girl from the Wu family?" Qin Xingyu plopped down, spreading his hands, "Not much. Moreover, ancestor, you specially arranged for such a counterfeit clown. It feels too contrived." The 9 ancestors' smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he casually remarked, "It's nothing, it's just the first time. As long as you don't dislike each other, that's enough. Besides, didn't you also acquire the profound essence of 1-star 9 glories? In any case, it's not a loss." Qin Xingyu curled his lips and changed the subject, "Ancestor, is there still any blood of the Holy King left in the clan?" "The blood of the Holy King?" The 9 ancestors shook his head before speaking. "There is none left. The last drop of Holy King's blood was bestowed upon that little fellow you once bested in a fight. If you desire it, I can instruct Xiao Shiqi to specifically refine 10 drops for you." Qin Xingyu's eyes brightened at once. "That would be splendid. How long will it take to refine?" The 9 ancestor replied, "Even at the fastest pace, it will take 2 to 3 years. Upon hearing this, Qin Xingyu shook his head repeatedly. "That's far too long. In 2 to 3 years, I can't even fathom how much my cultivation will have soared. The blood of the Holy King purifies the bloodline, effectively enhancing my cultivation talent, so the sooner I obtain it, the better." "You rascal," the 9 ancestor chuckled helplessly, pondering for a moment before suddenly speaking, "Indeed, there is no stock of Holy King's blood left in the clan. However, I do know of a place where a drop of Holy King's blood is hidden." "Really?" Qin Xingyu's expression instantly brightened as he pressed. "Where?" The 9 ancestor replied slowly, "On the fringes of the ancient Qianlu kingdom. In a remote border town." "At a border town?" Qin Xingyu was taken aback, instinctively asking, how could a border town conceal such a divine medicine as the blood of the Holy King? The 9 ancestors' eyes flickered as he replied in a low voice, "The reasons behind this are quite complex and involve a long-buried tale. That drop of Holy King's blood has gone unnoticed for 30,000 years." Qin Xingyu hesitated. 30,000 years? Is it still usable? The 9 ancestor chuckled softly. "Rest assured, as long as it has been properly preserved, top-tier divine medicines from the wasteland, even after several millennia, do not lose their potency. If you are eager to obtain it, that is indeed the only place where Holy King's blood remains." Upon hearing this, Qin Xingyu exclaimed, "Then it's settled. Ancestor, could you send someone to help retrieve it for me?" The 9 ancestor playfully chided, "You little rascal. Are you ordering me around? If you want the blood of the Holy King, you must go and fetch it yourself. That border town is called Liang City, located at the southernmost part of the ancient Qianlu kingdom. That drop of Holy King's blood is hidden in a small vial, buried before the tombstone of the Chun family cemetery in Liang City." Qin Xingyu blinked. "But how will I get there?" Besides, I am still at the Golden Bridge realm, and according to clan rules, I am not permitted to leave the divine capital. The Nine Ancestor waved his hand. Have your father take you, with his cultivation? As long as he does not leave the territory of the Qianlu Kingdom, protecting you will be more than sufficient. All right then, Chen Xingyu responded eagerly, standing up and saying, I shall go and retrieve the blood of the Holy King now. When I return, I will consult with you, Ancestor, regarding the cultivation of 1 9 glories. The Nine Ancestor nodded gently. In the next instant, Chen Xingyu was transported to the entrance of the floating heavenly palace. Coming to his senses, he rode on a cloud and once again traversed the 9 layers of fierce winds, heading toward his home. Moments later, Chen Xingyu returned home and found his father, Chen Zhengxing, recounting the events that transpired at the floating heavenly palace. Is that so? Chen Zhengxing expressed his astonishment. A remote border town has preserved a drop of Holy King's blood from 30,000 years ago? How extraordinary! Furthermore, the Nine Ancestor actually permitted you to leave the divine capital. Chen Xingyu chuckled. Isn't it because of you, father? The Ancestor said that with your strength, you are more than capable of protecting me. Chen Zhengxing nodded slightly and replied, that is indeed the case. Since the Ancestor has agreed to let me take you out, we shall go with that. He stood up and gestured for Chen Xingyu to come to his side. Father, Chen Xingyu approached curiously, how shall we get there? Flying might take too long. Should we take the teleportation array instead? Chen Zhengxing smiled gently. There is no need for such trouble. As he spoke, he casually waved his sleeve. An invisible power surged down, tearing the space before them as if it were mere paper, revealing another layer of deep, dark void beneath. This? Chen Xingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Zhengxing remarked casually, this is the void. Another spatial structure beneath the current realm. At that moment, his entire being shimmered with starlight. In an instant, a vast power enveloped Chen Xingyu, and the figures of both father and son vanished into the void. Moments later, Chen Xingyu gazed at the faint starry luminescence enveloping his body, curiously surveying the surroundings. What met his eyes was an endless expanse of pitch-black space, entirely devoid of visible boundaries, with countless distant points of varying brightness flickering in the far reaches. Boom! The surrounding space continued to stretch and elongate, seemingly undergoing some inexplicable transformation. Yet, due to the lack of clear contrast, it appeared as if the two were standing motionless in a raging current of water. Father! Chen Xingyu raised his hand, pointing at the distant flickering lights, inquiring, what are those? Chen Zhengxing glanced in the direction he pointed and replied casually, some of those are void vortices, dangerous places like void corridors. Others are treasures of heaven and earth birthed from within the void. There may even be peculiar beasts of void attributes. Additionally, there are secret realms established by powerful beings or remnants of natural secret realms. Some are simply debris from the void, including fragments of divine weapons, remnants of ancient battlefields, and various items scattered from shattered storage artifacts. At this point, he paused slightly before continuing, in the void, the distances between spaces do not have a precise correspondence. It all depends on your mastery of the void's power. If you chase after those lights, you might find yourself unable to approach them for thousands of years. Exploring the void is a perilous endeavor. One might encounter great fortune, soaring to new heights, or fall into a dire predicament, leading to one's demise. As he concluded, he cautioned, for now, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Once you've reached the spiritual origin realm and ventured into the world, you may encounter safe openings to secret realms, at which point you could explore them. As for venturing into the void, that will have to wait until much later, when you attain the cave void realm. Understood, Chen Xingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, he refrained from further inquiries and instead admired the rare and wondrous sights surrounding him. The void was vast and endless, somewhat reminiscent of a starry night sky, albeit with sparser and dimmer light, evoking a profound and indescribable sensation. Moments later, Chen Zhengxing suddenly halted and said, we have arrived at Liang City. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and amidst the flickering starlight, a circular opening was torn in the space before them. On the other side of the circular opening lay a small, square city, situated upon the earth, covering merely a few dozen miles, appearing rather dull and gray. Is this Liang City? Chen Xingyu cast a curious glance. This city, in comparison to the vast and majestic divine capital of Changluo, appeared rather ordinary and utterly unremarkable. Chen Zhengxing shimmered with starlight, and in an instant, he took Qin Qingyu away from the void and stepped into the outside world. Qingyu, he turned to Qin Qingyu and said, as father and son, our mission this time is a private affair. So there is no need for fanfare lest we alarm the local branches of our clan. Please tell me where the location is, and we shall proceed directly. Qin Qingyu nodded and replied, it is at the deepest part of the Qin family cemetery in Liang City, right in front of the most ancient tomb. Qin Zhengxing slightly nodded, a faint trace of starlight flickering around him. In the next moment, their figures vanished into thin air, appearing before an ancient and unadorned white jade tomb at the heart of the expansive Qin family cemetery. This is it, right? Qin Zhengxing turned to Qin Qingyu. Yes, Qin Qingyu exclaimed with excitement, hastily stepping forward to the tomb. Upon closer inspection, this tomb was evidently the oldest in the entire cemetery and had been well maintained for a long time. The tombstone bore the name Chen Yuma. Surrounding the depths of the cemetery were many local members of the Chen clan, coming and going with offerings of paper money, yellow paper, and other tributes for their ancestors, yet they seemed oblivious to the presence of the two. Suddenly, Qin Qingyu crouched down, lifted a white jade floor tile in front of the tombstone, and then channeled his palm's true energy, making his hand sharp as a blade, which immediately sank into the earth. After a brief search, he felt a hard, smooth object and his face lit up with joy as he grasped it firmly. Upon closer inspection, he found it was a small bronze vial, stained with dirt. I've got it! A smile spread across Qin Qingyu's face. Although the bronze vial was covered in soil, it showed no signs of aging whatsoever. At first glance, one would never suspect it to be an artifact from 30,000 years ago. It seems this vial, containing the blood of the Saint King, is indeed a remarkable treasure. Qin Qingyu marveled, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt off the vial, and carefully tucked it away. Qin Zhengxing observed this scene, his gaze flickering slightly. It truly is the blood of the Saint King. How did our ancestor know that a drop of the Saint King's blood was hidden here? Qin Qingyu shrugged and casually replied, who knows? Perhaps he himself buried it here 30,000 years ago. As he spoke, he stuffed the soiled handkerchief into the pit, filled it with dirt, and replaced the white jade tile. Stepping on it a few times, all done, he dusted off his hands and turned to his father, saying, Dad, let us head back. Qin Zhengxing responded affirmatively, waving his sleeve as he once again tore through space, taking Qin Qingyu away into the void. Throughout the entire time, the people of Liang City remained unaware of their arrival. It was not until the sun began to set and twilight descended that the flow of people in the cemetery had nearly ceased. A faint rustling sound emerged. A scruffy-haired little girl, her clothes in disarray, stealthily slipped into the cemetery. Swiftly, she grabbed the offerings and stuffed them into her mouth, greedily chewing while also shoving them into her clothes. Before long, her garments were stuffed to the brim. Satisfied, she nodded her head, preparing to leave. Just then, the corner of her eye caught something, and she instinctively turned to look. Her heart raced. While others might not notice, she, having sneaked in daily and visited every tomb, was intimately familiar with the surroundings and easily sensed something amiss. This tile had been disturbed. The little girl's eyes brightened, and her mind raced. Had someone secretly buried a treasure here? With this thought, she hurried over, using her delicate fingers to pry at the heavy white jade tile, struggling to lift it. Beneath the stone, she could clearly see that someone had dug a small vertical pit and then filled it back with dirt. Someone truly had hidden a treasure. She licked her lips and reached down, her fingers brushing against something soft, which she yanked out. She stared at the dirt-stained white cloth in her hand, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What sort of treasure is this? Chapter 69. Purifying the Bloodline. A surge in talent in the divine capital of Changluo. After returning to their residence with his father, Qin Qingyu immediately retreated into the quiet chamber for seclusion. He took a deep breath. The calming effects of the dragon's saliva, sandalwood, and tranquil heart grass meditation cushion quickly settled his mind. He uncorked the bronze vial in his hand and peered inside. A drop of faint golden, shimmering blood swirled at the bottom, resembling a dewdrop on a lotus leaf or a dazzling jewel. This was indeed the drop of Saint King's blood from 30,000 years ago. Without hesitation, He poured the blood into his palm and swallowed it with his head tilted back. In an instant, boom! A torrent of heat surged from his abdomen, spreading rapidly through his limbs and bones, engulfing every corner of his body like a raging wildfire. At that moment, Chen Qingyu felt as if he were about to ignite. This is the Saint King's bloodline within me, being continuously purified and strengthened. Amidst the excruciating pain, he maintained the last shred of clarity. Suddenly gaining insight, he stifled a groan, gritting his teeth, silently enduring the piercing agony and the feeling of being scorched by flames. After enduring for a quarter of an hour, clang! A resonant sound, as if from a great bell, echoed in his mind. This bell sound was strikingly familiar. Could it be the sound of the clan's ancestral artifact, the Wanjing Hunyuan bell? A flash of realization crossed Chen Qingyu's mind. It seems that during the refining process of the Saint King's blood, the power of this ancestral artifact is also harnessed. No wonder it bears this name. With this thought, he quickly cast aside distractions, focusing his mind inward. Above the sea of blood, a massive golden bridge had surged to nearly half its length, its golden surface spanning half the sea of blood. Incredible! Chen Qingyu couldn't help but feel elated. Indeed, I need not change my foundational cultivation method. The residual medicinal power has only increased, propelling my cultivation to the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm. I have crossed 4 minor realms in one leap. He reveled in this thought, knowing that the primary purpose of consuming the Saint King's blood was to purify his bloodline and enhance his cultivation talent. He patiently observed the effects of the 9-breath cultivation technique at work, enhancing his progress. Soon, after completing a cycle of 9 breaths, the golden bridge spanning the sea of blood visibly advanced a short distance forward. This effect caused Chen Qingyu's eyes to brighten. Just a rough estimation led him to a startling conclusion. After consuming the Saint King's blood and undergoing initial bloodline purification, his cultivation speed had increased by at least more than double. This was simply an outrageous effect. Exhilarated, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but whistle in excitement. Originally, he had anticipated that with rigorous training, it would take him about 2 months to advance to the Spirit Origin realm. However, now, his cultivation had soared to the 5th level of the Golden Bridge realm. Moreover, with his cultivation speed doubled, it meant that with diligent practice, he could advance to the Spirit Origin realm within less than 20 days. Becoming a respected elder, this was a tremendous gain. Chen Qingyu felt a surge of joy, his face beaming with happiness. This drop of Saint King's blood had significantly enhanced the concentration of the Saint King's bloodline within him, thereby causing his cultivation talent to skyrocket. Others believe that his exceptional talent stemmed from a rich concentration of the Saint King's bloodline within him, making purification impossible. In reality, his bloodline concentration was quite limited. It was precisely for this reason that after consuming the Saint King's blood, he experienced such an exaggerated enhancement. His originally average talent had, in this context, become a tremendous advantage. A low starting point meant a lesser difficulty in subsequent advancements, and greater potential for growth. Indeed, splendid! He nodded in satisfaction, rising to his feet and walking towards the door of the quiet chamber. It was time to consult with the 9th ancestor about the cultivation method of 1-star 9 glories. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I can also receive an additional substantial reward from the Taishu Yuanling. Outside the quiet chamber door, Chen Zhengxing stood with his hands behind his back, waiting silently. Upon seeing his son emerge, his pupils suddenly contracted. You? A look of shock crossed his face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" With his profound cultivation, he could distinctly sense the aura of the Holy King bloodline within Chen Qingyu, which had suddenly intensified significantly. This was nothing short of astonishing. Chen Zhengxing's face was etched with disbelief as he murmured, "How could this be? According to my assessment, after consuming the Holy King blood, either it should have had no effect at all, or the effect would be so negligible that it could be disregarded. Yet, to my utter astonishment, the Holy King blood not only proved effective for Chen Qingyu, but its potency was unexpectedly formidable." Father! Chen Qingyu stood before Chen Zhengxing, waving his arms a few times to rouse him from his stupor. Once Chen Zhengxing regained his composure, he abruptly grasped Chen Qingyu's shoulders with a grave expression, inquiring, "How did you achieve this? After consuming the Holy King blood, how could there be such a powerful effect? This defies all logic." Chapter 70. Beyond the Yuan Emperor, Chen Qingyu chuckled lightly, offering a half-serious explanation. Perhaps it is because the concentration of the Holy King bloodline within me was originally rather low? Chen Zhengxing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. That seems improbable. With your talent, your bloodline concentration is likely the highest among the current Qin clan. To surpass you would only be possible for the direct descendants of the Qianlu Holy King. Merely relying on the Holy King blood, a divine remedy, would not yield such results. After pondering for a moment, he spoke earnestly. You should visit the ninth ancestor. Perhaps he will have an explanation upon witnessing your transformation. Chen Qingyu shrugged and replied, All right then, I was actually planning to visit him anyway. Soon, Chen Qingyu rode a cloud and soared into the sky, traversing through the 9 layers of fierce winds, arriving before the floating heavenly palace. As he landed, his surroundings momentarily blurred, and he found himself atop the Star Sea floating island once more. Upon seeing him for the first time, the ninth ancestor stood up in shock. What is this? How could there be such a monumental change in the blood sea within you? Chen Qingyu replied nonchalantly, Of course, it is due to my consumption of the Holy King blood. Impossible, the ninth ancestor declared emphatically. The Holy King blood does not possess such efficacy. If it were the legendary celestial creation lotus seed, perhaps that would be more plausible. Your current bloodline concentration is likely nearing that of the 3rd generation of the Qianlu Holy King's bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but respond with a hint of resignation. Ancestor, why do you have the same attitude as my father? Could it not be that the concentration of the Holy King bloodline within me was originally low? The ninth ancestor paused for a moment, then fell into contemplation, murmuring, That is not entirely impossible. After a brief reflection, he slowly raised his head and spoke solemnly. If that is indeed the case, it suggests that our initial assessment may not have been erroneous. We all believed that your mixed heritage would lead to a significant dilution of the Qin bloodline within you, consequently darkening your future prospects. Even though your father possessed extraordinary talent in his youth, it was believed that little would remain once it reached you. Chen Qingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, I am of mixed heritage. This was the first time he had encountered such unexpected news. Regarding his mother, his father had always spoken vaguely, leading him to believe she hailed from a prominent force in the south. Little did he know, his mother was not of the human race, but rather of an alien lineage. The ninth ancestor remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. Indeed, you are not a pureblood human, but rather a hybrid of humans and spirits. However, the spirit bloodline within you has been sealed by a special secret method. I cannot elaborate further on the specifics. You may inquire with your father later if he is willing to share. Understood, Chen Qingyu silently nodded, firmly etching this revelation in his mind. The ninth ancestor gazed at him and continued. When you initially measured your 9-star talent with the life-determining Jade Ruler, we all thought our judgment was flawed. However, in retrospect, he paused, then sighed. Our assessment was indeed correct. Because you are of mixed heritage, the concentration of the Holy King bloodline within you is genuinely low. Yet, the unknown physique you awakened is extraordinarily formidable, elevating your cultivation talent to an astonishing level. At this juncture, he looked into Chen Qingyu's eyes, which shimmered with excitement. But this is not bad news. Rather, it is a tremendous boon. Your lower concentration of the Holy King bloodline indicates that your cultivation talent can still be further enhanced. There is a chance you may surpass the Yuan Emperor in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu rubbed his hands together. That is contingent upon having enough Holy King blood. Otherwise, a skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. The ninth ancestor laughed heartily. What difficulty is there in this? I shall immediately instruct the clan's elders to collaborate in refining the Holy King blood for you, within 2 years at most. We shall provide you with an ample supply. At that time, you could even drink the Holy King blood as if it were syrup. Chen Qingyu's eyes lit up at this prospect, nodding fervently. Excellent. I shall await that eagerly. The ninth ancestor smiled and nodded, then resumed his meditative posture, stating, I promised you that once you delivered the princess of the Tai Huangwu clan, I would teach you the cultivation method of 1-star 9 radiances. Now that you have fulfilled your task, I shall naturally keep my word. As he spoke, he turned to Chen Qingyu and asked, Do you have any lingering doubts regarding the secret method of 1-star 9 radiances? Chapter 71. The secret method completed. Enormous rewards. Chen Qingyu contemplated for a moment, then sat cross-legged and replied slowly, I have grasped the general cultivation approach. The only aspect I do not comprehend is how to utilize the path of the stars to solidify my own manifestation. After receiving guidance from Wu Sui, I revisited the secret method of 1-star 9 radiances and indeed managed to decipher it successfully, at least to the point of understanding the intricate scriptures and illustrations. The only unresolved issue is how to cultivate it. That is truly the most challenging aspect, the ninth ancestor explained. The secret method of 1-star 9 radiances is preserved by both the Chen clan and the Taihuang Wu clan. The Wu clan's cultivation method involves establishing a terrestrial star kingdom, proclaiming the reincarnation of the star sovereign, and absorbing specific incense faith to alter the nature of the dragon energy, thereby creating this secret method through an alternate path. Conversely, the Chen clan's approach is entirely opposite. We must visualize our own body, maintain our spirit, and manifest the true essence of the Taihao star, thus condensing a strand of Taihao divine intent, which we then sever to transform our true essence into the Taihao manifestation. This Taihao manifestation is the foundational level of 1-star 9 radiances known as double stars illuminating the world. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Does it require true essence transformation? Does that mean it cannot be performed in the Golden Bridge realm? Precisely, the ninth ancestor nodded. The prerequisite for employing 1-star 9 radiances is a minimum of being a revered practitioner in the spirit essence realm. However, as long as you can comprehend it thoroughly, once your realm reaches the requisite level, you will be able to cultivate it immediately, aligning with the criteria of the Taishu Yuanling. Not to mention, given your cultivation speed, advancing into the spirit essence realm is as effortless as eating or drinking. Chen Qingyu slightly nodded and acknowledged, I understand. The ninth ancestor smiled gently and began to elucidate the key techniques for visualizing oneself and manifesting the true essence of the Taihao star. Chen Qingyu diligently committed every detail to memory, not daring to overlook a single point. Half an hour later, with the ninth ancestor's personal guidance, Chen Qingyu finally comprehended the foundational aspects of the 1-star 9 radiance's secret method entirely. He moved back and forth through the concepts without encountering any obstacles. If his cultivation were to reach the spirit essence realm, he would be able to wield this extraordinary secret method immediately. Indeed, the ninth ancestor remarked with a gentle smile, praising, your comprehension is as astonishing as your cultivation talent. Chen Qingyu rose and offered a respectful bow, saying, I must thank the ancestor for your guidance. The ninth ancestor laughed heartily, waving his sleeve. Go. As Chen Qingyu's surroundings shifted again, he found himself standing once more before the entrance of the floating heavenly palace. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly descending and passing through the 9 layers of fierce winds, returning to his own abode. He hastily entered his meditation chamber, sat cross-legged, and began circulating his true energy while reciting the Taishu Moruo Dao incantation. In an instant, a hum resonated within his mind, and upon reopening his eyes, he once again found himself amidst the vast expanse of the star sea. The magnificent voice of the Taishu Yuanling echoed throughout the star sea. Based on my assessment, you have comprehended the secrets of the 1-star 9 radiance's secret method. Congratulations! You have completed the accompanying trial unique to your rewards. You have received additional rewards. Your Taihao Town Sky Fist, Taihao Body Refining Method, and Heavenly Star Attraction Method have all been elevated to perfection. You have acquired 5 million Taishu points. Chen Qingyu was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the additional rewards following the comprehension of the 1-star 9 radiance would be so extravagant. The 3 supreme martial techniques were instantly perfected. Merely this aspect saved him several months of arduous training time. The reward of 5 million Taishu points surpassed all his previous accumulations, rendering him suddenly wealthy multiple times over. Such rewards were indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the Taishu Yuanling could directly elevate his martial realm. This was rather incredible. Chen Qingyu instinctively held his breath. This overwhelming additional reward left him somewhat dazed. In contrast, the mere reward of the 1-star 9 radiance seemed rather insignificant. Perhaps the secret method of 1-star 9 radiance merely presented a trial? Only by passing this trial could one obtain the true rewards. Such thoughts began to whirl in Chen Qingyu's mind. In the next instant, boom. A colossal stream of information surged into his mind. In an instant, He felt a series of vivid illusions flash before him, all depicting scenes of his diligent training, battling adversaries, and honing his martial skills. This spectacle felt strikingly real, as if he had personally experienced it. His mastery over the three supreme martial techniques, alongside the assimilation of these memories, rapidly ascended at a terrifying pace. Moments later, as he regained his composure and took a deep breath, his expression revealed excitement. Incredible! This wave has propelled me to new heights, soaring into the skies. Chapter 72. Re-entering the Golden Bridge, Heaven. The power of the Taishu Hongshi mirror was truly beyond imagination. Chen Xingyu suspected that it had generated simulated memories based on his past experiences and thought patterns, directly instilling them into his mind. Only in this manner could he seamlessly accept this information and achieve the perfect mastery of the three supreme martial techniques in one fell swoop. With the three martial techniques perfected, his strength had at least doubled. A genuine smile emerged on his face. It was time to enter the Golden Bridge Heaven. I have long anticipated the super talents of the Golden Bridge realm. With this thought, Chen Xingyu focused his mind and reached out towards the massive luminous gate in the starry sea before him. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and the colossal gate in the starry sea swung open with a resounding bang. As Chen Xingyu's vision cleared, he found himself standing on a long street, surrounded by a continuous flow of people. On either side of the street were various taverns and shops, lined up in an orderly fashion. At first glance, it was almost indistinguishable from the divine city of Changluo in the Blood Sea Heaven, except that the passers-by were all master-level warriors of the Golden Bridge realm. "Excuse me. May I ask how to get to the War God Tower?" Chen Xingyu stopped a hurried young man and inquired. The young man impatiently turned his head. "Are you new here? Has no one told you that the layout of the Taishu cities in the Blood Sea Heaven and Golden Bridge Heaven remains unchanged?" "I see." Chen Xingyu nodded slightly and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for clarifying, brother." "Wait a moment." The young man seemed to have discovered something, his eyes widening in disbelief. He quickly scrutinized Chen Xingyu, his expression suddenly turning ecstatic as he exclaimed, "Young Master Chen? Is that you, young Master Chen?" Chen Xingyu was taken aback. Could it be? He had just arrived in the Golden Bridge Heaven, and yet a random person on the street recognized him? He waved his hand and replied seriously, "Brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else." "Impossible," the young man insisted excitedly. "Your portrait has long circulated in the Divine City, and I even bought a copy from the market. How could I be mistaken?" "What the heck?" Chen Xingyu's gaze turned incredulous, and goosebumps erupted all over him. "Why would a grown man keep my portrait?" At that moment, the young man had already begun shouting enthusiastically, "Everyone, come and see. Young Master Chen is here." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd instinctively halted, their gazes converging. Subsequently, a wave of commotion erupted. "No way. It really is young Master Chen. Young Master Chen has come to the Golden Bridge Heaven? Is this true? Where is young Master S' younger brother? Let me see." The crowd surged toward Chen Xingyu, eager to surround him. "Damn." Chen Xingyu cursed inwardly. With a thought, he activated the shadowless technique, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Then, he transformed into a wisp of breeze, soaring hundreds of feet above to evade the thronging masses. "Time to make my escape." He cast a glance at the gathering crowd below, quickly riding the wind away from the scene. Where did young Master Chen go? The crowd on the long street voiced their disappointment. Many even unleashed their true energy, soaring into the sky in search of him, yet found nothing. What a blunder! The young man in the crowd lamented, smacking his forehead. If I had known it was young Master Chen asking me for directions, I would have led him myself. Young Master Chen is a recognized legend of the Blood Sea realm. Such a supreme talent will undoubtedly shine brightly in the Golden Bridge Heaven, destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Missing out on such a tremendous opportunity is truly regrettable. The young man sighed in regret. On the other side, after riding the wind and hiding for a quarter of an hour, Chen Xingyu arrived near the War God Tower. Along the way, he gained a basic understanding of the divine city of Changluo in the Golden Bridge Heaven. Overall, the layout of Changluo in the Golden Bridge Heaven was indeed identical. However, it was somewhat smaller, likely housing only a few million warriors of the Golden Bridge realm. Moreover, there was a notable difference. The exceptional warriors in the Blood Sea Heaven were predominantly teenagers and individuals in their early 20s. In contrast, the exceptional talents in the Golden Bridge Heaven were generally older, predominantly in their 20s and 30s. It was evident that for most prodigies, despite their extraordinary talents, crossing the Golden Bridge realm to reach the fourth spirit origin realm typically required at least a decade of effort. The vast majority of warriors would struggle throughout their lives to break through the limitations of their physical forms and harness the powers of heaven and earth. Chen Qingyu concealed his form, hovering in mid-air with these thoughts in mind. However, he did not ponder for long before raising his gaze. To the left of the towering War God Tower, a golden list cascading from the heavens captured all his attention. The War God Tower of the Golden Bridge Heaven had finally arrived. Chapter 73. The Martial Dao Emperor, the Four Great Kings, the War God Rankings. Chen Qingyu stood in mid-air, maintaining the shadowless technique, and first glanced to the left at the descending War God Rankings of the Golden Bridge Heaven. First on the War God Rankings, Su Yuanshan, human race, 27 years old, hailing from the Wanshang Sacred Land, has cleared the 10th level of the War God Tower. Second on the War God Rankings, Wu Su-yi, human race, 18 years old, hailing from the Tai Huang Wu clan, has cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. Third on the War God Rankings, Wang Pejun, human race, 29 years old, hailing from the Liangshan Wang clan, has cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. Fourth on the War God Rankings, Ku Zhenhai, human race, 30 years old, hailing from the Donglu Sacred Land, has cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. Fifth on the War God Rankings, Chen Qinghan, human race, 28 years old, hailing from the Changluo Chang clan, has cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. Sixth on the War God Rankings, Zhou Chenlong, human race, 21 years old, hailing from the Qinyang Zhou clan, has cleared the 8th level of the War God Tower. Upon seeing the leading names on the list, Chen Qingyu could not help but take a deep breath. Good heavens! 4 individuals have cleared the 9th level of the War God Tower. And one has even reached the 10th level. That Wu Su-yi is indeed the second in the world, second only to Su Yuanshan. When in the Blood Sea Heaven, the formidable Zhou Chenlong was only able to clear the 8th level of the War God Tower and was already regarded as the number 1 in the Blood Sea realm. Yet here in the Golden Bridge Heaven, there are 4 individuals who have cleared the 9th level. Furthermore, there is a terrifying genius, Su Yuanshan, who has cleared the 10th level. Even if the difficulty of the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge Heaven is slightly reduced compared to that in the Blood Sea Heaven, this is still astonishing. Chen Qingyu's mind raced with thoughts. Could there be some hidden secrets within this? Just as he contemplated this, he overheard a conversation between a pair of siblings in the bustling crowd below, which piqued his interest. Sister? A young man in black stared at the descending War God Rankings, astonished. Are there so many super talents in the Golden Bridge Heaven? When I was in the Blood Sea Heaven, the number 1, young Master Chun, only reached the 9th level. Not to mention Zhou Chenlong, who came before him, only cleared the 8th level. This gap is simply too vast. Observing the shocked expression on the black-clad youth's face, the charming young woman beside him smiled and replied, "It's different. In the contemporary realm of the Golden Bridge, our human race holds a comprehensive advantage, with prodigious talents and exceptional beings emerging in abundance. Having overwhelmingly surpassed all other races, in the past, the champions who dominated an era have now converged in this time." As she spoke, she pointed to the top few individuals on the leaderboard with pride, exclaiming, "Do you see? Those 5 are referred to as the martial emperors of the Golden Bridge realm, the 4 heavenly kings, particularly Su Yuanshang of the Wuxiang Sacred Land, who has ascended to the highest 10th level of the War God Tower. Standing at the pinnacle of all who have ever traversed the Golden Bridge realm, the youth in black, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "The Emperor of Martial Arts? Truly remarkable. So, this Su Yuanshang is even more formidable than Chen Xiaojun?" The charming young woman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. That may not necessarily be the case. It is widely acknowledged that the difficulty of the War God Tower decreases as one ascends through the realms. Chen Xiaojun has also reached the zenith of the Blood Sea Realm's War God Tower, and it is entirely possible he may one day conquer the War God Tower of the Golden Bridge Realm. As she spoke, she pointed to the 6th position on the leaderboard, adding, "Did you see? That renowned figure from the Blood Sea Realm, Zhou Chenlong, has swiftly ascended to the 6th position upon entering the Golden Bridge Realm. Once he settles in for another 2 years, refining his martial skills, breaching the 9th level will likely be a mere matter of time. By then, the 4 heavenly kings may very well become the 5 heavenly kings." If he is so formidable, and Chen Xiaojun is even stronger, he undoubtedly has the opportunity to challenge the throne of the martial emperor. The voices of the brother and sister duo gradually faded into the distance. Chen Qingyu refocused his attention on the golden leaderboard descending from the heavens, lost in contemplation. The martial emperor, undoubtedly, this Su Yuanqing is a super prodigy far more powerful than Zhou Qianlong. Hearing about him from Wu Sui was one thing, but experiencing this sense of pressure firsthand upon arriving in the Golden Bridge realm was altogether more palpable. The Golden Bridge realm is the ultimate destination for martial arts, and Su Yuanqing is hailed as the martial emperor. In the Bloodsea realm, most prodigies typically remain for a mere few years. However, in the Golden Bridge realm, this duration stretches to over a decade, resulting in more prodigious encounters and an overall increase in average strength. Not to mention, this is an era where the human race is immensely powerful, overwhelmingly dominating the other races. A surge of fervor gradually ignited within Chen Qingyu's heart. It turns out that within the Golden Bridge realm, there exist numerous invincible prodigies on par with or even surpassing Zhou Qianlong. The martial emperor Su Yuanqing stands as his next target to surpass. Only increasingly formidable opponents can truly set ablaze the fighting spirit coursing through his veins. Chapter 74. Sweeping through. Let us begin. The first step towards conquering the Golden Bridge realm starts with the War God Tower. With a swift motion, Chen Qingyu transformed into a wisp of breeze. Darting into the entrance of the War God Tower in an instant, he found himself once more in a familiar pure white space. Welcome to the War God Tower. The cold, mechanical voice of the Taishu Yuanling resonated in the surroundings. You have successfully breached the 9th level of the War God Tower in the Bloodsea realm, thereby ascending to the pinnacle. As a result, you have acquired the right to choose. You may skip the first 8 levels of the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge realm and commence your challenge directly from the 9th level. Should you choose to skip, the rewards for the first 8 levels will be fully granted. Alternatively, you may opt to forfeit this right and begin anew from the first level. Chen Qingyu raised an eyebrow and without hesitation declared, I choose to exercise my right to skip the first 8 levels of the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge realm. His current strength had dramatically surged compared to his time in the Bloodsea realm. Repeating the first 8 levels would hold no significance for him. It would merely be a waste of time. As his words echoed, a colossal white beam of light descended from the sky of the pure white space, enveloping him entirely. The world around him spun and shifted, and when he regained clarity, he found himself in an expansive pure white space spanning dozens of miles. Is this the 9th level of the Golden Bridge realm? Chen Qingyu's gaze sharpened slightly. The space before him was at least 10 times larger than the 9th level of the War God Tower in the Bloodsea realm, indicating that the opponents simulated within the War God Tower of the Golden Bridge realm would undoubtedly employ significantly altered combat strategies. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in his mind as a notification from the Taishu Yuanling resonated within. The rewards for the first 8 levels have been granted to you. His expression shifted slightly. The rewards from the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge realm were a full doubling compared to those of the Bloodsea realm. Before he could ponder further, a cold, mechanical voice echoed from above. Welcome to the 9th level of the War God Tower. Your opponents are about to appear. Please prepare yourself, challenger. No sooner had the mechanical voice faded than an overwhelming surge of white light erupted from all directions, filling his vision with blinding radiance. Accompanying this dazzling display were thousands of powerful figures, their expressions cold and indifferent, materializing in an instant. These formidable figures were positioned on the ground, suspended in the air, and some even concealed themselves, either hidden or lurking underground. Come forth, Chen Qingyu said with a calm smile, standing resolutely against the myriad of icy gazes. In the next moment, boom! Thousands of elite martial artists launched their attacks in unison. A torrent of true qi surged forth, and a multitude of divine weapons and martial techniques converged into a brilliant cascade, unleashing a storm of colors that rained down upon him. The sheer force of this assault was far beyond what he had encountered at the 9th level of the War God Tower in the Bloodsea realm. Faced with such an onslaught, Chen Qingyu stood his ground, not moving an inch, but merely focused his thoughts to disable the external viewing permissions. In the blink of an eye, boom! The overwhelming tides of energy crashed against him, threatening to shatter his protective true qi, which began to waver before swiftly collapsing. Relying solely on his true chi to contend with thousands of elite martial artists was beyond even his capabilities. However, after a brief moment, as the residual waves of power gradually dissipated, what remained was his unscathed, slender figure. Too weak, far too weak. Chun Xingyu shook his head, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. Despite being the strongest among his peers, the gap in prowess between these martial artists and him had not only failed to diminish but had instead broadened further. Not to mention, his Taihao body refinement technique had reached perfection, and with the enhancement of the dragon-subduing tiger suppression technique, his physical robustness had reached an unimaginable level. In the contest of equals, invulnerable to all methods, impervious to all calamities, is no mere boast. Have you finished your performance? Now, it is my turn. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth, and a gentle surge of true chi stirred within him. The technique of flying sand and moving stones was unleashed. Boom! A tempest of yellow sand erupted forth, rapidly expanding and in the blink of an eye, became an all-encompassing storm. Those who charged the fastest, attempting to encircle him, were immediately swept away, their screams echoing as they were reduced to dust, their bodies and weapons disintegrating into the AI art in a mere blink. Hundreds perished beneath the overwhelming yellow sandstorm. Chapter 75. A mantis stopping a chariot not good. Retreat quickly. The remaining martial artists, witnessing Chun Xingyu obliterate hundreds of their comrades in a single strike, were instantly struck with horror, and they all hastily retreated. Unlike in the Blood Sea realm, the martial artists of the Golden Bridge realm could all fly, swiftly employing their unique abilities to escape. Whoosh, boom, swish. Some unleashed their true chi, soaring into the sky. Others concealed their figures, gliding along the ground like shadows. Some even utilized peculiar techniques to burrow underground, evading the terrifying yellow sandstorm. Seeing this scene, Chun Xingyu displayed a hint of surprise, then his gaze flickered. Indeed, although the overall difficulty has decreased, the combat strategies have also transformed. The extensive area of attack is no longer the sweeping invincibility it was in the Blood Sea realm. As his thoughts raced, he did not halt the flow of his true chi. After several breaths, the expansive yellow sandstorm had spread across a significant portion of the pure white space of the 9th level. Yet, the actual number of those killed remained below 2,000. Many elite martial artists had utilized their skills to evade the most potent areas of attack, while others had managed to survive by enduring the onslaught. Taking a deep breath, Chun Xingyu prepared to amplify his true chi and eliminate his adversaries in one fell swoop when suddenly, whoosh, a layer of black light abruptly descended upon him. He was taken aback for a brief moment. In the next instant, dozens of dark rings descended upon him like shackles, enveloping him completely. Following this, a cacophony of various lights flickered, encompassing chains, threads, flowing water, wooden prisons, and even incomprehensible spells, all of which were inexplicably imposed upon him. He shook his body slightly and felt a sense of heaviness, as if he were subjected to powerful restraints and suppression. Even the vital energy within him, as it circulated, felt sluggish, leading to a rapid decline in the might of his miraculous abilities. Intriguing, a subtle smile graced his lips as he activated the art of distant sight. Scanning his surroundings, indeed, unbeknownst to him, hundreds of figures had stealthily emerged from beneath the ground, encircling him completely. Kill! These hundreds of figures suddenly burst forth from the earth, unleashing their vital energy in a frenzied rush towards him. However, instead of attacking him directly, they sought to further amplify their methods to suppress him utterly. If they succeeded, the remaining 6,000 or 7,000 elite martial artists would be able to converge once more, wearing him down to death. Ha ha ha! Chun Xingyu laughed heartily. A commendable plan, but alas! A mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. He suddenly stepped forward, his figure swaying as he exerted his arms slightly. A colossal force, akin to a mountain torrent, instantly shattered the various restraints and suppressive techniques, causing countless shackles to crumble. The dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing technique bestowed upon him not only a formidable and terrifying physique, but also unparalleled strength capable of moving mountains. Simultaneously, his form began to blur, rendering those invisible weakening spells and similar forces completely ineffective. After ascending to the Golden Bridge realm, the Shadowless technique advanced further, although it could not yet render him entirely intangible. It was already able to disregard certain bizarre methods. Die. He let out a long howl, striking down with a fist that hammered directly into the earth. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled. The ground shattered in an explosion, leaving behind a massive pit resembling a spider's web, with cracks sprawling far and wide. The terrifying might transformed into a circular shockwave, sweeping across 100 feet in an instant. This was the purest and simplest form of power. Bang bang. The martial artists closest to him were obliterated in an instant, turning into a mist of blood. The remaining elite martial artists staggered as if struck with overwhelming force. Some were sent flying, their bodies exploding. Others had their chests caved in, collapsing like cut wheat. With a single blow, hundreds of elite martial artists were utterly annihilated. How terrifying! In the distance, the remaining thousands of martial artists were taken aback by this scene. Without hesitation, they quickly halted their retreat and desperately tried to distance themselves from Chen Qingyu. Clearly, Chen Qingyu's punch had completely shattered their delusions of confronting him directly. To challenge Chen Qingyu head-on was tantamount to seeking death. The only option was to create distance and use spatial advantages to attempt to wear him down. Ha ha ha! Upon witnessing this, Chen Qingyu laughed heartily, his vital energy surging wildly within him. In an instant, dark clouds rose. A fierce cold wind swept across the land, and snowflakes as large as goose feathers began to fall, accompanied by hailstones the size of fists. The howling wind propelled countless sharp ice blades to dance in the air. After entering the Golden Bridge realm, his ability to summon winds and rain had been greatly enhanced, capable of conjuring calamities in an instant. However, such a degree of natural disaster was no longer capable of affecting these remaining elite martial artists. Masters of the Golden Bridge realm were all formidable beings, impervious to water and fire. Their bodies akin to adamantine, no ordinary attack could shake them. Yet, Chen Qingyu did not expect that relying solely on his ability to summon winds and rain would suffice to deal with these formidable foes. Come forth, he took a deep breath, the sea of blood within him roiling, as the starry vital energy surged forth through the Golden Bridge. At this moment, the true intent behind his summoning of winds and rain revealed itself. Chapter 76. Ascending the heavens with one breath, Chen Qingyu exhaled, releasing countless faint, colorless, almost transparent grains of sand that howled forth. These transparent sands retained their full potency but became terrifying assassins. Mingled within the tempest of blizzards and hail. Come and experience my new technique. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Qingyu's eyes. Chen Qingyu could grasp the mysteries of starlight and magnetic forces. Zhou Qianlong could master the subtleties of heavenly light transformation. He believed his own comprehension and talents were not inferior to theirs, and through repeated battles, how could he not have comprehended his own techniques? This was his self-understood ultimate skill, named the Formless Sandstorm. This secret art was inspired by Zhou Qianlong's heavenly light transformation, combined with certain techniques from the Shadowless art, further modified on the foundation of starlight and magnetic mysteries. Once unleashed, it could refract light with starry vital energy, granting the ability to conceal the effects of flying sand and moving stones. Coupled with the ability to summon winds and rain, it became his most formidable trump card. No! In an instant, within the pure white space of the ninth layer, cries of horror resonated. Many powerful elite martial artists of the Golden Bridge realm, faced with the Formless Sandstorm, became like blind and deaf individuals, utterly unable to discern the direction of the attacks or evade in advance. The air was filled with blizzards, ice blades, and hail, obscuring all vision. How could they defend against these invisible assassins? In mere moments, large numbers of elite martial artists of the Golden Bridge realm fell as if mown down by scythes. With more than half perishing in an instant, the remaining number dwindled to less than 3,000. Some roared defiantly, charging against the blizzards and the onslaught of the Formless Sandstorm. More attempted to utilize various methods to prolong their lives. Stubborn resistance. Chen Qingyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his face. To completely evade his Formless Sandstorm, the only path was to burrow underground. However, the previous earth-shaking punch had nearly wiped out the elite martial artists capable of such a maneuver. The demise of the remaining ones was merely a matter of time, as expected. Those charging forward in desperate attempts barely crossed half the distance before being struck head-on by the formless sandstorm, their bodies turning to dust and meeting a grim fate on the spot. The rest, no matter how they tried to evade, simply could not escape the invisible storm, falling one after another. After several breaths, Chen Qingyu waved his sleeve, and the blizzards and formless sandstorm gradually receded, dissipating into thin AT. This moment, in the entire 9th layer of space, there was no one left alive but him. You have breached the 9th layer of the War God Tower. You have been awarded 2 million Taishu points. The cold, mechanical voice resounded once more in the pure white space, gradually growing more resounding. Congratulations, you have ascended to the War God rankings of Changluo. Your current ranking is first. Congratulations. You have also ascended to the overall War God rankings of the Golden Bridge realm. Your current ranking is second. Chen Qingyu smiled slightly, his demeanor calm. If Wu Sui knew that she had been pushed down from her position as second in the world, she would surely be furious, right? Ha ha ha. However, my goal is not merely to be second. The cold, mechanical voice continued to resound. Would you like to exit the War God Tower, or continue your challenges? Chen Qingyu smiled nonchalantly. Is there even a need to ask? I wish to continue challenging the War God Tower. As his words fell, a white pillar of light erupted, enveloping his body, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Outside the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge realm of Changluo, people flowed in and out, with numerous members of the Chen family in the Golden Bridge realm bustling about that moment. The 2 War God rankings, descending from the heavens on either side of the War God Tower, erupted simultaneously with brilliant golden light. Such a tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of those nearby. All the martial artists around the War God Tower instinctively halted, raising their heads to gaze at the 2 lists. What they beheld was a powerful golden light simultaneously ascending from the bottom of both lists, rapidly climbing upward, transforming into a golden phantom. What? This commotion left the onlookers in a daze. Many felt their hearts racing, instinctively holding their breath, fixating on that resplendent golden light. Undoubtedly, their instincts told them that something earth-shattering was about to occur. Sure enough, merely a breath later, that golden light surpassed nearly all names, ascending directly to the pinnacle of both lists, the only difference being, on the right side, in the Changluo sublist, the golden light occupied the first position, whereas on the left side in the overall list, it ranked merely second. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a name and description. The crowd stared in shock. War God rankings, second place, Qin Xiaojun, human race, years old, hailing from the Changluo Chen family, having breached the 9th layer of the War God Tower. Chapter 77. The 10th level of the War God Tower. At this moment, the surroundings of the War God Tower had plunged into an eerie silence. The resplendent golden name struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. This profound quietude lasted but a fleeting instant. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Chen Xiaojun. It is indeed Qin Xiaojun. My heavens, truly deserving of his reputation. Making his debut on the rankings, he has immediately secured the second position in the world. How remarkable! A legend of the Blood Sea. Even upon reaching the Golden Bridge realm, he maintains his undefeated legacy. So, Chen Xiaojun is challenging the War God Tower? How come there was not a whisper of this? The throng surged forward, crowding beneath the 2 grand leaderboards, excitement and fervor igniting a cacophony of discussions. Many rushed into the War God Tower, eager to witness the challenge unfold, only to return disappointed shortly thereafter. What nonsense is this? Chen Xiaojun has actually disabled the viewing privileges. Does he not even wish to claim the 200,000 Taishu points? Some grumbled casually, yet many remained electrified, chattering animatedly about when Chen Xiaojun had arrived at the Golden Bridge realm. However, within just a few breaths, the majority's discourse shifted. Why has Qin Xiaojun not emerged yet? Indeed, he has already broken through the 9th level. Does he intend to continue challenging the 10th? Certainly. He is someone who has reached the pinnacle of the Blood Sea War God Tower. How could he possibly stop at the 9th level? Yet, he may have underestimated the difficulty of the 10th level. That is true. He has only just ascended to the Golden Bridge realm and has yet to refine his skills. Challenging the 10th level now seems rather ambitious. After this round of fervent discussion, An overwhelming number of spectators did not hold high hopes for Qian Shaojun to breach the 10th level in one go and ascend to the summit. The reason was simple. The difficulty of the War God Tower in the Golden Bridge realm is slightly lower than that of the Blood Sea realm at the same tier. However, the challenge posed by the 10th level still far exceeds that of the 9th level of the Blood Sea War God Tower. Zhou Qianlong, who once held the title of number 1 in the Blood Sea realm, is also among the elite in the Golden Bridge realm but still faltered at the 8th level, needing further refinement. Even with the stronger Qian Shaojun, the principle remains the same. Alas, Qian Shaojun is too impatient. Among the crowd, a young gentleman with a folding fan shook his head and remarked, "He has already become an invincible prodigy renowned throughout the world. Why must he be so eager for quick success?" It is universally acknowledged that he holds the potential to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Bridge realm's War God Tower and become the next martial emperor. But that is a future prospect, not a present reality. War God Tower, 10th leveled. As beams of light flickered, the figure of Qian Qingyu suddenly materialized. His gaze swept across the expansive space of the 10th level, and his expression subtly tightened. Looking around, he observed that this area was quite vast, covering at least 100 miles in circumference, with the heavens towering hundreds of feet above, far surpassing the dimensions of the 9th level. Could it be that the combat strategy of the opponents on the 10th level would also shift? His mind raced with thoughts. It was evident that even if his opponents on the 10th level were tenfold in number, such a vast arena would not be necessary. Furthermore, even with his ascension to the Golden Bridge realm, fully unleashing his power to summon winds and rain, it would be exceedingly difficult to cover 100 miles entirely. "Welcome to the 10th level of the War God Tower," a mechanical, emotionless voice echoed. "Your opponents are about to appear. Challengers, please prepare." As soon as this voice faded, boom, boom, in Qian Qingyu's line of sight, 5 colossal beams of light, reaching towards the heavens, erupted forth with a thunderous roar. His expression grew serious, and true energy surged rapidly within him as he instinctively invoked the shadowless technique. In the next instant, as the 5 enormous beams dissipated, 5 formations of 10,000 warriors stood in perfect alignment within the space of the 10th level. Upon closer inspection, each formation comprised a vast and intricate array. Every figure within these formations bore an expression of indifference. Their gazes as cold as mechanical puppets, their movements synchronized, their true energy interlinked as one. Gasp. Witnessing this scene, Qian Qingyu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. On the 10th level, the number of opponents had quintupled, reaching a staggering 50,000. However, unlike the previous 9 levels where numerous martial artists merely collaborated to confront a foe, even if their coordination resembled that of an army, they remained fundamentally independent entities. The 5 formidable opponents on the 10th level had instead formed 5 super formations. The combined strength of over 10,000 elite martial artists had been entwined into a singular force, transforming from a scattered assembly into a colossal monstrosity. It is important to note that upon reaching the 10th level, each adversary here is forged from the foundational 10 martial veins of every realm. Possessing combat prowess that surpasses even Qian Qingyu's, they are truly super prodigies. The convergence of the power from over 10,000 super prodigies creates a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. A veritable tsunami of might. Even an ordinary spiritual origin realm master would be compelled to flee in the face of such a terrifying battle formation. The difficulty of the 10th level has indeed escalated to an outrageous degree. Chapter 78. The terrifying martial arts formation. A grave expression unfolded across Qian Qingyu's countenance. To dismantle such a formation, the only viable path is direct assault, breaking the formation and defeating the enemies. Engaging in a head-on clash against a battle formation composed of over 10,000 martial prodigies, 5 such formations, no less, is utterly absurd. His gaze remained calm as his thoughts raced. It is clear that even with his sandstorm technique, a frontal assault may not suffice to shatter the terrifying formation formed by these 10,000 individuals. Conversely, the combined might of these thousands of true energies would undoubtedly be capable of breaking his formidable physique, posing a genuine threat to his life. Such a formation is already fearsome enough on its own, let alone 5 of them. With such an outrageous level of difficulty, how did Martial Emperor Su Yuanshan manage to conquer the 10th level?